starring Dean Jagger as the Wild Young Man, a new radio play based on the story of Stephen Decatur on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. Out from a landlocked Australian harbor tonight darts a speedy little PT boat. Across the Atlantic rolls a mighty battle wagon of the line. Everywhere, above and below the seven seas, the might of the United States Navy is beginning to make itself felt in the fight of the peoples of the world against tyranny. And the men that sail the ships of our Navy have a tradition on which they draw. A tradition that means John Paul Jones and Commodore Perry and Admiral Farragut and Admiral Dewey. And it means as well Captain Stephen Decatur, the man that fought the Barbary pirates to a standstill and showed that free men would never be slaves. DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, again presents the distinguished character actor of stage and screen, Dean Jagger, as the Wild Young Man, a story of Stephen Decatur, written for Cavalcade by Peter Lyon. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. The shores of Tripoli were not mentioned in that song of America's fighting men because they happened to fill out a line of poetry. They have a very real meaning. Tonight's story begins back on a May afternoon of 1801, 141 years ago, on the southern Mediterranean shore, where the Bashaw of Tripoli was absolute ruler and clapped his prisoners in a honeycomb of dank, fearsome dungeons cut deep in the rock, far below the light of day.
Do you remember which cell we put him in?
Of course I don't. Why should I trouble to remember? This is what comes of the Bashaw asking to see his prisoners. Once they are snug in their dungeons, why don't he forget them? So much trouble.
Bainbridge. Peculiar name, but then an American. I have an idea it was this cell.
Try it.
Hey, in there. Speak up. Speak respectfully, boy. Hold your lantern up, rise.
Yeah. That's the American captain, all right.
How do you like that? A good guess, I make, no? Come on, dog of an American, to your feet and with speed. The Bey himself has sent orders to bring you to his presence.
Take your hands off me. I'll walk by myself.
Captain Bainbridge, I bid you welcome.
I am honored by your attention.
You blink so in the sunlight, Captain. I trust your apartments below are not so uncomfortable that you will lose your health during your long visit with us.
I'm afraid my visit will not last that long.
Oh, you think so. American, I have had you brought from your dungeon because I wish to watch your reactions to a little ceremony. You see yonder your flag waving from that flagpole? A very pretty salute, Captain. I am grieved that the change should hamper your movements, a technical necessity. The ceremony may begin.
What is it all about?
Oh, the workmen chop that Yankee flagpole, Captain. And when it falls, we are at war with your America. Presently, your flag will be in the dust.
Your greed for tribute has finally caught up with you, has it?
Move my throne about just a trifle so that my view may be better.
You are magnificent.
So. Yes, Captain. The weaker the state, the higher the tribute demanded. The flagpole, you see, is nearly chopped through.
Freedom has a peculiar toughness, Basha. Lends the state a great strength.
So, you see, the flagpole is chopped down. The Yankee flag is in the dirt. Look well at it, American. Now, Tripoli is at war with the United States of America.
Don't you confess to a small fear, Basha? Yankee frigates are not far from your harbor.
Oh, and in the harbor, our forts, our gunboats, including your flagship, the Philadelphia. We can sneer at your tiny American navy.
I would sneer now if I were you while I still had time.
And now, American, you begin to bore me. I have had enough of your presence. My game is with you over. Take him away. Back to the dungeon. And forget which cell you put him in.
President Jefferson, I've just had news brought me from abroad, sir, on the situation with the Barbary Coast pirates in the Mediterranean.
Barbary pirates again? What now?
Mr. President, they were successful in capturing our frigate Philadelphia, Bainbridge's ship. Our information is that Bainbridge is himself being held prisoner by the Bay of Tripoli.
Well, this is outrageous.
There is worse to come, sir. Our courier likewise informs me that the Tripolitans have declared war on us and can be expected to prey on every American ship that sails into the Mediterranean or along the coast of West Africa.
Is there no end to their audacity?
We stand alone, Mr. Jefferson. The Danish, the English, the Spanish, they're for a policy of living and let live.
Unfortunately or not, we cannot turn the other cheek. What steps have you taken?
There is very little we can do, sir. On our fastest frigate, I am sending over instructions that we shall fight with all the power we have.
Yes, I know. It'll be 3 months before we'll know what effects our instructions have had. And in the meantime?
In the meantime, sir, Commodore Preble is in command of our fleet in the Mediterranean. He's a good man, strong in action, committed to the attack.
Well, let us hope he stands by his commitments. Let us hope that Commodore Preble stands ready to show the world that our country and our Navy will not tolerate any interference with the orderly pursuance of our American commerce.
You are challenged, sir.
I'm Lieutenant Stephen Decatur of the schooner Enterprise to see Commodore Preble by appointment.
Very good, sir.
Decatur,
Yes, sir?
I sent for you. The Tripolitans have captured the frigate Philadelphia.
The Philadelphia, sir?
Bainbridge ran her aground on an uncharted reef. That's 36 additional cannons to fight us off.
And Bainbridge, sir. Was he captured?
The Pasha holds him in prison right now. This letter here was smuggled out with the help of the Danish consulate. Watch.
Invisible ink.
He wrote in lemon juice. The heat of this lamp brought out his writing.
Implore you send in party to burn my ship.
That's impossible. What's wrong with Bainbridge?
As a matter of fact, sir, I don't think it is impossible.
What do you mean?
You've heard that I captured the Tripolitan ketch Domestico.
Yes?
But with a band of picked Marines, sirs, I could slip into the harbor of Tripoli, tie onto the Philadelphia. I could set her afire before the guards knew what was about.
Nonsense. You've never been inside that harbor.
I have the pilot to conduct me, sir. A Sicilian, Salvatore Catalano.
Mistico cannot carry more than 100 men. Can you find the volunteers to risk such a venture against twice their number?
My men are itching to go, sir.
Very well, Lieutenant. You have my permission to call for volunteers.
Quiet, all hands. I've called all watches on deck to ask for volunteers for a desperate venture. We're going to scuttle a captured Philadelphia. It's manned by twice as many Tripolitans as we number. Volunteers. Marines, sailors, and boys. One step forward.
All hands volunteering, sir, to the last man.
Thank you. Now I'm forced to select from among you. As I call your names, please to drop aft for further orders. Lieutenant Reuben James?
Yes, sir.
You're with Midshipman McDonough and Laws and 10 men to fire the berth deck and the forward storeroom. Lieutenant Bainbridge?
Yes, sir.
You to avenge your brother by firing the wardroom and the steerage. Midshipman Morris?
Yes, sir.
To fire the cockpit and the after storeroom, and Lieutenant Thorne.
Yes, sir.
Your men are to guard the catch and cut off all possible escape from the Philadelphia.
Right, sir.
Now, is the plan all understood?
Yes, sir. Aye,
sir. Oh, where's my pilot?
The moon is quartering, my lieutenant. That we should move soon.
We're off, Salvatore. You have a tongue for Spanish.
Enough for these Moorish men, my lieutenant.
I then stand forward with me to wait for a challenge. All hands to their stations. Take cover. Await the signal from me or the pilot.
The wind shifts to the northeast, my lieutenant.
There she lies off our starboard bow. She's dark, huh, Reuben?
I don't like the wind, Decatur. We'll drift just beneath our guns and lie becalmed.
That's the chance we take. Did I hear a man singing?
He who keeps watch, my lieutenant. He sings from the bow of the Philadelphia.
Now the wind dies.
We'll ask him to throw us a rope.
Alto! Hey! No se
What does he say, Salvatore?
He does a challenge.
Well, tell him we lost our anchors in the storm. Ask his permission to moor alongside the frigate.
Yes, sir.
Podemos anclar al lado de su fregada.
Sí, puede.
He tells us we will throw a rope across their fortunes, my lieutenant.
Reuben, see that the men are standing by the board.
Hey! Americanos!
We're discovered. They're forcing our hand. All hands on the sheets and heave to the frigate.
Stand by to board the pirates.
Hold your fire. We're roused to shore. You steal that powder. Come on, lads. Up and at 'em. Lieutenant Thorne?
Yes, sir.
Bainbridge?
Yes, sir.
Where's Morris?
There he comes, sir, with all his men.
Well, then we're all accounted for. Come on, by the light of this fire, there's short batteries. There's short batteries will riddle us. We'll have to row. Detail your men to oars. Salvador, stand by to guide us. Lieutenant Decatur reporting, Commodore.
The Philadelphia?
It's destroyed, sir, completely.
How many losses from your company?
One man slightly wounded, sir.
One man? Believe me, I shall see that you get your captaincy for this night, Decatur.
They put a cannonball to the mainsail of the ketch, sir. Otherwise, we're in order.
You've earned a rest, Mr. Decatur. My compliments to your men. You may inform them they'll be given double rations of grog.
If you'll permit me, sir.
Yes? What is it?
No, I don't think we have time yet for that rest, Commodore.
What do you mean?
Well, they'll never believe in Tripoli we gutted the Philadelphia with only one catch. Now, I believe they know our ships are standing off just outside the harbor. They'll be sailing out to meet us.
They'll surely outnumber us. Yet I'd rather give fight than turn tail.
Now, I have a simple little stratagem, sir, if I may.
I think you've earned the right to speak out, Mr. Decatur.
Well, it would cost us only one frigate. Would it mean the whole pirate fleet?
Talk sense to me, sir. Because you effect one miracle at once, you must start thinking in terms of
Oh,
others.
it's no miracle, sir. Strip a frigate of her armament. Load every grain of gunpowder we have aboard her. Take a skeleton crew to man her. Sail her right into their fleet where it rides at anchor in the harbor and blow up the whole collection at one fell swoop.
Yes, it might be done.
I'm sure of it, sir. Make of the frigate one enormous bomb.
But how to get the skeleton crew back out again?
Well, we'd try to slip out of the harbor in a lifeboat, sir. During the confusion, of course, that is a slim chance. But the men I've picked, they know that. They're anxious to try it anyway.
And you want my permission for the venture?
I do, sir.
It's yours, Mr. Decatur. And good luck.
You are listening to Dean Jagger in the role of Stephen Decatur on the Cavalcade of America, brought to you by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Under a broiling Mediterranean sun, a lean black American frigate, manned by a handful of picked veterans, her hold one vast powder barrel, pushes steadily toward the pirate port of an enemy country.
Can you make him out, sir?
Yes, he's flying the pirate flag, all right. It's probably one of the thieves who calls himself port inspector. Salvatore,
Yes, Lieutenant.
point up in the wind a little closer. Stand by to haul your sheets in.
Aye, sir.
You answer, Salvatore.
Yes, sir. Royal arms, British merchantmen, cargo of cotton.
All in your sail! We're sending an inspector aboard!
What shall I tell him, Lieutenant? Tell him nothing. Let the inspector come aboard. Inspector.
What if he should look below?
Mr. James.
Yes.
Go below and watch the men with the powder.
Yes.
Salvatore.
Aye, sir.
Order your sail close hauled.
Thousand pardons for this intrusion, gentlemen. We were assailed with the notion that this was an American ship. A foolish error, was it not?
Well, now that you've recognized your mistake, perhaps you'll be good enough to get...
Cotton, you said? A cargo of cotton?
Cotton, yes, from Liverpool. Do you wish to see our papers? This is a humiliation, I need hardly remind you, which will not be lightly...
Captain, rest assured, I do not plan to inspect the cargo. I will simply see you safely into harbor. A formality. These men, they are all your crew? It seems a small number for the long voyage from Liverpool.
Yes, this is just one watch. The others are below.
Ah, just so. I trust you will pardon my inquisitiveness, Captain. The Americans, you understand.
Well, what about the Americans? You at war with them?
Myself, I went to Cambridge, although I'm still Mohammedan. That was in the days when Americans were throwing tea into the harbor at Boston. As an Englishman, Captain, you will sympathize with my attitude towards Americans. They're quite mad, you understand, quite mad.
So crazy they won't even pay tribute to pirates, huh? Salvatore, further up into the wind.
Aye, my captain.
Now, pirates, that's a harsh word, Captain. The Sultan wishes only to protect the shipping in these dangerous waters, yes? Naturally, he must maintain a navy to do it, yes? And a navy, it is not a cheap toy. Americans must pay their share to maintain it as the others do, or
what?
Or we take their ships away from them.
You see, kind of tribute. You impress the American seamen into slavery, that it?
Really, Captain, you have a talent for selecting the ugliest words. Slavery? We simply allow them to work out their own ransom. As a favor to them.
Sounds like a profitable enterprise, Inspector, so long as it works.
We flatter ourselves it will all work out quite well, Captain. The Americans, being mad, are inclined to be stubborn. But they will learn. They will become accustomed to our order.
We are in the harbor lane, sir.
Ah, well, I'm sorry that our pleasant little trip is so near an end.
Yes. Tell me, Inspector, that is the Sultan's fleet anchored over there, isn't it?
Yes, that's the biggest part of it, yes. We like to keep the lower harbor clear for merchantmen like yourself. Ships that pay us their tribute.
Oh, yes, of course. Salvatore.
Right, sir.
3 points to leeward.
3 points to leeward it is, sir.
Captain, I think you are confused. The merchantmen don't dock over there. I just told
I'm
you.
in command on the ship, Inspector.
But you're sailing right into the midst of the fleet.
Your powers of observation improve, Inspector. Mr. James.
Yes, sir.
All hands to man the 2 lifeboats. Everything ready.
Yes, sir. Right away, Lieutenant.
Lieutenant, what sort of joke is this? Who are you?
Lieutenant Stephen Decatur of the United States Navy, Inspector, who proposes to blow your fleet out of the water. Right the wheel, Salvatore.
Yes, my lieutenant.
Very well, set the fuse. The order is to abandon ship.
But, Captain, what about me?
A seat in this lifeboat will cost you $50,000, Inspector.
But, Captain, what ghastly joke is this?
Cling to the oars.
No, wait, I'll pay.
All right, hold on, lad. All right, hold on. Come along, then, Inspector. Climb aboard.
I have just a few gold pieces in my purse, but I swear the rest will be paid later.
No, I'm not so much interested in your money, Inspector, as in giving you a taste of what it's like to pay tribute for your life. Now, all hands, lean to those oars and row for all you're worth. Yep. Oh.
Fuse won't last more than a minute, sir.
Any second now. Steady on, everybody. Watch out.
All our fleet in ruins. And it's my fault.
Tell the Inspector, if my cargo really had been cotton, would you ask for a bribe when we got ashore?
A fee for my services, perhaps, Captain, but not a bribe.
Fee for your services, I see. Well, now I'm going to ask you a fee for my services, since the situation's been reversed.
Anything within reason, Captain, if you'll get me safely ashore.
I wish to be taken directly to the Sultan.
Sultan himself? But I
Perhaps
could
the
not...
port authorities should care to know about the fees you charge for not inspecting cargoes, especially my cargo of cotton.
You can depend on me, Captain. I will arrange that you have an interview with the Basha.
His Royal Majesty the Basha, defender of Mohammed, Prince of Princes, protector of all who bow thrice toward Mecca.
Gentlemen, pray be seated. Bring chairs for the infidels.
We prefer to stand, sir.
You are the Americans, no? I say it was not nice of you to blow up my ships. I have scarcely any left. We shall have to take more of yours, I am afraid, to make up for the loss.
Your Highness, we were informed that your navy was so expensive to keep up, you therefore were forced to levy tribute from merchant ships. We thought to relieve you of your burden.
You are mad, young man. You are likewise insulting.
Oh, and yes, another thing. There's the trifling matter of $200,000 worth of indemnities and the immediate release of the Americans you hold prisoner.
Be very careful what you say to me and how you say it. You seem to forget you are completely in my power at this moment. Do you realize I could have you clapped into one of my dungeons for the rest of your natural life?
I rather think not, Your Highness. We have quite a few ships standing just outside the entrance to your harbor.
What?
Ships with guns, Your Highness. And unless we return to those ships within 3 hours, the American fleet will come into the harbor firing, and it will not stop firing until there's no more Tripoli.
Harsh treatment.
It should be done in any case to pay for the piracy, the kidnapping, the slavery into which you forced American prisoners.
Why do they send wild young men to treat for peace with old power?
$200,000, Your Highness.
$200,000 for indemnities. I have noticed before this peculiar moral attitude that Americans take in relation to tribute or to prison.
Freedom's not to be bought and paid for with money, Highness. Money is for restitution. There are many things for which Americans will pay dearly, but not 1 cent will we pay for tribute. Right there lies the difference between freedom and slavery.
I will take you into my confidence, Captain.
Just, Lieutenant.
You heighten my embarrassment. I realize I am beaten. But my subjects, frankly, they will think it rather odd if I let you go without some little token exchange of gifts. Just as a token, Lieutenant, a promise, shall we say, something concrete I can show them.
I repeat, Your Highness, not 1 cent for tribute and $200,000 from you as an indemnity.
Well, have the Grand Vizier sent in to me. $200,000.
And then I will ask you to sign a treaty, Highness. The United States of America demands assurance that you will pay permanent respect to her integrity, her free commerce, and her national honor. She'll tolerate no further insult to her flag.
Gentlemen, please. Pray your attention. President of the United States.
All right, gentlemen. We have drunk to our homecome hero. I should like to propose another toast. Our Navy, with such an auspicious dawn, what may we not hope will be its meridian splendor. And now, a toast from Captain Decatur himself.
Gentlemen, I'm deeply honored by your, dare I say, your tribute. Mr. President, may I assure you that I'm sensible of the great honor you do me at this banquet. We've toasted the Navy, you've been good enough to toast me. I submit there's one thing that's not been given her due. Our country, gentlemen. In her intercourse with foreign nations, may she always be in the right. But our country, right or wrong.
And now, the star of tonight's cavalcade, Dean Jacker.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to point out how you, the civilian, can help increase the tin stockpile. Save all the tin cans that you can lay your hands on. Preparing it for reclamation is simple. Just remove the top and the bottom of the can and step on the hollow cylinder and flatten it out. Then put it away in a dry place. Otherwise, it'll rust. Rusty tin can't be reclaimed. And hang on to that tin until the government asks you for it through your local salvage committees. The call might come in a month, or it might be a little longer, but please keep that tin. The need is urgent. Thank you.
Next week on Cavalcade, a new radio play about a man whose inventive genius helped save America when another European dictator threatened our liberty. That man was Eli Whitney. Our star will be Carl Swenson of the Cavalcade Players. Don't forget, next week, Carl Swenson as Eli Whitney in Man of Design. The orchestra and musical score tonight were under the direction of Don Voorhees. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Starring Carl Swenson, The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, presents the story of a great American inventor and mechanic, Eli Whitney, the Man of Design, an original radio play by Peter Lyon. There are those who, from their earliest boyhood to the day when they can move no more, work with one single-minded passion, driven by one overwhelming compulsion. Ignoring hardship, their minds intent on the goal they have created for themselves, denying themselves all the amenities, companionship, leisure, comfort, relaxation. Those single-minded men are few. What they lack in numbers, they make up in intensity. Such a man may be a soldier or a poet or a financier or a statesman. Or such a man may be a mechanic. Tonight, with Carl Swenson as the Man of Design, the Cavalcade of America pays tribute to Eli Whitney, whose inventive genius created an empire, whose inventive genius defended a dream. In New Haven, in the spring of 1796, Napoleon Bonaparte was still no more than a name. The Americans were 14 years at peace, and their minds were turned to the accomplishments of peace. Eli Whitney, as he stood being measured for a new coat and breeches in Townsend's tailor shop, had never even heard of Bonaparte. His mind was on the cotton gin he had invented, on how the idea had been stolen from him, on how he might gain financial redress.
Hold still, please, Eli.
Oh, I'm sorry.
How you expect a man to tailor a good coat when you're forever fidgeting and waving your arms about?
I was thinking of something else, Mr. Townsend. I'm sorry.
Your mind's down in Georgia, I'll warrant, eh? Yes, sir. My thoughts would be down there, too, if I were in your boots.
How do you mean?
Lift your arm, please.
All right.
How do I mean, Eli? Now, don't you go trying to fool me. I know about your cotton gin right enough. Millions it must be making for you. Millions.
Mr. Townsend, suppose I were to tell you that I haven't a penny in the world, that I owe my workmen 2 months' back wages, that I don't have enough to eat properly.
You're joking, Eli.
No, I'm not. My invention has been stolen from me by the planters, Mr. Townsend, and my only chance of getting money is in long and expensive legal proceedings.
Well, then why are you here being measured for expensive clothes?
Mr. Townsend, will these clothes be ready by Wednesday evening?
Might be. You're in a hurry for clothes you can't pay for.
Your tailoring is very important. If I'm to get my money, I must have these clothes by Wednesday.
Oh?
See, I go to Pierpont Edwards' house for dinner. I go to ask him for money. A loan. For capital till the courts step in to protect my patents.
Just slip the coat off, please.
Can't go asking a loan with patches on my breeches, can I?
Uh-huh. Then my clothes are important to your cause, are they?
A man works hard with his hands and his brain, and he creates something of great value, bringing great wealth. And then he must order clothes on credit, so that there'll be no patches on his breeches when he petitions for a paltry loan.
Never mind, Eli. I'm on your side. Your clothes will be ready on Wednesday, and don't worry about when you have to pay. And, Eli, just stop at the counter by the door on your way out and pick yourself out a handsome cravat. I'll throw that in for good measure. Don't forget, Pierpont Edwards' daughter Henrietta is growing up a fine-looking girl.
Who is it? Who is it?
Run and see, Chucklehead. You're not likely to find out without opening the door.
Why doesn't Caesar open the door? He's supposed to.
Don't disturb Caesar now. He has more important things to attend to. He's mulling me some rum. You open the door yourself.
Well. Oh, it's Mr. Whitney.
Good evening, Henrietta. Oh, do I deserve such a beautiful curtsy?
She's been practicing nothing else ever since she heard you were coming for dinner, Whitney.
Oh, Father.
An incorrigible hussy at the age of 15. She's a father's daughter, I'm afraid.
I count myself very fortunate that Miss Henrietta finds me worthy of her attention, Mr. Edwards.
Will you take me to your shop one day, Mr. Whitney? I should like to see the machine.
After your curtsy, I haven't the heart to refuse anything.
She wouldn't understand a minute of it, Whitney. I advise you not to let her trespass on your good time and your good nature.
I'm too occupied to have much choice, I'm afraid, sir.
You're fortunate. Come into my study, Whitney. There's just time for a little what Caesar's prepared before dinner. We can talk. Henrietta?
Yes, Father?
See that Mr. Whitney and I are not disturbed until dinner.
I'll wait till dinner for your invitation, Mr. Whitney.
You shall have it, Henrietta.
Well, Whitney, here, this is Barbados rum. You should like it.
Uh-huh. Oh, no, not too generously, sir. I'm an indifferent drinker.
Your health.
Yours, sir. I expect you know why I accepted your invitation tonight, Mr. Edwards.
I rather imagined it was to ask for money. You should wait until after I'm well fed, sir.
Well, tact and patience are not among my virtues.
Just as well. All right, we'll consider the loan. Frankly, Whitney, I don't know. Another rum?
Wonderful, thanks.
So unsettled. What do you think of this Frenchman, Bonaparte?
Bonaparte? I don't believe I've ever heard of him.
Well, you will soon enough. And how does all this trouble find us? No guns, no ships, no army, no navy, nothing. We shall need a standing army and guns.
Well, that all takes time.
Time, yes. Tell me, isn't your cotton business pretty much in a decline?
Oh, no, I wouldn't say that, sir. Especially not if I get a loan to tide me over until
it's too late, eh?
Too late for what?
Eli, we need guns right now.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Bonaparte. Napoleon Bonaparte. He's showing his hand. He means to conquer the world, sir.
But he's in Europe, Mr. Edwards. An ocean and more away. What can we fear from him?
An ocean away. And on that ocean, his privateers are at work to blockade England and attack anyone who tries to run his blockade.
Well, isn't the answer to mind our own business and stay at home?
You ask that. You who depend on the cotton trade with England. And even if we could, with every passing month, more French are landing in Louisiana. Colonists, they call themselves. Visitors. Tourists. And what I hear, precious few of them land without a gun in their hand. We need to be prepared. Can you make guns in large lots?
Well, that's heavy foundry work.
No. I mean shoulder arms, muskets.
Oh, muskets? Well, a good musket is a pretty complex machine, Mr. Edwards. Nobody has yet learned how to make one musket exactly like another. It's not something that you can turn out in large lots. You can't make them with interchangeable parts. You see, it's a question of whether or not they have a set geometrical pattern. Well, now, maybe I could explain it better if I could draw a diagram for you.
Never mind. If you want money of me, Whitney, you might think over very carefully the chances of manufacturing muskets by the thousands instead of one at a time. I'd be interested in a scheme like that.
Yes. Well, I'm afraid I'm committed to my cotton gin for the present, Mr. Edwards, and frankly, I can't seem to share your anxiety over this. What's his name?
Bonaparte. You hear his name often enough and soon enough so that you won't need to be reminded again.
And meantime, about the loan, won't you help me?
Not for any cotton scheme. No, sir.
Will you walk me home from church, Mr. Whitney?
Henrietta Edwards. Why, it would be a pleasure.
I was with my father, and I saw you here alone, so I thought...
Oh, that was very kind of you. And I haven't invited you to see my shop yet, have I? You truly wanted to see it?
Oh, yes. I hear Father speak of it so often, and of how clever you are at machines and of the work you might do there.
The work I might do there. Everyone's the same, anxious to divert me from my work and start me onto something new.
Maybe it's simply a question of your confusing perseverance with obstinacy, Mr. Whitney.
Just a moment. Your father has put you up to this, hmm?
Give me credit for some wisdom.
What do you know of this affair?
I only know that you once designed something very clever, a very good machine, and that therefore you should be able to design others. And that when your fortunes are lost on the first design, why then you should all the more bravely turn to designing a second.
Your sight is very clear for a child, Miss Henrietta.
And you are very blind, Mr. Whitney, to see me still as a child.
Well, but
I thank you for escorting me. I hope that when I'm invited to your shop, it will be busy with a new design, not dusty with the old. Good day, Mr. Whitney.
What's this, Eli? Project for 10,000 stand of arms.
Because you are my friend, Senator Goodrich, and because you're permitted to come here in the evening after the workmen have gone, is no reason for your prying into my personal papers.
Eli, you're really out of temper tonight. I'm Eliza Goodrich, your friend, remember?
Put that paper back.
Well.
Oh, I'm sorry, Eliza. I should control myself better. It's just that at times the thievery, the law, all the lawyers and the judges expecting bribes if they're to do anything. And all the time, cotton, new cotton, more slaves, millions and millions of dollars, while I sweat and starve here. And now, Pierpont Edward refusing the loan,
Eli, you're overworked. You're too much with your problems. You should practice relaxation more.
I had thought to ask you to take me to the tavern tonight and buy me drink after drink until I staggered home and thought no more about this whole thing. For at least a few hours, but I know how false a method that is.
Always worrying, always working too hard, living alone. Maybe you should marry, Eli.
There is a jest in bad taste.
Oh, no, I'm serious.
Serious?
Yes.
With what right? Under heaven, with what right? Of course I should like to marry. I should like comfort and relaxation and children about me. But sometimes I feel I'd settle for 3 meals a day and enough pay for my workmen. Get married.
Well, Eli, I'd like to come back to this paper about the 10,000 stand of arms.
Put it aside. It doesn't concern you.
It does concern me. Am I not sent to Washington by this state? Is it not my concern what the safety of my country is? Guns. They're what we need for our defense. If you can make 10,000 stand of muskets, then it is decidedly my business.
I am not a gun maker. I am in the business of making cotton gins and trying to gain my rights. Washington has done precious little about that.
Well, I wouldn't underestimate what those in the federal government think of you, Eli.
Huh?
They know how wrongly you've been done on your invention. They respect your skill. If it's money you want, they'd supply it to manufacture muskets.
The federal government?
Yes. Men like Thomas Jefferson.
Oh. No. No, it's no good. It would mean hours and hours of thought and making over my entire plant. I could have had other work. Turned down contracts for scythes and for plows. Because as soon as I'd taken them, something would have happened in Georgia. You see, that's the thought that torments me.
Eli, please listen to me for a moment.
For the sake of our national defense, write to Wolcott, the Secretary of the Treasury.
Everybody talks of this defense, muskets. All right. All right, Goodrich. If you want me to, I'll write.
You are listening to Carl Swenson as Eli Whitney in Man of Design, an original radio play on Cavalcade, sponsored by DuPont, makers of better things for better living through chemistry. As our play continues, Whitney has contracted with the government for an order of 10,000 muskets and has started to work in a new plant in Connecticut just outside New Haven. Down the street, one of his workmen is now entering the town tavern.
Well, Matthew, you're in early this afternoon. What'll it be?
Strong drink. Strong drink, that's what I need.
Oh, here's Matt. What's the trouble? Hey, drinking heavy for the afternoon, man.
Black rum. Strong enough?
That's what it takes. Another, please, Toby.
Hey, what's up, man?
Why the celebration?
Boys, I've just been over working at the new Whitney plant.
Yeah?
Yes, sir, and I walked out. Yes, sir, I walked out not 15 minutes ago. Too much for me. Well, here's confusion to royalty.
Well, now, hey, tell us, man, tell us.
What's the trouble? Get the sack?
Oh, not me, Tom, not me. I walked out my own legs. I know when I've had enough. I never saw a machine shop like that one in my life. I'm going out of my head. Toby?
Coming up, Matthew.
Worm gears, ratchets, the generating cycle of the epicycloid. A mechanic's got to know geometry just to hang his hat up in back of the door. Cams, pawls, the generating cycle of the epicycloid.
Well, what's Whitney doing?
Oh, search me. I think he's gone off his rocker. He thinks he's going to turn out muskets, each of them exactly like the others.
Mr. Whitney.
Yes, Roger.
About our wages, sir.
It's been near 3 months now, Mr. Whitney.
Yes, I know. I know.
This shop's like no other shop in the state I know of, Mr. Whitney. We
want to help all we can, but we feel the work has gone far enough so we should get our back wages. Or else
we quit.
Boys, all I can do is ask that you wait a bit longer, as I'm doing.
Sir, there's a man here to see you. He insists on seeing you right away.
With so much to be done, why must visitors always be brought...
is Eli Whitney.
I'm Eli Whitney.
Oh. I'm from Washington, from the War Department. I'm the government agent, come to inspect your muskets.
Yes, muskets? Muskets? Oh, well, yes. Maybe I could have one of the workmen show you one of the experimental models.
Mr. Whitney, may I remind you that the time for your contract has expired, sir. That you have been extended thousands of dollars of the government's money and completed nothing. I shall be forced to report that you've not lived up to your end of the contract.
Well, you see, I must apologize, Mr.
Gansford is my name.
Mr. Gansford. My time is so filled. I have so many problems.
Have you the guns as contracted?
Well, not the full 10,000, but very soon.
Mr. Whitney, I'm afraid I shall have to report that you failed to meet your contract.
But wait, Mr. Gansford.
That's enough for me, Mr. Whitney. I'm getting out of here.
I'm with you, Roger. Let's go.
Eli? Eli, are you there?
Who is it?
It's I, Henrietta Edwards. I saw a lantern burning.
Henrietta. Oh, you should never come out like this at night alone.
Do you still insist on thinking of me as a child?
No. No, you're not a child any longer. But, still...
I was more eager than ever to visit your shop. And I saw the lantern, and they told me you often worked late. You look tired, Eli.
Tired? Well, I guess I should. My men are leaving me. I can no longer get an extension of time or money on my contract.
I missed something.
What?
Something you had even when you had patches in your clothes. Do you mind my mentioning them?
No.
Then there was strength and determination in your voice, Eli. I don't hear that strength anymore. That's what I miss.
First, my cotton gin. And do you know what they're saying now? They're saying that I stole it. I stole it from some planter. And now this bad luck with a government contract. My men leaving me just when it seemed...
Yes?
Well, I thought I would surely succeed.
Should the government give you more time and money? Why?
Well, because with ever so little more time and some more money, I could complete the contract. My machines are all built.
I don't understand the mechanical problems, Eli.
Well,
but
it's
I
very
do...
simple. See, all I'm trying to do is to design machines that make guns with parts that are interchangeable. See, nobody's ever done that before. Nobody's ever dreamed of doing it. But now I'm sure that it can be done.
Then you should fight as you used to fight and not give up. You should go to Washington and show them yourself how your machines can work.
Henrietta, I must talk to you.
I think I know why, Eli. But this is not the time. Now you must stay at your job. You must go to Washington and fight and make them give you the time and money you need.
Yes. Yes, you're quite right. Go to Washington.
You still have your design to think of. You can talk later. And when you come back from Washington, Eli, I shall be waiting to listen to you.
I don't think we have the...
Gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Alex, will you just shut the door to the hall, please? Mr. Jefferson, I didn't expect to see you this afternoon.
Attracted by the same curiosity that brings you, I expect, Mr. President.
Well, we mustn't expect too much. It's about Eli Whitney, gentlemen. He's outside now. For those of you who don't already know, he has contracted to supply 10,000 stand of arms to the government.
And the contract time, of course, has expired.
How many guns has he delivered?
How many was it, General North?
500. He contracted for 10,000.
And yet Whitney has the gall to ask for more money and more time.
But were those 500 good pieces, General? I have a special interest in asking.
Yes, sir, they were, Mr. Jefferson. Like it's made by a watchmaker.
Well, I should think they might be after 18 months.
Well, I'm in favor of canceling the contract, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I suggest we ask Mr. Whitney to come in. I think we will all form a fairer conclusion by talking to him.
Have him come in, Senator Goodrich.
Certainly, sir.
Come in, Eli.
No.
Mr. President, I should like to introduce my friend, Mr. Whitney.
He needs little introduction. We've all been talking of no one else. I've not forgotten you, Mr. Whitney. You're from my state, Massachusetts, aren't you?
Westboro, Mr. President. General North, you I know, sir. Perhaps you wouldn't mind describing very briefly how guns are made.
Are made by a gunsmith. Pours the barrel on a lathe, screws it by grinding, a little here, a little there, carves the stock and fits the barrel to it. Then forges the lock plates. It's very delicate, skilled work. Files the lock parts, trying them all the time until they fit. Then assembles the parts of the lock plate, screws the plate into the stock, puts the musket on the shelf, and starts the next one.
Yes, and the muskets, because the parts are individually fitted by hand, are each different, one from another.
Of course. What are you looking for? They're bound to be different.
Well, sir, here are the parts of 10 of my guns. You understand armor's work, sir?
Young man, I was fixing muskets before you were born.
Would you assemble one from any of these parts, then, please?
You expect me to be able to assemble a musket from the parts of these 10 disassembled pieces here?
Yes, sir. And you'll need no file for truing, General.
Ah, blasted nonsense.
And never mind taking off your coat, sir. You won't need to use force.
Let's see here.
It's an exhibition of magic.
No, Mr. Jefferson. Simple mechanics. Every part is machine-made, not handmade. And the skill is in my machines. Each gun is exactly like each of the others.
Well, I've done it. But it's not possible. It's trickery, sleight of hand.
Quiet, gentlemen, quiet. This meeting is not to be conducted in an orderly fashion. You may go. Proceed, Mr. Whitney.
Well, there you are, gentlemen. You've seen it. And I have the machines to turn out 10,000 of these faster than guns have ever been made before. The skill is in my engines. And all I need is your cooperation, more money, and a very little more time.
You shall have all three, Mr. Whitney, because my name is John Adams.
Sit with me for a time before the fire, Whitney.
It'll be a pleasure, Mr. Jefferson.
This Bonaparte in Europe. It is well we have your muskets, Whitney. In other lands, They will be made badly for a time yet. But can you think what would happen if these muskets were to fall into the hands of a Napoleon?
Well, these muskets are for the defense of something very dear to our people. They'll not be used for anything else, I thank God, when you're president, sir.
Yes. There is a difference here in this country, where we alone in the world have achieved at least a measure of equality.
Yes. And from invention will come still greater equality.
With your invention, Eli Whitney, we shall protect that equality. The future of our country depends on it.
The future of our country depends on more than a musket, sir. It depends on our knowing, as Americans, why we're making that musket and why we're firing it. It depends on men and women with faith in the thing for which America was born.
In a moment, we'll hear again from our star, Carl Swenson. But first, let us consider how much we Americans in our mighty struggle owe to the genius of Eli Whitney. For Eli Whitney, great inventor that he was, created the first assembly line. He was the father of mass production in which our hopes of victory finally rest. Americans have every reason to be proud of American manufacturing achievements and of American research. For this research has been and is on a sound and thorough basis, yielding a constant flow of new developments. Today, our developments of the past stand us in good stead in this crisis. And just as surely will new developments in this time of need serve our future. Though they serve our war needs, they cannot fail to hit the distant and perpetual target of better living. To find the reason why the mass production begun by Eli Whitney is a peculiarly American development, we must turn back to the founding of the American patent system, under whose protection and guidance American invention has flourished. The first patent laws were enacted in 1790. And the first patent issued by the government bore the signatures of President George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, then Secretary of State. It was their encouragement and foresight which brought about the foundation of our patent system. In addressing Congress in 1790, President Washington said, "I cannot forbear intimating to you the expediency of giving effectual encouragement as well to the introduction of new and useful inventions from abroad as to the exertions of skill and genius in producing them at home." And today, as never before, the skill and genius of American industry is at work producing the tools needed for victory. Some bold idea hatched in the mind of an American may well write the final pages of the history of this war. No one yet has beaten the inventive American mind, and no one ever will. Remember, the telegraph was invented by an American artist. The airplane was invented by a couple of American bicycle repairmen. The electric motor was invented by a blacksmith. The roll film camera was invented by a bank clerk. In the long tradition of Eli Whitney and the American patent system, we may call out a few honored American names. There was Alexander Graham Bell with his telephone. There was Thomas Alva Edison. There was Hyatt with his original plastic. Goodyear with rubber vulcanization. From the laboratories of DuPont alone, and DuPont is only one company in the American chemical industry, have come such accomplishments as nylon, neoprene, developments in refrigerants, chemical agents to improve fuels and lubricating oils, new finishes, explosives, insecticides, dyes, and rubber chemicals, to name a few of many. So, thanks to the faith and foresight with which American industry encourages inventors and inventions, scientific minds today are helping in our war effort which will bring us into a peace well won, to which DuPont will again, as in the past, contribute better things for better living through chemistry. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the star of tonight's program, Carl Swenson of the Cavalcade Players.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to give you a message at the request of the United States government. A message of utmost importance to young men and to our country. The United States Coast Guard, one of the most vital branches of our armed services, needs more officers to command its expanded forces. Any United States citizen who is a college graduate between 20 and 30 years old with proper physical qualifications may apply. The place, any Coast Guard recruiting station. And if there is none where you live, write to the Commandant, United States Coast Guard, Washington, D.C. Today, the Coast Guard is under the jurisdiction of our Navy. It's a fighting service. No other service has a wider scope or a greater need for fighting men. Thank you.
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, Cavalcade will be happy to welcome to its playhouse once more the charming screen player, Madeline Carroll, who will be heard in a new play, This Our Exile, based on the classic story of Evangeline. Don't forget, next week, Madeline Carroll stars on Cavalcade in This Our Exile, an original play inspired by the poem Evangeline. Tonight's play was based on Roger Burlingame's book, The Whittling Boy. The orchestra and musical score were under the direction of Don Voorhees. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Starring Madeline Carroll in This Our Exile, an original radio play on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. The story of exile has been with us since the beginning of time. Yet it is as pertinent today as it was 2,000 years ago, when millions were driven from their homes by the conquering Romans. Throughout the world today, people are being torn from their loved ones, children from their mothers, wives from their husbands. The little town of Lidice, Czechoslovakia, reminds us of these ravages of total war. This classic story of exile was suggested by Nathaniel Hawthorne to Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, who wrote the immortal poem Evangeline. Our play tonight, written by Norman Roston, is inspired by that poem, in memory of that time and our own. DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents Madeline Carroll as Evangeline on the Cavalcade of America.
The following orders for your village. It is decreed that the village be evacuated by all its inhabitants by nightfall. The men of the village will meet in a body at the north field past the church. The women will meet at the house.
How long ago have I heard those words? Or have I really heard them? Or are they words I remember from a history I never lived? Is it true that such things have happened? Yes, they have all happened. The years have gone by. Everything is real. My long journey has at last come to an end, and I can rest. There is time now to rest. I have just come from the room where Gabriel sleeps, my beloved. My lips are still warm with the warmth of his lips. And I, Evangeline, can tell the story now. What else is left but the telling?
This is the forest primeval. The murmuring pines and the hemlocks bearded with moss, and in garments green indistinct in the twilight, stand like druids of old, with voices sad and prophetic.
Are you sleeping? Are you sleeping?
Tend to the bellows, lad, and enough of your singing.
Oh, no better time, Father, than before a man's wedding.
You're singing before and bewailing after.
No, not with Evangeline.
Oh, steady, boy, steady. You may be married tomorrow, but today you're shoeing horses. Well, the shoe's ready now. Out of the forge. There. Hold it firm now.
All right. Listen.
Huh?
The village bell. Those warships in the harbor.
Oh, now, son, they've stopped only to take on provisions.
I don't like the looks of it. They're riding at anchor for 2 days. That's time enough to load. Now, if you ask me,
Gabriel, may I speak with you for a moment?
it's Evangeline, Father. Excuse me.
We've got this shoeing to finish, remember?
Will you just tell the horse I won't be but a moment?
Gabriel.
Evangeline, I'd kiss you if my hands were cleaner.
Lips do the kissing and not hands.
Oh, how beautiful you are.
I have come to remind you, sir, to be prompt tonight at the house. For the priest will be there, and the notary with papers to sign.
I shall sign away my soul.
And I, too.
Shall you ever want it back?
Never.
Oh, today is the longest day of my life.
The hours are jealous of us, darling. They take so long in passing.
Send the girl off. The horse won't stand forever.
Goodbye, my sweet. Until tonight.
Safer are we unarmed in the midst of our flocks and our cornfields. Safer within these peaceful dikes besieged by the ocean than were our fathers in forts besieged by the enemy's cannon. Fear no evil, my friend, and tonight may no shadow of sorrow fall on this house and heart, for this is the night of the contract.
And now, Gabriel, you will sign here, beneath Evangeline's name.
Oh, that looks easy enough.
Well, try to unsign it, my lad, next week and see how easy it is.
Do you recall, Basil, when our children were but learning to walk, how we pledged them to one another?
Oh, yes. I was there, too, Benedict. All the village remembers it.
And weren't we consulted, Father?
Yes. I asked you in front of Gabriel. I said, Evangeline, wilt thou take Gabriel 15 years hence?
And what did she reply to that?
She said not a word and struck you on the head with a spoon.
Oh, listen. The village bells again.
Why do they ring, Gabriel?
What brings you here, Clement? And you, Hal?
We came to find Basil, the blacksmith.
We want the man who can make weapons.
Weapons? What's happened?
The warships in the harbor.
They've turned their guns toward the town.
The town? What are you saying?
Some of them came ashore and posted handbills. We're to hear an edict tomorrow.
If they've come for trouble, they shall find it.
Aye, we've got some men folk left.
And plenty of pitchforks. Wait, let us be calm. We've lived here in peace for generations. And there's nothing to harm us if we remain peaceful.
We'd best see how some of the others feel about that. Ready, Harold?
Aye.
Hold on. I'll be with you.
We shall all go. 'Tis a matter for all of us. Now, in my judgment...
Gabriel, don't go.
I must. Things may happen tomorrow.
Tomorrow is our day. It belongs to us alone.
What if they say otherwise?
Nothing will happen, darling. Nothing must happen.
Oh, let me hold you close.
Gabriel, who would be evil enough to steal it away from us? This one day in a century of days. At this very moment, morning is in preparation, gathering all its brightness for us. And we have nothing to fear, Gabriel. Nothing to fear.
Yet were her thoughts of him, and at times a feeling of sadness passed o'er her soul. And as she gazed from the window, she saw serenely the moon pass forth from the folds of a cloud, and one star followed her footsteps, as out of Abraham's tent young Ishmael wandered with Hagar.
Evangeline,
Yes, Father.
it is almost time.
I can see them from my window. The villagers there on the green and children dancing.
I will walk to your left so that I might be nearer to your heart a while longer.
You shall always be near my heart.
Are you happy, child?
Yes, I'm happy. So happy I'm afraid it is a dream and a loud noise might awaken me. Come, Father. They are waiting.
Evangeline.
Gabriel.
Well, I've never seen you more lovely.
Everyone's staring.
May I kiss you?
You may.
Evangeline, will you lead the dance for us?
You and Gabriel both.
Here on the green. Yes, and I'll fiddle a pretty tune for us.
Will you all join in?
What's that? Soldiers. Soldiers coming up the hill. What do they want? They've come to read the edict. Get the children away.
Emily, Alfred, quickly.
Friends, be calm. Let us not be moved to panic, else we will bring only bloodshed. Be quiet and of strong heart.
Halt! At ease. Men and women of this village, it is hereby decreed that your village be evacuated of all its inhabitants by nightfall, for military reasons. That is the order. Those who do not obey or in any manner obstruct will be shot. That is all. Any questions?
Where shall we go? Will you drive women and children out into the night? Do you think we're cattle?
You, drag him here. Tie him to that team.
Gabriel, leave him alone. You won't take him.
Hold that girl.
Let him go, do you hear? Let him go.
Silence! I'll give him 3 lashes as a warning. Any more questions?
Father, come away from the window, please.
Half the village is burning. They put our village to the torch. The crops, the barns, the horses, everything.
Come away, it is dangerous.
What is to become of us? It all happened so suddenly. I feel so old. Where can I turn?
Who is it? Gabriel. Oh, my dearest, have they hurt you?
They shall pay for it. We'll make them pay.
Oh, how evil it is to be an old man. If I were young, I would fight with my hands, with stones.
Where are you going, Father?
To the barn, to free the horses. I must hide my plow, my new plow. It's all happened so suddenly.
My Evangeline. Today was meant to be for us.
There's still a chance to escape. Perhaps we can try.
They whipped me. With my hands tied, and they smiled. We'll take care of their smiling faces.
What are you going to do?
Some of the men are slipping off to the hills to fight back.
Gabriel, no. You'll be hunted like an animal. You'll be caught.
Better to be hunted like an animal than chained like one.
There must be another way. There must be. Oh, Gabriel, I fear I shall never see you again. Take me with you.
There they are. Try to live near the river. I'll search when the time comes, and I'll find you. I may starve and bleed, but I'll find you, Evangeline.
Gabriel.
Goodbye.
Gabriel. Teach me patience, dear God, for I do not wish to live. Teach me to know time differently, so that it goes swiftly and does not cause pain. And if he should die, let me enter your kingdom with him.
You are listening to Madeline Carroll as Evangeline in an original radio play, This Our Exile, on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont.
Many a weary year had passed since the burning. Friendless, homeless, hopeless, they wandered from city to city. From the bleak shores of the sea to the lands where the Father of waters seizes the hills in his hands and drags them down to the ocean. Friends they sought, and homes, and many, despairing, heartbroken, asked of the earth but a grave.
Try and rest. It is nearly evening, and soon you will sleep.
I am going to die.
No, Father.
Don't be frightened, child. I am too old a tree to take root in a new place. Anna, are you here?
Yes, Benedict.
Everything was burned. The crops, the barns, the horses. Evangeline, give me your hand.
Rest, Father. Here. Let me fix your pillow.
Tell Gabriel one day to return to the village and plow again. I have hidden a plow in the well. Let him look there. Find Gabriel. Tell him.
Father. Evangeline, don't grieve. He will be happier now. Yes. Anna, we shall bury him. Then we shall secure a boat and a guide. And the three of us shall journey back upstream. Upstream? But that is dangerous. I must find Gabriel. I know that somewhere, perhaps this very moment, he is waiting for me in the hills near our village. I need him now more than ever.
Gabriel it was who, weary with waiting, unhappy and restless, sought in the western wilds oblivion of self and of sorrow.
And so, Father, you'll tell the men that I'm leaving the hills. I go to find Evangeline.
There are not too many of us left. We shall need every man.
But have I not fought well? Have I not lost blood in these hills? Well, answer.
So have we all fought and bled.
Yes. While we fight here, the enemy burns and loots in the south. Evangeline's in danger there.
Where are people not in danger?
It's only Evangeline I think of now. If she is harmed, I'll kill until I die. Day and night I'll kill.
But where, my son? Where do you go?
Down the river. I instructed her when she left. She's somewhere in a village to the south. I leave tonight downstream. And I must not fail.
Day after day they glided along the turbulent river. Night after night by their blazing fires and camped on its borders. But Evangeline's heart was sustained by a vision that faintly floated before her eyes and beckoned her on through the moonlight. Through those shadowy aisles had Gabriel wandered before her, and every stroke of the oar now brought him nearer and nearer.
Have you heard of such a man?
No, we have not heard of the blacksmith Gabriel.
Name is not known here.
No, I'm sorry.
He is a blacksmith.
Gabriel, blacksmith? No.
Multitudinous echoes awoke and died in the distance, over the watery floor and beneath the reverberant branches. But not a voice replied. No answer came from the darkness. And when the echoes had ceased, like a sense of pain was the silence.
it is a bad night with fog. We will stop here.
How far have we traveled?
About 20 miles.
We will set up a stove with stones. Anna, wait. Did you hear anything? Out there on the river.
Oh, it is a fisherman, perhaps, no more.
Can you hear? There's someone calling out there. Anna, I feel he is close. Somewhere on the river nearby.
No, Evangeline, it is nothing. You were tired at the end of the day. We'll rest. You need rest.
The name is Gabriel.
Gabriel, a blacksmith. We have a new blacksmith in our village named Basil.
Basil? Quickly, where does he live?
You're in front of his house now. His shop is below.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Yes, who is it? Evangeline.
Basil, where is he? Tell me.
He's gone.
Gone.
A fortnight ago in search of you. But we'll go after him, child. He's gone downstream.
Downstream?
Yes.
Then it was his voice I heard. Gabriel's voice, so close. After all the numberless hours, to pass each other in the darkness.
Not that day nor the next found they trace of his course in lake or forest or river. So came the autumn and passed, and the winter, yet Gabriel came not.
Evangeline, child, you can't go on this way. It's 3 years now.
Only 3? Has all my loneliness been such a short time? No, I am older, and my heart is in mourning.
Evangeline, the young lad who comes to visit you from the village.
Yes?
He wishes to marry you. He told me so.
You must tell him that I am betrothed to Gabriel. My room is prepared. I will sit here until my hair turns white.
Evangeline.
I will watch the trees take on leaf and lose their leaves over and over each year until he returns.
Child, you cannot waste your life. You cannot.
Evangeline, there is news. We have heard from him in a village near the border, in a hospital.
Hospital?
Do you hear what I say, Evangeline?
Yes, Anna. I hear. And I am ready. Gabriel.
Who is it?
My darling.
Who is in the room?
Gabriel, it is I. Your Evangeline.
Evangeline is gone. She's vanished from the earth.
No, no. Turn your head. Here. Put your hand on my face.
You. Yes. No, I dare not believe it. If I could see you now. To see you.
Hold me. Kiss me. Again. Again.
I tried to find you. I tried.
And I, too.
I should never have left you. Never.
Gabriel, what has happened to our world? Our life? We wanted so little. We asked only for the little things. For a house and food and love. We asked only to live on this earth.
Murder came to it. And tyranny. I've loved you every moment. Asleep and awake. All these years. I fought only for you. And now...
Gabriel. Gabriel, talk to me. Gabriel. Sleep then. Sleep here in my arms. From darkness you go into darkness. And so my journey ends in this room far from war. The world shall one day need your blacksmith shop, Gabriel, and Benedict's plow, and the peace of cities. After hate is swept from the earth forever, and its killers destroyed once and for all time and forever. Then it will be quiet again, safe for lovers and the brave generations to come.
Thank you, Madeline Carroll. Ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment we will hear from Miss Carroll again. Meanwhile, we have a story about the way chemistry is freeing ships for the transportation of war material. In 1921, government officials listed 42 strategic materials vital to war which had to be imported, either wholly or partially. Thanks in part to chemistry, metallurgy, and their related sciences, only 15 are on the list now. What this means to us in our battle against the dark powers of the Axis might well spell the difference between defeat and victory. To single out one benefit that means everything to us at this time, it means a tremendous saving in ships. For instance, a bridge of ships spanning the Atlantic, spaced only a trifle over 1 mile apart, would be needed to bring to America in one trip just 5 of the many vital war products the chemical industry has developed since 1917. The 5 new products are nitrates for explosives and fertilizers, chemical rubber, dye-stuffs for uniforms, for military equipment and your clothing, fibers such as nylon and rayon, and last, camphor, used medicinally and in the manufacture of many chemical products essential to the war. We used to import all of our nitrates. While we still import some, much of the nitrogen so essential to war and agriculture is taken from the air by chemical methods. Chemical rubber is coming along. 20 years ago, we imported nearly all of our dyes. Today, we make nearly all of them. Nylon is demonstrating its superiority. And camphor, which the Japanese also used to control, we manufacture chemically today from pine trees. Take only those 5 products. To bring them to America from abroad in the quantities we're using this year, or the quantities we used to import, would call for nearly 2,700 cargo vessels. And the distance from New York to an Irish port is roughly 2,800 miles. So if you space ships a little more than a mile apart between the United States and Europe across the entire Atlantic, that's the number of cargo vessels chemistry has set free for other vital war uses. And vital as those ships are to the war effort, they're only the beginning of the story. For even if we had 2,700 ships to spare, today, with the single exception of nitrates from Chile, we couldn't get those raw materials to fill them, because those foreign sources of raw material are no longer available to us. Modern industrial chemistry, however, gives America a kind of preparedness that is almost infinitely productive and adaptable, infinitely broad in scope, providing in war weapons for victory, and in peace better things for better living through chemistry. And now, the star of tonight's cavalcade, Miss Madeline Carroll.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It has been many years since Henry Wadsworth Longfellow wrote the poem Evangeline, which served as the inspiration for tonight's cavalcade. Yet it is a sad and bitter irony that it could be written about today. For today, as in no other time in history, more people are homeless and in exile than ever before. If in our play tonight you found more than a story, if it reminded you that our way of life is worth the many sacrifices we are all being called upon to make, then all of us here will bow with more than a player's gratitude. Thank you.
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, Cavalcade will again present Madeline Carroll. The play written especially for her is called I, Mary Washington, a story of a great mother, the mother of our first president. Don't forget, next week on Cavalcade, Madeline Carroll in I, Mary Washington. The orchestra and original score tonight were under the direction of Don Voorhees. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont.
This program came to you from New York.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Starring Madeline Carroll in I, Mary Washington, an original radio play on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company.
I, Mary Washington, of Fredericksburg in the county of Spotsylvania, being in good health, but calling to mind the uncertainty of this life, and willing to dispose of what remains.
Portrait of a lady in mob cap, homespun jacket, heavy full skirt designed for the carrying of children with dignity, for warmth against the inhospitable winds hurled from the wilderness, when November sucks the chimney and the thieving cold hacks at the crude colonial carpentry of the big house, of a plantation in Virginia, in a new land in the 18th century. She sits here now in a white frame house in Fredericksburg, full of years and serene in the knowledge that her mission in life has been fulfilled beyond the wildest dreams of her youth. She is writing in a firm, unhesitant hand her last will and testament. She bequeaths
to my son, General George Washington, my best bedstead, and Virginia cloth curtains, the same that stands in my best room, my quilted blue and white quilt, and my best dressing glass.
Tonight on Cavalcade, we bring you a portrait of a great lady, Mary Washington. Our play, written by Robert Tallman, tells a narrative of that lady and her challenging era. DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, is proud to present Madeline Carroll in the role of Mary, the mother of George Washington. I, Mary Washington, starring Madeline Carroll on the Cavalcade of America.
Our portrait has many faces. They change as the face of the land changes. The land is a virgin, a bride, a matron, mother of nations. Yet always it is the same land. In Westmoreland, in Virginia, early 18th century colonial landscape, it is the portrait of a young woman, a bride. A classical head framed in the wide green leaves of an Indian herb, tobacco. In the background, a little new farmhouse in a clearing in the wilderness.
Well, Mary, do you like it? It's a well-built little house, if I do say so.
It's the place where we'll live, where our children will be born, Augustine.
The soil is good, and there'll be many more acres when we've cleared away the timber.
I have in mind the room up there, Augustine, with the windows and the wide gable. That will be our son's room.
You're so certain it'll be a boy.
If it's God's will, Augustine. And I'll call him, if it be in accordance with your wishes, my husband, I'll call him George.
George?
For the king. George the Second, by the grace of God. For how but by the grace of God have men come to this place? And how but by the grace of God shall we endure?
Mary.
Augustine.
I came as quickly as my horse would carry me. When Toby came with the message,
I know. But our son. Look at our son, Augustine.
A son. It is a son.
Cousin Ella thinks he most mightily resembles his father.
Aye, the spitting image of his father, I said.
'Tis not my nose.
But hark, 'tis thy voice, Augustine.
Aye, 'tis noisy enough. Do you know your father, George Washington? Do you know your own name, Georgie? Do you? Look here.
You frighten him most terribly, Augustine.
Oh, my.
Hush, hush, hush. There. Go and have your victuals. They've been waiting these 3 hours.
3 hours? What's 3 hours? We've been waiting for this little fellow all our lives.
The land, too, is a mother. The portrait changes. The heavy stones are hauled from the furrow. The angular ridges come round and smooth under the plowshare. The grain ripens apart from it, head in the wind. It whispers the words it learned in the waiting soil. It speaks lovingly back to the mother.
Go ahead, son.
Then Mordecai commanded to answer Esther, think not with thyself that thou shalt escape in the king's house. For who knoweth whether God hath not given thee this reputation and esteem for such a time as this?
Remember those words, George. Remember them well.
But, Mother, did you not say that the book of Esther was only a tale and not the inspired part of the scriptures?
I had not remembered those words. Reputation and esteem may one day come to you, George. But never forget that the Lord has given this to you for a purpose.
What purpose, Mother?
I don't know, my son. But when the time comes, if you follow the dictates of your conscience, there will be no doubting that purpose. Remember what I tell you, George.
Yes, Mother. I'll remember.
You're a good boy, George. Now, it is past your bedtime, so bid me good night.
Yes, ma'am. Good night, Mother.
God bless you, child.
Cousin Mary.
Ella, come in and sit with me for a moment.
Thank you. I thought I heard thunder.
Yes, you did. Oh, I hope Augustine decided to spend the night at the Mount Vernon farm. He catches cold so easily.
You take your life here so calmly, Cousin Mary. I envy you. I think I'll never get used to these sudden, violent storms that come up out of nowhere.
Tomorrow will be clear and bright because of this storm.
Oh, Mary, I'm frightened.
Only a thunderstorm.
I can't help it. I'm afraid. The sky was yellow before it got dark. Oh, Mary, look out the window. The tree, the big oak tree. The lightning split it clean in two.
Ella, calm yourself. It is a very bad storm. Go and fetch the children out of bed.
But, Mary, where are you going?
To see that the barn doors are tightly bolted.
Mary, you mustn't go out there. Mary!
Go and fetch the children, as I told you. I'll be back in a moment.
The children. Yes. George!
Yes, I'm coming. What is it, then, Ella?
Go out to the barn, dear. Try to bring your mother back to the house. I'll bring the children downstairs where it's safer.
Yes.
Oh! The house! It struck the house!
Smoke. There's smoke coming from the attic.
Fire! Whatever shall we do?
Fetch the children, Ella. I'm going to Mother.
Hurry, George. Hurry back. Mother!
Yes, George, here I am.
Mother, the house is
Yes, I know.
Come along.
I saw the flames.
Come along, hurry.
Oh, children, hush up. Find shelter and wait for me. I have something to do here before the fire gets too bad.
What are you going to do, Mommy?
Never you mind. Just go along with your big brother George like a good little girl.
But, Mary,
I must save at least the book, Ella. I don't want George to lose touch with his book.
Listening to Madeline Carroll as Mary, the mother of George Washington, in an original radio play on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company.
Portrait of a lady. Portrait with many faces. changing as the face of the land changes. Always after a bad storm, the land wears a few scars. But the morning brings peace. The land smiles a welcome to a man riding home to it in the morning.
Mary! George, what are you doing way down here?
The big house. It's bright, Augustine. The lights are...
What? What's over, Mary?
Sorry, Mother. I tried. You let me go. He was most brave.
Well, it's all over. Done with.
Oh, Augustine.
Ah, don't worry. Don't worry. We'll build a new home at Mount Vernon. How will you like that, Mary?
Mount Vernon?
Yes.
It's so far away, Augustine. This is our home here.
Oh, you'll like it even better at Mount Vernon.
But, Augustine...
I've borrowed to the limit on this place. The Crown is doing its best to bankrupt us tobacco planters. But there's always hope in a country as big as this. But enough of this talk. I'm hungry, soaked to the skin. Did you save me a suit of clothes, Mary?
Oh, of course I did. How stupid of me not to have noticed. You were out in that storm, weren't you?
Yeah, I rode hard. That keeps a man warm, you know.
You must get dried off quickly. I'll never forgive myself if you catch a cold. Hurry, my dear. We must move quickly. There's so much to be done.
Sometimes the land wears an anxious look. The sky is green in the west at nightfall, and there will be frost before morning. Sometimes it happens suddenly, without warning, when the fruit is not yet ripe in the orchard. This is a new face of our portrait, full of anxiety, waiting for a door to open in the frosty air of early morning.
Well, Mistress Washington?
How is he, Doctor?
You are a strong woman, Mistress Washington. I'll tell you the way a woman like yourself wants to be told. Your husband is no more.
Dead. Augustine is dead. I can hardly believe it. Mother. Mother. Our hopes together. Our dreams of the new house.
What can I do, Mother? How can I help?
In many ways, George. You're the man of the house now. It's a heavy responsibility to put on a mere lad.
I'll do the best I know how, Mother.
I know you will, George. I know you will. But you must study your books diligently. You will need every bit of knowledge you can garner for the days that lie ahead.
The land grows older, a dependable and fruitful matron. Soon it will be a mother of nations. A tall, sturdy oak towers above the landscape, proud and protected. This is an older face of our portrait, a stately lady, mistress of Mount Vernon, mother of a colonel in the King's army. She watches through the window as he tethers his horse in the drive. Her face lights up as she opens the door, waits for his greeting.
I live only for your visits, George.
You are most gracious, madam.
George, you address me so formally. Have you forgotten? I am still your mother.
Forgive me, Mother. It is the furthest thing from my intention to cause you any pain. But we must realize we all change as we grow older.
George, what is it? What is it that you are finding so very hard to tell me?
Mother, it was once my most fervent resolve in life that you would spend your declining years in peace and security here at Mount Vernon. As your son, it is still my most fervent wish. But as a man who has made the most important decision of a lifetime, I have come here not even to ask, but to order you to leave Mount Vernon. And I cannot even promise you that you will ever again be able to return here.
Then you have accepted the offer of the Continental Congress.
I leave for Massachusetts today to take command of whatever armies they've been able to raise for me. Mount Vernon is no longer my home or yours. It's a mark on a map standing directly in the line of communications between North and South.
George, I've lost my home before. That's not the thing that worries me. It's just that I want to be sure that in this cause of passion you have not been hasty, but have allowed reason to govern.
Believe me, I have thought long and long before I made this decision.
You know that you will lead woodsmen, farmers, men who have never been soldiers before.
Yes. Yes, all this I have considered.
And even this I would approve if it sits well in your conscience, George. But when I think that I might never see you again, George, you're all I have now.
Mother, you remember when we used to read the scripture together in the long evenings at the little house in Westmoreland County? You remember the verse, "What do we, weeping and breaking my heart? For I am ready not to be bound only, but to die at Jerusalem."
Yes. And when he would not be persuaded, we ceased, saying, "The will of the Lord be done." Very well then, my son. The will of the Lord be done.
Portrait of a lady, an old lady, uprooted from her native soil, waiting in a house in Fredericksburg for news. In wartime, waiting for news. The year of defeat, then the terrible waiting, the winter of Valley Forge. Then to open the door and see him standing there, grave and hollow-eyed, like a cold hand laid on the heart. The sun had become a gaunt, gray stranger.
I have come to pay my respect to you, madam.
George, come in quickly. Here, sit by the fire. You're cold, aren't you?
Aye, madam, I am cold. But not so much from the winter wind as from bitter realization that lies in my heart like a stone.
How strange to have you here with me just now. I was reading your letter, written a month ago from Valley Forge, and just arrived.
I hardly remember writing it.
Many men having more than one shirt, many only a mockery of one or none at all, because they are barefoot and otherwise naked. Should we have a respectable force to commence an early campaign?
Stop it!
Son.
Forgive me, madam. These matters are much with me of late. I have come here chiefly to tell you that I have brought you and all our countrymen to grief. You'll not see me again.
What are you about to do, George?
Send my resignation to the Congress, together with my recommendation that they accept the peace General Howe has offered.
You are convinced that this is for the best, my son?
Madam, there are no words to describe the condition of the men that I have left at Valley Forge.
Why have they stayed there all the winter long?
God alone knows the answer to that. Because I had been fool enough to try to hold up their hopes, welcome the deserters back again with promises I only half believed in myself.
Deserters? Coming back again? That doesn't sound like any deserters I ever heard of, George.
This war isn't like any war anyone ever heard of. Victories without spoils, defeats without capitulations, armies without uniforms. We made the mistake of asking men to fight for an idea instead of tangible returns.
George, the day has long passed when I might advise you. But a mother who cannot offer a word of comfort to her son, even the son who has become a stranger to her. Well, George?
Go on. Say what you have to say.
I hardly know where to begin. I am an antique. I who always thought of my life as the beginning of a new thing. And yet I think I understand this new kind of war you speak of. Understand it better than they. I've told you about the place at Westmoreland before you were born. All your father and I had to start with was a dream. Our victories were without spoils, too. All the acres he tore out of the wilderness, all the wealth they meant to the mother country was rewarded with nothing but debts and mortgages on our very lives. But our defeat, when the new king reapportioned the land, they remained ours, because we were the only ones who dared to hold them against the wilderness. Yes, our defeats went by as if they had never happened. And so will the defeats of this army you have held together against all possible odds. Because when a thing really belongs to a man, because of the love he cherishes in his heart for it, not even death itself can take it away from him.
Madam, your words affect me strangely. Liberty, we've been saying. Liberty will be ours when and if we possess it. It has been ours from the beginning. If liberty wear rags, if she stand barefoot, bleeding in the snow, if 1,000,000 men die in her arms, so long as one man lives to see her standing her ground, well, there she is, isn't she?
I have enjoyed this visit, George. I regret that you must go back again so very soon.
Yes. Yes, I must go back.
God go with you, my son. And when the war is over...
Yes, when it's over... Well, we shall always be the same, shan't we, Mother?
Thank you, George. I know you'll never really change. You were always a good boy.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, our star of the evening, Miss Madeline Carroll.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As an Englishwoman transplanted in American soil, my emotions toward the great lady whose role I took in tonight's play are perhaps keener than those of native-born Americans. For it was she, and women like her, who kept intact the enduring bond between us. A bond which today is the last great hope of the civilized world.
Next week on the Cavalcade of America, ladies and gentlemen, our star will be the distinguished actor Edward Arnold in an original radio play, Man of Action, a story of our 26th president, Theodore Roosevelt. Be sure to join us again next week when Edward Arnold portrays Theodore Roosevelt in Man of Action. The orchestra and original score on tonight's Cavalcade were under the direction of Don Bury. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Giant in the Meadow, starring Ralph Bellamy on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company. Our play on Cavalcade tonight tells the story of the first of all microbe hunters. Like many pioneers, Theobald Smith is not so well remembered as the later titans whose work he made possible. But men of science the world over do homage to his name. For he carried the rigid discipline of laboratory work out of doors and trapped his adversary in its breeding place, the fertile meadows of America, and there established a great new medical principle, a principle that was to make possible the eventual wiping out of yellow fever, malaria, and a score more of mankind's most ancient and mysterious enemies. DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents Ralph Bellamy as Theobald Smith, the Giant in the Meadow, on the Cavalcade of America.
New York, the year 1884. On the deck of a bright new transatlantic steamship, a solemn young man in student's blazer and white bicycle-cuffed trousers stands beside a slender, wasp-waisted young lady and a glass of Victorian fashion. They have come off to see off a group of friends on the long, hazardous ocean voyage to Europe.
All ashore that's going ashore! All ashore!
Well, fellas, I guess this is goodbye for the last time.
And don't forget, boys, the first dinner engagement when you get back is with us in our new home.
Right.
All right. Reckon I wouldn't mind too much staying at home, Ted, with a girl like Lillian engaged to be married.
Maybe she'll find out before it's too late she picked the wrong fellow.
Oh, Ted.
Anyway, I'm glad you fellas got your chance. Maybe when you come back, you'll teach me some of the things I've missed.
Sure. Why do medical students go to Europe to study anyway? Only so we can say we studied in Europe under the masters.
That's not true, Coburn. You know it's not. Think of the great men you'll study under. Koch, Pasteur, the giants of the age. They'll come back great doctors, every one of you.
Well, I think we better go now if we don't want to be stowaways. Goodbye and good luck, all of you.
Goodbye, Lillian.
Goodbye. Bye, John, Arthur, Hank. Goodbye, fellas. Well, Lillian, there they go. And here I am.
Here we are, Ted, and I'm glad.
Funny tricks a man's luck plays on him. I get the chance I've dreamed of all my life, a scholarship to study under the great men of medicine in Europe, and a few $100s for steamship fare stands between me and what I might have been.
Oh, But think, Ted, what you can do right here. While your classmates are over there peering through microscopes, why, you will be getting experience where it counts the most and saving human lives at the same time.
Lillian, I'm not going to be a doctor.
Ted, you don't mean that.
Yes, I do. I learned one lesson in medical school right here at home. Treating individual cases of illness is all very well, but learning what causes diseases, preventing epidemics before they happen, that's the big thing in medicine. But you need special training for that.
But we have to make a living, Ted.
Look, Lily, I'm not asking you to go through with the marriage unless you really want to. I know of a government job where a man can have the use of a laboratory. It doesn't pay much, but it's enough to live on.
You're sure that's what you want to do?
Don't you see, I have to.
Oh, then you must, of course, Ted. I don't mind. I don't mind so long as we can be together.
You may never be a fashionable doctor's wife or any of the rest of it.
But I don't want to be a fashionable doctor's wife, Ted. I only want to be your wife.
Lillian, my darling, you don't know what it means to me to hear you say that. But I've got to tell you the truth. There's only one chance in a million I'll ever find what I'm looking for.
You'll find it, Ted. I know you will. Anyway, I'll take that chance in a million with you.
Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Salmon is here, and a Dr. Smith.
Mr. Salmon, come in.
Thank you.
I don't believe I've met you, Dr. Smith.
Dr. Smith is my new assistant in the Bureau of Animal Industry, Mr. Commissioner.
Oh.
A laboratory worker and a student of theoretical medicine.
Well, I don't know precisely what theoretical medicine has to do with the problem at hand, but I'm glad to have you with us, Dr. Smith.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Salmon, in a moment we shall go out here through that door and face a committee of very angry gentlemen. These gentlemen represent the meatpacking industry and the cattlemen of the nation. They want to know what we of the government are doing to solve the problem of Texas cattle fever.
Oh, I've been doing some research in that field, Mr. Commissioner.
Yes, well, that's fine. But I'm afraid research won't impress these gentlemen. They want action. You'll have to promise them something concrete.
But what can we promise them, Mr. Commissioner?
That we will find the cause of Texas fever and the method for curing it. I have asked 3 medical consultants to sit in at the meeting. I believe they will present a constructive plan.
But, Mr. Commissioner, how can they even pretend to have a plan? Nobody knows the cause of Texas fever.
But, Dr. Smith, these men say they do. Shall we go in? Now, follow me, if you will, please. Well, Mr. Chairman, I believe we're all here. Shall we proceed?
Just a moment, Mr. Chairman. Before we begin, I'd like to ask the Commissioner a straight question.
I will answer it to the best of my ability, sir.
The question is this, Mr. Commissioner. Is the government going on the assumption that someone is going to discover a cure for Texas fever? Or is it making practical plans for what we'll have to do if no cure is found? Do you realize America's cattle industry may be wiped out in the next few years? That we may have to import all our beef?
But that is unthinkable, sir. Why, this is the greatest cattle country in the world. I assure you this crisis is temporary. Great strides have been made. Dr. Billings has conclusive evidence of the cause of Texas fever. Dr. Billings, will you give us a resume of your work?
Yes, of course. Well, gentlemen, I will state my findings as briefly as possible. I have examined a number of cattle that have died of Texas fever, and I am convinced the disease is caused by a bacillus present in the feed, owing to unsanitary conditions.
Dr. Billings, may I ask you a question?
I don't believe we've met, sir.
I'm Dr. Theobald Smith. As a student of laboratory procedures, I'm interested in knowing what system of controls you set up. I believe I know the bacillus you refer to, and I believe it's present in all animal excretions. In fact, I've fed cultures of it to animals with no harmful results whatsoever.
Just a moment, please. I don't believe the purpose of this meeting is to have an academic discussion.
Mr. Chairman, speaking for the cattlemen, I'm mighty glad Dr. Smith spoke up just now. All the medical men are just wasting their time. We think we know the cause of Texas fever. We believe it is caused by ticks.
My dear sir, The very idea that any insect could possibly carry the bacillus of a specific disease, well, it's just too ridiculous for words.
Why do you say it's ridiculous, Doctor? Have you proved it untrue?
Dr. Smith, I'm at a loss to account for your unprofessional remarks. Why, the merest freshman in medical school knows that insects don't carry diseases. Why, if they did, half the population of the world would be down with some fatal disease. Every mosquito would be a deadly enemy.
Dr. Billings, in the first place, half the population of the world is suffering from some virulent disease. Yellow fever, malaria, bubonic plague. Perhaps it's no accident that these diseases are peculiar to climates which breed the most insects. I say perhaps. I say the matter is worth investigating.
Yes, of course. Dr. Smith, you are at liberty to continue your investigation. But in the meantime, gentlemen, you have our assurance that work is progressing. We hope to be able to offer you concrete evidence of it very soon.
How soon, sir?
Well, as soon as it is humanly possible to do so.
You offer no alternative plan?
I cannot offer a plan based on the premise that America has not within it the strength to conquer this problem. I shall keep you informed of our progress, gentlemen. A good day.
That's most unsatisfactory.
Oh, sir. Sir.
Yes, Dr. Smith.
Could I speak to you a moment?
Why, sure,
Well,
sure.
I wanted to ask you about your idea that ticks carry Texas fever.
Well, it's a little more than an idea, Doctor. I've watched herds drop off from Texas fever some 30 years now, and it always happens the same way.
Always the same way?
To begin with, all us cattlemen believe it's the ticks. They come before the trouble. Now, you might lose all the grown cows in your herd, but you've saved most of your calves. Calves, they get light cases and, like as not, get well again.
You sure of that?
Absolutely. But where a cattleman makes his mistake, you see, he'll bring in northern cattle to fill out his herd, and in no time, the whole herd's gutted again.
Huh. How do you explain that?
Search me, Doctor. That's one for you to figure out.
Yes. Yes, you're right. That is one for me to figure out.
Oh, Ted, you're late. What kept you?
Getting my reports in order. I'm resigning my job, Lillian.
But what happened?
Oh, those fools, those idiots.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Well, I know,
Sit down
but-
in this chair and relax, Dr. Smith. Now, start at the beginning.
Well, they're holding up our appropriations. The story got around that I was breeding ticks in the laboratory, and the halls of Congress are ringing with the shame of it.
Oh, but that's the whole basis of your work.
Certainly it is. And I'll breed some more. If I can prove that Texas fever is carried by an insect, it'll open up a whole new field of medical research. No scientist has ever even considered such a possibility. Yet insects bite people and animals, come into direct contact with the bloodstream. They'd be ideal carriers for certain kinds of microbes.
Can't you possibly prove your theory without more money?
To my own satisfaction, possibly, but I must prove it a dozen times over under strict control. It costs money. And until it's proven that way, it won't be a scientific fact.
Then go ahead and prove it to your own satisfaction. After all, you told me yourself even Pasteur never really proved his theory.
But Pasteur's a genius.
What exactly is your definition of genius, Dr. Smith?
Well, it's intuition, prophecy, the ability to think in terms of the future.
Well, my dear?
I'm not much of a prophet, but I predict that before this evening is over, you'll talk me into going back to that miserable, poor excuse of a laboratory and tearing up my letter of resignation.
And what else do you predict?
The crystal is clouded. I see nothing beyond that but hard work.
You are listening to Ralph Bellamy as Dr. Theobald Smith in The Giant in the Meadow, an original radio play on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company.
Commissioner of Agriculture, Washington, D.C. Situation in this county beyond belief. 5,000 head best prime stock cattle dead on range. 1,000 infected Texas fever in pens at shipping centers or after loading. Militia keeping order after rioting against buyers refusing apparently healthy stock in view of epidemic. Unless you take immediate steps to remedy the situation.
The USA, the year 1890. And up and down the length and breadth of the land, on every tongue were two dread words, Texas fever. In laboratories, bewhiskered and pompous gentlemen were gravely cutting up the carcasses of dead cows, gravely writing thousands of learned and useless treatises on the alleged cause of Texas fever. And in a dingy attic room in Washington, D.C., Dr. Theobald Smith and his colleagues were working far into the night on the most preposterous theory of all.
Gentlemen, this six-legged insect in the bottle I hold in my hand has provided us with the most interesting finding to date. She was brought here alive with the fresh blood still in her of a cow suffering from Texas fever. In this blood, we have found definite evidence of a pear-shaped microbe. If we find this same condition in the blood of this liver, taken from a cow which died 1,000 miles away from the victim which furnished our other sample, we shall have reason to believe we're on the right track. You have the specimen there, Alexander?
Yes, sir, Dr. Smith, and still on that.
Good. Just set it down there. And get me a knife. Clean microscope slide.
There you is, sir.
Kilburn, I want you to watch me carefully. Now then, we shall see what we shall see.
What is it, Doctor?
I don't know. It's very strange. You'd better have a look, Kilburn.
Huh? What? Why, it's swarming with... Looks like gangrene. Dr. Smith, excuse me, sir, but I meant to mention it to you. That liver didn't smell any too good when I opened the box.
Oh, of course. Why didn't we think of that? It's just spoiled. Specimen's absolutely useless. Mr. Salmon.
Yes, Dr. Smith.
Do you think you could talk loud enough and fast enough to the commissioner to get him to finance another laboratory?
He just re-equipped this place for us from top to bottom, Dr. Smith.
Yes, I know, but I'm thinking of a different kind of laboratory, a meadow. And 2 herds of healthy cows and ticks, plenty of ticks.
A meadow, Dr. Smith?
Yes. And I'd need Alexander and Kilburn here as assistants, and we'd need a few farmhands. It might run into quite a lot of money.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you the truth, Doctor. They're so desperate over at the department for an answer to this problem. I think they'd try anything. Even your open-air laboratory in the meadow.
South and west out of Washington, a train moves at the leisurely pace of its century. Past the windows of its wooden coaches moves a landscape telling a vast and tragic narrative. Tall fields of timothy, unharvested. Stock barns standing empty in disrepair. And as the land flattens into prairie, the bleached bones of cattle dot the landscape. The warm lifeblood of rural America is ebbing away. Where once evening was a gentle lowing of cattle and sweet clover breath, now is a silence, and the lonely whistle of a freight rattling past empty stock pens with empty cars. There are a few places not yet utterly desolated, and it's in one of these that the motley staff of scientists, led by Theobald Smith, is established. The place looks like any dairy farm, but there are little differences, enough to bring a neighboring farmer across the meadow and leaning over the fence to question the outlander.
Meade's my name, stranger. What's yourn?
Smith.
That ain't no chore to recollect. Say, ain't you sort of optimistic going into cattle raising 100% like this?
Well, I'm not exactly a farmer. You see the way I've fenced off this meadow in different sections?
Well, I was fixing to ask you about that.
Well, I've got southern cows in one half of the meadow, divided into age groups, and northern cows in the other half.
You brung northern cows down here? Well, you'll have Texas fever for sure. Lose your whole herd.
That, Mr. Meade, is precisely what I hope will happen.
another one of them ticks on it, Dr. Smith.
Good. Now, take this bottle of insects over and plant them on the little spotted heifer in enclosure 7, the one we decontaminated yesterday.
Well, that seemed to be kind of mean to the poor little cow, don't it, Doctor?
Yes, I know, but try to make her understand we're doing this so her children and grandchildren will never have to suffer from these culprits, Alexander.
Yes, sir. I've been telling that to all of them, Dr. Smith. It looks like they understand.
Well, darling, it looks as if this time we really have found the answer.
Oh, I do hope so. It seems almost too good to be true.
We found the same result under every control I could think of. A pear-shaped microbe in the blood of a deceased cow. Pear-shaped microbes in the tick after biting the cow. Pear-shaped microbes appear in the blood of a healthy cow after being bitten by an infected tick. And Texas fever follows. There's only one point in the whole picture that worries me a little, but it's unimportant, really.
Mr. Smith, I brought over the records of those blood counts.
Not necessary now, Kilburn. I think we've solved the problem.
Well, I don't want to throw cold water on anything, but you'd better look at these. Those cows were all anemic, Doctor.
Anemic? Kilburn, anemia. What we thought were microbes, there may be only signs of anemia. Oh, what fools we've been.
Well, at least you thought of taking the blood counts.
I thought of something else, too, but I put it out of my mind because it spoiled my pat little theory. You remember, Kilburn, that the cows we infected by carrying the insects from one to another all fell ill in a few days, while the others took as long as 30 days?
Well, the insects take a little longer to crawl there under their own power.
Not that long. All the ones we observed lived and died on one cow.
Oh. And our whole experiment, all these months of work.
Exactly, Kilburn. Well, we've got to start all over again.
Dr. Smith.
Yes, Alexander, what is it?
That black heifer you had me put off by herself. She's tuck sick. Her back's all arched up and her eyes is drooling. Oh, it's a pity to see, Dr. Smith.
But she couldn't have Texas fever. She couldn't have. Those ticks I put on her were absolutely clean, bred right here in the laboratory. I only put them on to study the anemia.
It's that old Texas fever, Doctor, for sure.
Wait. Kilburn.
Yes, Dr. Smith?
Kilburn, we've got it. We were right after all. The insects do carry Texas fever.
But I thought we...
Yes, we proved conclusively that the ticks don't travel from one animal to another. But they drop off the cow at the moment they die, and they leave their eggs in the grass. Then the baby ticks inherit the microbe.
So, that proves it.
Exactly. Which accounts for the time lag. It takes 30 days for the ticks to hatch out and find their way to a healthy cow.
It's fantastic, but it all fits.
And now all we have to do is to make it fit again, and again, and again, until nobody can possibly question our findings.
Tired, darling?
No. How about you?
Supposing you dictate from your notes, I'll write it down.
All right. Got pen, paper?
Mm-hmm. Ready?
Well, here we go. Title first. Investigation into the nature, causation, and prevention of Texas or Southern cattle fever.
Isn't that rather a conservative title?
Well, that's what it's about.
Yes, but this is so important. Now that you've proved that insects do carry disease, why, a whole new field of medical research has been opened up.
And therefore, because I want medical researchers to read my paper, I will make the title describe the contents as accurately as possible. You ready, dear?
Mm-hmm.
And so began Theobald Smith's treatise on the lowly cow. But the modest paper titled Investigation into the Nature, Causation, and Prevention of Texas or Southern Cattle Fever opened a broad highway of human knowledge. Down that road would walk an army of great scientists. Bruce, finding the deadly secret of sleeping sickness in the tsetse fly. Finley, pioneering research that spelled the doom of the malarial mosquito. Walter Reed, abolishing yellow fever forever from the Western Hemisphere. Gorgas, making possible the building of the Panama Canal. The giants of a great new scientific age would pay homage to the man who, on a day in 1893, sat down and modestly dictated to his wife.
Investigation into the nature, causation, and prevention of Texas or Southern cattle fever.
Thank you, Ralph Bellamy. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments we will hear again from our star. But first, our story of chemistry. The millions of gallons of paint which have been supplied by DuPont for military purposes since the beginning of this year would be enough to cover in peacetime 500,000 American homes. Wartime paints are used on everything from planes and tanks to barracks and battleships. Since the finishes used by our armed forces must have special properties, they have been especially formulated. Practically all Army, Navy, and Air Force finishes, for example, whether they're for a Jeep or the interior of a Navy flying boat, must be dull rather than glossy. And the finish that's best for a dive bomber is nothing at all like the paint that is best for the pontoons used for building bridges. If it were a simple matter of taking the bright finishes that make our automobiles so attractive in peacetime and making them dull rather than glossy, the manufacture of war paints would be comparatively easy. But wartime paints are drab for particular reasons of their own. They are made drab, the colors you have seen on Army trucks and Jeeps, so that they'll blend in with the earth colors of the terrain. In other words, they're a first step in camouflage. And camouflage presents problems of its own in this day of airplanes. Camouflage paints must conceal tanks and guns, landing fields, and barracks from observers in the sky. Not only that, but they must conceal them from aerial observers who use telescopic cameras and color filters as well as their eyes. The same DuPont experts who developed quick-drying Duco and Dulux finishes are supplying the British and American armed services with new types of quick-drying finishes, even finishes that will resist the action of de-icing fluids used 6 miles up in the air. Wartime finishes made by DuPont include primer paints for steel runways for aircraft, short bake finishes for mobile equipment, primers for wooden motor truck bodies, waterproof finishes for military maps, stencil finishes, and dozens of others. DuPont not only furnishes paints for these military needs, but DuPont service engineers are aiding manufacturers of wartime equipment to speed up production schedules. Technically trained DuPont field men are at the service of American industry to help solve the painting problems which arise from wartime production. The know-how of these experts has been enlisted for war service. Supplying the paints that protect America's fighting equipment and furnishing the knowledge for fast, speedy production are the wartime jobs of DuPont paint scientists who bring you in peacetime better things for better living through chemistry. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like you to meet our star of the evening, Ralph Bellamy.
Theobald Smith saved America's food supply in time of great crisis. Today, we must feed our boys in the training camps, ship food abroad to our armed forces, and help our fighting allies. This time, you, the American people, can do something about it. One thing you can do right now, today and every day, is to eat Victory Foods. Victory Foods are fresh fruits, vegetables, perishable foods which are overabundant and yet cannot be shipped out of the country to our allies. Our government wants us to tell you. Your grocer is now displaying these foods in baskets or counters marked with a V for Victory. Look for them. Remember, you're helping victory when you buy Victory Foods.
Next week on Cavalcade of America, DuPont will present Charles Lawton in an original radio play called Profit Without Honor. It is the story of Homer Lee, neglected American whose military genius blueprinted 35 years ago the present warfare in the Pacific. Don't forget next week, Charles Lawton in Prophet Without Honor. The Cavalcade of America expresses its gratitude to Harcourt Brace and Company for permission to base this dramatization on material in their publication Microbe Hunters by Paul de Christ. The orchestra and musical score on this program were under the direction of Don Bury. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Starring Charles Lawton in The Prophet Without Honor, an original radio play on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company. A prophet is not without honor, save in his own country. So goes the ancient saying. Here in our own America, in this very century, there lived a prophet. 33 years ago, Homer Lee warned his countrymen that Japan someday would attack Pearl Harbor by surprise. He prophesied in infinite detail the war that would follow, and left to us his warning in his book, Valor of Ignorance. Our play, written by Robert Tallman, tells his story. DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents Charles Lawton in the role of Homer Lee on the Cavalcade of America.
China, the year 1900. In Peking, ancient capital city of the Manchu, a great event is being solemnized. The Dragon Empress, dread monarch over 400 million souls, is making her annual pilgrimage into the outside world, borne high on a jeweled palanquin. A lone sentry, standing guard at a tall gate in the purple wall outside the Forbidden City, awaits her return. Toward him limps a pale, gray-eyed hunchback in American dress. Quietly, the little cripple addresses the sentry.
Only one man guarding the gates of the Forbidden City? The old tigress must be very sure of herself.
She is the daughter of heaven, my friend. The most serenely wise one in all the world.
Yeah. Do you really believe that?
I value my head.
She is cruel and corrupt, this old empress of yours. How long will China tolerate her?
Until one comes who is wise and steadfast and strong, my friend. Very strong.
Strong? Look, Captain. Your empress approaches. Look at her face.
No, you must go. She will question me.
Look at her face. What do you see in it, huh? Is there anything divine in that face, my friend? It's the face of an ill-tempered old harridan. And now look at it as it comes near. It's a frightened face. And it's a guilty face.
Now, you cannot stand here.
I've come a long way to stand here at this moment, my friend. I wanted to have a good look at this Dragon Empress of whom 400 million good people are afraid.
Sentry! Sentry!
Yes, Majesty. You see, she's angered at your presence. Go now, quickly.
What is the meaning of this sentry?
Your Majesty.
A pale one in the dress of the foreign devils standing at the sacred gates.
Your sentry does you a service, O serenely wise one. He wishes you to have a lucky day.
Ah, I had not noticed. It is a humped one.
Yes.
Yes, that is good luck. That is very lucky. And you speak the Manchu tongue.
I have studied many of the dialects of China, Your Majesty.
Then you are a scholar. Tell me your name.
In my own country, in America, I am called Homer Lee. In China, I shall be called Wang Ying.
Wang Ying!
Don't you want to touch the back of my neck for luck, Your Majesty?
No. Quickly. Open the gates wide. Carry me to the palace at once. Open the gates. Now, close the gates quickly and lock them. Lock them securely.
What did you say to the old she-devil, Tail One?
Well, I told her my name in China would be Wang Ying.
Wang Ying? That is the name of the dwarf tiger. He who overthrew the first of China's tyrants.
Precisely, but I hope to overthrow China's last tyrant, my friend.
Then you are one of us.
Hope to be. But first I've got to get inside that gate. I must see the old dragon's prime minister.
Oh, I dare not help you. My head would roll in the dirt before morning.
Wouldn't it be more honorable to lose it in the cause of your people's liberty than to have it lopped off some morning because the old lady's in a bad temper?
Very well. Come back an hour after sunset for changing of the guard.
Thank you.
I'll see that you get inside the walls. From then on, the souls of your ancestors be with you. Wang Ying.
And with China, my friend. Yes.
You are a very brave man, Mr. Lee, to come inside these walls unbidden.
Oh, valor is a relative thing, Mr. Prime Minister.
Why are you so certain that I would not betray your presence here to the Empress?
Well, to do so might arouse her suspicions of you. Your head might roll in the dirt with mine, Dr. Kong.
You understand the Manchu character very well, Mr. Lee.
Oh.
Tell me, what brings you, a scholar, so far from home?
I've come to offer you my services.
In what capacity?
I want you to place me in command of an army. It needn't be a large force. 1 or 2 divisions will be sufficient.
That is a rather ambitious plan for a man of your years, Mr. Lee.
Why? I'm the same age Napoleon was at Rivoli.
But I know nothing about you. Nothing of your military experience.
Well, is there a single Chinese general who would risk, as I'm prepared to do, a march on the capital of Shanxi province tomorrow?
Shanxi. You are right.
Yes.
Shanxi is the place to strike. It is the weakest. But to lead an army in forced marches, you will excuse me, but your physique, Mr. Lee.
My physique has nothing to do with it. Did not Wang Ying, the dwarf tiger, overthrow the first of China's tyrants? He was half blind as well as crippled.
Well, Mr. Lee, I am not superstitious, as so many of my countrymen are. But I have a strange feeling about you.
Huh. Will you do as I ask?
I will assemble as many troops as I can, Mr. Lee, and you shall be their general.
Yeah.
Before that month was out, a pitched battle was raging on the dry, sun-baked plain before the walled capital city of Shanxi province. Astride a spirited white horse, Homer Lee, attired now in the uniform of a Chinese general, untiringly watches the progress of his first battle from a hill overlooking the field. A week, a fortnight, the fighting continued. Then one morning, the governor of Shanxi surrenders and sends for Homer Lee under a flag of truce.
Well, those are terms, Excellency. You can take 'em or leave 'em. I have no more time for formalities.
I think you can wait a little longer. Come over here to the window, General Lee.
Of course.
Now, look out across the battlements.
Yes.
You see, General? The heads of your excellent officers now decorate the walls of my city.
Yes. I see.
I have spared your life because I do not wish to inconvenience the Empress with protests from foreign embassies.
Thank you. That is very considerate of you.
Bring in General Lee's aide.
He is here, honored one. Your master bid you come in, Captain.
And now I shall let you stay here, General Lee, where you shall have the best possible view of the destruction of your army. It will begin in about 20 minutes. Good day.
Well, Captain.
General Lee, if I could only get to our army in time.
Yes?
What message could I take to them?
Take this map. It shows a way of retreat into the hills.
You will join us there, Wang Ying?
Hope to. First, I've got to go to America. The discontent of China's millions has been like a stone dropped into a pool of water. Your battle must inevitably become the battle of free men everywhere. China's victory, might not even be won on Chinese soil. It may be one in another continent on the other side of the world.
I do not understand this talk, Wan Ying.
Well, you're not alone. Neither does anybody, particularly my fellow Americans. But I'm going to try to make them understand. And if I do, China will have a great ally.
You are listening to Charles Lawton in The Prophet Without Honor, an original radio play on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company.
As our play continues, Homer Lee, played by Charles Lawton, has returned home from his unsuccessful Chinese venture. In Washington, he is ushered into the presence of Lieutenant General Chaffee of the United States Army.
Welcome home, General Lee.
Thank you, sir.
I need not tell you, General Lee, that your expedition in China has excited the admiration of every military man in America.
General Chaffee, if you'll forgive me, I'll come to the point. I am not interested in being admired. I want to know what you intend to do about China.
You ask a direct question, sir. I'll give you a direct answer. The United States Army has no militant aims in connection with China or any other foreign power.
Yes. I was afraid you'd say that.
You must realize things have changed since you went to China, sir. Due to the Spanish-American War, the European powers now have a new respect for America.
Mm-hmm.
We've entered a period of international good feeling.
Yes, yes. That's all very commendable. But you've left one power out of your picture, sir.
Yes?
Yes. There's a fool in Germany who today can and will blast your pretty picture of international good feeling sky high.
Oh, this German Kaiser. He struts and he postures.
Yes.
No one takes it seriously. Britain maintains the balance of power in Europe.
Britain maintains the balance of power in the year of our Lord 1907, but I tell you, General Chaffee, we have passed far beyond the point where balance of power in continents or even hemispheres has any meaning. Germany controls important bases in the Pacific. These can be stepping stones for Japan's attack on our Pacific coast, or they can be barriers.
Japan's attack on our Pacific coast?
Will you tell me what is to prevent that, sir?
General Lee, you leap around the world from China to Germany to Japan?
Be that as it may, sir, for the moment, will you do something to send help to my good Chinese fighters?
I regret that there is nothing I can do to help you, General Lee.
Well, sir, will you give me permission to train a force of men myself? I can recruit them on the west coast among the Chinese population. I can raise money to arm and equip them from private sources. All I need is your blessing, sir. And a good drill sergeant.
That much I'll be only too happy to do for you. Unofficially, General Lee.
Thank you.
And Godspeed you.
Thank you.
Sergeant O'Bannon reporting, sir. I have to report, sir, the men under training are ready for review.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
I beg your pardon, General. May I ask when these men will see action? They've all been badgering me about it, sir. I'd like to know what to tell them.
Well, you'll have to tell them to wait and be patient, O'Banion. I'm leaving today for Germany.
Germany? But I thought we were going to fight in China, sir.
Wars, O'Banion, have developed a habit of popping about from place to place. When I went to China, all the world was at peace, yet I found a fight there that had to be fought, huh? Now, Germany's preparing for war. I don't know yet what this war will mean to America or to China, but I've got to find out as soon as possible.
2 months later, in a reviewing stand overlooking a parade ground at Potsdam, Homer Lee stands beside Kaiser Wilhelm, watching the gray uniformed, spike-helmeted soldiers of Imperial Germany as they pass in review.
Well, General Lee, what do you think?
I think that you have a great army, Your Majesty. The kind of disciplined army I should like to lead myself.
They do not appreciate you so much in America, eh?
Well, perhaps it is I who should appreciate America, sir.
In Germany, there would have been a place for a mind like yours. There is a place for it now, if you wish it.
You are looking for a military strategist, Joe?
Who but a fool is not in these times? We shall forge a new Europe, a new world out of blood and iron. And it will be on an axis reaching from Berlin to Baghdad. Germany, sir, is approaching her destiny.
Yes, Your Majesty, perhaps Germany is, but if you will forgive me, I personally would rather not be associated with any plan to cause the world to turn on an axis of blood and iron reaching from Berlin to Baghdad.
Well, General, all I can say is you didn't get to Germany a minute too soon.
Well, I hope I'm not too late at Bangor. There's an awful lot that's got to be done in too short a time. I've got to start America thinking about the German danger. I can't leave here with my country unprepared. Then we have our war to fight at Bangor in China. China's become more important than ever now.
Now, whoa, General, one thing at a time. You'll kill yourself if you keep going on at this rate.
A man doesn't die till his work is done, O'Banion.
At least you took my advice and got yourself a secretary. You're going to need that eyesight of yours when we get to China.
Would you tell me something, O'Banion? You don't think I'm working my secretary too hard, do you?
Powers? No. If you are, she'd never admit it.
You know, I like her, O'Banion. I hate most people, but I like her. Most people are fools. She's not a fool.
Who's not a fool?
Mrs. Powers. We got to start at work right away. Now, where were we?
Chapter 10.
Yes, I remember now. With the acquisition of Holland, the German Empire expands right across the Pacific, securing a landed area 3 times greater than that of Germany, and a native population equal to that of France. Germany becomes an Oriental empire, dominating Japan and speeding up the Japanese aggression against the United States. These are not speculations. These are facts. We must face them.
General Lee, what is it?
I don't know. A pain in the back of my eyes. I can't hardly see anything.
Oh, you must rest a while.
Yes, I suppose I'd better. Oh, who'll believe me anyway? I've told them all these things 1,000 times, and still they go on bravely calling peace conferences, talking disarmament, when our enemies are powder kegs ready to explode in our faces.
General Lee.
Yeah, what is it?
There's a gentleman here to see you. A Chinese gentleman, Dr. Sun. Dr. Sun Yat-sen.
Sun Yat-sen? Yes, I met him in Canton. Let him come in.
Yes, sir. General Lee will see you, Dr. Sun.
Thank you. General Lee, we meet again. I don't interrupt your work?
Oh, no. I was on the point of abandoning the whole project. My secretary, Mrs. Powers, Dr. Sun.
How do you do, sir?
Madam, I have come to thank you for your great service in training officers for the Chinese Revolution, General Lee, and to ask you to come to China with them and me as my chief of staff.
Dr. Sun, I believe you are a political leader, are you not? You envisage a republic in China.
I do. Patterned precisely upon your American republic.
Then you are a fool. You will be invaded by Japan before your republic is established.
China has been invaded before. She swallows up her conquerors and digests them like so many bowls of rice.
Yes, but this will not happen this time. The world is separating into 2 great hostile groups of nations, one dominated by Germany and Japan, and the other by the democracies. And it is going to be a death struggle. And China, if she becomes a republic, will be the first to shed her blood in the Holocaust.
Then China will do so with pride.
Manpower and ideals alone cannot win wars in this age, Dr. Sun. Your enemies are armed with machines for destruction. The German Count Zeppelin has perfected an airship to shower you with bombs from the skies. You cannot win, sir.
General Lee, you are a great genius.
Yeah.
Your picture of our plight is a true one. I have no doubt of that. But you have left out of your picture an important element.
Pray, what is that, sir?
People. The strength of people bound together in a common resolve. We of China are such a people. Help us to overthrow the Manchu throne, and overnight we will become a united militant nation ready to meet any enemy. You will see.
Well, it is against all calculations, all natural laws, and all logic. You know, I have a promise to keep to your people before I die, Dr. Sun, and I'm going with you.
Dr. Sun, I beg of you, don't let him do it. He's a sick man.
I've told you many times, and I tell you again, Mrs. Powers, a man doesn't die until his work is done.
And so it was an American, a crippled genius racked with a fatal illness, went to lead the armies of the Chinese Republic. He lived to see that republic established, with Sun Yat-sen as its first president. And returning home, he lived to utter one final prophetic word of warning to his countrymen.
No state is ever destroyed except through those avertible conditions that mankind dreads to contemplate. Yet nations prefer to perish rather than to master the single lesson taught by the washing away of those who have gone before them. In their indifference and in their valor of ignorance, they depart, together with their monuments and their constitutions.
On a day in 1912, only 1 year and some months before the first of the great world wars he had foreseen and warned us to prepare against, Homer Lee lay abed of his final illness in a house in Santa Monica, California.
How is he, Mrs. Powers?
No better, I'm afraid.
Is it okay for me to go in?
Of course.
Louise? Who's with you?
Oh, it's just me, General.
Banyan? Banyan. Sit down here beside me, will you? Louise, you sit over there. I need you both. I've never needed anything before in my life.
Oh. Been overdoing it again, huh, General?
Maybe I have a Banyan, but the book was worth it. They can't argue with the facts in my book, can they? They can't say that's any pipe dream. I even drew pictures for them, showing exactly where the Japs must attack. The Philippines, Pearl Harbor, the Aleutians, Alaska. We'll be powerless to stop them unless we...
Homer, you mustn't excite yourself this way.
Anyway, where do you get off saying Manila will fall in 3 weeks? Not with O'Banion there, it won't.
Thanks, O'Banion. It's funny. I seem to hear marching somewhere, Louise.
You do. The Chinese students wanted to pay their respects, but the doctor said you were too ill to see them. The leader of them said, when you heard them marching outside, you'd get the message they wanted to give you anyway.
Yes. Yes, I get the message. You won't stop them, Louise, will you? You won't stop them?
No.
You know, there's hope in that sound. There's hope in that sound.
In a few minutes, we will hear again from our star, Charles Lawton. And now, our story of chemistry. A chemical compound called phenothiazine, first manufactured by DuPont, has emerged as one of the greatest contributions of our day to animal husbandry. Phenothiazine is another of the marvelous coal tar products related to aniline dyes. A few years ago, it was experimented with as an insecticide. Further research since by scientists of the Bureau of Animal Industry of the Department of Agriculture brought out the fact that phenothiazine destroys many of the animal parasites in livestock that take an estimated toll through death and loss of weight of $125 million worth of animals on American farms each year. Both of those things, both the loss by death and the loss of weight, are serious even in peacetime. Today, with the nation at war, they are of great importance because they have a direct bearing on the food supply. A single sheep may become infested by as many as 100,000 worms, as farmers and meat packers know to their sorrow. Nodular disease in sheep, caused by a parasite, is such a grave menace that in some localities the raising of sheep has had to be entirely abandoned. Wherever the disease appears, it causes great losses, running to several $1 million a year for the country as a whole. It becomes doubly serious at this time, since it affects the increased demand for meat and wool, as well as surgical sutures made from the intestines of sheep. The United States Department of Agriculture recommends phenothiazine for ridding sheep of nodular worms and other parasites. Hogs, horses, goats, and poultry all suffer from different parasites. Until very recently, each kind of animal had to be given a different treatment for each kind of parasite, with varying degrees of success. Today, phenothiazine alone has proved to be effective for a wide range of parasites. It is used by veterinarians to treat more kinds of livestock for more kinds of parasites with greater effect than any medicine known up until now. Sheep can be treated for a few cents a head. As an experiment, scientists last winter tested the new drug by giving it to one half of an infested herd of cattle and withholding treatment from the other half, so they could study the results in treated and untreated cattle in the same herd. The treated animals in the herd gained weight. The untreated animals, fed the same diet but not given the phenothiazine, lost 80 pounds apiece over the winter. The burden of feeding the country at war and feeding our allies is so heavy that there is talk of meat rationing, of meatless days. Few things are more important to us at this moment than our supply of meats, milk, eggs, and wool, produced by the nation's herds and flocks. Safeguarding the health of these herds and flocks, phenothiazine, in wartime all the more than in time of peace, may certainly be called one of DuPont's better things for better living through chemistry. And now, our star of tonight's cavalcade, Charles Lawton.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to say just a word more about the brilliant, neglected genius of tonight's play on Cavalcade of America. You know, Homer Lee's maps and his strategies and his sensational prophecies all emphasize one simple, basic fact: that only a militant, united nation can win a war. We have, alas, lost many battles through our failure to heed the warnings of Homer Lee, the prophet of our times. But please God, it is still not too late to take ourselves in hand, we who are yet in civilian life, and make ourselves deeply possessed of that militant spirit which wins the final battle. Thank you. Good night.
And now, before we sign off, a word about Cavalcade next Monday. At this same time next week, Cavalcade will present Soldier of Fortune, starring the distinguished screen player Claude Rains. It is a powerful and dramatic story of Richard Harding Davis, America's pioneer war correspondent. Don't forget, next Monday night, Cavalcade presents Claude Rains in Soldier of Fortune. The orchestra and original score tonight were under the personal direction of Don Voorhees. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from our sponsor, the DuPont Company.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Starring Claude Rains in Soldier of a Free Press, an original radio play on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company. This summer, Winston Churchill said, quote, "There has never been a war where so much liberty has been given to war correspondents. They have been allowed to take their chance of being killed and to send home very full messages. This is what the press has always asked for, and this is what they got." End quote. No greater tribute could be paid to the freedom of the press, for only with a free press could war correspondents be expected to bring to their readers the news of this global war. Winston Churchill's words were indirectly a tribute to Richard Harding Davis, for it was the career of this first great war correspondent that helped make the world realize the urgency of getting war news direct from fighting fronts. Tonight, with Claude Rains in the title role, the Cavalcade of America presents Soldier of a Free Press, a new radio play based on the career of Richard Harding Davis. Soldier of a Free Press. Richard Harding Davis was born in the Civil War year 1864, under a star that was red with blood. In his career as a newspaperman, he was to cover many great events: the Johnstown flood, the coronation of a Russian Tsar, the Diamond Jubilee of Queen Victoria. But the fame of Richard Harding Davis is built on the world's wars, and it began in 1897, when he was assigned to report the attempt of the Cuban people to overthrow the yoke of the Spanish autocracy. But it was no easy job getting news in Havana.
Well, what are you up to, Dick? Sending a cable back to New York. As usual, nothing happened in Cuba today except of the brutal and barbaric punitive nature. Signed, Richard Harding Davis. I'm getting fed up.
Oh, sit back, relax, Dick. Look out on the Prado. Get a sunburn. Life is very pleasant down here.
Very pleasant. The nearest we've gotten to the alleged war is to hear those poor devils being shot by the firing squads back at the Cabanas fortress.
I must say I haven't your scruples. I'd just soon take what the Spanish officers tell us is happening.
A war correspondent should correspond about a war. What can I do? General Wilder's given me a pass. There's no place for it to get me to.
Senores, por favor. Oh, hello. Lieutenant Montes, isn't it?
Si, senor.
What's the word on the war today, Lieutenant?
You are Richard Harding Davis, senor?
Yeah, I am.
General Wilder has sent me. Your request to see an action at first hand has been granted, senor.
Really?
If you will present yourself at the Cabanas Fortress at dawn tomorrow, senor, you will be conducted to the field.
Now, that's more like it. Now we're talking. I'll be there, Lieutenant. Complete with field glasses. I don't understand, Lieutenant. You spoke of an engagement.
Yes, but the Spanish soldier does not fight with his rabble. What you are about to witness, Senor Davis, is a more usual event. The execution of one of the rebels.
That boy? Why, he's not old enough to smoke that cigarette. Why is he to be shot?
As a matter of fact, I do not know. And I do not care.
What's his name?
His name? What does it matter? Rodriguez, I think.
Listo! Viva Cuba! Abundan! Viva Cuba!
Senor, you would like to take a look at the body?
His cigarette. Still lit. Yeah, the boy's dead, all right. He's left a little flame burning.
A little flame, still alive in the close presence of death.
Richard Harding Davis sensed here might be the spark that someday would light the powder keg which would liberate Cuba. But before the smoke of the firing squad's powder was fairly out of his nostrils, he was off halfway around the world for his next war assignment in the Balkans. The campaign ribbons were beginning to line up on his military jacket. Then home, where he began reaching new heights as one of America's foremost journalists. When, one gray morning, clattering over the telegraph, came the electrifying news, U.S. battleship Maine sunk in Havana Harbor. Davis caught the first train for Tampa, Florida, where he waited for the chance to get across to the island with the soldiers.
So you're here, are you, Davis? Well, I guess we can start the war in earnest now.
Teddy Roosevelt. Oh, no, well, wait. Lieutenant Colonel Roosevelt, isn't it? I heard you were getting together a troop of irregulars.
Don't sneer at the Rough Riders, sir. It's an outfit of soldiers. By the way, what are you doing here with all the ordinary newspaper men? At last I heard you were watching this war from the bridge of Admiral Sampson's flagship.
Well, sir, I was. It was too much like reporting the burning of the wall of Astoria from Brooklyn Bridge.
Want to get closer to the fighting, do you? Aren't you afraid you're going to dirty your fine clothes?
You forget, Colonel, I have campaigned in 2 wars already.
Wars? You call those comic opera squabbles wars? Well, maybe as far as your newspapers are concerned, they were wars. All I can say is you'd better not get too close to the real thing.
General Shafter, I see that the order for disembarkation directs that none but fighting men be allowed in the boats of the first landing party.
What about it?
But, sir, this will keep the reporters back.
Mr. Davis, you're getting observant.
But we should be permitted to be right in the thick of things, sir.
Mr. Davis, will you please allow me as commanding officer of this expedition to run it as I see fit? If the Spaniards oppose our landing, I shall need every rifle I can get ashore to hold the beach. There's no room for reporters.
But, General, I'm a special correspondent.
I don't give a hang what you are. You're all to go ashore after the beach has been taken.
Davis, you here again?
Hello, Colonel. It's easy to see the troops that are going to see action are your Rough Riders. I march with you?
You've been in this country before, haven't you? Well, walk along with me and tell me something about it. You should be useful to Pat, at least.
Colonel.
Yes, General Wood?
I'm going to deploy the troops. I don't like the feel of marching through this jungle in close order. Our landing was so easy, I suspect a trap. Will you take charge of me?
Down! Cover, everybody! Take cover! Answer their fire!
There they are. Take a look through your glasses, Colonel. I'll go tell some sharpshooters where they are.
No, wait! Get under cover!
They're far clear from that tin shack, boys. Can you see it there through the trees?
Take them off one by one.
Good man. I'll be back in a minute.
I'm in. What's the matter?
Got my shoulder. Got my shoulder. Let me take your blouse off. You feel better about it?
Oh.
Yeah. How's that?
Thanks, mister.
Now, you take it easy. Take it easy. Say, you won't need this gun for a bit. Let me have it. Lieutenant, run your men. Let's charge their
Davis?
Yes, Colonel Roosevelt. I'm sorry I forgot to observe the rules for non-combatants, sir.
That's not why I sent for you. I sent for you to apologize, sir, for what I said to you a month ago in Tampa. There was no man in the regiment who was more helpful to us on this day. No one who showed more courage.
I did what I could, sir.
Davis, you did a splendid job. I want to offer you a commission as a regular officer in the Rough Riders.
I'm deeply appreciative, Colonel. But I don't think I can accept it.
Nonsense.
I'm a reporter, and I'm proud of my job, Colonel, just as I'm sure you are of yours. That's the reason I can't accept your offer. But I'll tell you this, sir. As long as I live, nothing will give me greater satisfaction than to know that I was with you and the Rough Riders at San Juan Hill.
Two more campaign ribbons on Richard Harding Davis's military jacket. One for the Spanish-American War and one for the Boer War. The century had turned, and still he followed the destiny of the blood-red star under which he'd been born. Assignment in Manchuria, the war between Russia and Japan, and for months, he tried to make the sly, elusive Japanese allow him to get close enough to the fighting so that he could report it.
Major Tarky?
Yes, Mr. Davis?
After being sent halfway around the world to cover this war of yours with Russia, I've been kept cooling my heels 4 months. Now you've given me permission to come here to Manchuria. Why don't you let me through to the front to see this war of yours?
So sorry, Mr. Davis. But there is nothing to say at this time.
Why can't you give us permission to go to the front and find that out for ourselves?
When there is something to report, you will be given permission to go. I promise you, Mr. Davis.
When will you know?
Very soon now. So sorry, you must wait.
Look, Major, let me ask you this. According to my information, things are shaping up for a battle at Liaoyang.
Liaoyang?
Yeah. They tell me it looks like a major battle. Biggest engagement of the whole war. Now, how about giving me a pass to watch that battle?
Unfortunately, there is not and will not be a battle at Liaoyang. The Russians withdrew immediately. The Mikado's troops took possession without a struggle.
Without a struggle?
No shot was fired.
But that's the only place for them to make a stand between here and...
I'm very sorry, Mr. Davis.
Well, they've given up Liaoyang without a fight. This war's as good as over.
That is true, Mr. Davis.
I see. Well, in that event, and I can't say I'm doing it with sorrow, I'm going to say goodbye to you, Major Tarky, and I'd be very grateful if you could arrange to get me transportation to the China coast. Is this the office of the Chinese Telegraph Agency?
Yes, sir.
Good. There's no sign outside. I want to file a press dispatch.
You are war correspondent?
Mm-hmm. I don't feel much like one at the moment.
I must congratulate you.
What for?
Well, sir, you are the first to reach this office with the news of the great battle of Liaoyang.
What are you talking about? Well, the major from the Japanese War Office told me there was no battle.
They have been fighting for 6 days. I can give you many details of the battle.
Why should you do that for me?
I am Chinese. The battle at Liaoyang goes badly for the Japanese. I am happy to send such a cable.
You are listening to Claude Rains in Soldier of a Free Press, a new radio play on the Cavalcade of America, brought to you by DuPont, makers of better things for better living through chemistry.
As our play continues, Richard Harding Davis, played by Claude Rains, has 2 more campaign ribbons on his military blouse. Still, he is the reporter of the world's wars. But all his previous assignments were simply the rehearsals for the assignment he was given in August 1914.
At 11 o'clock this morning, I watched the city of Brussels occupied by the German army. Behind them, so close upon each other that to cross from one sidewalk to the other was impossible, came the Uhlans, infantry, and the guns. No longer was it regiment of men marching, but something uncanny, inhuman. The force of nature like a landslide, a tidal wave, or lava sweeping down a mountain. It was not of this earth, but mysterious, ghost-like. It carried all the mystery and menace of a fog rolling toward you across the sea. For 3 days and 3 nights it roared and rumbled, a cataract of molten lead. To perfect this monstrous engine, to guide it, the minds of the German Emperor's military autocracy, with whom it is a religion and a disease, had been solely concerned for years. It is, perhaps, the most efficient organization of modern times. And its only purpose is death. All right, madam, all right. There's nothing more to your story?
No, monsieur. That is all. My husband and all my children, they are vanished. I have not seen them.
Hey, what is it? Who are these people?
Get out all their passports.
French.
Oui, monsieur.
And you, let me see your passport. How the dickens do Germans get here? I thought you were miles back.
The Sixth Third Army has occupied all this territory. Your passport.
Here. An American citizen.
Oui,
Newspaper. You're a lie. It's a British passport.
No.
You come with me. I'm not British. I'm an American correspondent. Just because my... You are under arrest. You come with me.
Now then, Mr. Davis.
I demand that you release me at once. I'm Richard Harding Davis, an American citizen and a war correspondent.
You have memorized the facts on your passport very creditably.
Do you think I'm lying? What do you take me for?
You are an English officer out of uniform. You've been taken inside our lines. You've been following the movements of our army for the last 6 days.
I followed your army because it's my business to follow armies.
That, my dear British officer, is evident.
Look here, you've got to believe me. All you need to do is to call the American ambassador.
Why should I believe you? Your German pass has not been signed, only stamped. It's probably forged. Your American passport was issued not in Washington, but in London. The photograph of you in this passport shows you wearing a British uniform.
I can explain that. The uniform was modeled on one worn by the West African Field Force during the Boer War.
You expect me to believe that since then the British Army has, by a wild coincidence, decided to copy that precise uniform?
Listen. If you can invent an explanation for the uniform as quickly as I told you that one, standing in this room before 8 officers who want to shoot me, you'd be the greatest general in Germany.
Very well, then. Let us pretend that the entire British Army has changed its uniform to match yours. But if you are not an officer, why does that photograph show you wearing war ribbons?
Those ribbons prove me a correspondent. Only a war correspondent could have been in so many wars in which his own country was not engaged.
Or a military attaché?
All right. I'll make just one final suggestion. Will you give me a pass back to Brussels? A pass which says that I'm to be treated as a spy and shot on sight if I'm found off the direct road to Brussels or if I fail to make the 50 miles in 48 hours.
Mm-hmm. Very pretty. Nice suggestion. It's now 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I will accept your proposal, Mr. Davis, on condition that you start at 3 o'clock in the morning.
3 in the morning? Well, the first German sentries told me would shoot me on sight at that hour.
Those are my terms.
Why don't you take me out and shoot me now?
Your own idea will save us the trouble, Mr. Davis.
Jim. Have you seen Dick Davis?
No. Haven't seen him for days. I thought he went field.
Yeah, he did. But I imagined he'd been back by now. I was sure I'd find him over here at the American legation. Hello, Joe. Davis.
Well,
what in the name of all that's holy have you been through? Look at your clothes. You hurt, man?
you look like you've been fighting the whole German army.
Well, you're not far from right. They picked me up and accused me of being a British spy. When they let me go, they were sure that some sentry was going to shoot me. No, I don't know how I managed to get through. Well, Dick, you got here just in time. For what? Some Belgian peasants shot up a patrol of Germans near Louvain this morning. Germans have announced they're going to take reprisals. What's that? Who's the general in command?
Von Ludwig. He's over at the Grand Hotel now. Hey, where are you going?
What do you think? See von Ludwig. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you taking these civilians?
They're to be shot. Get out of my way.
Dick, come on, you fool. They'll arrest you.
Yeah, but...
Come on. There's von Ludwig now. In that car there. Hello, von Ludwig. I'm an American correspondent. I've come to beg you to...
I have no time to talk to you. The city will be in flames in a few minutes.
Why have you allowed this outrage against civilization?
Allowed it? I ordered it. 50 of my soldiers were shot from ambush. In reprisal, we give the Belgians fine treatment, they understand.
But Louvain is a captured, defenseless town. This is cold-blooded murder. General, it's a violation of every precept of humanity and civilization.
Mr. Davis, civilization, as you call it, is dead. You are a journalist, Mr. Davis. I am a soldier. Write and tell your
civilized world that the German army is making a new kind of civilization.
Well, you're right about one thing, General. I am a journalist. And as sure as there's a heaven above us, Americans will read my story of this atrocity and rise up against you. I'll write my story, General, and you and your devil-infected legions will get your due. I promise you that.
To write of the German danger that lay before his country in 1916 was not enough for Davis. He returned home filled with horror and foreboding to devote all his time and energy to the cause he believed in so sincerely. In his home near New York in April 1916, his wife finds him writing late at night.
Dick, are you still working?
Well, I'll be finished in a few minutes, dear.
Oh, but Dick, can't it wait until tomorrow? You've been working too hard, much too hard. I'm worried about you.
I know. You can't wait. Too much to do. I'm no longer a reporter, Bessie. I've got more to do than just tell the story. I got to point it. You know, never before in all my life have I felt so charged with grave responsibility.
But, darling, it can wait until tomorrow.
Nobody's waiting until tomorrow in Europe. The Germans are on a rampage, and America's got to be warned. This is our fight, Bessie. No one will see it. No border or trade dispute over there. It's aimed at us. Our liberties. You and me. And the rest of the world who oppose them. Listen, Bessie. This is the preface to my book. That the Allies succeed should be the hope and prayer of every American. The fight they're waging is for the things every American is supposed to hold most high and most dear. They are fighting his fight. And this fight is all part of a greater struggle which will end for all time frightfulness and despotism and win a broader civilization, a nobler freedom, and a much more pleasant world in which to live.
The appeal Richard Harding Davis wrote that night of 1916 was the last weapon of words he was to forge. For that night, he died. But the tradition he created as a war correspondent lives on. The tradition of that group of correspondents who today are present on every battle scene as the eyes of the world, permitting nothing to stand in their way of getting the news for Americans at home. Such is the heritage of Richard Harding Davis. First, last, and always, a true soldier of the press. A free press.
Next week, the Cavalcade players will present Eagle for Britain, an exciting dramatization of the flight of an American bomber across the Atlantic Ocean on its way to the battlefront. It's the story of a typical flight of a flying crew of the Air Transport Command, whose pledge is the ship must be delivered. With us, we will have a pilot of the Ferry Command as guest on the program. The orchestra and original score tonight were under the personal direction of Don Bury. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from our sponsor, the DuPont Company. This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Tonight, the DuPont Company turns over its regular program time to its affiliated company, Remington Arms, in order that you may hear in the living cavalcade of America a man who knows more about Japan than perhaps any other American, the Honorable Joseph Clark Grew, former United States Ambassador to Japan. Mr. Grew will speak to you from Bridgeport, Connecticut, home of the Remington Arms Company, where he is principal guest of honor at ceremonies marking the award of the joint Army-Navy E for Excellence to the workers of Remington Arms for their outstanding achievement in war production. Because of the interest of every American in hearing at first hand what he has to say, DuPont is privileged to devote its regular cavalcade broadcast time this evening to Mr. Grew. We take you now to the Hotel Stratfield in Bridgeport, Connecticut, where you will hear first Mr. C.K. Davis, president of Remington Arms Company. Mr. Davis.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy to welcome to this occasion tonight both those of you gathered in Bridgeport and those in the radio audience. Remington's great army of war workers is being honored tonight for their part in supplying materials for our fighting men. We are honored by the presence of our distinguished guest, Ambassador Grew. We were honored here in Bridgeport this afternoon, as we have been twice before at our plants in Missouri and Colorado, by the presentation of the Army and Navy Production Awards. Such honors could not have come to us were it not for the fine and harmonious relationships between labor and management that have existed in all of our plants. We have worked together. To men and women of the Remington Peters organization everywhere, to the retailers and distributors of our peacetime products, to sportsmen and lovers of wildlife, and to all the others whose efforts have helped the arms and ammunition industry to live, grow, and be ready for its vital assignment today, I extend my congratulations. And now it is my very great privilege to present the former senator from Connecticut, the Honorable Frederick C. Walcott, who will introduce to you our distinguished guest, Ambassador Grew. Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Walcott.
Our guest of honor this evening has won his spurs on many fields of statecraft. A career man for 38 consecutive years, he has served his country in foreign service. Always on the alert, wise in counsel, clear of vision, quick to detect a hostile attitude, he comes here with a message from the Far East that every American should hear, for he knows whereof he speaks. His schedule is overcrowded, but this effort he is making to arouse his native land and acquaint us with the difficulties and dangers which lie ahead is his contribution to our all-out war effort. His words will serve as a clarion call to all true Americans to spend and be spent, that the blight with which our enemies would inoculate civilization may be forever banished, their leaders destroyed, that we may live in peace and pursue our own course without fear of foreign forces of destruction. It is a great privilege, therefore, to be able to introduce to you a lifelong friend of great distinction, recently returned from his last post, Japan, Ambassador Joseph C. Grew.
Senator Walcott, ladies and gentlemen, yours is the first large group of fellow countrymen that I have had the privilege and pleasure of meeting face to face since returning from Japan. For me, it is therefore a thoroughly memorable occasion. But the real inspiration of this meeting springs from what you are, what you have done, and what you are doing. You symbolize the backbone of the civilian participation in the war effort of our country. And in your contribution to that effort, you have achieved outstanding
success. Permit me to express my sincere and hearty congratulations to the workers and the management of the Remington Arms Company on your having won the thanks of our government and country as expressed in the award of the 5 E's which you received today. Effort, efficiency, and effectiveness. Whatever those E's may officially and specifically stand for, and I know they stand for excellence, those 3 words seem to me accurately and appropriately to represent your record and your achievement up to date. There is still a long road, probably a very long and difficult road ahead. You have given concrete evidence that you can, and clear indication that you will, to the end, meet the test. Other speakers will have dealt with the statistics of the expansion and production achieved by you in this time of war. I confine myself to the simple statement that this well-merited honor stands as a splendid example to our country, and more than that, it stands as a ringing plea, a plea that this great record of yours, this record of strikeless effort, efficiency, and effectiveness, this record of almost unexcelled expansion and progressive intensiveness in production, be emulated from end to end of our embattled but still groping land. Our still groping land. Groping for what? Well, I will try to tell you of my impressions on returning home after long and difficult years abroad. From many talks with many different elements of our people, I sense the most earnest desire of all to contribute individually and collectively their maximum potentialities of service to our national effort toward winning this war. But many of those with whom I have talked seem to have no real comprehension of what we are up against. No real comprehension that we are not fighting distant enemies merely to preserve our national interests, but in fact to preserve our national life, our existence as a free and sovereign people. Make no mistake about this. I know at least one of our enemies intimately, the Japanese, and I know beyond peradventure that the dearest wish and intention of that enemy is so to extend their victories and conquests and power that ultimately they will be in a position to subject us also to the status of the people of the lands already conquered. That means just one ISIS American heritage disappears. Yes, that is their dearest wish, to control not only their Oriental neighbors, but Occidental peoples, especially those of America. Megalomania, if you will, but is true. Hitler suffers from the same disease, and it needs no doctor to diagnose the symptoms. It can't happen here, but alas, it can. Pearl Harbor couldn't happen, but it did. And all the rest of it will happen if some of our countrymen continue to grope blindfold for the facts which are clear before them, if they will only remove the bandage from their eyes. Little by little, I hope to bring before my fellow countrymen the salient facts concerning the widely misunderstood effectiveness and power and the all-out do-or-die fanatical spirit of the Japanese military machine against which we are fighting today. I'm going to speak in Syracuse, New York on September 18th on the Japanese Army. Unless that effectiveness and power and spirit are correctly assessed by the American people as a whole, our road to victory will be doubly long and hard and bloody. And now another side of the picture. Many have said to me that the American people are ready, but that our leaders must show us the way. Show the way? If anyone feels that our leaders have not pointed out the way, let him read again and again the statements and declarations of our President, of our Secretary of State, and others of our high officials, with the fullest support and cooperation of many other leaders of public thought. Haven't our leaders month in and month out given us our bearings, charted our course, told us what lay ahead, what we are now fighting for, and what we may expect if we fail in that fight? Haven't they asked for our maximum efforts in production, for our individual and collective self-sacrifice of the non-essentials of life, for hard thinking and resolute action on our part, not in terms of our daily convenience, but of our daily contribution? Why waste invaluable time and energy in bickering about details, about non-essentials? Why not let come to the fore and give full play to our American initiative and resourcefulness and the inherent toughness of earlier difficult days? A very great number of our fellow countrymen are imbued with the finest spirit of self-sacrifice and determination to go all out in their war effort. They are wide awake and functioning to their full capacities. Others among our fellow countrymen are similarly eager to serve, but are not yet fully awake to the realities of the situation. They have failed to analyze the dangers which confront us, or to realize the full grimness and potential desperate demands of this war, which we are waging actually to preserve our liberty, waging to preserve the very principle of liberty. Others among our fellow countrymen are quite simply still asleep. Let me merely say to you this. Since coming to Washington, I have seen at close hand, personally and intimately, the grim determination and decisiveness of those leaders of ours. The problems which they have to face are among the greatest and most difficult in the history of our nation. But those problems, one by one, are being faced and dealt with in that very spirit of determination and decisiveness which fills me with patriotic pride. I was in Washington in 1917. The war effort of our country then was amateurish compared with our war effort now. I have talked directly with the officers of our Joint Chiefs of Staff, with large groups of our Army and Navy officers, with the production management, with the members of our strategic services, and with many others from the President down. Some of their problems seem almost insuperable. The spirit of their determination to solve those problems is absolutely invincible. And they are solving them hour by hour and day by day. If only our people as a whole, will realize the dangers which we are up against, what we stand to lose by failure, what we must and will gain by victory. If only our people as a whole will get in and push to the maximum of their several capacities. You know what use the foreign propaganda radio stations are making of this groping of the American people? They constantly broadcast our disunity, our domestic bickerings, our strikes and political schisms. Every instance of such disunity that appears in our press is avidly seized upon and amplified and flaunted throughout the enemy countries. They believe or pretend to believe, those enemies of ours, that we are an effete nation, reared in the lap of personal comfort, vitiated by luxury, unable to meet the supreme test of war. You, the employers and managers and workers of this company, are proving the utter futility and falsity of that propaganda. Your record and accomplishments stand forth for all to see. May your example inspire others from end to end of our beloved land. And now a word about the Japanese, especially the Japanese workers. To you, I am sure there is nothing unusual about free workers and free management assembling in a free country. Benjamin Franklin once said that we never miss the water until the well runs dry. I've spent the last 10 years in a country where the well of liberty has always been dry. A meeting such as this in Tokyo or Osaka or Nagoya would be unthinkable. Neither in those cities nor anywhere else in Japan is the worker more than an unresisting pawn of the militarists who are driving his country to destruction. Indeed, I can picture the worker of Japan only in his working clothes, bearing upon his back the huge Japanese character, the name of his employer. Each man bears upon his back this rubber stamp, a symbol of his servitude, a symbol of the fact that he is merely an impersonal tool in the hands of those who rule his country's destiny, a tool to be used indiscriminately and without regard for his personal and individual well-being. The Japanese worker has nothing to say about his wages, which before the war were barely enough for his subsistence, and still undoubtedly are. He has nothing to say about his hours, which are long and backbreaking. If he has any union at all, it dare not lift its voice. It has been driven underground by the brutal methods of the thought control police. In fact, there is almost nothing that he has any say about from the moment that he comes into the world until the moment when, worn out by unhealthful working conditions, long hours, and poor diet, he takes his leave of it forever. This is what it means to be a worker in Japan. This, or far worse, is what it means to be a worker in any country which falls before Japan's armed forces. Yet we must not be misled by the abject poverty and regimentation of our enemies. The conditions I have described would lead free Americans to revolt. But Japan is a country far different from our own in every conceivable way. Under these conditions, the Japanese workers have docilely toiled to build a military machine which has swept across Eastern Asia like a tidal wave and will sweep still further if allowed to do so. The Japanese people have been accustomed to regimentation since the very birth of their nation. There are Japanese living today who were born when their country was still a feudal land, when every feudal lord held the power of life and death over the so-called common people. We in the West took off feudalism many centuries ago. In Japan, it existed so recently that it has left a vast heritage of almost prostrate subservience to birth and authority. The men who rule Japan today have taken full advantage of the docility of the Japanese people to create a formidable military and economic machine. These ruthless architects of aggression have carried out their plans with diabolical cleverness. Their campaign of crop propaganda has been long and incessant. Even Japan's handicaps have been used to strengthen her for war. The low standard of living of the Japanese people, for example, has been used to inure them to a Spartan life. Today, the Japanese soldier on the fighting front, the Japanese sailor in his cramped ship, and the Japanese worker in his gloomy factory can alike live on a diet so meager that any American on the same diet would soon collapse. The traditional subservience to authority has been used to lead the Japanese workers to accept a degree of regimentation which in some respects exceeds that of better-known Nazi Germany. And this regimented industrial machine has been turned to one purpose, the production of the tools of war. The very failure of Japan's war against China has been used to induce the Japanese people to accept placidly severe measures of control and rationing, measures of such severity that without the psychology of war, they would surely lead to revolt. Above all, the men who rule Japan have used their efficient propaganda machine to instill in every Japanese a fanatical devotion to his country. Even those who hate their nation's entry into this present war have buried their personal feelings. Even they have come to accept the belief that the future of their country depends upon the outcome. We would be deluding ourselves if we believed that any personal sacrifices which the Japanese people might be called upon to make would lead to any cracking of their morale. Yamato Damashi, the spirit of Japan, has been stronger during recent months than ever before. The undeniable successes of their armies, sweeping across Malaya, Burma, the Philippines, the Netherlands, East Indies, and many of the islands of the Southwest Pacific, have given them tremendous confidence in their ability to win. They know that they have a long and difficult fight before them. They believe that by grim endurance, they will grasp victory. This confidence is based not only on the successes of their own forces, but on false contempt for the fighting ability of their enemies. The Japanese are well aware of the technical achievements of the Western powers, so well aware indeed that they have taken many of these achievements and adapted them to their own use. They are well aware of the high standard of living of Western peoples, but they believe that this high standard has brought a softness, even a degeneracy, to Western civilization. They believe that we Americans and our allies are too complacent, too well-fed, to be willing to make the sacrifices necessary for victory. This is the real challenge to America, the challenge of a people who have been hypnotized by their leaders into believing that democracy weakens those who possess it, the high standard of living weakens those who enjoy it, the peace and the love of peace weaken those who cherish them. It may come as a shock to some of us to realize how scornful of us are those with whom our relations have been too often governed by a careless sense of superiority. Too long have we nurtured the illusion that the Japanese is an insignificant person whose achievements are poor imitations of our own achievements. The Japanese is physically small, but he is sturdy. We might say that he is half-starved, but he is Spartan. He is imitative, but he is also capable of adapting himself easily and quickly to new conditions and new weapons. He is subservient, but his very subserviency is the expression of a fanatical loyalty towards his country and his emperor. He is a clever and dangerous enemy. One who will compel us to use all the intelligence and all the strength of which we are capable in order to bring about his defeat. And as for us, what is our answer to this challenge from across the Pacific? What is our reply to these little islanders who believe that we are weak and of divided mind in our hour of peril? I do not know that I've been back in the United States long enough to have a final answer to this question, but I do believe that I've seen it enough and talked to enough people to get something of the feel of my native country in this year of crisis. No one returning to this country after a long absence can fail to be impressed by the way our great industrial capacity has been converted to the production of munitions. No one can fail to be impressed by the vast armies which are being mustered around us and the great fleets which are being hammered into shape. But we have been by no means near the limits of our achievement. What we have done to date, we have accomplished through the comparatively easy first stages of transformation of our industrial machinery and our vast store of manpower from the purposes of peace to those of war. But an easygoing transformation is not enough. We must stop groping. Let us make no mistake. Our effort must be an extraordinary one which exceeds anything that we have undertaken heretofore. In winning this broad continent which is our heritage, in preserving it from attack within and without, the American people in the past have performed the tasks of giants. Today, we face the greatest task in our history. A friend of mine recently wrote to me, "You will find this country sound in feeling, but still unable to realize that we are involved in a desperate war." I understand very well how difficult it is for the people of this country, many thousands of miles from the fronts where the actual fighting is taking place, to realize fully just what this war means. I myself find it difficult to believe that but a few short weeks ago I was for all practical purposes a prisoner in a country ruled by fanatics determined to destroy the United States and all that she stands for. But we must not allow this remoteness from the battlefront to lull us into a sense of false security. This is war to the finish. The Japanese understand this, peasants as well as admirals and generals. They have gambled everything on their belief that we are too soft, too divided among ourselves to stand before the fury of their attack. This war was bred by fanatical militarism. That fanaticism is being met now by the heroism and the righteous fury of our own air forces, by dauntless frontal attack by our Marines, by the ships, the guns, and heroic men of our navies and armies. I need not recount for you how our men in the firing lines, face to face with the enemy, and our women behind those lines, with their spirit, determination, effectiveness, and sacrifice, are beating back the enemy's will to conquer. They at the fighting fronts can handle anything the Japanese can send against them, if, and it is an important if, each and every one of us, you and I, gives them his utmost support. The ruthless will which is driving the Japanese nation toward conquest knows neither gentleness nor mercy. It is utterly ruthless, utterly cruel, and utterly blind to any of the values which make up our civilization. The only way to stop that will is to destroy it. This is our task, the task of our own great country and of our allies in the United Nations. Let us stop groping. It is a task in which you, employers and workers of America, have an immense part, a vital part to play. Play it well. If you fail, please mark my words, you pass into slavery and all America passes into slavery with you. But you will not fail. We will not fail. Because we are free men living in a free country, able and determined that we, our country, shall remain free, that our homes, our traditions, our civilization, our principles, our standards, our humanity shall remain free, and that henceforth we shall also be and shall remain secure.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have been listening to the Honorable Joseph C. Grew, former United States Ambassador to Japan, who has spoken to you from Bridgeport, Connecticut, where this afternoon the many thousand employees of the Bridgeport works of the Remington Arms Company, a DuPont affiliate, gathered together with their families and friends while high military and naval officers conferred the joint Army and Navy E for excellence. Excellence in the production of America's tools of war. DuPont is proud of these men and women of Remington because, although it can't be told in all its detail now, the story of Remington's wartime production is an inspiring one. From 1919 to 1939, less than 2% of Remington's business was in military ammunition. Of the several thousand workers in the Remington plants, only a handful kept alive the know-how of making military weapons and ammunition. Only 60, for example, knew how to make Army rifles. Not 600, 60. Then came the war. And for the fifth time in the company's 126-year history, Remington was called upon by the government to help our nation through to victory. As the great throng of guests who were present this afternoon at the award ceremonies learned, a training program was promptly organized. A school was opened. Men and women were trained not only for the Remington plants, but for the government-owned Remington-operated ammunition plants. Salesmen and farmers were trained to be machine operators. Garage mechanics became process engineers. As fast as they were qualified, these men were sent out by the score to plants across the country. Remington's engineering service was expanded to serve not only government plants operated by Remington, but those to be operated by other companies as well. In less than 18 months, Remington DuPont engineers supervised the construction of 3 huge plants for small arms ammunition, bringing each one into production from 3 to 6 months ahead of schedule. Hundreds of buildings were erected on thousands of acres. At one plant, ammunition was made and tested on the firing range just 6 months after ground was broken for construction. Only the fact that Remington was a leader in the manufacture of sporting guns and ammunition made possible such a prompt and efficient changeover to all-out war production. Here's a single fact that illustrates the tremendous problems involved in the change. To make ammunition, a plant must use what are known as perishable tools. Used intensively, they wear out in a few hours. Remington alone now uses tens of thousands of these tools a day, and there are 2,000 different types necessary to manufacture the various calibers of ammunition. Today, with many problems like these successfully solved, Remington has a great army of employees. The company's production of ammunition for the Army and Navy is on a scale which 2 years ago was considered impossible. In the last 6 months of this year, Remington will deliver more small arms ammunition than was manufactured in the entire United States during the whole period of the last World War. This in spite of the fact that ammunition for modern weapons must be accurate within 1/10,000th of an inch. The pilot of a pursuit plane can't reach the machine guns in his plane's wings to clear them if they jam. They must not jam. Remington has achieved hairbreadth accuracy along with almost unbelievable production figures. In fact, during the month of July, 100% of all ammunition accepted by the government from the Bridgeport plant was classified for aircraft use, the most exacting use to which ammunition can be put. We know that friends of Cavalcade share in the pride felt by each man and woman at Remington who wears tonight the lapel pin that is a symbol of work well done, work that has earned the Joint Army-Navy Award for Excellence. For Remington has accomplished much indeed to ensure our return to a peacetime world of better things for better living through chemistry. Ladies and gentlemen, a copy of Ambassador Grew's inspiring talk as given on this program will be made available in pamphlet form. A free copy will be sent you if you will address a note or a postcard to the radio section, DuPont, Wilmington, Delaware. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont.
This program came to you from Bridgeport, Connecticut and New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, presents Eagle to Britain, an original radio play about the Ferry Command, out of the present moment. Its actors, the actors of the greatest drama of today. Our star is Kenneth Delmar of the Cavalcade Players. Target for American bombers tonight is an industrial area somewhere on the continent of Europe. The great bomb bay is open, and out of the bellies of American bombers, American explosives curve down through the darkness to smash into rubble another of Hitler's factories for death. Our play tonight will tell of how one of these American bombers got to Britain, flown there by a 4-man crew of the Ferry Command, a crew determined to deliver their American Eagle to Britain. With gratitude to the men of the Ferry Command, we present on the Cavalcade of America Eagle to Britain, starring Kenneth Delmar.
For reasons of military secrecy, some details in this play are referred to by such cryptic symbols as position X or position Y. Where code words are actually used in communicating information in the ferry command, our story employs fictitious code words.
Newfoundland Ferry Command Base. Morning. And there are conversations in each of the 3 telephone booths just outside the office of the operations officer.
Look, Dad, don't tell Mom, but I'm flying Atlantic again. No, not yet. I'm still just a co-pilot. Glenn Williams. You remember him. You met him. He's the guy I had home with me a couple of weeks ago. We went to see the Dodgers. Them bums, yeah. Yeah, that's the guy. Look, listen, Dad. Tell Monty I got the St. Christopher he sent me. And boy, I can use it. He what? What's that? He shipped on a freighter heading east out of New York. When? Well, is he on the same ship? Oh, he is. Yeah, maybe I'll pass over his ship at that. Uh-huh. Sure, Pop. Thanks. Well, look, I gotta go now. Yeah, I'll call you. So long.
What? How much more, operator? 60 cents. What do you think I'm calling, Shangri-La? Okay. 25, 50, 60. Hello, honey. No, I'm still here. They didn't cut us off. I can't tell you where I'm going, sweetie. It's a military secret. No, it's not Brazil. I'll tell you that much. Now, look, honey, I just happened to meet that girl in one of those Portuguese bars. She's nothing to me at all. Honest, baby. Look, I'll call you as soon as I get back, okay? What? Ah, sure I do, baby. Now, let me hear you say it. Atta girl. Goodbye. Is it worth it? I ask myself, is it worth it?
Hello? Oh, hello, Lila. How's Jimmy? Yeah, I'm fine. Had a good night's rest. How's the kid? Oh, no change, huh? Is that good or bad? Uh-huh. Well, what does the doctor say? Well, gee, honey, I've got to worry. I can't help it. No, I should have stayed with you and the kid at the hospital. Yes, I should. Well, sure, this is the Army, but Well, is he a good doctor? The best? Uh-huh. Well, all right.
Hey, Captain. Come on, it's getting late.
Okay, Yeager. All right, honey. You pray and I'll keep my fingers crossed. Take care of Jimmy. Yeah, don't you worry. I'll be careful. Yes, dear. Yeah, bye.
Sorry to interrupt you, Captain, but it's nearly time for briefing.
Okay, Yeager. Where's Burnett and that new man, Orion?
Well, they went to the lunchroom to get some hot coffee for the thermos bottle.
Oh, good. You made your goodbye telephone call yet?
I have no one to say goodbye to on this side, Captain. And I don't think the long-distance service to Norway is so good these days.
Uh-huh. No, I guess not. Well, come on. Let's get going. I guess we're all set to go, Burnett.
Yeah. Gear switch.
Neutral.
Fuel transfer valves and pump.
Off.
Hydraulic pressure.
Okay.
Hydraulic selector is normal. Intercoolers are cold. Hand primer is off. Parking brake is on. Gyro is uncaged. Cowl flaps are open right.
Open left.
Fuel shut-off switches.
Off. Booster pumps are on. Supercharger's off.
Throttles, props, flight controls. Okay.
Your radio okay, Yeager?
All okay, Captain.
Orion, all your navigation instruments?
All set, sir. Select the number 1 engine on, sir.
Well, here goes.
Fuel pressure is up. Mixture on rich. That first one is singing pretty.
I'll get taxi clearance. Pilot Williams, number 1 to tower. Pilot Williams to tower, requesting taxi clearance.
Okay. Tower to Pilot Williams, number 1. Use runway 7. Wind direction, pineapples. Wind velocity, John Doe.
Military double talk. Only they call it code.
Here goes.
Okay, below. Shocks out.
Shocks out.
Be righty, boys.
Hands
Stop!
It's going to be pretty heavy tonight, Burnett. You better give me about 10% flaps.
Got it.
We're going blind a minute after we're in the air. You better set the gyro compass against the magnetic compass.
Got it. Mixture still on ridge.
Pilot Williams to tower. Request permission to take off.
Tower to Pilot Williams. All clear to take off.
Parking brake off.
Parking brake off.
Let's go. It's running heavy, all right. Terrific overload.
Yeah.
Need the whole length of the field.
Yep.
Ease off. Okay, landing gear up.
Gear up.
Reduce manifold pressure to about 40 inches. RPM's 2,500. Ease up on the flaps. Next stop, Britain.
$6,000 feet. 24-mile tailwind. RPM 1,800.
That left engine is hotting up a little, Burnett. If you lean out the gas mixture a little, I'll reduce power.
That ought to fix her up all right, yeah. What'd you find out about your kid?
Nothing good.
It'll all work out all right. You'll see.
I hope you're right. Say, I didn't meet any brother of yours when I was visiting you. Didn't even know you had one.
He was at sea. The family never talks about him when he's at sea. Sort of a superstition, I guess.
Oh.
Like the way Medwick always touches third base when he comes in from left field.
Yeah.
According to my first fix, sir, we're just over the Labrador Current.
Okay, Orion.
I hope that engine don't give us any trouble.
I hate to complain, but this North Atlantic run is monotonous.
Is the Brazil run more exciting?
Well, at least it's monotonous in a more southerly direction. I'm hungry.
Burnett, what's that glow over there in the east? Nowhere near dawn yet.
Oh, yeah.
Captain Williams, there's a distress signal on the radio.
SOS, huh? 10 to 1, some poor guys have gone and got themselves torpedoed. What ship is it and where?
I don't know. The radio's silent now. It just began and then it stopped right away.
Williams, that light in the east. That's a ship on fire. That must be it, dead ahead.
Yeah. Better take a few turns over her. No, Joe, you're all wrong, I tell you.
I tell you, yes. I'd know that ship any place, any time. I tell you it's the Tomahawk.
How could you tell from way up here? Especially the way she's burning.
It's the Tomahawk. It's Marty's ship. My brother's on that ship. Look at her burn.
Here's a position, Captain.
Give it to Yeager to put on the radio.
Here you are, Yeager. 50 degrees, 50 minutes north. 47 degrees, 30 minutes, 15 seconds west. Want to repeat?
No. I have it.
If he had the St. Christopher, he'd get away in one of those lifeboats, huh?
Don't worry, Joe. It's really his ship. He'll get away, okay?
It's his ship, all right.
Well, he'll be picked up.
I'd like to drop some flares, signal some other ship. If we could only do something.
We've radioed, Joe. We're just wasting gasoline now.
Imagine being stuck up here with only an A card.
Shut up, Orion.
You know something? Marty named his kid after me. After me.
Joe, snap out of it. Cut it out. We know how you feel. Don't you think I'd like to be back with my kid? He may be dying. Gotta go on. What more can we do for that ship down there?
Nothing. Sorry. Let's get out of here.
You are listening to an original radio play, Eagle to Britain, starring Kenneth Delmar on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. As our play continues, the giant bomber with its crew of 4 men is roaring eastward through the night.
This must be the somewhat turbulent air they told us we were headed for.
Somewhat turbulent. I don't know which end is up anymore.
We can fly over it if that hot engine will take it.
Yeah. Going upstairs, boys. Hit the oxygen when you need it.
All right.
All right.
Well, it's quieter up here anyway. Williams. Captain Williams.
Hmm?
Are you taking enough oxygen? You look kind of dopey.
Oxygen? Oh, I was just thinking is all.
Okay. Me too, I guess. Williams. Hey, Williams.
Hey.
Williams. Captain Williams.
For crying out loud, what happened?
Captain Williams passed out. Turn up his oxygen, will you?
Oh, I thought we merely lost a wing or something.
What's that all over your face, Orion?
That?
Yeah.
Oh, it's lemon meringue pie. Imagine I toted it all this distance just to smush it all over my face when the plane lurched.
That's enough. The oxygen will fix him up all right. How do you feel now, Captain? You passed out. Not enough oxygen. I told you to watch it.
Sort of sneaked up on me. How are we doing?
That left engine is heating up pretty bad now.
Can't cut down any more on power. Couldn't hold our altitude up here. We'd get down into that storm. Get weathered in solid.
If we don't cut down on the power, that engine is going to really give us trouble. She's running too hot to be healthy.
All right, boys. We're letting down.
What? Letting down through that weather?
Are you eating again, Orion?
Just some cold pork and beans out of the can. Food for the gods. The way it looks now, they're going to get it, too.
I don't like this weather at all, Burnett. I don't like it a bit.
Do I?
She's getting pretty white out there in the wings.
Icing up. Feel the vibration?
Yeah, I feel it. It's getting worse. And there's more up ahead.
Well, what do you say?
What do I say what?
4 hours out. Got to decide now if we're going ahead or going back.
Ahead? We should go ahead, always.
You're prejudiced, Jaeger.
So are you, Williams. So am I to go back.
Got a failing engine. Might get worse. Running into worse weather. We're going to sweat a lot of weather from now on. Should we risk a valuable plane, valuable cargo, valuable personnel?
In war, one takes risks. One seizes the initiative or fails. Captain. What do you think the odds are?
I'm a pilot, Orion, not a bookie. Give me a minute to decide.
It's just as far back now as it is ahead, Captain.
Ice is getting thicker on the wings, Williams.
Probably bad weather ahead. Probably bad weather behind. Yeah. We could head straight down.
Shut up, Orion.
I'll tell you, boys, maybe I'm prejudiced. But I'm all for easing down Britain way myself.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that's settled. I'm glad that's settled this way. Hey, that ice is loosening up. We must be in warmer air. That ice is breaking off.
Yeah, I feel it in the controls.
Oh, well. How would somebody like a quick shot of hot chicken noodle soup, huh? Might feel like a celebration.
Always eating. Hey, by the way, Orion.
What now?
I just thought of something. This is your first flight over the North Atlantic, isn't it?
Yeah? Hey, that's right. We've got to initiate. Hey, wait a minute now. What's all this? Here I am, a quiet guy minding my own business.
Quiet, neophyte.
You're about to be inducted into the holy and ancient order of short snorters.
Not so ancient order at that.
Well, everybody that flies across the North Atlantic is a member. Got a dollar bill on you?
Uh-oh. Saw it coming from a long ways off. I must say, this is the most complicated way of putting the arm on somebody I ever experienced. Okay, when do I get it back?
Right away. Come on, fork it over.
How do you like that?
Now, I take this dollar bill and, got a pen, Red?
Oh, he takes my buck, now he takes my pen. How about my portable radio?
Here, Joe, take over the controls.
Right, Glenn.
Now then, on this dollar bill, I write your name, Red Orion. Now the date, September 21st, 1942. There you are.
Now what, I get my buck back?
You get it back and you better hang on to it. You are now a member of the Short Snorters.
And anytime any short snorter asks you, are you a short snorter?
And you have to produce your dollar bill proving you're a short snorter within 1 minute.
Or else you've got to pay any short snorter present $1. Okay?
Okay. I think I heard about this somewhere before.
Oh, sure. Everybody who ever flew the North Atlantic is a member. Churchill, Molotov, all those guys.
Captain, don't you think we could have waited until we got there before you took my buck?
What's that on the radio, Carl? Anything about that ship?
Now, listen, Joe, I told you to relax about that ship, didn't I?
Matter of fact, Captain Williams, this message is about the freighter.
All right, enter it in the log, Joe.
It's from the U.S. freighter Crawford. They say they stood by and picked up every man and officer of the Brazilian freighter Montezuma. Then they sign off. But, well, how do you know that's the ship we passed back there?
Look at the position they give for her. That's the same position.
Ah, you see there? I told you, Joe.
Yeah.
Nighttime and fire and the state of a man's mind play him some queer tricks.
Well, then he's safe, Marty, safe. My brother wasn't on that ship and he's okay.
That's right, Joe. Everything works out, doesn't it, Joe?
Yeah, everything works out.
Sure, you see. There's no question we should have gone on.
Yeah.
Now you see why I'm glad we did, huh? Yeah, we're that much nearer England, too. I can smell the roast beef I'm going to eat already.
It's pretty light now. We ought to be close to our objective. Jaeger, how about getting me a couple of true bearings from positions X and Y? Kind of hurry it up, huh?
Yes, sir.
Seems to me we ought to be almost there.
Ought to be time to get down closer to the water.
We don't know how far down this weather goes.
Well, we'll let her down easy. Here goes. Just a couple of hours out now. Pretty foggy, though.
We'll be through the weather in a minute now. Let her down.
In the clear.
Hey, watch it. The ship down there.
What?
She's liable to just blaze away at us without stopping to ask any questions.
Well, I hope they see our insignia before they get in an uproar. Crying out loud, she's been hit.
Been torpedoed astern, that's right.
Yeah, can't be bad, though, back there.
Could knock out her steering gear. Good. Watch for that U-boat to break water any time now. She'll surface to finish the job by shelling.
The gun crew of the freighter's going to post.
When that U-boat surfaces, it's up to us to distract her long enough to give that gun crew a chance for a couple of good, clean shots.
Williams, over there.
What?
No, there. The U-boat. She's up.
That's right.
What do we do now?
Dive on that sub.
What? What good's that? We haven't any bombs.
How do they know we're a ferry bomber?
That's right.
For all they know, we're loaded to the ears with bombs. Go on down to dive. Gotta distract her. Here goes.
They'll machine gun the bejeepers out of this altitude. You know that, don't you?
So what? Watch it, boys. Look.
No, let's do it again. Do it some more. The monotony of it all.
They're going to crash dive.
No, they're not. They hit the freighter.
Yeah.
The U-boat's gun crew got her. The freighter's hit.
Bad, too. Look at that oil flame up.
Yay.
Well, that lets us out, I'm afraid, boys. The freighter's a gunner. You sending a position, Jaeger? Not that it'll do her much good.
I'm getting her signal now, Captain Williams. SOS.
Yeah. Poor devil. Well, let's be on our way.
Captain Williamson.
Yes, Jaeger.
You want this message for our logbook?
Yeah, I suppose so. Give it to Burnett.
I think you better take it, Captain.
Why? Oh. Okay.
What's the matter? I enter things in the log, don't I?
Joe.
Yeah?
This message. One is from that ship burning down there. The name of that ship is the Tomahawk.
Marty.
Here, kid. You want a slug of my coffee?
My brother Marty. Better guy than anybody they got in that Germany. What right have they got doing that to him? What right have they got? I'd like to take this plane and dive...
Stop talking like a kid.
What do you mean like a kid? They killed my brother Marty. I'll say what I like.
You lost the brother. Now you're going to win the war all by yourself. So you lose your temper, forget your job, and you endanger all of us.
What do you know about it? Who are you to go shooting off your mouth?
I had 3 brothers. And the father and the mother had 2 sisters. And the whole village. They put my village on a diet of potatoes. And last winter, they took every blanket from my village. More than half of my village froze to death.
You had a brother. I had a family, and a village, and a whole country.
Give me that coffee, Red. Looks like land dead ahead of us, Captain. Must be Britain, sir. Dead ahead.
Fog is breaking, boys. Visibility unlimited. Ladies and gentlemen, later in the program, we want to introduce to you Lieutenant Harold H. Cargill of the Ferry Bomber Command. Lieutenant Cargill and many others are the men responsible for delivering our planes to Britain. Before we hear from Lieutenant Cargill, we'd like to tell you about an anniversary DuPont is observing this year. This year, 1942, the DuPont Company observes its 140th anniversary. It was in 1802, just 140 years ago, that Irénée DuPont built a small powder mill on the banks of the Brandywine in the state of Delaware to provide the frontiersmen, the miners, and farmers of the America of that day with the black powder needed in the building of a new nation, indivisible, dedicated to liberty and justice for all. Powder in those days was the need, and DuPont met the need. What does a long lifetime of nearly a century and a half mean to an American company? It means that as America has grown, as her needs have changed, so DuPont has grown and changed with those needs. The First World War brought a realization that America needed a chemical industry, needed it badly to supply dyes and drugs that had been imported from Germany. DuPont helped to build such a chemical industry for the United States. From the laboratories of DuPont within the past 25 years, you have had an ever-lengthening list of better things for better living through chemistry. In 1918, dyes. In 1923, Duco finishes. In 1927, moisture-proof cellophane. In 1928, Dulux finishes. In 1931, neoprene chemical rubber. In 1933, Zerone anti-rust antifreeze. In 1934, Cordura rayon yarn, which, along with DuPont rubber chemicals, helped to give you auto tires that ran tens of thousands of miles. In 1935, Safer Nitramon blasting agents. In 1936, Lucite methylmethacrylate resin, one of a long line of DuPont plastics. In 1937, fire retardant chemicals. In 1939, nylon. The little mill on the Brandywine has grown and become a company of almost 100 plants in 37 states. Today, the research and productive capacity of DuPont, all of it, is pouring out a night and day torrent of vital materials for war and essential civilian needs. The Dulux that used to protect your car is protecting Army mobile equipment. Lucite is going into military aircraft. Neoprene is going into battleships and many other vital war uses. Cordura strengthens tires for heavy gun carriers. Nylon goes into parachutes. The peacetime products of DuPont are at work to win the war. But the scientific achievement of the future will grow out of these achievements of the past. Our future, which can be made to be the happiest era in all the long evolution of mankind. Part of the story of chemistry's wartime work, as much of it as can be told without giving comfort to the enemy, chapter after chapter that will make the enemy extremely uncomfortable, is told in an anniversary edition of the DuPont magazine, just off the press. You'll find it an exciting, inspiring story. You may have a free copy of this 36-page illustrated anniversary magazine by writing to Radio Section, DuPont, Wilmington, Delaware. Send for your copy. Write to Radio Section, DuPont, Wilmington, Delaware. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're proud to present Lieutenant Harold H. Cargill of the Air Transport Command.
Thank you. Now, tell us, Lieutenant Cargill, did our Cavalcade play tonight make you homesick for that North Atlantic run?
I can't say that it did, Mr. Collier. But that's not the fault of the play or the players. I've never made the North Atlantic run.
Oh, then you're not a short snorter.
No, not yet. But maybe I'm a long snorter. Because I've made the South Atlantic run to India and back on several occasions.
India and back? Well, that's certainly a trip. Tell us, Lieutenant Cargill, is there anything special you'd like to say to our listeners tonight?
Yes, sir, there is. I'd like to say two things. Number one is that the Air Transport Command is looking for good mechanics. Any Army recruiting station can give you the details. The second thing is this. We of the Air Transport Command say to you, buy the bonds to build the bombers, and we'll get them where they do the U.S. the most good and the Axis most harm. Thank you.
Next week on Cavalcade, our star will be Orson Welles. Mr. Welles will play the role of Daniel Webster in a new radio drama, The Man Who Wouldn't Be President. Tonight's Cavalcade was written by Milton Geiger and Peter Lyon. Don't forget next week, Orson Welles in The Man Who Wouldn't Be President. The orchestra and original score tonight were under the direction of Don Voorhees. This is Clayton Carter sending best wishes from DuPont.
This program has come to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Starring Orson Welles in an original radio play, Thunder from the Mountains, by Arthur Miller. A story of Juarez, liberator of Mexico, on the Cavalcade of America. "75 years ago, on June 19th, as the light of dawn broke over the peak of Mount Popocatépetl, death by rifle fire was administered to Ferdinand Maximilian, last emperor of Mexico. With it came liberty to a nation. More than any other, one man was responsible. He was Benito Juarez. It is his ever-glorious story that we tell tonight, with the celebrated young actor of stage, screen, and radio, Orson Welles, portraying the role of Juarez and narrating our program.
On a morning in June 1867, the ambassadors of all the crown governments of the world filed into the presidential palace in Mexico City. Standing before the door of his office, Mexican President Benito Juarez stolidly listens to the prepared speeches of the diplomats as they pass before him and shake his labor-toughened hand.
His Majesty the King of Prussia fervently desires that the President spare the life of His Highness Maximilian.
His Majesty the Emperor of Austria urgently beseeches Your Excellency to pardon His Highness Maximilian.
Her Majesty the Queen of Spain prays that the President will show his mercy by pardoning the Archduke.
As Benito Juarez listens to the pleas of the world's mightiest states, the royal courts of Europe wait at the telegraph for his answer. And Mexico also waits. Juarez stares through the window at the morning sun, motionless, Indian, like a man remembering whole lifetimes. Now he turns, speaks.
Honored ambassadors, I will try to tell you why it is that Maximilian must surely die.
Listener, there were two men who lived a century ago, and it is a strange and marvelous thing, but if they were to stand side by side before the sun, they would have cast two identical shadows. This northern one, you know. You remember him in his long black coat, his stovepipe hat, his craggy face. This one is Lincoln, the farmer's son, and now a lawyer here in Salem, Illinois, waiting for the client's step across his porch. Yes, you remember Lincoln. Now travel your eye down the spine of our continent, 2,000 miles south of Salem, across the Rio Grande, across the high spikes of the Sierra Madre. Here this other lawyer lived, a century ago. This other Lincoln, this Indian man, with the narrow Indian eyes you do not remember. But his craggy face, his stovepipe hat and long black coat make a familiar silhouette. This Mexican one is Juarez, Benito Juarez, pacing his office floor like Lincoln in the north, waiting for the client's step as Lincoln waits in that same quiet year, 1 century ago.
Let me understand, old man. You have been working this piece of land very long.
All my life, senor. They told me if I go to Juarez, I will find justice. Where is justice, Juarez?
Before justice must come the facts. Every year you pay 100 measures of beans for the land. How many measures do you offer to pay your landlord this time?
Whole crop was 30 measures. That is what I give him. It is not enough, he says. He must have my little gray donkey besides. He goes to the donkey and starts to lead him away, so little Pedro...
Pedro is your son.
Oh, no, senor. I found Pedro on the roadside last year. He's a little boy. God forgot to teach him how to speak. Little dumb boy. He was like a friend to that gray donkey. It is possible, senor.
Oh, yes, it is possible.
So, when Don Manuel, my landlord, tried to take the donkey away, little Pedro would not let go of him. Don Manuel took out his whip, senor, and he beat my Pedro. Beat him again, and he beat him to the ground. Pedro cannot walk now. He cannot walk, senor. Juarez, I have no money. Is there justice in Mexico for a man without money?
Come with me.
Juarez. Where?
To Don Manuel. There are laws in Mexico, Uncle.
An excellent story, Excellency. A very funny situation.
I tell you one.
Who gave you permission to enter this house, Juan Felipe?
Juan Felipe is my client, Don Manuel. We have come to inform you, Don Manuel, that we are going to sue you for injuries done to the little boy, Pedro.
He is a peasant, Juarez. Get him out of here. He stinks.
Juarez. So, this is that Juarez. Do you recognize me, Senor Juarez?
I've seen you speak, Senor President Santa Anna.
Aha, and you like my speeches.
You always give a good performance, Excellency, considering that you do not charge admission.
Juarez, a smart man like you, why do you keep giving these oxen such ideas? A peasant is made for working and dying. Don Manuel is not guilty of anything wrong. The man Felipe is a stupid peasant.
The laws of Mexico.
The laws of Mexico have nothing to do with Mexico.
That remark does not amuse me, Senor President.
Juarez, a man like you. Stand by my side. Hold my hand. I will drown you in gold. Take my advice, Juarez. Take it. I will make you a great rich man.
Don Manuel, I will bring you to court.
What makes you like this, Juarez? Why do you embarrass yourself for a stupid idiot peasant boy? Why?
You see my hands, Santa Anna? They are not a lawyer's, but a peasant's hands. My face has been beaten. My lips have been split open. My spine has bent to the hole. In school, the Spanish gentlemen turned their backs on my Indian face, as though it were the color of disease. I'm not bitter. No, Senor President, I'm ashamed of Mexico. Ashamed for Mexico. It's not a Christian thing that 7/8 of the people should live like slaves where there are no laws to prevent slavery. It's not a Christian thing, Excellency. The laws must be obeyed. Good day.
That other Lincoln loved silently in those days, while this southern one, wordless, walked up and down in his stovepipe hat before the house of Margarita, courting, playing the bear, pacing the sidewalk in his methodical way until her door would open respectably and a voice would call, "Come in now, good senor."
Margarita! Come away from the window. It is not correct to pick at him when he's playing bear. It is not nice for a girl.
Oh, he must love me. Every night for 6 weeks. No one night has he failed to appear.
I think it is about time to let him into the house. 6 weeks. Quite a lot of walking up and down. And he is such a busy man.
Oh, just let me watch him 1 minute more. How dignified he is. Say my new name, Father.
Senora Margarita Juarez.
Margarita Juarez. Yes, tonight it seemed to sound so natural. Oh, it must be time now. Father, open the door, please.
Go upstairs now. When we have settled everything, you may come down and speak to your future husband for a moment.
Don't be long with him, Father.
Senor Juarez.
Did you call me, Senor Maza?
Yes. Would you be good enough to step into my house?
Thank you, Senor. Thank you. I have always thought it is a lovely house.
Peering outward on the several states, the taller one in Illinois saw the drums of war uncovering and listened for the sound he feared. And Juarez, too, Governor Juarez now, feeling the ground tremble with a brewing civil war, walked quietly and listening among his Mexicans. A strange governor, no braided uniform or painted women running drunken through his palace halls. He walked in places no governor had ever walked before, searching for that dangerous core of anger that festered somewhere in the state.
Excellency, you will get dirty if you go down into the mine.
Oh, I've been dirty in my life. I have always wanted to see a silver mine. Especially yours, senor. You lead the way.
Yes, Excellency. To the right, Excellency. This way, please.
No, let us see them dig.
I beg your grace. Turn here to the right.
Senor, how are these men? Chained?
Excellency.
By what law you chain these men? Are they apes?
They are always running away.
How you are aware, senor, that the law forbids this?
I had heard of it, Excellency.
You had heard of it? You had heard of it? Break those chains. At once. Remember, friend, laws are made to be obeyed, not to be heard of. Cut your chains. I will be back. Remember it.
Schools. Now he's building schools for peasants. Did I tell him to build schools for peasants?
No, Senor President.
No, did I not want him to stop sticking his nose into the silver mines? Did I not want him to stay away from the peasants? Stop stirring them up?
Si, Senor.
Bernal, you will take a force of men, ride to his house, and in my name, in the name of Santa Anna, bring him to me.
You are listening to Orson Welles as Benito Juarez on the Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. Exiled from Mexico, Juarez, penniless, lands in New Orleans. Many months later, a tall gentleman enters the top floor of a shabby rooming house in New Orleans and is talking with Benito Juarez.
Juarez, it is time to go back. It is time to put Santana down.
No, Comfort. The people elected him. He's president. Let them vote him out as they voted him in.
Can you vote out a king, Juarez?
King? Is he mad? Is the beast mad, too?
He has made himself king of Mexico, Juarez.
Oh.
A new revolutionary army is forming on the West Coast. I've raised 3 shiploads of munitions. It's time to pull him down, Juarez.
Yes. Yes, now. Now is the time. He is the rebel now, not we. When can we leave?
I haven't enough passage money for you and your staff, but you will call on General.
No, the others are military men. Let them go by boat. I will make my way.
Without money, without...
I have my hands. And 2 good feet. Toward Mexico, toward home. A good dog can always make his way.
Lincoln in Springfield, standing at the rail of the Washington-bound express, turned to the people who stood waiting in the rain. I leave now for the capital, he said, with a task before me greater than that which rested upon Washington. And they waved him silently on his way toward war. And the one called Juarez, with no farewells, gathered up his pennies and his long black coat and shipped across the shining Gulf to Panama. And facing the west, he left all cities behind and walked alone across the curved and narrow finger that joins the continents. Through jungles he walked, where parrots flew, and stood at last on the Pacific beach. And there he was hired into the galley of a ship, and he sailed toward western Mexico, where in a deep cut between big hills, in a greener valley forge, a ragged army waited to attack, while Lincoln rode solemnly to the White House on that same dark day.
Senor Presidente, Benito Juarez has landed in Mexico.
Juarez? So, Exile, I see, was too merciful. We will ride against him, senores. Tear him out of the hills. Juarez, he has come home to die.
The land is on fire. The sky burns. The people lift up like lions, roaring their anger from the coast, from Mazatlan and Atoyac, from the towns of the Spaniard and the Indian towns. They came from Tehuantepec, Durango, and the river there, from the Bay of Banderas. The fishermen ran with salt on their lips, as once the fishermen of Marblehead came in their boats to crash the heights for Washington. The sowers of corn and the makers of bread, the black-eyed and the fair, the forest men, whose backs were bent like the trees they cut. They came, sweetening with blood the deserts of long dead centuries, and they scrawled new names on Mexico's face. Dios y Libertad, or God and Liberty. And the stones rang like bells from Guadalajara to the Gulf.
President Juarez. That has a beautiful sound, President.
Diego, where is my family? Are they here yet?
They will be here immediately, Excellency. You may enter the city at your pleasure now. The flags are flying. The people are dancing under the new archways.
Profound congratulations, Excellency.
No, I do not believe we have met, senor.
Ambassador Cellini, Your Excellency, of France. I have an urgent request.
Yes, senor. What is your request?
My emperor asks Mexico's immediate payment of her debt to France. $12 million. Payment, Excellency.
You know well enough, senor. Mexico cannot pay any debts for at least 2 years.
In that case, it is my duty to inform you that Emperor Napoleon's army, under His Highness the Archduke Ferdinand Maximilian, is at this moment landing on your coast. May I have the honor of carrying your reply to His Highness?
You may have that honor. Yes. Go to this Habsburg, this military doll, this sudden Mexican emperor. Tell him that though he has very cleverly arrived at the moment when the people are exhausted from his civil war, he will be received with the same exquisite hatred as only the people of the Americas know how to brew for conquerors. Tell him, please, that if we have buried thousands upon thousands of our patriots this frightful year, the soil of Mexico is still broad enough and deep enough for one more grave.
At Gettysburg, the taller one halted between battles and spoke his vision that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth.
Juarez, why do we fight him? Listen to me. They've got us with our backs against Texas. Our bullets are almost gone. We'll all die. For what now?
Yes, senores, all of you, hear me out. We could make peace with Maximilian. Yes, we could make peace. But not with these hills. Not with this Mexican earth. I do not speak now as Juarez, but as that unseeable thing through which the people govern themselves. I can no more surrender than the Rio Grande can turn into the Rhine.
Benito.
Margarita,
Oh, heaven, Benito.
speak, what's happened to you?
On the road here, we are being followed. Juan Felipe dropped back to fire at them while we drove on. They leaped on him. They stood him to a tree and shot him there. There was no reason. He was going with them.
Is it clear, senores, that we cannot surrender? They are shooting prisoners.
Neither can we fight, Juarez. Not without ammunition. In 10 days, our stocks are gone.
Excellency.
Yes, soldier.
This man see you. He say he come from across the river.
You are from Texas?
Yes, sir. You Juarez, sir?
I am.
I just come over to let you boys know that we can't figure you out. Every night, we've been leaving a pile of rifles, powder, and cartridges right out on the riverbank on our side, and ain't one bullet been taken yet. Don't you want the stuff?
Well, it belongs to the United States Army.
Between us, mister, we kind of figure we can spare it.
I don't know how to thank you, senor.
I guess Abe Lincoln ain't too happy about that foreign prince yelling across the river at us the rest of our lives. Well, good night.
God bless you, senor. And God bless Abraham Lincoln.
Thanks, sir. Bye.
That was 30 million people talking, senores. Mexico is not alone.
Mexico was not alone. And the time came when Juarez, standing in the vaulted palace of the president, paused a moment to look at each ambassador pleading for the life of Maximilian, and continued, "So it's not difficult to understand, honored ambassadors, why Maximilian must die. Not for the sorrow he caused, nor the blood he spilled. That would call only for revenge. And the Mexican state does not stoop to vengeance. Why then must he die? Gentlemen, I ask you a question. Why is it that the United States of America, alone,
among all the great powers, has not sent an ambassador to plead with me for Maximilian's life. Why do they not send a plea? Because they know that for a democratic state to pardon a would-be tyrant is to make mockery of that state and its whole people. Therefore, in the name of Mexican democracy, to her everlasting honor and the undying dignity of her people, I command that the sentence of execution be carried out against the Archduke Ferdinand Maximilian by firing squad upon the Hill of Bells at dawn.
Thank you, Orson Welles. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments we will hear again from Mr. Welles. But first, the momentum of America will not be stopped, says the president of the DuPont Company in the current issue of the DuPont magazine, marking the company's 140th anniversary. The course ahead, he gives as his opinion, is beset with difficulties. No doubt it holds many discouragements. But I feel that there is nothing awaiting us of America, either in business or on the nation's battle lines, that we cannot overcome with fundamental study, effort, initiative, vision, and daring. Referring to the war work entrusted to the DuPont Company with winning the war industry's present task, he says, "It is not enough that we do a good job. That would be merely accomplishing the expected. The great war plants and charge to our building should be completed ahead of schedule. They should produce beyond their planned capacity. Both in rendering service and in producing goods, we should do more than is asked. With satisfaction, I can report that the DuPont organization is achieving these goals." The president of DuPont goes on to speak of the future when this passing illness of civilization shall be gone. "I feel we have much about which to be encouraged in speculating on the future," he says. "In chemistry, we have a field of endeavor that the future no doubt will prove has been but sparsely explored. The prospective demand for accomplishments in that field and for the creation and discovery of better things for better living is unlimited. Unusual initiative and effort will be required of us. Our industrial scientists must endeavor to penetrate those more difficult areas into which up to now few have dared venture to explore. Do we have the courage and confidence to win through, he asks, and answers, I believe we do. The war and the peace will both be victories. Friends of the Cavalcade who would like a copy of this anniversary edition of the DuPont magazine may have one. Write to the radio section, DuPont, Wilmington, Delaware. The magazine is printed in color with full-page illustrations of a modern industrial chemistry plant at work, plastic noses for bombing planes, barrage balloons, an airplane production line and shipyard. There are 36 pages of information about the part chemistry is playing in war production. DuPont will be happy to send you a copy, so that you may know some of the wartime accomplishments of chemistry and what they will bring to all of us when peace comes again in terms of better things for better living through chemistry. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the star of our play.
Good evening, Mrs. Orson Welles. It was a great privilege to play Benito Juarez for you this evening. A few weeks ago in Mexico, I attended a great celebration in his honor. There were many speakers. And the last of these was a humble citizen of the Mexican Republic. He's also a very old man. I'll never forget what he said. I am 87 years old, he told us. I'm 87 years old, and I have the honor to be one of those who shot and killed the Emperor Ferdinand Maximilian.
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, Cavalcade will welcome back as its star, Madeleine Carroll, in a modern drama of an American Army nurse based on a story in the October American magazine. The play will be called I Married in Bataan. Next week, Madeleine Carroll in I Married in Bataan. On tonight's program, the orchestra and musical score were under the direction of Don Voorhees. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont.
This program has come to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Starring Madeline Carroll in an original radio play entitled I Was Married on Bataan on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Bataan, Corregidor. Today, these names stand like banners of our defiance. For the stature of American manhood was measured on Corregidor and found tall and unafraid. But American women, too, passed through that Philippine ordeal, and it is their heroic story, and a true story, that Cavalcade tells tonight. Lieutenant Dorothea Daly Engel, United States Army Nurse Corps, has set down her experiences in an article written for the October American magazine under the title, I Was Married in Battle. In a radio play written by Arthur Miller and based on Lieutenant Engel's own record of events, the DuPont Company presents Madeline Carroll as Lieutenant Dorothea Engel in I Was Married on Bataan on the Cavalcade of America.
I know what a man's chances were on Bataan after the lines broke. And yet, he is alive somewhere on those islands. He did not die. I know. My name is Dorothea Daly Engel, First Lieutenant, United States Army Nurse Corps. I sailed for the Philippines on an Army transport on June the 6th, 1941, with 20 other nurses. It was pleasant there near Clark Field. During the day we did our work, routine, plenty of supplies, and not many patients. At night sometimes there was music and dancing. I remember the music they played that night. I'll never forget that song.
Say, lady, didn't you bring your shoes?
My shoes? Why, sure I brought my...
Why aren't you dancing?
Well, I'm not very good at solo.
Oh, neither am I. I guess we'd better dance together then, huh?
All right.
I like girls medium to short, you know that?
Why?
Oh, so we can see eye to eye.
Well, you're taller than I am anyway.
Why are you looking at me like that? You know me?
I'm trying to remember.
Isn't that funny? I'm trying to remember, too.
Have you ever been in Hamilton, Missouri?
Never heard of it. Ever been in New Orleans, Louisiana?
Never heard of that.
First thing you know, you're going to outwit me, and then I'll be mad. You been out here long?
Just landed a couple of days ago. What do you do here?
You mean in the Philippines?
Yes, there's no fighting. What do you do?
Oh, polish up the cannon, get sunburned.
Peaceful, isn't it? Isn't it?
Say, would you... could we go outside? There's a nice veranda out there. I really don't like to dance.
Oh, is that what you've been doing?
Oh, come on. Now, young lady, my name is Emmanuel Engel. They call me Boots. As you see, Lieutenant.
Dorothea Daly. Good evening, Lieutenant.
Good evening, Lieutenant. Usually I don't talk like this.
How do you talk, usually?
Could I tell you something silly?
You're a funny fellow. Sure, tell me something silly.
Well, look at the moon, the stars. So quiet out on that big ocean. Now, I wonder sometimes whether it's really quiet or whether we're all deaf. You just came here. How does it seem to you?
Why? Do you think there'll be war?
You know, Dorothea, you say war in such a peculiar way.
How do I say it?
Oh, like a little girl. For the first time in my life, I don't care for war. Looking at you, the sound of the word makes me very cold inside.
But you're a soldier.
Always. I always want to be a soldier, but Right now, I just...
Let's go inside.
Sure, let's. Well?
Please don't talk about war anymore tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get you down.
No, it's just that I suddenly feel in a terrible hurry, as though all of us should be running somewhere.
Maybe it's just the moon.
Yes, it's so terribly red. Come on, let's go inside.
Good morning, Nurse.
Morning, John.
Oh, Nurse.
How's the foot this morning?
Oh, Nurse. When you come to my bed, I got no feet. I got no hands, no arms, no nothing. Just a heart palpitating.
Smoking too much you are, young man. Let me see the foot.
Here. Ain't it a beauty? When are we going to get married, Lieutenant?
Doctor will have to look at this swelling.
Oh, that's no fair. I made a date for Saturday night.
Marrying me today, date with somebody else Saturday night. What do you want, perpetual reconnaissance duty?
Good morning, Knight.
Good morning, Doctor. Will you look at his foot? It's swollen.
Sure. How'd you sleep, soldier?
It's all I do around here. Can't I get out? Oh!
That hurt?
Hurt? No. Oh!
That hurt?
No. I just got hiccups.
Well, you're not getting out of that bed for a week. Now, just try to occupy yourself. Time can pass quickly enough. See you later.
Okay. Guy would think I had 7 different kinds of influenza or something.
My! Look at all those planes. Now, don't try and get off the bed.
Oh, let me see him, will you? I love him.
Well, all right. Just lean on the window here. Oh, they're so pretty coming out of the sun that way.
Yeah. Wish they'd let me fly. I'm too old. One of these days. Hey, where did they come from? They ain't ours.
Get back in that bed.
I tell you, they're not our planes, guys.
Get all the patients out of here and under the building.
Look at them. They're putting on their uniforms. They won't stand
Now
up
listen,
there.
you men. You're going below the building.
Yeah, I'm going back to my outfit. You can't shoot no Japs in a hospital.
All right, nurse. Wheel the ones that can't walk. Get them out of the building. Hurry now. There'll be wounded coming here.
We got the invalids under the building, and soon the wounded came from Clark Field and other places. All day, all night, again the next day we worked, cutting off blood-soaked sleeves, treating burns, shrapnel wounds, fractures. And I went through it as through a dream, because every time they brought another man in, I was there to see if it was Boots. And I knew then that I had to find him. Working there among the dying and the wounded, it seemed so obvious to me, so natural that he must be searching for me, too, somewhere.
Attention, please. Attention, please. All patients and the staff will be evacuated at once. We're going to Manila. Proceed with evacuation.
Say, nurse,
Yes?
come here, will you?
You feeling badly again?
No, I'm all right. Say, did I hear them call you Dorothea?
Yes, my name.
Dorothea Daly?
How did you know?
You know a lieutenant named Engel?
Yes. Do you know Boots?
Say, the lieutenant, you have a lot to know where you are, Lieutenant.
Did he say that?
Well, I guess that's what he meant.
Where is he? Is he hurt?
Well, last I saw of him, he was all right. You might catch him in Manila.
Manila? Thank you so much. We're going to Manila. That's where we're going. When we arrived in Manila, I went to all the barracks I knew of. He was not there. I looked into every truck that passed, every car. There was only one place left, the officers' club. I headed that way. And walking through Manila, it suddenly seemed so strange that I should be searching in the middle of a war for a man I hardly knew. And yet I was so sure that, had he been killed, I would mourn him the rest of my life. Every time I turned a corner, I wanted to halt and wait, afraid that in a moment he would pass where I had just been. I ran toward the officers' club. I ran along the streets as though I could catch him before the war did. Everything was moving so fast, so terribly, terribly fast. Lieutenant Engel here, please.
Everybody's gone over to Bataan, including me in a minute.
Bataan? But Bataan is the last ditch. We're not that far gone, are we?
We're losing Manila, Lieutenant. If I were you, I'd stay close to my outfit every minute now. A girl like you oughtn't to lose her way with the Japs so close.
I hurried back to my headquarters. Now it seemed so silly and unreal. Like a dream where you grasp a thing and it evaporates in your hands time after time. And I saw now what before was not so clear. The war. The war had caught us. It was upon us like a great dense fog. And to get through it into the clear, we would have to fight. That we would never really find each other until we had won this war. And won it forever.
Dorothea, where have you been? Get up on the truck.
Sally, I've just learned that he's in Bataan. The whole army's moving there.
That's just where we're going now.
We are? Thank God.
Do you realize what it means? Bataan is the last stop. After this, there's no room for retreating.
We came here to work, not weep. What are you going to do?
Work.
Nurse, we'll have to keep moving these boys to keep them out of the sun. Just keep moving them under the trees.
Yes, Doctor. I've been doing that.
And be sure to give Dickinson and Drake their injections now.
Yes, Doctor.
And change the dressing on those four over there. And when you're through...
Doctor,
What? What's the matter?
Could I be sent up to the front lines?
How much closer to the front do you think you can get?
Well, where's the field artillery? The Fort McKinley men?
Some of them are fighting at Maraveli's, I think.
Could I...
I beg your pardon, Doctor. Could you tell me where... Dorothea.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Better get those injections going.
Right away, Doctor. Boots, you were looking for me?
All over the Philippines. All over the world.
Wait, I've got to work. Stay next to me. Help me move these men.
Sure.
Are you hurt at all, Boots?
Me, never.
Boots, you'd better wait near the tent. I'm all shaky. I can't look at you and work. Please.
I've got so much to say to you, Dorothea.
Oh, Boots, I think I'm going to cry. Go. Please don't make me look at you.
All right. All right, but hurry. Listen.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it nice when those guns quiet down for a minute? Let's sit here, huh?
Yes. The jungle's always so alive at night. Look at that monkey. Wonder if he knows he's in a war. Shh, come towards us.
Hey, Jap.
Look at him go.
Too bad the Japs don't run away like that.
Don't they?
Dorothea, we're losing this war.
No, not for long. We'll get back at them.
Sure, but not this week. Not next. Maybe not for 5 years.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that time isn't waiting for us. We're two little stones hurtling over Niagara Falls. When I think of tomorrow, all I see is a whirlpool. Dorothea, we're being licked right now, this minute. We'll never hold the Philippines.
Boots, don't say that. We're Americans. We're a piece of the United States. How can we lose? We can't.
Little girl, we've been living on our fat. These Japs are out for murder. They strike when we're sleeping. They don't wait till we wake up. They're knocking the daylights out of us.
So, what do you want to say?
I'm going back to the front tomorrow night.
Oh.
Do you love me, Dorothea? I have to know that.
You know that.
If there was time, I'd call at your house with a box of candy, wearing my Sunday suit. There'd be a couple of months of movies and dancing by the lake, and pretty soon we'd both be so used to the idea it wouldn't be so hard to ask you.
I'm used to the idea, Boots. I was used to it the first minute I saw you. If somebody had told me last year that I could say these things to a man after knowing him so little, I would have blushed. But blushing's like a luxury now. Now I guess there's only time for the truth. And we'd better say it quickly.
Would you marry me?
Would have to be right away.
Not tonight.
We could go to the chaplain.
No. Give me one night to dream of it. And let it slowly fill my mind. Like the smell of flowers. The way I always thought it would be.
Oh, but, darling, the Japs fly low. Soon they'll know there are wounded here. They'll dive on us, shoot. Maybe tonight. Maybe before tomorrow ever comes. Dorothea.
Give me this night, Emmanuel. At least for these few hours, let me walk toward you slowly. Let me have this one last night. So that our marriage won't seem like a sudden clasping in the dark. Tomorrow, Boots.
All right, then. Tomorrow. If tomorrow comes.
You are listening to Madeline Carroll in I Was Married on Bataan, the true story of Lieutenant Dorothea Engel on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. As our play continues, the chaplain and the bridegroom are waiting outside the tent where Dorothea is dressing for her wedding.
Now look at you. Do you mean to tell me you're going to your wedding in that shirt? Why, that's scandalous.
Well, my gown hasn't arrived from Paris yet. What'll I do, call the whole thing off?
Oh, say, I've got a clean khaki shirt, almost no wrinkles in it.
Oh, this one'll do. Or will it? Why is it so quiet this morning? You know, when they forget to bomb us for an hour, my nerves go to pieces.
Get out that shirt, Betty.
Right.
I can just see the papers tomorrow. The bride wore a white satin gown trimmed with hand grenades. Admiral Tojo promised to come and pour the lead, but was unavoidably detained.
Let's hope. Here, put this on, Dorothea.
Oh, thanks, Betty. Do I look very awful?
Say, in these khaki overalls, the wonder is he'll be able to tell you from the rest of the army.
The chaplain's waiting right outside, Dorothea.
I'll be right there.
Okay. You better hurry, though. There'll probably be planes coming over soon.
All right. I'll be out in a minute.
Is he going back to the front right away?
I guess so. Yes.
Now, don't cry. For Pete's sake, you'll get him all upset.
I won't cry. All right. Open the tent flap, Sally.
There you are, milady. Now, out you go.
Oh, Boots.
Buck up, Lieutenant. It'll all be over in a minute.
Hold my hand, Boots.
Folks, there's a bombardment starting, so we'll have to hurry. Are you both ready?
Yes, Father.
I'm ready, Father.
Good. Emmanuel, wilt thou take Dorothea, here present, for thy lawful wife, according to the rites of our Holy Mother, the Church?
I will.
Dorothea, wilt thou take Emmanuel, here present, for thy lawful husband, according to the rites of our Holy Mother, the Church? For better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, till death do us part.
Till death do us part.
I now join you in marriage. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen.
Boots!
Here I am. Take it easy, Mrs. Boots. Hey, catch your breath.
Oh, I thought you'd go before I could get away.
Well, I've only got about 1 minute.
I heard our lines are breaking. They say that...
Lady, you don't seem to realize Lieutenant Engel is moving up to the front. Good news from now on.
Oh, Boots, be careful, won't you? Don't catch cold.
Listen, whatever happens, no matter what you hear about me, only believe one thing.
Yes, Boots.
I'm coming back to you. Wherever you are in all the world, I'll find you again. That's all you're going to believe. You promise?
I promise.
Now tell me to go.
On the truck, Lieutenant. We're off.
Tell me, Dorothea. Say it.
Go. Go and beat them. Knock them out of the sky. Push them back into the sea. Goodbye. Goodbye, Boots. Beat them. Beat them.
Hey, Dorothea, what are you standing here for? I've been looking all over for you. We got to pack.
Pack? No,
Come on, will you? We're leaving Bataan tonight. They're shipping us across the bay to Corregidor.
Then we've lost Bataan?
For a while, I guess.
I can't leave him here, Sally. How will I find him again with an ocean between us?
We've got work, Dorothea. There's no time to talk like this.
Time. We must count our lives in seconds, he said. I guess now our time's run out.
Attention. All nurses are now to go to the elevator. You'll be taken to the surface of the rock. The boats are already up there, unloading the wounded men from Bataan. We're under a full-scale air attack right now. When you reach the surface, go about your work. Take cover only if the planes come directly over. Otherwise, do your duty.
Dorothea, get behind here. Get your head down. You all right?
Yes. Come on. Let's get them off that boat. Look, that soldier's waving at us down there. Sally, he's waving.
No, he's much taller than Boots.
Easy with that. Nurse, help me with this boy.
He'll be all right. It's just the shoulder. There, put him down there. That's better. Better get these arrows out.
Right. There we are. Better hurry with these men.
Captain,
Yes.
did you know a Lieutenant Engel, artillery?
No, I never heard the name. All right, easy with this fellow. Easy, boy.
We worked all night taking them off the boat. And always I looked toward the Bataan shore where so many men were waiting to cross the bay for Corregidor. And suddenly from out of the jungle offshore, a mass of men came running, our men, and they dived into the bay and swam. I tried to make out the faces in the water and on the beach. And we kept working as some faces disappeared in the waters of the bay, and others fell on the beach and did not move anymore. And then for a while it was quiet. The boat tied to the rock was empty, and the beach was still with no one moving there anymore. Night fell quickly as it does there, and I stood waiting on that rock, watching the hills beyond the Bataan shore. And whenever the branches of a tree swayed, my heart leaped. But time that always moved so fast for us on these islands moved now faster still, and a motorboat came. And I remember climbing down into it with some others. I remember sailing southward through the mouth of the bay. I remember the hills falling away into the sea, and Bataan lost on the horizon. And then I was flying upward in a plane toward home. I know what his chances were. But wherever I am in all the world, I will return one day to Corregidor and find him there. I will. I promised. And I will.
Thank you, Madeline Carroll. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Carroll has a special message later in the program, which all of you will want to hear. Meanwhile, we have a story to tell. A story of chemistry in the war. The propeller shaft of an ocean-going vessel is packed with a square braided cord. And this braided packing, the highest grade, has generally been made of long fibered flax. But most of America's flax for this purpose has been imported from other countries. And today in wartime, when we need more of it than ever before, we can't get the necessary long-line flax. So it's important news that DuPont rayon technicians can now supply American industry with a rayon for packing that is equivalent or better than flax. The new DuPont rayon is called Rayon Tow. It got its name from the fact that after being extruded through the spinneret, it is towed away from the spinneret in untwisted, endless lengths by deft mechanical fingers. And this is one of the reasons why this man-made material has made flax yield its place for packing. Where originally the fibers of wool or flax or hemp are all tangled, the thousands of fibers of DuPont chemical tow are in line, parallel. Here's how rayon tow replaces flax. A few months ago, manufacturers supplying wartime industry became alarmed over the shortage of flax for pump packing. Industry must have pumps and accumulators and shafts traveling through fluids, water, brine, cold oil, and so on. Pumps must have packing. Where was the packing to come from with no high-grade long-line flax available? The DuPont rayon technicians turned their attention to the problem. Quality flax had long fibers, and a DuPont rayon tow called Type 126 had long fibers. In fact, they could be made a mile long if needed. Experiment packings were made up. Manufacturers under wartime pressure gladly volunteered to test them. In 6 months, a number of tests were made that would normally have taken years. One old-line manufacturer of packings tells us, quote, "We have even gone so far as to have rayon tow packing tried on low-pressure steam and in circulating pumps. It is our contention and experience that rayon, made up properly, shows no wear of equipment and stands up in service the equal or better of flax packing. And when we say flax, we mean long line." End of quote. Other tests show that in an accumulator stamping out metal parts, rayon packing under 3,500 pounds pressure lasted 2 months, where the very best flax lasted 2 weeks. In a steel mill, rayon tow has reduced packing consumption 20%. So important is this packing to America's wartime effort that we take this means of suggesting that any manufacturer of packing, any engineer or user of packing in our Cavalcade audience who may be facing a serious shortage, write at once to the DuPont Rayon Division, Wilmington, Delaware. Here is a success story typical of industrial chemistry. A natural material replaced by a man-made product, available in almost unlimited quantity and better than the original material it displaces, so that after the war, rayon packing will be generally accepted throughout industry as one of DuPont's better things for better living through chemistry.
Scores of the interesting and exciting contributions of chemical science to the war effort are described in a special issue of the DuPont magazine, just being sent to customers and friends of the DuPont Company. To our Cavalcade listeners who would like an exciting behind-the-scenes glimpse of chemistry at war, the DuPont Company will be happy to send a copy of this DuPont magazine free of charge. Just write to Radio Section, DuPont Company, Wilmington, Delaware.
And now the star of our play, Miss Madeline Carroll.
Thank you. A play is usually finished with its last line, but not our play of tonight. The story of American nurses will go on through this night and all the days of war that await us. The immediate need for trained and experienced nurses who will serve with either the Army or Navy is acute. If you are a graduate registered nurse, single and under 40, won't you enroll for service with the armed forces and inscribe your name on this roll of honor? Your Red Cross chapter can give you details. In the name of those heroines of Corregidor, offer your services now. Thank you.
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, Orson Welles returns in a special event on Cavalcade. He appears in a new kind of program celebrating the birthday of the New World, a program inspired by Samuel Eliot Morrison's current bestseller, Admiral of the Ocean Sea. Next week, Orson Welles in Admiral of the Ocean Sea. On tonight's program, the part of Lieutenant Emmanuel Engel was played by Kenneth Delmar. The orchestra and musical score were under the supervision of Don Voorhees. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont.
This program has come to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Starring Orson Welles in Admiral of the Ocean Sea on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. In an old book in a library in the city of Seville, this is written.
An age shall come after many years when the ocean will loose the chain of things, and a huge land lie revealed.
The quotation is from an ancient Roman play by Seneca. An age shall come after many years when the ocean will loose the chain of things, and a huge land lie revealed. In the old book in Seville, these lines are followed by this one.
My father fulfilled this prophecy on October 12th in the year of our Lord, 1492.
Today is October 12th, 1942. Hello, Americans. This is our birthday. This broadcast is part of the celebration. It comes to you in the principal American languages, and you're hearing it in every country of our hemisphere. Happy birthday, everybody. Happy birthday. Maybe you'd forgotten.
In 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
That's right. 4.5 centuries ago this morning, Columbus found a new world.
Mr. Wells, that's a rather dangerous statement.
Oh, why's that?
It isn't clearly established who first discovered America. I'm a full professor of probiology, entomology, and cretinics.
I'm glad to know you, but what about Columbus?
It is not precisely accurate to say that Columbus discovered America. You see, there's every historical evidence to show that the land masses of the Western Hemisphere were discovered many years, I might even say many centuries, before Columbus. To be exact, in the north and east by the Vikings under Leif the Lucky and perhaps Eric the Red.
Oh, yes.
To the south and west by natives from the South Seas, traveling in canoes with cocoa nuts for sextants. In the west and north by certain Asiatic people,
yes,
bridging the Aleutian Islands, and perhaps I might
Professor, I agree with you. A lot of men besides Columbus discovered America, probably some before him and many after him. Great names like Magellan, Vasco da Gama, Balboa, the Cabots, Hudson.
Amerigo Vespucci?
That's right, Professor.
For whom this hemisphere is named.
That's right, Professor. Now, here's my point about America's other discoverers. The great and the anonymous. The conquistadors, the priests, the prospectors, the traders, the trappers, the banderantes, and the leather stockings. Every man of them who moved forward valiantly into any part of the uncharted darkness of our new world is a discoverer of America. Every man of these is Columbus, and Columbus is all of them. He's the first man who's going to get to the moon. He's the fellow with the courage of his dreams.
I can fly like a bird. I can sail without a sail.
I can ride my carriage without a horse.
I can get to the east by sailing west.
The sound you've been hearing was laughter. We bring you now the sound of an aeroplane, a steamboat, an automobile. And by the way, it turns out you can get to the east by going west, because the world is round.
Of course it's round.
Then why did you laugh at Columbus?
Oh, me?
Yes, you. Remember the egg story?
The egg story. The scene is a castle in Spain. Columbus, who has just discovered America, is the guest of honor at a banquet.
With nobody can deny.
Why all this fuss about Columbus?
Yes, why?
After all,
You were discussing me, gentlemen? Yes, I see you were.
Oh, well, we were merely saying...
And no doubt you were saying that too much is made of my achievement.
We were only remarking, my Lord Admiral.
Yes.
As the world goes, sooner or later, somebody else would have done it.
Sooner or later.
There's not much that I can say to that. But here, you see, I have a hard-boiled egg.
An egg? Egg?
Hard-boiled?
And hard-boiled egg?
Hard-boiled eggs in the 1490s?
Yes, the poached egg hadn't been introduced yet. It was to be discovered several years later in Mexico by Sister Juana de la Cruz.
He has an egg.
Yes, and I should like to ask you to make this egg stand on end.
Stand on end?
What a curious request. Here, give it to me.
It rolls over.
Well, of course it rolls over.
Here, let me try.
What's going on?
Wait now, wait. This is obviously quite impossible.
Is it impossible?
Yes. Impossible.
Watch. I crack the shell gently on the bottom, and the egg stands.
No, stand. Of course. If you do it that way.
Yes, but nobody else thought of doing it that way.
I like that yarn, because it tells us something about the man himself. He had wit as well as courage, it would seem. Too bad we don't know more about Columbus.
Columbus is not necessarily the correct name. It is given severally as Colombo, Colon, Colum, Columb, and Colonus.
Thank you, Professor. Anyway, he came from Genoa, which makes him Italian.
Well, evidence has been brought forward that he was Corsican or possibly Majorcan.
Oh, well.
Another theory would make him a Greek. There are also claims that he was English, Portuguese, German, French, Jewish, Spanish, and Armenian.
Probably Italian, though.
Indubitably.
Thank you, Professor. Also, everybody seems to agree that his red hair was prematurely gray and that he was freckled.
Well, as to the freckles...
Never mind about the freckles. What we care about is that 4 1/2 centuries ago today, he arrived on our shores. Christopher Columbus, the Admiral of the Ocean Sea, with 3 ships in his command. Everybody knows their names. The Santa Maria, the Pinto...
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Wells.
Yes, little girl?
The name of the ship was the Pinta, not Pinto.
That's the Pinta. That's right. That's right, little girl. You know the name of the other boat?
The other ship is the Nina.
That's what I said.
Columbus set sail from the coast of Spain on August 3rd, 1492. It took him 34 days to cross the Atlantic, if you count from his last port of call, the Grand Canaries.
The Grand Canaries. There's the glamour of voyaging in that name. His last port of call, you said it was. That's the word, all right, call. Call. Baghdad. There's a call to that name. Pango Pango. Timbuktu. The Grand Canaries. Not that the Grand Canaries can have sounded very special to Columbus. Other words quickened his blood and meant adventure. The Indies, Zipangu, the islands of spice, Cathay, the empire of the great Khan, Oriental places, the fabled East that he sailed west to find. And there were others, names he'd never heard, singing names for Europeans after him to learn. Cuzco, Chichen Itza, Orinoco, Saskatchewan, Mississippi. Some say that Columbus was only and merely practical. They say all he was after was a shortcut to India, just that, a shortcut. Maybe. Maybe the unknown can only be explored by men of no imagination, but I think you need imagination to make the try. Can't have been pleasant, that first crossing. Somebody once said that adventure is an attitude taken toward discomfort. Imagine the first day of that first Atlantic adventure. September 8th, 1492. Here's Columbus ready to up anchor and away, his 3 caravels dancing in a sharp northeasterly off the Grand Canaries.
My lads, we head away now to the west. There it's still dark, but not quite dark. For look you, hanging low and so bright. See that westering star? I know that star. I know it well. Our course is set by the star of the north, lads, but we sail toward that one, the star in the west.
Walt Whitman wrote about that voyage. Passage to India, he called his poem. Passage to India. The medieval navigators rise before me. The world of 1492 with its awakened enterprise. Something swelling in humanity now, like the sap of the earth in spring. Passage to India. Struggles of many a captain. Tales of many a sailor dead. The plans, the voyages again, the expeditions. Dominating the rest I see, the Admiral himself. History's type of courage
Action. Faith. The knowledge gained, the mariner's compass. Lands found and nations born. Thou born America, for purpose vast, man's long probation filled, thou ronder of the world at last accomplished. Passage. Immediate passage. The blood burns in my veins. Away, O soul. Hoist instantly the anchor. Cut the hawsers. Haul out. Shake out every sail. Have we not stood here like trees in the ground long enough? Have we not groveled here long enough, eating and drinking like mere brutes? Have we not darkened and dazed ourselves with books long enough? Sail forth. Steer for the deep waters only. For we are bound where mariner has not yet dared to go, and we will risk the ship, ourselves and all. Oh, my brave soul. Oh, farther, farther sail. Oh, farther, farther, farther sail.
Behind him lay the gray Azores, behind the gates of Hercules. Before him not the ghost of shores, before him only shoreless seas. The good mate said, now must we pray, for lo, the very stars are gone. Brave Admiral, speak, what shall I say? Why say, sail on, and on.
No child grows up in America without hearing again and again the story of that brave first voyage.
My men grow mutinous day by day.
Mutiny.
My men...
Mutiny. None of us got through the 4th grade at school without learning that mutiny was the gravest peril Columbus faced. His men feared to go on, we were told, because they thought their ships would fall off the edge of the world. Perhaps we remember this so vividly because we learned it such a short time after we learned the world had no edge. The sailors believed in great monsters, sea dragons, fish that could swallow whole fleets. And their dread was real to us then because we'd just been told that dragons don't exist. And we stood with Columbus on these grave questions, on the side of light and logic, by the grace of a mere semester or two. Now, frankly, it isn't easy to reconstruct, to reenact a 15th century mutiny. I don't know how far the mutineers dared to go or got with that clear-eyed gentleman from Genoa. I don't know what they said exactly, but I can guess what it sounded like. Something like this, maybe.
The Nazi war machine is invincible.
Let's face it, he can't be beaten.
We can't hold out against the Nazis.
Now, of course, Columbus's men weren't talking about the Nazis back then. But it was the same kind of talk.
He'll be in Moscow in 2 weeks.
He'll take Russia by telephone.
Hitler is invincible.
You've heard that kind of mutiny. Remember? Well, there were dragons in 1492, and you could slip off the rim of the earth. But we know now that we can beat Hitler, just as sure as the world is round. "32 days out, and 2 days to go, and they nearly turned back. Then, on the 33rd day, Columbus made this entry in his log. Today we saw a bird. How can we understand a moment in time we never experienced? How can we anticipate something that has already happened? Well, let's try. No music, please. And I'm not going to say anything. We'll all just think about it. Try to imagine what it was like on that ship on that night.
Hey, Mr. Admiral.
Do you see a light there straight ahead?
I think I do. Yes. There it is.
Like a little wax candle. It rises and falls. It's a light on land. Or a little boat. It's gone. Wait a moment. May return. There it is. I see it too. Yes, I see it too. But no. Alas, it's a false alarm. My western star, just ready to set, with a wisp of cloud or some low sea mist that gives it that strange, warm glow like a lamp, that makes it glimmer and then go out. Better luck next time, Master Christopher.
It's 450 years ago. This morning, 2 o'clock. The three ships speed straight on, their sails shining white in the moon that now has risen past full in the sky behind. Pinta leads. A brave trade wind now blows. The caravel roll and plunge and throw the spray as their bows cut down the last invisible barrier that lies between the old world and this new one of ours. A moment now. A moment. And an era that rose in remotest antiquity will conclude.
If this be the Indies, then I've done what I set out to do. But if this should not be, who is there now who is able to say this is not a land far greater still? To that land and the men of that land, I say, and to them who follow them through ages to come, to the sons of this land we see here stretching forth, I say, lock this night in your heart. For on it, a man's dream came true.
Passage to more than India. O secret of the earth and sky, of you, O waters of the sea, O winding creeks and rivers, of you, O woods and fields, of you, strong mountains, of you, O pampas, of you, gray rocks, O morning red, O clouds, O rain and snows, O day and night, passage to you, O sun and moon, and all you stars. Passage to you. Columbus died without ever knowing what he'd found or how much there was of it. Took a long time to find that out. As a matter of fact, we don't know it all yet. There are big sections in our part of the Atlas still marked unexplored. But these things we do know. Our island stretches the length of the world. We have great rivers. The Amazon, the Mississippi, the Orinoco, the Columbia, the Yukon, the Paraguay. We have great mountains, the Andes, the Rockies, the Sierra Madres, the Appalachians. We have lakes, Titicaca, the Great Lake, the Great Salt Lake. We have the brush of the Mato Grosso, the jungles of the Amazon, the swamps of the Everglades, the deserts of Chile and Arizona, the falls of Niagara and Iguazu. We have timber and quarries and iron. We can build a world. We have coal and oil and water. We can run a world. We have wheat and corn and cattle. We can feed a world. And ours is a tolerant land. Summer and winter live in it side by side. And we're so rich that we can change the tide of history with only a small part of our natural wealth. In the crew of Christopher Columbus, was a man who is alive today. I will repeat that. A member of Columbus's crew is alive today. Happy to have him with us here in the studio, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to meet Jose. I'm terribly sorry. Forgotten your name?
I've forgotten the last one myself. Just call me Jose or Jose or Joe, whatever you like. Yes, sir, man and boy. I've been around for quite some time.
Well, how'd you happen to sign up with Columbus, Joe?
I just happened to be around. Didn't spend much time here at first. None of us did. Made several crossings. Ship with a lot of captains on all sorts of craft. The Mayflower, Half Moon. I've forgotten most of the names. Went all over. Fountain of Youth. Never found that. El Dorado. That never turned up. And those Amazon women. I never saw them. But that Pekin Darien.
Well, I suppose you saw a lot of things for the first time, Joe.
Well, a lot to see. Mountains, lakes, and rivers. They were always claiming them in the name of the king. I carried the flags. Different flags, of course, different kings. I don't remember their names either. Billy the Bald, Charlie the Flat, Peter the Evil, or whoever they were. It doesn't matter now.
What made you finally settle down?
I don't know. Got used to it. Didn't seem any sense going back after a while. Nice people around here. Nice country.
What'd you do?
Oh, a little bit of everything. Farmed, prospected, cut down a lot of trees. Sometimes didn't do any work at all. Just sat around and let somebody else do it for me.
Mm-hmm. Anything else?
Hunting, fishing, bell ringing.
What?
Bell ringing. There was a time we were always ringing bells.
What for?
Celebrating. You see, we claimed all these countries in the name of the kings. But the kings were all too far away to mean much, and after a while, they didn't mean anything at all. So we started doing things in the name of the people. That was a new idea. That's why we rang the bells.
The people. Well, that's something to ring a bell about. And, you know, that was another new idea.
Speaking
of
the people, I'd like you to meet a friend of mine.
How do you do, sir? Your name?
You can call me Joe. Indian Joe. He's been around a lot longer than I have. Built some beautiful cities back in the old days, didn't you, Joe?
Sure.
He's got something to say. Here it is. A lot of good things came over here from Europe, Africa, and Asia. But a lot of good things were here to begin with. Put them all together, you've got something new.
Sure. Brand new. Well, that's part of what I was starting to say.
Yeah, I know. I heard Bolivar make a speech about it once. And Henry Clay.
Yeah, but right now, it's really beginning to come true. Americans all over the Americas are honestly anxious now to get to know each other better. To play together and fight together. Well, let's put it this way. America is being discovered again. This time by Americans. Joe, I think you can start ringing those bells again. Any concluding observations?
Nope. That's it.
Well, everybody in the American hemisphere knows that this new idea we've been talking about has no stauncher friend than Henry A. Wallace, the Vice President of the United States. I went to Washington last week to get his advice on this program, and I also asked him for a few words on its occasion, our American birthday. And he didn't promise me he'd prepare us something in a day or two and send it along. He simply picked up a pencil and wrote it out for us, there and then. Here it is. The New World in 450 years has transformed the Latin and Anglo-Saxon cultures into what might be called the new democracy. The new democracy looks to the future, not to the past. It looks to the rich soil and bright sunshine of America for strength. It does not exclude the old world, but it will develop its own strength to help the old world. May October 12th be the symbol of new world strength, of the new democracy, of abundance for all the peoples of the earth. Ladies and gentlemen, that about sums it up. Happy birthday again. Many happy returns of the day.
Thank you, Orson Welles. Explorers, those gallant men among our number who must always search out the unknown, who must always cross the misty line of the far horizon, explorers make many kinds of voyages.
There are many kinds of explorers. But the discoverers of 1492 and those of 1942 were and are dedicated to one and the same aspiration, to widen the boundaries of man's knowledge. Today, America has a war to win, and all of our efforts are pointed toward its winning. The very urgency we feel that this war must be won springs from our faith that this, our free civilization, free to explore and learn, to improve and progress, is worth fighting for, is humanity's best hope for the future. Our enemies would drag us back into the night of ignorance and fear and poverty. We fight for the freedom to go forward, our freedom of conscience, the freedom of philosophers and artists to bring us added wisdom and beauty, the freedom of scientists to continue the epic voyages of discovery they make within the four walls of their laboratories, enriching the lives of everyone. Not riches of gold and ivory, not the perfume and spice of the fabled Indies, but new standards of health for the youngsters born today. Fuels and metals and plastics to streamline our whole idea of transport. New and better automobiles and airplanes. Maybe transcontinental trains of airborne gliders. New and better houses, prefabricated, clean and glistening, of unprecedented beauty and convenience, costing less to build and far less to maintain. Not the rubber Columbus knew as a strange black vegetable gum that seemed to be alive, but instead hundreds of types of rubber. These are only a few of the promises we glimpse just over the horizon of tomorrow's world, thanks to scientific discovery. Not tomorrow's dreams, tomorrow's facts. They are on the way. We fight this bitter war in order to win the peace. We fight, as the president of the DuPont Company recently said, so that the war and the peace will both be victories. Today, it is this thought that guides and inspires the men and women of DuPont, who, in time of peace, work to bring you better things for better living through chemistry. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, Cavalcade will present Madeline Carroll in a new radio play, That They Might Live. It is the story of a young immigrant who, a century ago, pioneered to emancipate women in the field of medicine, the results of which are being proven today by the gallant efforts of women doctors and nurses devoting their lives to the winning of the war. Next week, Madeline Carroll in That They Might Live. For tonight's program, Cavalcade is indebted to Little Brown and Company, publishers of Samuel Eliot Morrison's Admiral of the Ocean Sea, which was utilized in preparing tonight's play by Mr. Wells in collaboration with Robert Meltzer and Norris Houghton. The orchestra and musical score were under the direction of Don Voorhees. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont. This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Starring Madeline Carroll in That They Might Live, an original radio play on the Cavalcade of America. At a time in our history when women are doing the work of men in many fields, in science, industry, and medicine, we recall another time when women had no equal place in the work of the world. Our story tonight is about a pioneer in medicine who fought to help achieve this equality. Her name is Marie Zakrzewska, a courageous Polish girl who became one of the greatest woman physicians and a pathfinder in American medicine. Our play was written by Norman Roston, who based it on an original drama by Jane Douglas. Starring Madeline Carroll, our story begins in the old world and ends in the new. It begins in the year 1850 in the operating room of the famous Royal Charité Hospital of Berlin.
Nurse,
Yes, Doctor?
we have finished. You may take the patient back now. Well, we can scrub up now, Doctor.
Was it successful?
He will live. Yes, a very delicate operation. You have performed with great skill. I'm proud of you, Marie.
Thank you, Dr. Joseph. It is because you have taught me so well.
No. What I have taught you is a little thing. What you yourself have is most important. The feeling for medicine, the love, the willingness. Such things cannot be taught, Mary. They are as music.
I wish the other doctors thought as you do. I noticed Dr. Mueller did not stay long.
He came only to find fault with you and spread lies. Dr. Mueller has a disease called prejudice. He believes a woman cannot be a doctor. He is waiting for me to die so he can take my place as director of the hospital. But I have other plans. You, Mary, you shall become the new director.
I? The director?
You are capable. You are worthy of it.
But
Are you afraid?
No. I am not afraid.
Good. It will not be easy for a woman. They will fight against you at every turn. But you will continue the work. Our work. You have the fire that burns inside the heart. Do not let it go out. Promise?
I promise.
How is he now?
Dr. Joseph has been dead since morning.
Oh, and Marie?
She is inside with him. She has not slept these past 2 nights, trying to save him.
She will not be so important now.
It's a disgrace for a German hospital to be run by a Polish woman. The whole city is laughing at us.
Quiet. Here comes Dr. Mueller. A good day, Doctor.
Has the body been removed?
No, Doctor. Marie Jaczeska is inside.
You may go now. I will speak with her myself.
Yes, Doctor.
Who is it? Oh, Dr. Mueller. Dr. Joseph is dead.
Yeah, I know. He was a great man. Unfortunately, he was too extreme in his ideas. We shall make some changes at once. I may as well tell you now your appointment as director of the hospital has been rescinded as of this morning.
No, you cannot mean
It was
that.
given in the vain hope that by humoring him, the doctor's life might be prolonged.
You dare to do this? To steal from the dead?
We have suffered enough from you and your exalted ambition. Who are you? The daughter of a Polish midwife.
How dare you speak to me like that?
You were all born peasants. You should remain so.
Get out. Get out of here.
We'll have no women doctors in Germany. Go to America. That is the place for fools.
Yes. I will go there. I will go to America, where the air is cleaner, where women are free. Goodbye to your prison. Forever.
I'm sorry, madam. It will not do you any good to come back. I've told you many times. There is no opening in our hospital for a woman doctor.
Perhaps you can tell me where
There
else
is no hospital in all of New York City that will take a woman doctor. It's just the way things are.
But my letters of recommendation, my certificates, you have not even opened them.
I don't have to. It would not matter. I told you months ago. I'm sorry if I appear impolite, but it's the only answer.
Yes. I'm beginning to believe that. Thank you, Mr. Director.
May I ask, have you a practice of any kind?
No, I have taken in sewing in order to live. My sister and I. You see, I must find a position in the hospital soon.
Well, the most I can do, madam, is to give you a list of doctors to whom you can write. They might be able to help you.
Thank you. I will try. I must keep on trying. I am sorry, Netta, to have to tell you this, but there is no more work to be had. My sister Elena and I have to close our little sewing shop.
Oh, it's a shame when honest women can't earn a living. And even when they worked, it's hardly enough to feed body and soul. Only $3 last week.
There was only $3 for myself and $3 for my sister.
Oh, but it's not you I'm blaming, Miss Elena, or your sister, the doctor. Taking in a poor woman like me, and many's the time I ate here. Well, it's a mighty pleasant way to work when you see your boss working right with you and sharing what comes in. It's been the nicest job I've had.
And we like you very much, Netta.
Oh, I'll get along well enough, ma'am. But to think a fine woman like yourself, a doctor, mind you, has to sew for a living. Like my Timothy was saying, Netta, he was saying a man would be better off in Ireland digging potatoes. Well, God bless you both.
Goodbye, Netta.
Goodbye. I'll drop in for a cup of tea now and then.
What will become of her?
I don't know.
What will become of us, Mary? We are in America nearly a year. You are a doctor. Then why are you not a big doctor here, Mary?
The hospitals do not want me. My letters are not answered. My doctor's sign outside is faded. There are no patients. I don't know, Elena. I don't know.
I should not have spoken.
Why do we fool ourselves? They laugh at a woman doctor here the same as in Germany. Now that we cannot sew, how else are we to live?
We still have that money in the envelope.
Yes, the money we brought and did not touch. The money to go home with.
But, Marie, you cannot think of going back.
If we use this money and then there is nothing, we will be here as in a prison without friends, alone.
Marie!
Oh, come here, my little sister, my darling. Let me hold you. I have frightened you. Yes, we have been away too long. It is time to go back.
I will open it, Mary. It's a new sewing order, perhaps. Oh, come right in, ma'am.
How do you do?
I'm sorry, madame. We have been obliged to close our dressmaking shop. Some other seamstress, perhaps...
But I have not come for a seamstress. I've come to see Dr. Marie Zashevska.
Doctor? Oh, why, of course. Would you sit down, please, in this chair? Elena, will you leave us, please?
Yes, doctor.
And now, how can I help you?
My dear, I'm so sorry to disappoint you. I know how it feels, but I'm not a patient.
I don't understand.
I'm Dr. Elizabeth Blackwell. I received your letter some time ago in Boston. I'm very happy to meet you.
Dr. Elizabeth? The great Dr. Blackwell? Yes, I did write you. I had almost forgotten about my letters. It has been so long. I had resigned myself to dressmaking.
I know. I understand what you've been through.
Is there no way out to prove by our work that we are doctors, as good as any? Then they would not laugh.
I see you are not beaten, Marie. I'm glad. We must not weaken. We must walk into their forbidden hospitals and let our skills speak for us.
If only there was a chance to do that. I would do that. I would show them.
You wrote in your letter about a woman's medical hospital. It's my dream, too. It has brought us together, and we should work together.
You mean for our hospital?
Yes. It may take time, years perhaps, but the day must surely come. There must be a place for women in medicine.
How do I thank you? I have no words, my good friend. My heart is silent with 1,000 words.
I know, Doctor. We reach out and help one another, and in that way, each becomes stronger. We need your strength. There are many battles ahead. Fight with us.
I will, Dr. Blackwell. All that I have, all my knowledge, all that I can do, I shall bring into the battle. There is no turning back.
You are listening to an original radio play entitled That They Might Live, starring Madeline Carroll on the Cavalcade of America. 4 years have passed. Dr. Marie Zakshevska, played by Miss Carroll, is now a resident physician in the New York Infirmary for Women and Children, founded by herself and her benefactor, Dr. Elizabeth Blackwell. As our play continues, Dr. Zakshevska is examining a children's ward in the infirmary.
You see, Doctor? We've decorated the ward, just as you directed.
We still have the new curtains to put up, the ones with the nursery rhymes printed on them. Oh, and remember the new toys. They are very important.
I will, Doctor.
The children must feel that this is their home. Every small detail will help. First, we must take their fear away, and then...
Oh, I have been looking for you. Dr. Blackwell wishes to see you. She's waiting in her office.
Thank you. I will check the wards later, nurse.
Yes, Doctor.
What is it, Elizabeth?
Oh, sit down, Marie, for a moment. I have some wonderful news for you. I have just received a letter from the New England Female Medical College of Boston. They've asked for you.
For me? What do they want of me?
They want you to become the new director of the hospital.
Director? Of an American hospital? Oh, but, Elizabeth, I cannot leave. We started together. There is so much to be done here.
Oh, the ground is already broken here. I can carry on alone. But the new ground, the pioneer ground, that is for you. Oh, it will not be easy. You'll find the same prejudice. But if you can hold on and prove yourself...
If I can only have the chance.
Do you remember long ago you said, if you could only meet them on the field, you'd show them? This is your chance, Dr. Marie Zakshevska. Our chance. For every doctor in the land will be watching you.
Yes. I have studied and worked and waited. You are right, Elizabeth. The time is here to prove ourselves. Now, at last, we shall prove to all that we are equal with men. I am ready.
I can't sit here and wait. Can't just wait while my wife is in there. Something's wrong.
Please, Mr. Adams, be
It's
quiet.
over an hour. She's so young. She's a child. She can't stand pain.
Everything possible is being done
She was
for her.
all right at first, and she came home. She was feeling fine the first week. Baby, too. And all of a sudden, there's no reason. I gotta go inside, please.
Mr. Adams, you may go in now.
How's she, Doctor? How is she? Say something. You'll just stand there. No.
We did all we could. We tried our best. Believe me. What else can I say? I know.
Dead. She was feeling fine at first. Why? What happened? Why did it happen? Why must they die this way? It's wrong. Somebody's to blame. Somebody.
I'm sorry.
This is a hospital. She shouldn't have died in a hospital. Not in a hospital. Oh, it isn't your fault, Doctor. Nobody's fault. May I see her, please?
Yes. He was wrong, nurse. It was our fault. Our fault.
No, Doctor, it's not true.
We let her out too soon. There was no space here, no room, not enough equipment. We have to fight for every single item, every strip of bandage, every bed. It isn't right. It isn't right.
Marie, Doctor, the directors are downstairs and something's happened. I don't know what, but there's a meeting.
I know. They have come again with their talk about money. But this time, I shall do the talking.
Please remember, Doctor, that we have considered your activities with some deliberation. The Female Medical College had been going along quite well before you took charge and introduced microscopes and test tubes and those newfangled thermometers.
Falderall, that's what they are.
We have to train our students, sir, with the most modern
There's
equipment.
too much training, that's the trouble. We don't turn them out fast enough.
We do not turn out mere commodities, Mr. Herrick. We turn out doctors, a new kind of doctor, a very proud and capable kind.
May I interrupt? Since you have been here, Doctor, you have expanded the medical school for women. A very dubious project. Your experimentation must stop at once.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Remember, we are first a hospital. Then, if you please, an institution of charity.
Charity? Is medical training charity? No, it is justice.
Justice to the sick and to the poor.
You're too much concerned with the poor.
I must be, sir, since they cannot be wished away.
You're a very headstrong woman, Doctor. We will not countenance a woman who insists on impractical ideas.
So, you do not like my ideas. It is easy for you to sit around this fine table and call my ideas impractical and pass judgment. What do you know of the world and its misery? Listen to me. Half an hour ago, a young mother died in this same building. She need not have died, gentlemen. She was discharged too soon after childbirth because we lacked beds. We lacked one bed, a thing made of iron, and an innocent woman has died.
Well, come now, Doctor. It's hardly our fault if one
It
patient...
is your fault. You say I must not experiment. You say I must not train doctors. You say we must not expand our wards. I tell you again, we need more doctors, more equipment, more space, yes, and thermometers, too.
This is no time for inventory, Doctor.
What shall we speak of, then? Of the weather? Or shall we speak of good food and clothes? While every moment blood is lost, life is being lost.
You are talking idly and dangerously, Marie Zashevska.
I am talking of the dignity of human life. I am talking about pain and blood and death and suffering. And I shall continue until the day I die. Do you understand? Or are these things only words to you?
Just a minute, gentlemen. This angry discussion is getting us nowhere. And I am inclined to agree with Dr. Zashevska. She should get more equipment and more space. If we can't run a hospital decently, let us not run it at all.
What's happened to you, Sewell?
I have changed my mind. I think there's more to be said, and I intend to say it.
Look here, Sewell. Are you trying to take the part of that crack-brained doctor?
How dare you speak that way of me?
Calm yourself, Doctor. Remember, we represent this hospital.
You are not this hospital and cannot speak for it. It stands and will stand, even if this room were to go down in fire with all of you in it.
She's right. I tell you she's right.
Thank you, Mr. Sewell. Let someone stand and tell them who they are. I've met them before. They breed in every country, in every generation. They live on the misery and ignorance of their fellow man. They stand in the path of progress and try to stop it. But they will fail. They will learn that the world goes forward. Humanity goes forward. And they may as well try to hold back a flood. We will not be silent forever. The age of darkness is no more, gentlemen.
Well, I think I've heard.
So, you are leaving. Then run to the warm safety of your homes. Shut the doors, bolt them well, draw the blinds, bar the windows, and try to sleep if you can. Try to sleep, yes. For I will not.
Doctor, I'm with you. I was proud to be in this room with you. I was proud to be a member of the human race.
I have lost everything. And yet there is a kind of peace around my heart. But I must find somewhere to start again.
Would you start again, Doctor? Would you be willing?
Yes, if I had only a small building with bare walls and no equipment, I would start again. I would be heard from.
Let me help you. Your work is absolutely necessary. I'm a rich man. We can get more money if we need it. And I'm convinced the people will not allow your work to die.
To start again. From the beginning. How many times have I done that? Yet it must be done again and again until our building stands in the sunlight. We shall start again, Mr. Sewell. And women must one day triumph, free from ignorance and prejudice, to do their share of the world's work. Marie Zashevska did start again, with a spirit of many names behind her. Anne Preston, Harriet Hunt, Mary Jacobi, and Elizabeth Blackwell. And there were new names to come, new hands to take the torch and carry it forward. Marie Curie from Poland, Edith Cavell from imprisoned Belgium. From Russia, the heroic voice of Simonovskaya. From China, the glorious name of Shu Mai-yon crying out, "We, the women, will bind up the wounds and keep the men fighting for freedom."
And yet to come were the women of America, ready with their comrades in this great mission, in peace or side by side with men in battle, so that they might live.
And now our star, Miss Madeline Carroll.
It has been almost 100 years since Mary Zashevska lived. Tonight I would like to present to you a woman physician of today. She is Dr. Emily Dunning Barringer, who opened the doors of the general hospitals of New York City to women doctors. She also was the first woman ambulance surgeon in New York. Dr. Barringer.
Thank you, Miss Carroll. It has been a long time since that first ambulance call, since those youngsters on the east side yelled, "Get a man, get a man." We have come a long way. It is about those boys, as well as what women are doing in medicine, that I am thinking about tonight. Those boys are grown up now. Many of them have sons in the service of their country, along with your own sons and husbands and fathers. It is the greatest drive for manpower in history. In this supreme struggle for our way of life, these boys and men are going to need the finest medical care we can give them. We need more doctors. Washington has commissioned 60 women to serve with the WAVES, and similar commissions are being given to women physicians now serving with the WAACS. The women physicians of America are taking their place beside the men. These commissions are a step in the right direction, we believe. But we are fighting also for the recognition of complete equality as to rank and professional status within the Medical Reserve Corps of the Army, for commissions for practicing women physicians that would allow them to stand shoulder to shoulder with their male colleagues in America or on foreign duty, wherever they are needed. We ask to carry our share. I thank you.
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, Cavalcade salutes our Navy in a special program entitled In the Best Tradition, starring Orson Welles. It will be a broadcast not only to commemorate Navy Day, but to observe the 100th anniversary of Navy Ordnance. Don't forget, next week, Orson Welles is Cavalcade's guest in a special Navy Day program. The orchestra and musical score tonight were under the direction of Don Voorhees. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Tonight, Cavalcade brings you a special program in commemoration of Navy Day tomorrow, and in honor of 100 years of superlative American naval ordnance. Rear Admiral W.H.P. Blandy, Chief of the Bureau of Ordnance, has something to tell all Americans which you will hear as part of our program. To conduct our salute to the United States Navy, we welcome back to the stage of the Cavalcade Playhouse, Orson Welles.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Every now and then, an American is awarded the Navy Cross. Doesn't happen often. The Navy Cross is an honor that means something. When a man does get one, his citation sounds something like this.
In the face of great danger and very large opposition, or in keeping with the finest traditions of the United States Naval Service.
in keeping with the finest traditions of the United States Naval Service. Tomorrow is Navy Day. So tonight we thought we'd like to talk about our Navy and its traditions. Well, what about it? How does it come about that we have a Navy, and why? Here it is. Let's say the 13th of October, 1775, in the Continental Congress in session.
A motion to equip the swift sailing vessel to carry 10 carriage guns for intercepting such transports as may be laden with warlike stores for the enemy.
Well, what's all that about? Here's a man who wants us to fight on the sea against the biggest and most powerful Navy fleet in the whole world.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania.
The use of naval force is quite different from the defense of Boston against unjustifiable attack. An armed vessel is aggressive. To use it is open defiance. I am clearly against any proposition to
Mr. Chairman, gentlemen, is it any more threatening to fight the enemy on the sea than on the land? What craven timidity is this that would confine our battle to the safe land in the hope that so our commerce will continue unimpeded? Our fight is for a principle, and a principle which will walk the land will sail the seas as bravely. I move the question.
Yes, question. Call for the question. A move.
A vote is taken. Motion is passed. It was close, though. 7 colonies aye, 6 nay. And so on paper, we have a fleet. We're 13 colonies with 13 flags. 13 colonies, but only one coastline. And where there's coastline, there's ships. And where there's a threat to shipping, there must be a navy. So we take 7 ill-assorted merchant vessels. We pierce their wooden sides for guns. We give them new names, Columbus and Cabot and Providence and Alfred. We devise for them a flag.
John Hancock?
I am John Hancock. What's your business, sir?
John Paul Jones, sir. Reporting for my commission.
John Paul Jones. Fine, sir, fine. To be lieutenant on the Alfred. And, I have another mission for you, Lieutenant. Here.
Flag.
To be the standard of the United Colonies at sea, sir. New flag for a new nation. 13 stripes. And the canton, this is the rattlesnake of Carolina, coiled around the pine of New England.
Don't tread on me. We shall break out our flag with pride, Mr. Hancock, and we shall fight as bravely as our cause is just.
And John Paul Jones wrote,
"That flag and I are twins, born in the same hour, from the same womb of destiny. We cannot be parted in life or death. So long as we can float, we shall float together. If we must sink, we shall go down as one."
Would you hear of an old-time sea fight? Would you learn who won it by the light of the moon and stars? List to the yarn as my grandmother's father, the sailor, told it to me. Our foe was no skulk in his ship, I tell you, said he. His was the surly English pluck. And there is no tougher or truer, and never was, and never will be. Along the lowered eve, he came horribly raking us. We closed with him. The yards entangled. The cannon touched. My captain lashed fast with his own hand. We had received some 18 pounds, shot under the water. On our lower gun deck, 2 large pieces had burst at the first fire, killing all around and blowing up overhead. Fighting at sundown, fighting at dark. 10 o'clock at night, the full moon well up, our leaks on the gain, and 5 feet of water reported. The master-at-arms, loosing the prisoners confined in the afterhold, give them a chance for themselves. Our frigate takes fire. The other asks if we demand quarter, if our colors are struck and the fighting done. Now I laugh content, for I hear the voice of my little captain. We have not struck, he composedly cries. We have just begun our part of the fighting. Only 3 guns are in use. 1 is directed by the captain himself against the enemy's mainmast.
too well served with grape and canister, silent his musketry and clear his decks. The tops alone second the fire of this little battery, especially the main top. They hold out bravely during the whole of the action. Not a moment cease. The leaks gain fast on the pumps. The fire eats towards the powder magazine. One of the pumps has been shot away. It is generally thought we are sinking. Serene stands the little captain. He is not hurried. His voice is neither high nor low. His eyes give more light to us than our battle lanterns. And toward 12, there in the beams of the moon, they surrender to us. We won that war. We won our freedom. We still had our coastline. But
peace having been concluded, all naval ships are to be sold or given away.
we still had our coastline, and presently Congress heard reports like these.
The ship Ohio from New York has been captured and carried into Morlaix.
The ship Raven of Philadelphia, bound for Bordeaux, has been taken and sent into Lorient.
A privateer of Boulogne has sent into Calais an American vessel, the William.
And so we made it official.
Be it enacted by the Senate and the House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that the President of the United States may be and hereby is empowered, should he deem it expedient, to cause the frigates United States, Constitution, and Constellation to be manned and employed.
The Constitution. Old Ironsides. High, tear her tattered ensign down. Who of us didn't remember those lines and reach down into his pocket for a dime, 10 cents to save Old Ironsides? Save Old Ironsides from the god of storms, the lightnings, and the gale. Our growing seacoast needed Old Ironsides back when she ruled the waves. An expanding seacoast meant an expanding navy, meant bigger ships, meant heavier guns. Heavier guns. Now a ship could stand off a mile or 2 or even 3 and toss a ball of metal at an enemy halfway to the horizon. An expanding coastline was creating a need. And the need would climax in a naval battle to change the world. Sea battles. Great names, great stories. The men of war. The Phoenician armed galleys of Tyre and Sidon. The Greek and Persian craft that exchanged the war hug at Salamis. The Roman and Egyptian galleys that, eagle-like with blood-dripping prows, beaked each other at Actium. The Danish keels of the Vikings. The mosquito craft of Abathul, king of the Pelus, when he went out to vanquish Artingel. The Venetian, Genoese, and papal fleets that came to the shock at Lepanto. Both horns of the crescent of the Spanish Armada. The Portuguese squadron that, under the gallant Gama, chastised the Moors and discovered the Moluccas. The Dutch navies led by Van Tromp and sunk by Admiral Hawke. The 47 French and Spanish sail of the line that for 3 months essayed to batter down Gibraltar. Nelson, 74, the thunder bolted off St. Vincent's at the Nile, Copenhagen, and Trafalgar. Parry's war brigs, sloops, schooners that scattered the British armament on Lake Erie. The Barbary corsairs, captured by Bainbridge. The war canoes of the Polynesian kings, Tamanahama and Pomeri. Virginia Bay and Hampton Roads. Virginia Bay and Hampton Roads. Remember? The Monitor, the Merrimack. Yes, that sea fight changed the course of things.
Yes, sir. I was there.
Oh? And your name, sir?
Dahlgren.
Dahlgren? And you were in the Navy?
Yes, sir. An admiral.
Oh, how do you do, sir?
Admiral John Adolphus Dahlgren. I developed a cannon. Navy thought quite a lot of it.
Oh, what sort of cannon was it, sir?
Smooth one. Streamlined, you might say. And, just to give you an idea of how much they thought of what I did, you know the naval proving grounds they have down in Virginia?
Yes.
They named them after me. Dahlgren Proving Ground.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Of course, they mispronounce it down there. Dahlgreen, they say, but still named after me. But at Annapolis, the Midshipman's Armory, they call that Dahlgren Hall. They pronounce it right at Annapolis.
That's fine.
But people don't remember me.
Well, maybe now if you'll tell us about the new cannon you
Well,
developed.
sir, the guns I developed were mounted on the Monitor. I was clever with guns. And The shot 3 times pierced the Merrimack's cannon plate.
You want to tell us what was unique about your guns?
No. I don't think it would interest you very much.
Oh, no, I'm sure, Admiral. Very much.
No. It's complicated by triangulation, calibration, logarithmic formulae. Very mechanical, mathematical. Better skip it.
You don't think it could be explained?
Well, look at it this way. Before my gun was introduced, the maximum range of our naval artillery was 3 miles.
Yes?
Now, today, guns shoot 20 miles.
Right.
Shoot a ton of explosive all that distance at that.
And your guns made that leap possible.
It helps. The question of ordnance, but don't ask anybody to explain it. It's too complicated.
I'll take your word, Admiral. We'll just agree that you made a better gun. A better gun. So that tonight in the Solomons, tonight off the Guadalcanal, tonight in the zigzagging North Atlantic convoys, the men of our Navy, equipped with arms and armor superlative during the century since John Adolphus Dahlgren, may fight in keeping with the finest traditions of the United States Naval Service. Fog, gray sea, or mist green, sun-silvered water, or storm, salt and spray, daylight or midnight, 2 bells or 8 bells, tropic sea or Arctic, Antarctic or equatorial, the Navy knows them all. Colossal, the Navy, and paradoxical, hairy-chested and many-armed, yet glinting its gun barrels with astronomical precision and split-second timing. Turbid webbed feet on the open sea, submarine fins under the sea, plane wings overhead, hunting the enemy, slugging, pounding, blasting. And always chores we got with tenders, oilers, tugs, smoke screens, with harbor submarine nets, mine layers, minesweepers, torpedo, and depth bombs. Heavy chores with endless patrols and long breathing convoys. Caravans of the seas. In the Navy, you get every snootful of the sea there is. Carl Sandburg wrote that. You probably guessed it. Yes, we launched a Navy to protect our shores, and as our shores grew bigger, there was need for our Navy to keep pace with them. But the day came when our shores had stretched from 1 to 8,000 miles. The world had shrunk to the span of a long-range bomber. And our Navy has been charged with winning freedom for the waters of the world. Our Navy, strengthened by a tradition of gallantry that's summed up in the immortal lines of a handful of its leaders. For in each time of battle, for each crisis, a captain spoke. For the American Revolution, for the War of 1812, for the Barbary pirates, and for the Spaniard at Manila. Their words earned them undying fame.
Although at that, I'm not so sure.
Oh, excuse me, sir. Your uniform is familiar with the name?
Perry. Commodore Oliver Perry.
How do you do, sir?
What you were saying made me think. When John Paul here... Oh, excuse me. Shake hands with Captain John Paul Jones.
An honor.
Evening.
And Captain James Lawrence.
Captain Lawrence, sir. Glad to see you. If you want me, I'll just be strolling round. Good to get a chance to strip.
Well, don't go far, Jim. And this is Admiral Farragut.
I'm honored, Admiral.
And Commodore Dewey.
Commodore?
I do, sir.
Now then, as I was saying, it seems a pity that when John Paul here, Jim, Dave, with the Commodore, I went around the world fighting hard and winning, too, most always,
we should just be remembered because we happened to say something once, maybe in a little too loud a voice. Now, you take me, what I said.
We've met the enemy and they are ours.
Yes. Now, there's a stuffy, self-conscious remark for you. I had to be laconic if it killed me. Sounds as though I was trying to crowd the whole thing into one of those 10-word telegrams and still have room to send President Madison my regards.
I see what you mean, but, Captain Jones, I don't imagine you object to being remembered for what you said.
What? I've just begun to fight? Pretty melodramatic, don't you think?
Well, what about me? I don't even remember saying what they say I said. Don't give up the ship.
Well, thrown on a banner, proud and treasured down at Annapolis.
But we lost the ship.
What I said, I can't even repeat over the radio.
Oh, what was that, Admiral Farragut?
Oh, that business about Torpedo.
Oh, yes, Admiral. Full speed ahead. And all
For me, who would have thought that simply because I told my gunnery officer to fire whenever he was ready that I'd be famous? All the natural, everyday things to say. As I remembered, I didn't even raise my voice. What did they expect me to do? Send him a note?
You see, Mr. Wells, this is the point. It seems unfair that we should be remembered by our countrymen simply because of something we said, and not because of something we did. If you're carrying on any investigation into the nature of the finest traditions of the United States Naval Service, we recommend you re-examine the idea of heroism. We should talk about what kind of a hero it takes to be in the finest traditions of the United States Naval Service.
There you have the heroes themselves on the subject. Those captains with a flair for the moment's sudden shining battle slogan. Their permanence is the permanence of inspiration for generations of their country's children, and it is good. And it is built on the still harder rock of their solid, deserved fame as fighting men. But without that harder rock, the years might have endowed their heroism with something else. With a false and tricky glitter, a dangerous glamour which is no part of the finest American naval tradition. A glamour which is the proper attribute of the misleader, the undemocratic, the fascist hero.
Only war carries all human energies to the height of tension and gives the seal of nobility to people.
Glamorous Mussolini. Beautiful hunk of fascist man.
One group of horsemen gave me the impression of a budding rose unfolding as the bombs fell in their midst and blew them up. It was exceptionally good fun.
Glamorous Vittorio. Sportsman son of a sportsman father.
Our invincible air armadas will enforce our new order in Europe.
Glamorous Goering. His tunic resplendent with tin.
War is the father of creative work, the mother of culture, the vital energy and driving force of the life of a state.
Glamorous Tojo, who swore to sign the peace in the White House. Democracy's heroes have no need for glamour. Now, their traditions call upon sterner stuff. Are proven when men and officers put into practice the skills in which they've been trained. Time and chance discover instinctive eloquence, pure as courage itself.
Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done
on the broad deck of a U.S. battleship, a Navy chaplain is completing divine service. The date, Sunday, December 7th, 1941.
Forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
All men, battle stations, anti-aircraft with it. Hurry
I like those Japs.
Not so much as a postcard. They were...
Yeah, that's kid.
That poor man won't be able to answer you.
Chaplain, you shouldn't be here. You'd get killed. Get below, will you?
International law, I'm a non-combatant. Chaplains aren't supposed to fight. But I figure this is self-defense. So I'll just take Jerry's place.
But look, you can't.
No time for talking. Here comes another wave of their bombers.
Okay, Chaplain, let's go.
Hey, look there. We got one of them. It's the Lord, sailor. And pass the ammunition.
Fog, gray sea, or mist green, sun-silvered water or storm, salt and spray, daylight or midnight, 2 bells or 8 bells, tropic sea or Arctic, Antarctic or equatorial, the Navy knows them all. Colossal, the Navy, and paradoxical. Hairy-chested and many-armed, yet glinting its gun barrels with astronomical precision and split-second timing. Turbine-webbed feet on the open sea. Submarine fins under the sea. Train wings overhead, hunting the enemy, slugging, pounding, blasting. And all with chores we got with tenders, oilers, tugs, smoke screens, with harbor submarine nets, mine layers, minesweepers, torpedo and depth bombs. Heavy chores with endless patrol and long-breathing convoys. Caravans of the seas. Yes, in the Navy, you get every snootful of the sea there is.
Thank you, Orson Welles. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, Cavalcade presents Madeline Carroll in a new play, To a Farther Star. It is based on the career of Amelia Earhart. Be with us again next week when Cavalcade presents Madeline Carroll as Amelia Earhart in To a Farther Star. The poem by Carl Sandburg heard on this program is from the Road to Victory exhibition now being shown at the Museum of Modern Art in New York City. The orchestra and musical score tonight were under direction of Don Voorhees. Our script was by Peter Lyon. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont. From New York, this is the National Broadcasting Company. Starring Madeline Carroll as Amelia Earhart on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. As these words are spoken, 2,200 women are now piloting civil air patrol planes. Others are ferrying bombers to distant places. Thousands of American women are pouring through the gates of factories, shipyards, and airplane plants after a hard day's work. Today we know that there is hardly a job that a woman cannot do. And if there is one woman who proved that fact once and forever, it is America's greatest woman flyer, whose thrilling story we tell this evening. For her courage, her skill, and her persistent efforts to prove woman's place in aviation, Cavalcade salutes Amelia Earhart.
You want to know about Earhart? I know plenty about Earhart. Mister, that's one lady you can't think about too long. She'd break your heart. Well, you come to the right guy, or guys, I should say, because I'm speaking for all our mechanics. Call me Johnny. I'm the man who cleaned the spark plugs in her plane before she took off the first time. I'm the man who checked the wires on her ship, time after time. I'm the guy who fixed her propeller on that big job she took into the Pacific when she never come back. Yeah, I'm the guy she walked over to that day in 1922 when I was standing next to a plane, wondering why I wouldn't run.
Having trouble?
Yeah, all the time I'm having trouble.
Mind if I watch?
Nope.
Pretty engine, isn't it?
You mind if I ask you what you're doing in this hangar?
Nothing, just, well, I come here from the office now and then, just to watch the planes take off and land.
Doesn't it bore you? Gee, it bores me something terrific.
You a mechanic?
Yeah. What are you?
Nobody. Just trying to get up in the air.
You got any money?
Little. You know anybody would take up a passenger?
Do I know any? Sister, the pilots in this field are starving to death. Come on. Hey, here's Frank. Wait a minute. Hey, Frank, come over here, will you?
Yeah, what's up?
Well, I just wondered if I could buy a ride.
Oh, sure. The motor's still warm. Come on, right this way.
Is this the plane? This one? It looks so little, doesn't it?
Big enough to fly. Scared?
Oh, no. I just meant that, well, they look so sturdy from the ground when they're flying over you.
Oh, when you get close, you see the skin and bones, huh? Well, get in.
Say, do I climb on the wing?
Yeah, on your toes.
Uh-huh.
Don't put your heel through the fabric there.
Right.
That's it. Easy now. All right, move over now. I sit right next to you.
It feels so alone in here. What's under this floor? I mean, what's holding it?
Just goodwill, I guess. Give her a spin, Johnny.
Gosh, it sure shakes you up, doesn't it?
Hold on. Going into the wind.
Are we off the ground yet?
Look over the side.
The clouds is rushing under us, but I can't see the wheels. Are we off the ground?
Now we are. We're in the air.
I never know it. Isn't it smooth riding now?
Like riding on air.
Yes. Can we go very high?
Sure. Pick your cloud.
That orange one over there.
That one? Right out. Here we go.
I always thought an orange cloud would smell like oranges. It doesn't.
Smells like rain.
It's another world up here, isn't it?
You like it, huh?
I never felt like this. I'd like to live up here. You think I can learn to fly?
Why not? Here. Take hold of the stick.
You steer with it?
Just pull it back and see.
All right.
Yeah, take it easy. Just push it forward now and the nose will go down.
Wonderful. Let me fly her.
Oh, gotta go down now. It'll cost you too much money staying up any longer.
What would it cost to learn?
500 to 1,000.
Wow.
You got that much money?
No.
Too bad.
Not on your life. I'll get the money if I have to scrub floors. I'm going to fly.
Yeah? Yeah, I learned to fly all right. Those old planes. I laugh when I think of them. They were really something. Every time a plane went over, the kids used to yell their heads off with excitement. Yeah, that was about the time they put four-wheel brakes on Buicks. That's when Earhart was working in an office, saving her money. When she'd piled up 100, she'd come around and fly it off. When she was broke again, she'd just come nights and sit around the hangar shooting a bull with the boys.
Hey, Ralph,
Yeah? What's up?
come here, but don't make any noise.
What are you looking at?
Look there, under the wing.
Something wrong with the wings?
No. See that fly?
You starting that again. Yeah, I see the fly. Last week it was cats landing on their feet. Now it's flies again.
I'll brush him away, and when he comes back, you see how he makes that upside-down landing. See if I'm not right.
Okay.
There he goes. Now, don't move. He's coming back. He's going to land on the bottom of the wing.
You haven't got that fly trained, have you?
He did it! He barrel rolled.
He didn't barrel at all. He nosed himself up, then laid over backward.
I saw him, I tell you. He turned over sideways and stuck his feet up.
Crazy arguments like that till midnight. She talked herself to sleep. Just planes, planes, planes. Saw her eyes change in those months. Being around planes seemed to make her breathless. Beautiful. She wanted to grab the world by the tail and swing it over her shoulder. She could swing, Earhart could, with both fists.
I came all the way here to tell you this, and now you won't listen.
Miss Earhart, I own this airline. I'm in business. There is one idea my passengers must never get, that air travel is unsafe. All a passenger would need is to see a woman in the pilot seat, and he'd faint first and then come to me for his refund.
In other words, a woman is undependable, scatterbrained, a congenital nitwit.
No, not at all. I'd just say that as far as piloting goes, a woman is a congenital woman, that's all.
But I'm a good pilot. I beat the altitude record. I'm competent. Ask anybody who's flown with me.
I know you're competent, but you're a woman.
What are you telling me? To go home and scrub pots? Isn't it time to unlock the kitchen and let women out into the free air?
Young lady, you can have all the air you want, except in my planes.
Listen, mister, I can fly a plane as well as any man. I intend to work in the sky and nowhere else. At least tell me I'm not competent or that I have bad eyes, but don't chain me to the ground because I'm a woman.
Flying simply isn't a woman's business. It's just like shipbuilding or riveting or fighting wars. They just aren't for women.
And who says that?
Well, look around you. Look at the world.
Yes, indeed. Look at the world. And think. Try and imagine how much richer it would be now if half its population, if all its women were freed to do their part of the world's work. The world has been walking on one foot, working with one hand when it has two, blinding one of its eyes, stifling half its brain, yes, and flying with only one of its wings. Do look at the world, Mr. Brown, and hold your breath, because it's changing right now.
Well, Earhart went around saying that to a lot of people. But she didn't get nowheres. He had to take another office job. To me, that's like caging a bird. I can see her looking out of that office window at the weather. Earhart was a cloud sailor. She lived in weather and changes of wind. Her hair was cut for flying. Her eyes was pure. They were made for sharp sight, for gauging distances. She must have gone nuts in that office, especially on that clear November day. It was about 5 o'clock.
I've got to lock the office, Amelia. Coming? Hey, Amelia.
What? Oh, sure. I was just getting ready.
Say, you're getting to look like a walking fog. Why can't you forget flying?
That's not easy, Vera. It's as though I told you to start walking with a limp, to forget you can run and vault over a chair.
Well, what's there about a plane that gets you that way? You know, I knew a boy once in Revere Beach. He was the same way about flying. What does it do to you anyway?
It's just the idea of flight, that's all.
Well, do all pilots get this way about it, or are you just plain romantic?
Well, I never met a pilot who would admit it, but there's one thing about flying that really gets them.
What's that?
It's hard to describe, Vera. Flying isn't only exciting. It's beautiful. You don't know what the world looks like until you've seen it from up there. It's a wonderful sight. You feel transparent when you're up there, as though clouds were passing through you. You don't know what a feeling it is just after dawn when the air is so clean and the propeller bites into it. You don't know what it is to open your mouth in the sky and devour distance. Distance has a taste, Vera. It has a feel, a texture that the earth destroys with its ruts and roads. I'll take it. Hello? Yes, this is Miss Amelia Earhart. You say my name was given to you by George Putnam? What's that? Me fly across the Atlantic alone? Yes, I know. No woman's ever done it. What do I say? I say yes. Yes, sir. I'd like to very much.
You are listening to Madeleine Carroll as Amelia Earhart on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company. As our play continues, Amelia Earhart is nearing the end of her solo flight across the Atlantic.
Hello there. Can you tell me where I am?
I can. You're in Derry, sir.
In Derry? Oh, London Derry.
Yes, sir. Heaven help me. Tis a woman.
Whose house is that over there?
It belongs to the galleass.
I wonder if I could stop there.
Yes, sir. I mean, ma'am. Have you come far?
I've come from America.
From America? Well, may the saints preserve us.
I don't have to tell you that trip made her famous. So famous, in fact, that a cop stopped her for speeding a couple of weeks later, and he wouldn't let her go till he took her home with him, met his wife, and had some milk and chocolate cake with him. You try that sometime with a motorcycle cop. Man, a couple of years went by, and then a day came that I'll never forget. Looking over a nick in the propeller of her new plane, she come over to me. I looked at her and felt something terrific was up. There's a big dancing going on in her eyes.
How's it going, Johnny? Think we need a new prop?
Nah, she'll do fine. She's a beautiful plane. You know that, Earhart.
She sings.
Sings?
That's the only word for it. I take her off the ground and she just starts making music. When I am up there in this plane, I feel like the wings were growing out of my back. All I have to do is lean and she banks. I raise my head and she climbs.
Hey, you're excited about something, ain't you? I mean, you look like a parade's about to start.
I'm going to be married, Johnny.
You? Isn't that funny? I never thought of you as anybody's wife. I mean, I always think of you up in the air.
You don't seem very happy about the news.
Yeah, I'm happy and just wondering.
What? Tell me, Johnny. I want to know what you think.
Well, just whether a woman can go flying all over the place and still be somebody's wife. I mean, make both things last.
You don't think it can work, do you?
I don't know. Can it?
It's got to. I'm going to be his wife, and I'm going to fly. It's got to work, because it must be true that a woman can live out her personal dreams and still be a wife. I mean, women must have a right to lead the way once in a while, to search for new things instead of sitting home waiting for men to do the work of the world. Isn't that true?
Well, I hope you go on flying, because I'd hate to see this plane put away in mothballs.
What would you say if I told you I was going to take this plane around the world?
Earhart, you're going to fly around the whole world?
As soon as I can get ready. What do you say to that?
What do I say? I say, wow.
Get a couple of pictures. Will you pose with the map in your hand, Miss Earhart? That's it.
Thanks. That's good.
How many days do you think it'll take, Miss Earhart? Oh, I don't know.
Have you got a rubber boat along? How much food are you taking?
Enough, I hope.
Tell me, Miss Earhart, are you doing this just for a lark?
No, I'm not doing it just for a lark. Well, what are you trying to prove? I'll tell you what I'm trying to prove. The purpose of this flight is to demonstrate...
Miss Earhart.
Yes, what is it?
Will you come into the office for a second, please? It's very important.
I'll be right there. Excuse me, please.
Miss Earhart, I've got some bad news for you.
Bad news? What's the matter?
And the other backers and I have come to the conclusion that we've made a mistake.
Mistake? I don't follow you. What do you mean?
Simply this. We've given this very careful thought and consideration, and we feel we must withdraw our support as sponsors of your flight.
Withdraw? But why?
Well, frankly, Miss Earhart, when we got behind this thing, we thought we were all going to benefit. But apparently we made a serious mistake. Every newspaper in the country is criticizing us. We feel it advisable to withdraw.
I see.
I'm sorry. I know this comes at the 11th hour when everything is ready, and I know it's embarrassing to you, but all I can say is you must abandon this flight, Miss Earhart. And, of course, we'll assume all the expenses that have been incurred to date.
I'm sorry you had to make such a decision. But I don't agree. This flight will not be abandoned. I shall assume full responsibility myself. And, gentlemen, I'll be ready to take off in an hour.
Yeah? That was Earhart for you. She went ahead with the flight. Then came that day in New Guinea. Lai, the name of the town. We're fighting the Japs there now. On July 2nd, a nice, peaceful spot. Hot, though. All you could see on that runaway in 1937 was cameras and newspapermen. You remember the photographs? I'm the guy in the overhauls with his head in the engine. Earhart was about to take off on the last leg of the round-the-world trip. You remember. She'd already passed Brazil, Africa, Arabia, India, Australia. Now she was shooting for California. Newsmen started to move away from the plane. I stuck my head into the cabin. Everything okay, Earhart? You all set?
Be a good boy now, Johnny. And remember me to your monkey wrenches.
Okay. I'll see you when you come down.
If I come down, you mean?
Is that a nice thing to say?
No, but just don't bank on anything. I figure my chances are 10 to 1.
I didn't hear a word you said, Earhart. Well, take the air, lady. The world is yours.
Bye, Johnny.
Bless you, Earhart. That's the last any of us ever saw of Amelia Earhart. You know, I wonder sometimes when I'm alone at night what she must have done out there. I hear her voice. I see the inside of that ship so clear.
What time is it, Bill?
5 o'clock, Earhart.
When does the sun come up out here? I can't see a thing.
Sun's up half an hour.
Well, when is the night going to end? See any clearing anywhere?
Black. Black all around. What's that down there? Hey, pull up.
Oh. I didn't know we were so close to the water. The altimeter's shot. Bill, wake up Terry. Maybe he can get an idea of where we are.
I'd rather let him sleep, Earhart.
No, Bill, wake him. Don't talk like that.
We're through, Earhart. We got gas for 5 minutes flying. I'm lost.
The wind. The wind, it's so strong I can see it. Look down, Bill. Look into the sea. There must be an island somewhere in the sea. The world is so full of useless islands. Look down, Bill. The port motor's dying. Bill, look down. Find something down there. There go the engines. We're going down. I'll try and stretch her out. A long glide. I'll make it long. Maybe we'll hit a reef. Oh, heaven. At least it's quiet now. Bill, you don't regret it, do you? Get the rubber boat launched as soon as we touch the waves. I'll try and get her in without turning over. Listen to the waves. It's raining into the sea.
Thank you, Madeline Carroll. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments, Miss Carroll will return to the microphone to present our guest of the evening. Meanwhile, we have a story of chemistry from the DuPont Company. Upon the speed, accuracy, and continued performance of machines of all types depends the nation's war production. So you see why machine operators are mighty important in this war. But in many an industrial plant, a well-designed lighting system is robbed of complete efficiency by dingy ceilings, walls, floors, and machinery. In other plants, where surfaces are properly painted so as to reflect light, quite a bit is still lost, blotted up by dark floors. Operators at the machines don't see as well as they might. The result is more accidents, something to be prevented at all times. And there's an enormous waste of electricity when conservation of manpower, materials, and electricity are more important than ever in our history. 2 years ago, illuminating engineers and DuPont paint technicians began intensive studies of this factory lighting problem. One result of their studies is three-dimensional seeing. Introduced by DuPont, three-dimensional seeing is a way of spotlighting machinery with especially chosen paints, light in color and high in reflecting power. DuPont's new technique of painting machinery in colors so that workmen have full vision without eye strain is rapidly being adopted throughout industry. Some manufacturers report production increases running to as much as 15%. Along with greater operating efficiency, there is less fatigue for workers, and there are correspondingly fewer accidents. Now, these three-dimensional seeing studies have been applied to working surroundings as well as to machinery. A ray of light isn't allowed to stop work, as you might say, just because it strikes a flat surface. Instead of being absorbed by a dark surface, it is reflected by a light one, getting the last bit of value out of every bit of light. The whole room becomes a giant light reflector. The workers see their work better, without glare, without strain. Practical application of three-dimensional seeing in war production plants proves beyond question that it is often possible to get as much as 100% more usable light for each watt of electrical energy. So we can report to you tonight that this DuPont development, which has already improved production, working conditions, and morale, and decreased the number of injuries, has now reached the point where it offers industry still another benefit, getting the last bit of value out of every ray of light and every penny's worth of electric current. We invite inquiries for complete information from engineers and manufacturers. Three-dimensional seeing deserves a noteworthy place among the contributions of DuPont chemists and engineers to better things for better living through chemistry. And now our star, Miss Madeline Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Collier. Tonight I would like to present our guest, Mrs. D.A. McNeil of Ellington Field, Texas, the first woman air crew chief in the world. Women like Mrs. McNeil are working day and night in flying fields stationed all over America. Upon their skill and accuracy of judgment, the safety of our planes and the lives of those who fly them depend. These are the women who keep the planes in the air. Mrs. D.A. McNeil.
Down at Ellington Field, they call me the cowpuncher air chief because I make my living selling Burma cattle on my ranch outside of Houston when the war came. When I first entered service at Ellington Field, the men were polite, but a little skeptical about women mechanics. It was not considered a woman's work. That attitude has changed. We were there to do a job. Upon our work rested the responsibility of human lives. The moment a plane is grounded, it is met by an inspector and checked from nose to rudder. Then it is sent to the hangars where the necessary repairs are made by women before it is ready for the air again. That responsibility is ours, and we take it seriously. Each time we stand on the field and see a plane take off, we must know that there has been no mistake. We must be sure that everything from hydraulic pressure to the smallest bolt is right. Because our men are flying those planes. They are depending on us. I have a husband in the armed forces and a little girl 2 years old. When a plane goes out, every woman who has worked on that plane must think of these things as I do, and of what depends upon her work. Someday, I hope to wear wings on my lapel. I'm working for that. But until then, I am proud to do the groundwork that keeps our men in the air. As a pioneer, Amelia Earhart foresaw women's place in aviation. There are many branches in the field open to women today. I want to make an appeal to you tonight. Go to your post office. Secure the information regarding women needed in various branches of this one great service. Women are needed in machine shops as lathe workers and workers on delicate precision instruments. We women can keep our men and our planes flying by doing the groundwork. Thank you. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, next week, Cavalcade will be proud to honor the men of our merchant marine in a new radio play called Torpedo Lane, a story based on the actual experiences of the heroic men who carry the goods over the 7 seas, fighting submarines beneath and bombers overhead. Our star will be the popular stage and screen star, Dean Jagger. Don't forget, next week, Dean Jagger in a merchant marine play entitled Torpedo Lane on the Cavalcade of America. On tonight's program, the orchestra and musical score were under the direction of Don Voorhees. The part of Johnny was played by Frank Reddick. Cavalcade wishes to thank George Palmer Putnam for material made available in his Soaring Wings. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Starring Dean Jagger on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, makers of better things for better living through chemistry. Tonight, Cavalcade brings you a story of the men of the merchant marine. Those men who, without benefit of glamour or acclaim, go quietly about the business of sailing cargo ships across the seas. Our play, Torpedo Lane, was written by Stuart Hawkins. It is late afternoon. In a building near the New York waterfront, a dozen men are waiting in the large room which seamen call the shipping hall. They wear no uniform, old felt hats, cloth caps, a raincoat here, a sweater there, and one little man resplendently uncomfortable in a derby hat, stiff collar, and an obviously new suit and overcoat. He is the center of interest right now.
He's going to go have his picture took so he can send it out for a comic Valentine next February.
No, he's going to run for Congress. He bought that outfit to kiss babies in, didn't you, Blinky?
Yeah, sure, but I'll only kiss girl babies who's old enough to vote.
Pipe down, you guys.
Hey,
Quiet.
pipe down, fellas.
Medic line freighter needs 3 ABs, an oiler, and a water tender.
That's for me.
Count me in. Blue banner line, a collier, 1 oiler, 2 firemen, 4 ABs, and a cook.
Hey, put Tex and me down. We're both firemen.
Okay. Check your papers and get your passes at Eddie's desk.
Okay.
Hey, Blinky.
You're a cook, aren't you? What you waiting for?
Oh, just one more day ashore. I ain't wore these clothes hardly anywheres yet.
You can't stay without a cook, Blinky. You wanted to miss a convoy so you can swank around one more day?
No, but... all right. I wish some fella'd invent a sailor that didn't have to eat. Hey, Whitey, hold up. I'm coming to you.
Well, young fella, what can I do for you?
Well, I'm looking for Mr. Stevens.
I'm Stevens. You're a new card, aren't you? What's your name?
It's Dugan. Slim Dugan.
Glad to know you, Slim. What's your rating?
Ordinary seaman. I finished the 90-day course at the Merchant Marine School in St. Petersburg last month and signed on to a Chesapeake Bay lumber boat. I came ashore in Baltimore yesterday.
All right now, Slim. All the ships on today's list have got their quota of ordinaries. You come back tomorrow morning early when the new lists are up, and I'll be screaming for ordinaries then.
Okay, and what kind of a ship do you think that I'd ought to try for, Mr. Stevens? If there's any choice, I mean.
Wait a sec. Hello. Stevens talking. Yeah? How many of them? Swell. Of course I will. Yeah, I'm starting right now. Bye. Hey, Eddie, watch the calls till I get back. Okay.
Gotta run, Slim. There's a Coast Guard boat coming up the bay with 7 more survivors off a tanker that's torpedoed last week. I'm gonna meet him. Hand me my coat off that chair, will you?
Why, sure. Here you are. Say, look, Mr. Stevens, can I go along with you? You know, I'd like to see him, too. I mean, guys who've really been through it like that.
Okay, I guess I can get you onto the pier. But we gotta hurry. They said she's almost in already.
Over that gangway there. All secure, sir. Let's vacating from the shore first, Mr. Martin. I know.
Gosh, she's some boat. Yeah, I never seen one this close before.
Here come the stretchers. 1, 2... I don't see any more on deck, do you?
No?
Stand back there, please.
No telling who's under those bandages in the first one.
Say, he must have been burned pretty bad, huh?
Yeah. Gee, it's Pop Hillary in this one. Hiya, Pop. See you at the hospital later.
You know, he heard you. He grinned at you.
Thank God there's only 2 of them. 2 out of 7 ain't so bad. Here come the other guys. Mike Sherman and Swede. Hey, Mike. Mike Sherman. Come over here, Mike.
Hi, Stevie. How you doing, boy? Hey, is Lazaro ashore yet?
Lazaro? Yeah, they brought him in last Thursday.
Hot dog. I bet him $2 we'd come out of this okay. I was afraid he wouldn't be here to pay up.
You big liar.
Uncle Mike.
Hey, Helen.
Oh, I thought I'd never get here. How are you?
Fine.
Are you hurt?
No.
Oh, you're back again anyhow. You're not hurt, are you?
Hey, take it easy, kid. I'm okay. Not even a scratch. Oh, meet Mr. Stevens. My niece, Helen Brophy.
Hello.
How do? This is Slim Dugan. New hand just out of school, St. Pete.
I'm glad to know you.
How do you do?
Shake, kid.
Mike, now that I know you're okay, I'll go check up on the others.
Sure, Stevie.
Uncle Mike, are you sure you're all right?
Of course I am. Oh, you dames. Always worrying, even when things is all over.
How long were you drifting, Mr. Sherman, before they picked you up?
6 days. And lay off that Mr. business. My name's Mike.
Okay. 6 days. That must have been something to go through.
Oh, it wasn't so bad. Only trouble was nobody thought to bring any cigarettes. Say, Helen, where's your mom? Didn't she come down with you?
She wasn't home when they phoned, and I left a note saying I'd call her as soon as I knew how you were.
Well, let's go tell her to start getting dinner ready. Boy, I've been dreaming about one of her pies for the past 3 days.
Now, I guess Mr. Stevens has gone right along with the ambulance.
Huh?
Mike.
Yeah?
So what's a good hotel in town that don't cost too much? I just got in from Baltimore this morning. Any of those places near the hall are okay, I suppose.
Why, yeah, but, Helen, has your mom got anyone in the back room right now?
No, Harry Ernst chipped out yesterday morning.
Well, then come on home with us, kid. My sister will give you a room and swell grub for $1 and be glad of the money.
Uncle Mike's ready for more coffee, Mom.
Well, pass your cup then, Mike.
I thought there was a coffee shortage.
Oh, not tonight. Go on with your story now.
There's nothing to tell. We burned out a bear and had to drop out of the convoy. Next morning, we got it. Pow. Before I could even get topside, another one. Whammo.
2 torpedoes this time, huh? The other time, they only hit you with 1.
You mean you've been torpedoed before, Mike?
Yeah, didn't I tell you? 3 months ago on the Facetown Bay. That time, we got the fire under control and brought her in okay.
How's about another piece of pie, Mike?
Oh, gosh, no, sis. I'm full enough to bust right now.
Oh, you, Slim? Just this little sliver?
No, thanks, Mrs. Brophy. Go on, Mike.
Well, by the time I got on deck, 2 tanks was ablaze. One forward, one amidships. We thought we could save her, but then another tank blew up, and that did.
Oh, gosh. What'd you do then?
Well, I got into one of the lifeboats, and 6 days later, they picked us up. Oh, boy.
Looks to me like you're ready for bed, Mike.
I sure am. That blamed little patrol boat bounced around so I didn't get no sleep on the way in. I don't know how those gobs stand it on them things.
I wouldn't have minded being on one if I could have gotten into the Navy.
You're welcome to 'em. I like a steady ship under me. You take a tanker carrying 100,000 barrels of airplane gas. Why, she'll slide along as steady as a billiard table in most any kind of weather.
Why wouldn't they take you in the Navy, Slim?
Oh, my left knee's got a gimp in it. I ran a pitchfork into it when I was a kid.
Oh, I didn't notice it.
Oh, well, it only bothers me when I'm real tired, but they wouldn't take me into the Army or the Navy or anywhere. I tried them all.
Well, I've got to turn in, folks.
Well, I'll go open your bed and see you got enough blankets. It's going to be a coldish night tonight.
Yeah, I'll get down to the hall with you in the morning, Slim.
No, you're not going to ship out again right away, are you?
Why not? If there's a tanker on the list tomorrow, Stevie will probably call me anyhow. Might as well save him the trouble. Night, kid. Night, Helen.
Night.
Good night, Uncle Mike.
Gosh, I can't figure him out.
What do you mean?
Well, I just can't imagine anybody wanting to be on a tanker instead of on a patrol boat.
Why not? Uncle Mike sailed on tankers for the last 8 years, and he's used to them, and he likes them.
Yeah, but on a patrol boat, he'd be chasing subs instead of getting sunk by them. He'd really be counting for something.
You mean you don't think what he's doing counts for something?
Well, it's not like one of the fighting services.
Oh, that's the craziest idea I ever heard of. What good are your fighting services without gas to fly the planes and run the tanks and stuff?
Oh, sure. I told myself all that when I signed up at the training school. But there's a difference.
Oh, you bet there's a difference. There's no uniform and no medals and no glory about the merchant marine. There's only work and going into danger knowing you can't fight back when it strikes. If you ask me, that takes real courage. The realest kind of courage there is.
Well, gee, I didn't mean to upset you, Helen. I just felt it. Oh, well, I'm in it. I'll give it a whirl. But I guess I'll always feel it was second choice.
Maybe that's because you don't know much about it yet.
Morning, Stevie.
Hello, Mike. Hiya, Slim. You're just in time, Slim. Got a freighter that needs 3 ordinaries in a hurry. Blue banner.
Hold it, Stevie. Slim ain't interested in no freighters.
Huh?
What's posted for us tankermen this morning? We want to ship together.
Say, you haven't gone and talked the kid into becoming a tanker stiff like yourself, have you?
Listen, Stevens. The last guy who called me a tanker stiff didn't wake up the next day. Come on now, what's on the list?
Well, there's one up with your old line, Mike. Wants an AB and 2 ordinaries.
Check off 1 AB and 1 ordinary, Stevie. Okay, kid?
Sure.
Where is she, and how soon do we go aboard?
You are listening to Torpedo Lane on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. As our play continues, Slim, played by Dean Jagger, is talking with his friend Mike. It has been 14 days since they left home port.
You did okay on the wheel tonight, Slim. I saw the old man nodding to himself every time you made a zig.
Yeah, I made him better than that dinky little banner boat up ahead. He was all over the ocean. Did you notice?
Uh-huh. There's always one like that in every convoy. Gee, we've been off watch half hour already.
Uh-huh. It's a swell night, ain't it?
Yeah.
I guess that's what they mean by a tropic moon, huh?
Yeah.
Sure is big.
Yeah, I wish it wasn't so big. Or so blame bright.
Oh, I like it. A night like this does things to you, do you know it?
Yeah.
Makes you sort of sad, so pretty.
I know what you mean, kid. I've seen a million nights like this, but still hit you the same way. You always think you never seen the ocean so pretty.
Sort of talks to you, don't it?
Uh-huh.
Mike, before you was torpedoed the first time, did you... Well, were you worried about getting hit?
Listen, kid. The only time to worry about getting hit is after it's happened.
Yeah, sure. It don't seem like 4 days since we started north again, does it?
Time always goes fast when you're in a convoy. You'll be surprised how soon we'll be seeing little old New York again.
Say, you know what we ought to do when we get back? We ought to take Helen and her mother to the movies.
Nah, Ruth don't like movies.
Oh, don't she?
Helen does, though.
Yeah? Would you think that she'd go with me?
Why not? You made quite an impression on her, kid.
How'd you mean that?
She told me you was the nicest guy she'd ever seen. Outside of...
Outside of who?
Outside of a nut house, and didn't I think they ought to put you back?
If you wasn't her uncle, I'd toss you over the trail and make you swim the rest. Hey, what was that?
Stand by for trouble, kid.
Well, what's happened?
One of the other ships has been hit. Come on, over the port side where we can see. Yeah, the banana boat. Look at it.
Torpedo?
Of course, you dope. There's a sub off there somewhere. He's had it still wetted against that moon. Holy smackers, there it comes. Torpedo coming on the port beam. Turn! Hand left, brother! Why don't they turn her?
It's too late, Mike. It's too late. It's going to get us.
That lousy moon. The sub had us lined up against it like ducks in a shooting gallery. Kiss the deck, kid. Like that. Swim. Are you all right?
Yeah, I guess so. Look at this heat, those flames.
It's number 5 tank that's hit. We got to keep them spreading. Come on, grab a hose line.
Sure, right with you, Mike. What's that?
The destroyer, depth bomb. She's trying to get the sub.
I hope they blow it clear toward China. Give me that hose.
Don't get too close, kid. Them planes are swirling this way. Come back, kid. Back, I say.
I'm okay.
Swim. Swim.
Okay, Mike. Swim. That must have been one of the main tanks, wasn't it?
There. Come, kid. Back out.
This heat. Boy, if it's like this here. What's happened to the guys up on the bridge?
No telling.
All hands abandon ship! All hands abandon ship!
Here we go, kid. Jeepers, no use trying to get the lifeboats from here.
Over this side, Mike. There's no burning oil to win it here.
Okay, kiddo. See that life raft floating out there right in the moon track? Well, jump and swim for it.
You first, Mike. I'll follow you.
This ain't no time to be polite, you mug. Go on, jump.
Okay, Mike. See you later.
Watch yourself. Here comes power!
Must be about midnight by now.
Yeah. A little raft like this travels some in a wind.
I wish we could have helped whoever it was that was yelling that time.
Yeah. Maybe found another raft or something. You can't tell.
I ain't heard any more tanks go up since that second one.
She was a sweet ship. There she is, burning like a torch out of hell. I sure hope they got that sneaking sub.
You said it. Say, Mike.
Yeah?
Mike, I just realized I wasn't scared at all. I'm not scared now.
Well, what's funny about that?
Well, I sort of expected to be. I mean, I was afraid that I might be, but I wasn't.
I never thought you would be, kid. Let's toast to see who stays awake while the other guy gets some sleep, huh?
Boy, that sunshine feels good. It's really getting some warmth in it now.
Yeah. Be plenty hot before long.
There's not so much smoke back there now, Mike.
Say, there ain't at that. You know, I bet them 2 tanks is darn near burned out. By gosh, I'd give my eye teeth to know if there's a chance of bringing her into port after all.
How do you think there might be?
There's no telling. Even if one of her engines run, I'd like to take a shot at it. There's a whole lot of good gas in them other 7 tanks, boy.
Mike. Mike, look there.
Where?
No, this way, Mike. Look, it's one of the patrol boats and it's coming back.
Glory be. They're heading for the tanker, though. Wave something. Wave your arms while I get my shirt off. Attaboy. Ahoy! Look this way, you guys. Ahoy!
On the raft. Can you men come aboard without help?
Put her alongside. We'll hop on, Lieutenant.
Watch your step now. This swell's pretty tricky.
Grab my hand. All right. Hey, thanks. Careful, Slim.
I'm okay. All clear, sir.
Lieutenant, can I borrow them glasses of yours, please?
Sure.
Thanks. I'm right, Slim. The lifeboats is clustered around the stern. They're going back aboard. For Pete's sake, hurry, Lieutenant. They'll need our help putting that fire out.
Haven't you guys seen enough fire for a while?
Not if there's a chance of saving her. That's our ship.
Full ahead, all engines. She looks far from burned out yet.
We can put that blaze out. There's the old man by the rail aft the ventilator there. Come on, Lieutenant. Put us alongside that sea ladder.
There's a nasty sea running. You have to jump quick.
Hey, Captain! We're coming aboard. Okay?
Right. We need every hand if we're going to get her in.
Now, you jump first, Slim. And get up that ladder fast. Don't be in my way.
Right.
All right, go ahead, jump.
I made it. Come on, Mike.
Coming, kid. Hey, sit up.
Hey, he missed the ladder. He's in between. Pull astern, all engines.
Turn that boat off. You'll crush him.
Grab him. Hey, you with that boat hook. Fish him out.
There he is. Get him.
I got him. Give me a hand with the boy. Don't hang on that ladder. Want to fall in, too? Hurry.
But Mike's hurt. He's hurt bad.
They've got him aboard the patrol boat. They'll take care of him. Up that ladder with you. Bear a hand.
Aye, sir. I'm coming. Hello, Mr. Stevens.
Well, but ain't Slim Dugan. Hi, kid. Where'd you come from?
Say, Mr. Stevens, you heard anything about Mike?
Mike Sherman? No. Why, was he
Well,
on
he
the...
got hurt. The patrol boat transferred him to a seaplane, and then they flew him ashore 4 days ago. I thought that you'd know.
Well, I hadn't heard a word.
Okay, thanks.
Well, where you going? I want to talk to you.
Well, to his sisters. They must have heard something there. Hello, Helen.
Slim, I did get back all right. I'm so glad. Come on in.
Thanks. Helen, you had any word about Mike?
He died last night, Slim.
Oh.
Mother was there at the hospital when he went. He kept asking if we'd heard from you. He was worrying about getting the ship in.
Yeah. He would. He was a great guy, Helen.
Yes. Did you bring him in all right?
Yeah. With 3.5 million gallons of aviation gas still left.
He'd have been glad.
I wish he could have known it was okay before he went.
Excuse me. Hello? Why, yes. Just a minute. It's for you, Slim.
It's for me? Okay. Hello? Oh, yeah? Why? Well, yeah, sure. How soon? Okay, sure. Bye.
Who was it?
It was Stevens. There's a tanker that's short-handed.
Oh,
And she's got to clear tonight.
so soon?
Yeah, so soon. I told him I'd be right over.
I'm glad you're going, Slim. It's what Mike would do if he was here.
You know, I'll never be as good a tanker stiff as he was, but I can try anyhow.
You don't know where you'll be going, I suppose.
Well, Stephen said to bring my heavy clothes. Guess that means that I won't be going down south again. You know, I guess this time that we'll be taking high-octane gas right to the boys who use it.
Right to where it'll be doing fighting service. Wasn't that what you said?
Yeah, I guess it was. I must have sounded sort of silly that night.
That seems a long while ago now.
Yeah. Well, I better be going. Goodbye, Helen.
We'll be expecting you to drop around here when you get back, Slim.
Yeah, I will. Helen, I sure will.
Good luck, Slim.
I'll be seeing you. So long.
Thank you, Dean Jagger. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments, Mr. Jagger will return to the microphone to present Miss Madeline Carroll and third mate John Grossman of the U.S. Merchant Marine. Miss Carroll is with us tonight not as an actress, but in her official role as Director of Recreation for the United Seamen's Service. Before we hear from her, we have a story of how chemistry solved an important problem. This is a story of an emergency. A minor emergency that easily might have become a major catastrophe for the Navy if chemistry hadn't stepped in as a troubleshooter. Paints, lacquers, varnishes, practically everything that flies or floats must be given a protective coating of one kind or another. That often means paint. Well, where you need paint brushes. And that's where the trouble began. Paint brushes must have bristles. And for the past quarter century, American brush manufacturers have imported their bristles from the Orient. Something like 80% of the ones America used for brushes came from the scraggly hogs of China and Manchuria. The rest came from Russia. And that was all right before Pearl Harbor. But since then, with the nation accelerating war production, with new Navy craft launched one after another, more brushes have been needed than ever before. And the bristles are no longer coming in from the Orient. For some purposes, it was possible to find a substitute. But for paint brushes, especially large brushes with long bristles, only hog bristles were satisfactory. Nothing else had the right taper, the resiliency, and the resistance to wear. That was the situation a year ago, and that was where chemistry stepped in. Nylon bristles for toothbrushes, introduced by DuPont in 1938, were the first really satisfactory synthetic bristles ever made. When the Navy asked DuPont to help in making a long paintbrush bristle equal to or better than natural hog bristles, DuPont was ready with an already developed process for tapering nylon filaments to serve the purpose, samples of which were approved by the Navy in short order. The Navy then preempted DuPont's entire semi-commercial production, necessitating the building of enlarged facilities that will soon be ready to meet the additional wartime needs of our armed forces. As with most other essential materials, these nylon bristles for paintbrushes will not be available for civilian needs until after the war. In short, DuPont chemists solved the problem. And as happens so often when science tackles a job, the man-made product is superior in many respects to the natural material. Nylon bristles don't have to be sterilized or sorted or blended. Moths don't eat them. They don't dry out or rot. And they wear at least 3 times as long as natural bristles. Chemistry, alert to the necessity of guarding against emergencies, has not only solved the problem, but has produced a better material. A new addition to the lengthening list of DuPont's better things for better living through chemistry. Ladies and gentlemen, the star of tonight's Cavalcade, Dean Jagger.
Thank you. On this broadcast, honoring the men of our Merchant Marine, it's my pleasure to present Miss Madeline Carroll as Director of Recreation for the United Seamen's Service.
Thank you, Mr. Jagger. Appearing with me tonight is John Grossman, who is third mate in the Merchant Marine. I've asked him to come here because he is typical of the thousands of young men who have entered this very important arm of our war effort. Tell me, Mr. Grossman, are you on furlough now?
No, I'm not, Miss Carroll. I'm standing by for assignment to a ship. You see, I've just finished 4 months' training at New London that prepared me to sit for my mate's license. There were more than 1,000 of us all together at the school.
That training school is something new, isn't it, Mr. Grossman?
Why, yes, it is. In the old days, most men could go to sea 1,000 years and never get out of the forecastle. But that's all changed now. Today, we are paid $126 a month while we study. And when we finish the course and made the grade, we receive a license that's good for any ocean, any time. We're learning from our previous mistakes. After this war, we're going to keep our Merchant Marine and not give it back to the Indians.
Amen to that, Mr. Grossman. And until the war is over, ladies and gentlemen, It is up to us to see that the men of the Merchant Marine are provided with recreation, medical help if they need it, personal service, and companionship when they are ashore. We do it, and rightfully so, for our soldiers, sailors, and Marines. The Merchant Marine deserves support, too, in whatever way you can afford. No matter how little it is, it will be appreciated. Won't you help? Address me, Madeleine Carroll, care of United Seamen's Service, 39 Broadway, New York City. Thank you.
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, Cavalcade brings you a narrative story of a subject vital to every one of us today, Alaska Under Arms. Our star will be the popular radio actress, Arlene Francis. Be with us again next week when Cavalcade presents Alaska Under Arms, starring Arlene Francis. The orchestra and musical score tonight were under the direction of Don Voorhees. The part of Mike was played by Ed Jerome, the role of Helen by Ann Thomas. Cavalcade is happy to announce that Dean Jagger will soon be seen in the Broadway production Yankee Point. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Starring Arlene Francis on The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, makers of better things for better living through chemistry. Tonight, on The Cavalcade of America, we present Alaska Under Arms, written by Peter Lyon and based on a new book of the same name by Gene Potter of Fortune magazine. Starring Arlene Francis, The Cavalcade of America brings you a picture of Alaska Under Arms.
Ladies and gentlemen, 400 or 500 years ago, when the world was much smaller, they used to say, when Spain moves, the world trembles. Today, in the hour of the long-range bomber, the center of gravity has shifted. It's important these days to remember what was said by America's great prophet of aviation, General Billy Mitchell. Let's listen.
Alaska is the most central place in the world of aircraft. That is true either of Europe or Asia or North America. For whoever holds Alaska will hold the world. And I think it is the most important place in the world.
Whoever holds Alaska will hold the world. Well, that's quite a sweeping statement. But maybe if we've become used to looking at the map of the world on the globe, as we certainly should do in this global war, maybe then this doesn't come as so much of a surprise to us. Fairbanks, Alaska is really the hub of the aircraft world. The spokes which reach out from this hub to London and Paris and Berlin, Warsaw, Moscow, Tokyo, San Francisco, and New York are almost equal in length. Fairbanks is truly the hub in a great wheel. Yes, Alaska is the most central place in the world of aircraft. And we hold Alaska. Let's begin our report on Alaska away up in wilderness, where a scant few weeks ago no man had ever been. Well, there are two characters in this first scene, an Army private from Texas and a Negro corporal from Philadelphia. These two men are driving great heavy bulldozers, one south having come from Fairbanks, the other north up from Dawson Creek. Here they come, two great juggernauts grinding over the wilderness.
Hey, get out of the way. Where do you think you're going? You're in the way.
I'm in the way. How do you like that? How'd you get ahead of me in the foot? Hey, wait a minute, soldier. Well, which way you going?
South. I'm going south.
Yeah?
So get out of the way.
Hold on now. Wait a second. I guess neither one of us should get out of the way. We've gone as far as we need to go, buddy. This is the end of the line.
What do you mean?
Shake, soldier. The Alcan Highway is open.
What would you think of as a pretty big engineering project? The pyramids, the Panama Canal, the Grand Coulee Dam? Well, now we've got another one to add to the list. One we can be mighty proud of. Our men, Army and civilian, have built a highway that stretches 1,671 miles through the wildest imaginable country, twisting up at times to an altitude of more than 4,000 feet, spanning 200 streams, broad and tumultuous. We have built a wartime lifeline through Alberta, British Columbia, and the Yukon to Alaska. And we have wrought this miracle in the unbelievable time of less than 6 months. Brigadier General C.L. Sturdivant, Assistant Chief of Army Engineers, is in charge of the project. He has inspected its progress several times, both in Canada and Alaska. Now, speaking from Washington, General C.L. Sturdivant.
Thank you, Miss Francis. You know, that little scene in which the engineer soldier with his southbound bulldozer met the other engineer soldier with his northbound bulldozer is typical of the entire Alcan project. The road has been built by young American soldiers in whose hands our country has placed the finest of engineer equipment. In no other army in the world would you find such a combination. The credit for pushing this road through the wilderness in the short span of one working season therefore belongs first and foremost to the 10,000-odd American soldiers who took their fine equipment and did the job. By this statement, I do not overlook the excellent and necessary work accomplished by the civilian forces of the Public Roads Administration in following up the troops and improving the Army road. These soldiers of ours worked early and late. Neither heat nor cold, nor all the challenges of the pathless wilderness could stop them. During March, the men braved bitter winds and temperatures of 35 below. In July and August, gloved and swathed in netting against swarms of huge mosquitoes and tiny flies and insects, they sweltered under 90-degree heat. The rainy season found them slogging through bottomless mud. They threw into their job the same spirit and the same courage that their comrades in arms have thrown into the operations in Algiers, in Morocco, and at Guadalcanal. Yes, America can well take pride in the way its soldiers have performed in the building of the Alcan Highway. Now that we have the Alcan Road, America can look with increased confidence on the military situation in general and on the situation as regards the bastion of Alaska in particular. No longer is that bastion, on which so much depends, accessible only by sea and by air. It is now accessible by the always dependable means of a two-lane road. For that, I repeat, we Americans can thank the superior equipment produced in our factories and, above all, the superior qualities of the American soldier.
Thank you, General Sturdivant. Now then, let's talk about this most important place, Alaska. And let's start out by admitting that our ideas of it are at best romantic. Let's just admit that when we think of Alaska, we are likely to summon up a picture of an old sourdough in a saloon away up in the frozen north. A grizzled old sourdough with his bag of gold dust beside him at the bar.
A bunch of the boys were whooping it up in the Malamute saloon. The kid that handles the music box was hitting a jag time tune. Back of the bar, in a solo game, sat Dangerous Dan McGrew. And watching his luck was his light of love, the lady that's known as Lou. Went out of the night, which was 50 below.
Say Alaska to most people, and that's what they remember. But the old sourdoughs today spend most of their time laughing at what people from the States think about Alaska. By now, they've almost gotten tired of correcting what we think. Is that right, partner?
Oh, I reckon there's a few folks on the outside that know something about Alaska by now.
Well, let's see. How about some typical opinions about Alaska?
Alaska is a cold country, frozen. Nothing but ice and snow.
How about that, partner?
Well, now, at Fort Yukon, above the Arctic Circle, I've known it to go as high as 110 degrees in the shade. In the summertime, they call the country around Fairbanks the Banana Belt.
Well, here's another opinion.
It's dark up there. 3 or 4 months out of the year, you get total blackout.
What about that, partner?
Up in the Arctic, it's never dark. Worst comes to worst, you can read by the moonlight shining up off the snow. Fact is, you get as much daylight up in the Arctic as you do down in the equator.
Shows what people from the States think of Alaska, doesn't it, partner?
They're all the time making mistakes. Sometimes we even get to making tourists think that there's long worms in the glaciers. Ice worms, we tell them they are.
Oh, now the laugh's on you, Alaskan. There are little things like worms in the glaciers. Scientists have found them.
Must have been scientists on the outside. No Alaskan scientist ever found any.
It's really not so funny what Americans think about Alaska. Alaska is ours and has been for 75 years, since we bought it from Russia. But we've always treated it like a mentally retarded stepson. We don't even know what Alaska means or where the name comes from.
The name Alaska comes from the Russian, Alexkaya, meaning mainland.
If you will forgive me, the fact is quite otherwise.
Oh?
The word Alaska comes from the Aleut, Alexax, spelled Alaxsxaq. The X is like the German CH, the Spanish J, or the Russian or Greek X.
But it does mean mainland.
No part of the word means main, and no part means land. By taking the word apart, particle by particle, and reassembling its individual meanings, we find that it means the object toward which the action of the sea is directed. That is, alax, meaning sea or sword. It's a reflexive and element occurring in nouns.
Yes, but it all adds up that Alaska means mainland.
That is correct, yes.
Alaska, the mainland. To the Aleuts on their westering Pacific islands, the mainland was a great wall of rock, lofty mountains, highest in a hemisphere, rising up sheer out of the sea, cut by long, still curving inlets, hushed and timeless, holding on their surfaces the green of the spruce and the fir. Alaska. They called it the Great Land. It's a land of glaciers and volcanoes. Why, one valley is called the Valley of 10,000 Smokes. This is a land of riches and plenty. Somebody wrote of Alaska that it's the land that God forgot. But actually, he remembered Alaska, and lavishly. Fruits and flowers grow thickly, delphiniums as high as 9 feet, and strawberries 2 inches across. And although this land is ours, belongs to all 134 millions of us, when last the heads were counted, there were only 73,000 of us in Alaska. Why, that's not quite enough to fill the Yale Bowl. For 3/4 of a century, we've been busy looking down our noses at Alaska. Back in 1867, Secretary of State Seward was the only man in official Washington who wanted Alaska, and even he didn't know why exactly. But fortunately, there was a young man named Robert Kennicott, whose reports were able to give him the reasons he needed.
Of course, the natural resources, fish, fur, who knows what sort of mineral deposits. But there's a more important reason. Alaska is a natural bridge to Asia, or from Asia. Alaska is more than just a peninsula. The Bering Sea is less than 50 miles across. Alaska is a strategical necessity for us. It must be ours before it's too late.
The strategical necessity of Alaska was a little less than apparent to the gentlemen in the Congress of 1867. Nearsighted. That was their trouble.
Mr. Speaker. The honorable gentleman from Connecticut. I say that this whole discussion is the most arrant nonsense. More than $7 million for an ice cap, which even the Russians have found worthless. As for this talk of the use of Alaska for invasion by our enemies, I would like to be told who are these enemies. What people is there so strong that they will be able to sweep down from Alaska and threaten our security? I should like to say, Mr. Speaker, that I regard this whole affair as nothing more than $7 million worth of sewage folly.
The nearsighted were proven wrong, as they always are. But even after Alaska's purchase price had been returned to us 100-fold, in America, we thought of Alaska as an icebox, suitable perhaps as a vacation land, if it wasn't so far away. But if we in America were nearsighted, there was an island people to the west who were not. The year is 1937.
14 fathoms. 14 fathoms. That is this point here on the map, is it not?
That is right. We're moving closer now. I want a sounding as close to shore as we can get. And be sure to note the wind direction.
Captain Hachikimo.
Yeah?
The lookout has just reported there are Americans watching us from the shore. How does he know? The sun glinted off a pair of binoculars just there to the left of the cove. Tell the wireless operator to send out a message. Any message he wishes. Just enough to take care of their suspicions. Should he use our real call letters? Of course not, you fool. Instruct him to use force call letters. What is the sounding now?
12 and 1.5 fathoms.
12 and a half fathoms.
Fishing boats. Even if they are fishing boats, they got no right to be here.
We ought to write to the delegate in Washington. Tell him to have him send up some guns to take care of our rights. Now, listen. We've got to be practical. I got an idea.
And what is it?
Now, we could get Corky or Joe or one of those other pilots to take us up in one of their planes. Fly it over those Japs.
Oh, what good will that do? They'll just send out some funny message on the radio.
Yeah? Only we could drop some bombs on them.
Hey!
Are you crazy? Where are we going to get bombs? Make them ourselves. If Washington won't drive those Japs away from here, we're going to have to do it ourselves.
That was in 1937. However, before the tough Alaskan fishermen took matters into their own hands, in Washington, the State Department launched a protest to the Japanese ambassador, and the reply came back promptly.
The Japanese government regrets extremely the alleged violation of fishing rights and the alleged illegal entry into Alaskan territorial waters. The Japanese government is anxious to give all assurances that there will be no repetition of these alleged activities.
Fog is thicker now.
Very well. We may proceed. Make a note of fog and wind prevalence.
You do not think the American Coast Guard cutter will be arriving?
No. It would not be here for another 3 days. Come, we must hurry. We must finish our soundings before the end of the summer.
In America, we still paid no attention to the Northwest. We still ignored our rich territory. Halfway around the world, men were not so willfully blind. Let's just imagine the conversation that must have taken place in an office of the Institute of Geopolitics at Munich, sometime in 1936. Even if we don't know the exact words, we can be pretty sure of the general conversation. The first to speak would have been Major General Professor Dr. Karl Haushofer.
I will tell you what I have on my mind, Volkswagen. I have been thinking about it for some time.
Yeah, Herr Professor.
The reports you worked up on Central America were, of course, just what we wanted. Good research. Now then, the North.
The North?
I have been thinking about Alaska. I know you are just home from America, but I need a good report on Alaska. I think you are the man.
We have men in Alaska I can get in touch with?
Oh, yeah, we must have. Get Miss Ernst to look them up in the files. How soon can you leave?
10 days.
Good. Thanks, Vollschlager. Drop in for final instructions sometime toward the end of the week.
Right, Herr Professor. Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler.
Yes, their conversation was something like that. But the result of the conversation is not imaginary. It's down in black and white. Let's read a few sentences from Alfred Vollschlager's report. It's headed,
Alaska, future land of the white race. Like a powerful, large, and patient animal, Alaska is still waiting for its master. It is a Nordic land created for Nordic people, the true home of the Nordic race. Everywhere are lakes and rivers suitable for the landing of airplanes. Alaska is only waiting for the advent of people who are a match for her. Here one can study how a great empire is conquered. And when we think of the future of our race, we must have Alaska.
that was written in 1937. And then there was a 1938 and 1939, even as late as 1940, when the Army asked for an appropriation to build an air base at Anchorage. The Congressional Committee was skeptical. A half dozen legislators examined an Army officer, while reporters and interested citizens watched and listened.
Why is this base necessary, Colonel? To develop cold weather flying? It's more than simply a question of developing cold weather flying, Senator. I must say I can't see the danger of any military operation so far north.
Colonel, what do you mean by an air base at Anchorage? Doesn't that constitute an unfriendly act toward Japan?
Why do we need an air base there in the first place? Is it not a fact that the Gulf freezes over in wintertime?
Gentlemen, we're asking for less than $13 million. In the Army's estimation, this figure represents an absolute minimum of what's necessary.
Well, frankly, Colonel, I am very skeptical as to the advisability of this project.
And I am yet to be convinced of its necessity. I can only hope you won't have to be convinced too forcibly, sir.
But by the time the winter snows of 1940 were melting, and up in Alaska the spring rains were starting, the nearsighted men were beginning to find themselves in the minority. That spring of 1940 saw the arrival of the first contingent of American troops.
All right, men. Hold This is home. Home? Where's the air base? Yeah, I thought we were being shipped to some air base.
Yeah. Okay. Take a look around. Here's mud, trees, and rocks. Don't look for any barracks, because you ain't getting any. You're pitching your tents right here. You looking for the air base? Well, brothers, right where you stand is where it's going to be. You're on it.
A handful of troops on a lonely field near Anchorage. They cussed at the rain. They slapped at the big Alaskan mosquitoes and cussed at them, too. They unslung their packs and pitched their pup tents. The American Army had arrived and was there to stay for the duration. Today, their base is the headquarters of the Alaska Defense Command. Today, it is the headquarters of General Simon Bolivar Buckner, who even back in the summer of 1941 was fully conscious of the nature of his command.
Well, everybody thinks that Hawaii and Pearl Harbor are closer to Japan than we are here. But up here in Alaska, we never forget Dutch Harbor is 1,000 miles closer to Japan than Pearl Harbor is. That's why there's an Alaska Defense Command here. Now, mind you, we're not at war. But when we are, and if we are, here's one thing that you can tell the people down in the States. Alaska Defense Command's the wrong name. Look at the map. We should be called the Alaska Offense Command.
Since December 7th, There has been scarcely a flicker of light from dusk to dawn near the Army and Navy bases of Alaska. And out to the west, on the furthest flung islands, the long, careful years of Japanese preparation have paid off. For the first time since 1814, enemy troops occupy American soil in the Western Hemisphere. It's a precarious toehold, a slipping toehold. But the fact remains that Japanese soldiers and Marines are in possession of American soil. Today we know that what General Buckner predicted is coming true, that the Alaska Defense Command is becoming the Alaska Offense Command. We know that the men who have gone north to Alaska to guard the country made for giants to live in are fit guardians for our bridge to Asia. And we know that Alaska, like the rest of our world, is going to emerge from this war a greater and richer and freer place. A bridge from one continent to another. A bridge from one world to another. Don't forget, Americans, from our Alaskan outpost to Tokyo, airtime 7 hours. Whoever holds Alaska holds the world.
Gene Potter's book, Alaska Under Arms, is published by the Macmillan Company. The orchestra and musical score on tonight's program were under the direction of Don Voorhees. On December 1st, ladies and gentlemen, mileage rationing for everyone goes into effect. To buy gasoline after that date, you must have a mileage ration book. Only by rationing gasoline can necessary auto transportation be assured for all who need it. Gasoline rationing is the only way our government has to preserve rubber. Do your part. Drive your car only when absolutely necessary. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont. Starring Louis Bromfield in Feast from the Harvest, a Thanksgiving play on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. On our program tonight, ladies and gentlemen, DuPont presents Louis Bromfield, both as author and as storyteller. His play, Feast from the Harvest, is a story of the land. In Mr. Bromfield's words, a story of the earth, which is the foundation of everything. Louis Bromfield as author and storyteller of Feast from the Harvest on the Cavalcade of America.
This is the story of a family, and of a valley, and of a piece of land, somewhere in the wide, rich expanse of these United States. The story has no hero, no heroine. It's a story about people. It is about the American people, who in the past have been, and in the future must be, everything this country is and can be. The story happens on Thanksgiving night, where the people of the valley, young, old, and middle-aged, are gathered together in the assembly rooms of the Valley Church to celebrate the richness of the harvest that is to feed us all, ourselves, our allies, and perhaps a little later, the starving women and children of our enemies. It is a tale of the land and of fertility, without which all else, even civilization itself, wavers, sickens, and dies. It is the story of the earth, which is the foundation of everything.
Go and balance all round and round and all.
pumpkin pie and cider for everybody over in the church kitchen. Wait a minute. Now, it's Thanksgiving, folks, and before we fall on the food, the Reverend Simpson's got a few words to say. Just a few words of thanksgiving for all the plenty we got here in the valley. Plenty like nobody else on this earth has got. Yeah, come on up here on the platform, Reverend. All right, now. Quiet, everybody. Let us pray. Our Father in heaven, we thank Thee for all the plenty, the peace, the beauty we have here in our valley, for the wide fields of corn and the fat cattle, the fruit that comes with the rich harvest season. And, Lord, we ask a blessing upon the boys who are leaving the valley to fight to preserve our liberties, upon Sidney Wells and Johnny Wells and Hilbert Noyes, and upon Henry Drake from Tennessee, who is visiting us and going away tomorrow. Bless them all, O Lord, and bring them back as you brought back their fathers and grandfathers from other wars. We thank Thee, O Lord, and implore Thy blessing. Amen. That was mighty fine, Reverend. Thank you, sir. All right, now, folks, the grand march to supper. Get your partners. Here we go.
That was nice of the preacher to ask a special blessing for you, Henry.
I sure appreciate it. Everybody's mighty nice to strangers up here.
We'd better go and eat.
Oh, I don't want to eat right now. I'm not very hungry. Can you wait?
Sure, I can wait. What's the matter with you tonight, Henry?
Oh, it's such a pretty night. Moonlight and all. Seems a shame to waste it inside. It's a mighty pretty night.
Well, what do you want to do?
How about going outside for a little while? It's not cold. Your coat's right there on the wall. I'll get it.
Oh.
Well, what's the matter, Mary? Aren't you and Henry hungry?
Oh, we're just waiting until the others get served.
Here's your coat, Mary.
Oh, you're going sparking, eh? Well, ain't no reason why a young soldier shouldn't go sparking with a pretty girl like Mary. There's been a lot of sparking right here in the Valley churchyard.
Oh, leave us alone, Cal.
You know, that's where I got my wife, just outside there. Now, take good care of her, young man.
You bet I will.
She's a mighty pretty girl. Good luck.
Come on, Mary.
Wish Cal had let us alone.
Oh, he didn't mean anything. It's just mankind like.
Isn't it beautiful? I don't guess there's any place in the world more beautiful than our valley.
Sure is. Better take my arm.
Uh-huh.
Where are we going?
Just over there under the cedar trees. There's an old bench there.
In the graveyard. Aren't you afraid?
What's there to be afraid of? All my family's in there. My grandfather and my great-grandparents, and way back beyond that. Way back to the time of the Indians.
That's so.
Look at the white mist down along the creek. Like new, clean wool. You know, sometimes on a night like this, I imagine them coming into the valley for the first time. Long ago. The first settlers coming up the valley down there where the mist is.
Don't it scare you?
No, Henry.
Oh, there's an owl. Down in my country, they say you better turn your shoe over tonight or you'll have bad luck.
Silly.
You know, you're a funny girl. But I kind of like that. Even if you aren't afraid of ghosts. Mary.
What, Henry? What? Cat got your tongue?
Hear that train down there?
Yes.
I'm going away to the army tomorrow.
Yes, I know that, Henry.
Sure you're warm enough? Maybe you better snuggle up a bit.
Sure, Henry.
Mary.
Yes, what is it, Henry? What do you want to say?
What was your first kinfolk in the valley called?
First kinfolk? Their names were Jonathan and Mariah Ferguson. They're buried right over there. Those two tombstones that are covered with ivy and kind of crumbling.
Jonathan, Mariah.
Mm-hmm.
Funny names like you don't hear anymore.
They had a little girl called Sapphira. She was my great-great-grandmother. She's lying over there under the weeping willow.
Funny how people go on getting married over and over since the beginning of everything.
Sometimes on nights like this, I think I can hear the sound of wagon wheels and voices calling out way down there in the valley. Sometimes I think people don't die at all, but their spirit just goes on forever.
You think they're still down there in the mist?
Yes, in a way. They're everywhere here in the valley. They help to make the valley. Listen, the foxes are barking up on the ridge. They begin barking about this time of year. The mating season. Listen. The earliest settlers must have heard them, too, when they first came into the valley. I wonder what it was like then. What they were like, those first settlers.
A boy and a girl, looking down into the mists of the valley, where long ago the first wagon train of settlers moved into the richest country on earth. So came the family of Jonathan and Mariah Ferguson out of the east. Listen. You can hear the singing of Solomon, the Negro who rode with them, a freedman coming into the new wilderness. Beneath the wagon swing crates of live ducks and chickens, and behind them follow two cows, a young bull and a pair of goats. In one wagon rides a woman. She is nursing a baby. Another child, a boy of 6, rides at the back of the wagon, peering out. He is watching for birds and deer and chipmunks as the wagons move along the tunnel of green, dappled with the sunlight of the warm, kind months of June. A man and a boy guide the teams of oxen with long poles. One is a hired man called Ezra Pulsifer, and the boy, 15 years old, is called Ezekiel. These are good people, strong people, religious people. What you see is something out of the Old Testament. The story is as old as Moses, as old as time itself. This is the beginning of America. Listen. You can hear the man and boy with the long poles calling out to the faithful beasts which have drawn the wagons for long weeks over the trail.
Hi, Buck. Hi, Barry. Go easy, boys.
Hello there. Up now. Steady.
And the voice of the woman on the seat of the high wagon, singing an old song to the child at her breast. You can see a little girl, dark-haired, gypsy-eyed, running along beside the wagon in her long skirt. She carries a bright feather in her hand and a little bag made of cotton cloth. She has walked beside the wagon all the way from Maryland because this new world is a wonderful place, filled with wonderful things.
Wait, Ezekiel. Stop the wagon and let the fire come up.
Hold up. Hold there. Hold up there. Hold up now. It's fire. I'll give you a boost up.
Here, give me your hand.
Oh, look, Mammy. Look at the feather I found. What is it?
Oh, it's an eagle feather. A feather from the golden eagle. What have you got in your bag?
Oh, lots of things, Mammy. Look, a stone. It shines like a diamond.
It's quartz.
And a sharp stone. I found it at the creek. Look, I cut my finger on it.
That's an arrowhead. The Indians make them.
Will we meet any Indians, Mommy?
Perhaps. I hope not.
When can Pappy and I catch some more fish?
You'll have to ask your father. Perhaps that's the next season.
Are Indians terrible, Mammy? Do they scalp and burn up people?
Oh, you mustn't think about such things, Sapphira. Hush now. Let the baby sleep.
And up ahead on a mare called Belle rides the father. His name is Jonathan Ferguson, and he looks Scotch like his name, with black curly hair and blue eyes. He is a big man, a strong man, a tough man who has fought Indians and the border people. He rides easily, a musket slung across the saddle, a knife and a tomahawk at his belt. He is no green traveler. He knows these hills and forests and marshes and streams. It is a rich country of green valleys and of hills, piled up by the great glaciers 200,000 years ago. Now look, The trail crosses the crest of a hill, and down below, in the misty light of the early morning, spreads a winding, clear stream, flashing with fish, and bordered by green marshes where the wild ducks fly up at the distant sound of the chalking wagon wheels. At the crest of the hill, Jonathan Ferguson pulls up the mare and raises his hand as a signal for the caravan to halt. He is thinking. Perhaps if you listen hard enough, you can hear his thoughts.
What a country. What a beautiful country. You can see by the trees how rich it is. Makes a man believe in God. Mariah, look, there it is.
What, Jonathan?
Our place, where we're going to settle. There in the notch between the hills by the river.
Oh, Jonathan.
Our spring's just beyond it. It's our new world. All ours, Mariah, for the taking. Come on, boys. We'll make it by evening.
Hi, John. Hi, Ben. Come on, John. Come on, John. Sit, John.
The little girl ran beside the wagon with my great-great-grandmother Sapphira. The Indians murdered one of her brothers. He's buried over there near his father and mother. And the oldest one, Ezekiel, who was driving the oxen, he died at New Orleans fighting with Andrew Jackson. The little girl Sapphira built the old part of our house about where my room is.
It's nice to know so far back about your kinfolk.
Oh, it's easy here in the valley. Sometimes I feel like they're all around us, like they weren't dead at all. And over there is my great-grandfather John. He was Sapphira's son. He died fighting at Antietam.
I had a great-grandpappy in that battle. He was on the other side.
Oh. And there way off is Uncle Benjamin. He was a senator. His brother William's near him. He was a colonel in the war against the Spanish. They had another brother called Edward. He got to be president of a big bank down New York. I don't know much about him. He left Dad some money to buy another farm. He isn't buried here, though. He's in New York someplace.
Mary is right. They are all there, about her, unseen in the moonlight and the misty valley. Jonathan and Mariah, Sapphira and Sapphira's son John, who died at Antietam, and Benjamin the senator, and Edward the banker. They are all there because they are a part of the valley itself, like the trees and the fields and the houses. They are a part of America. They are not dead so long as America lives. They can never die. They are all there watching Mary and Henry on the moss-covered old bench in the churchyard. If you listen carefully, you can hear them. You can hear Jonathan speaking, and Sapphira, and Benjamin, and all the others, there in the moonlight and the mist. Listen. Jonathan is speaking. Jonathan the hunter, the first one to come into the valley.
Is that you, Sapphira?
Yes, Pappy.
Look, Mariah. That's little Mary over there on the bench with her young man. You know, Mariah, little Mary, Elmer Payne's little girl.
He's a mighty nice-looking young man, Jonathan, but awful tongue-tied, like you were that evening back in the orchard in Frederickstown. Remember, Jonathan, the evening Thomas Jefferson came to Frederickstown to make his speech?
Sure, I remember.
Oh, here comes my boy, John. Hello, John.
Hello, Ma. Say, our Mary's turned out to be a mighty pretty young girl. Funny. I proposed to Hester on that same bench before I went off to Antietam.
Oh, here comes Benjamin, the senator. Good evening, Ben.
Good evening, all. How do you do? My brother Ed, the banker, is coming, too. All the way from New York. Here he is now. Hello, Ed.
Good evening, kinfolk.
You've come a long way.
I heard something important was happening. I heard the family was about to grow.
Yes, they're over there on the bench. See? He can't quite get to the point. She's too shy to help it. She's been telling him all about us.
Maybe he needs a push.
You were never shy, Sapphira. Not where young men were concerned. Get behind me.
Give him courage.
Don't you worry, Sapphira. He'll get to the point. He'll ask her. I see it all spread out ahead just as if it was the past. They'll get married, maybe tomorrow, before he goes away. And he'll come back from the war all right, and they'll have 4 children. He's going to be a great engineer, do great things for his country. And he'll take Mary away from the valley. And in the end, they'll both come back to the valley to sleep with us.
You always knew everything, Mariah. You always did.
I'm always glad when somebody in the family gets married, or is born, or dies. It brings us all together again. Where are you going, Sapphira?
Oh, don't call out like that. You might frighten them. I'm just going to give Mary's young man the push he needs.
Don't meddle, Sapphira.
No, Jonathan. Let her go.
Funny where that wind has come from suddenly, on a still night like this. Out of nowhere.
It's just blowing here all about us. Look over there. The trees aren't moving.
Better lean a little closer. I'm afraid of you getting cold. There. That's better. Now, if you put your head on my shoulder, you'll be good and comfortable.
That is nice, Henry.
Mary, I love you. I love you, Mary. Aren't you going to say anything?
I can't, Henry. But I love you, too.
Will you marry me?
Yes, Henry.
Funny how it's hard to say things like that. I just felt as if somebody had given me a push from behind.
It's been a lovely Thanksgiving day. I guess we're pretty lucky.
Yeah, we're lucky, all right. There's only one thing could make me luckier.
What, Henry?
If you'd marry me tomorrow, before I go away.
It's awful quick. I'd have to think.
But it don't matter, Mary, if we love each other, how quick it is.
All right, Henry. Tomorrow, then. Honey, it was just as if somebody pushed me then. Oh, they're through supper. Maybe we'd better go in.
Oh, no. Not yet, Mary. It's so nice here. Just the way we are.
Mary!
Oh.
Mary Payne! Mary!
Yes, Cal?
You better get in here. They're giving away the prizes.
Praise the Lord, that's ammunition, and we'll all sing free.
Now the prizes. Given by the Centerville News for those in Pleasant Valley who have done most toward raising food for the war effort. To Henry Harris, 1 war bond for the biggest yield per acre of soybeans. To Herman Nussbaum, 1 war bond for the best acre of truck garden. Here you are, Herman. To Maria Poldinsky, 1 war bond for the finest exhibit of home canned goods. Good for you, Maria. To Homer Beery, 1 war bond for the best yield on 1 acre of corn. 102 bushels. Great production, Homer. And finally, to Mary Payne, 1 war bond for raising with her own hands the finest steer in Pleasant Valley. And I just heard that Mary's got something else to tell her. Well, go ahead, Mary, and tell him. Well, go on, tell him. What's the matter? What are you scared of? You ain't ashamed, are you? Hey, back there. Close that door before we get blown out of here. All right, now tell him, Mary. Go on.
All right. Henry and I are being married tomorrow, and we want you all to come to the wedding.
Good. All right, I'll tell him for you. Mary and Henry are getting married tomorrow. And they want you all to come to the wedding. And now
Now, before going home, we'll all join the choir in singing a good night hymn. All right, Ed, let it go.
This is our America, the rich, abundant America of yesterday and today and tomorrow. The America which will win this war and go on as a great nation, believing forever in the power and the rights of the people. An America made up of Mary Paynes and Henry Drakes and Maria Pauldinsky's and Herman Nussbaum's and all the others. The people loved by Thomas Jefferson and Abraham Lincoln. It is a great tradition, the greatest tradition the world has ever known since the beginning of time. Living in it, we can only go forward to victory.
Thank you, Louis Bromfield. As never before, Americans may offer thanksgiving for the harvest this year. Our American farmers have had to call on their wives and youngsters to help in the fields. They have worked with fewer and fewer hired hands. They have worked their land facing shortages in farm machinery, in transportation, just when machines and transportation were needed most. Under hard conditions without precedent, our farmers have had to produce food not only for us, not only for the millions of men in the services, but also for our allies. Somehow, working day and night, they have done the job, done the impossible. The harvest is in, the greatest harvest in our country's history. We may well bow our heads and give thanks this Thanksgiving Day. Farmers are also growing farm crops for industry, which industry is turning into products essential to the war effort. You may not fully appreciate this new increasing outlet for agricultural products. To carry at one time all of the products from farm and forest purchased by the DuPont Company alone in one pre-war year would require a line of 50,000 giant 5-ton trucks rolling bumper to bumper over 236 miles of highway. That is approximately the distance from Washington, D.C. to New York City. Today, there would be far more loads than that. And DuPont represents only one unit of America's industrial chemistry. Wood pulp and cotton linters, the fuzz that stays on cottonseed after the fibers are removed, are the sources of cellulose for the chemist. Cellulose goes into explosives, but it's also the source of cellophane, of rayon, of motion picture and X-ray film, of plastics and many other chemical products. Corn is another product of agriculture that is used by the chemist in making commercial dynamite, a basic product as essential to agriculture, mining, and construction as smokeless powder is to war. Flaxseed and cottonseed reach the chemist as vegetable oils, used in the manufacture of paints, varnishes, enamels, and lacquers, in making soap and many other industrial and household products. Industrial chemistry buys quantities of vegetable oils. Peanut oil is another one, used primarily by food chemists. This year, farmers have more than doubled their acreage planted to peanuts, from 2 million acres to more than 4. And today, every American farmer knows the soybean. America's 1942 soybean crop is estimated at more than 200 million bushels, which means something like 2 billion pounds of soybean oil. Through chemistry, soybeans become paint and varnish, medicines, glycerin, soaps, linoleum, adhesives, paper coatings, glue, plastics, and also food, salad oil, cooking oil, vegetable shortening, and even ice cream. From molasses and grain, DuPont makes industrial alcohol. Also from molasses and grain, DuPont obtains carbon dioxide, essential in the manufacture of dry ice to safeguard foodstuffs. From the same farm products comes the lactic acid used in the tanning of leather and other industrial applications. This partnership between American agriculture and American industry, especially the chemical industry, is working night and day to win the war and win it fast. These farm crops used by industry will, when peace is won again, serve more and more people as better things for better living.
through chemistry. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, Cavalcade will be privileged to present for the first time ever on the air a dramatization of the life and work of the celebrated Australian nurse, Sister Elizabeth Kenny, whose treatment for infantile paralysis has brought her world recognition. Miss Madeline Carroll will be our star and will portray Sister Kenny. Be sure to be with us next Monday when Cavalcade presents a dramatization of the life and work of Sister Elizabeth Kenny, who will appear on our program speaking from Minneapolis, where she is now engaged in training nurses in her method of treatment. On tonight's broadcast, James McCallion played the boy, Cherita Bauer, the girl. The orchestra and musical score were under the direction of Don Voorhees. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont.
This program has come to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Starring Madeline Carroll as Sister Elizabeth Kenny on The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont of Wilmington, Delaware, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Medical science is studded with the names of its pioneers. Some of these have been scientists laboring in their laboratories. Some have gone forth directly to minister at bedsides. Tonight we pay tribute to one of these healers, to a nurse who fought with her own hands against a dread disease, to a woman of today, Elizabeth Kenny, the Australian nurse whose treatment of infantile paralysis has brought her worldwide acclaim. On our program, Miss Kenny, or Sister, as nurses are called in Australia, will be portrayed by Madeline Carroll. Madeline Carroll as Sister Kenny on The Cavalcade of America.
The clouds of mystery cover disease, mystery and fear. Since the days of the pharaohs of Egypt, on whose tombs we see its results pictured, infantile paralysis has stalked through palace and hovel, taking its toll in crippled and disfigured bodies. But now, in our lifetime, a way has been found to help many of its victims. Our story begins in Australia, in the outback of Queensland, when Elizabeth Kenny was in her late teens. Aeneas MacDonald was family physician and a close friend to the Kenny family. He called one afternoon, as he so often did. Mrs. Kenny answered the door.
Oh, come in, Doctor.
Oh, good afternoon, Mrs. Kenny. I'm a bit early for tea, but the wind's sharp, and I thought you wouldn't mind my dropping in a bit earlier than usual to get warm.
Of course not. Michael's not back yet, but I'll go and have the kettle put on. Elizabeth, here is Dr. MacDonald.
Oh, Dr. MacDonald, I'm so glad to see you.
Well, and how's my girl today?
I've got something to show you. Remember that skeleton you let me have?
Yes.
Well, look.
I'd hardly recognize him. He's certainly all dressed up.
Please don't laugh. See this crepe paper I've stretched along his arms, and here on his back, too? I've built it up like muscles. I used crepe paper because it'll stretch just like the real muscle. But to keep the arm in line, I've had to stretch paper along both the under and upper sides. See? Then as one piece stretches, like this, the other side loosens. Isn't that neat?
That's quite good.
Honestly?
You know what you've done? You've found out about opposing muscles, all by yourself. You've a careful eye, my girl. Tell me, Do you still think about being a nurse?
Oh, yes, I think about it all the time.
Here we are with some good hot tea for the doctor.
Shall I pour, Mother?
All right, Elizabeth. You know, Doctor, it seems to me that this girl of mine thinks of nothing but caring for the sick.
And what's wrong with that?
Oh, nothing, I suppose. Only, well, Michael and I aren't sure we want her to become a nurse. We rather think it high time she settled down and thought about getting married.
Mrs. Kinney, I doubt if what you want will come to pass. Elizabeth has a mind of her own. That's evidently certain. And if she's decided for nursing, that's what it'll be. You mark my words.
Sister Kenny.
Hello, Jerry.
We haven't seen you in this part of the bush country for ages.
I've been up in the Pilsen Hills.
How is it out there?
Very bad just now. That's why I'm here. Jerry, you must send a telegram for me right away.
What's the matter, sister?
I don't quite know. That's the trouble. But, Jerry, it's something terrible.
Oh, well, you sit down here and I'll tap it out as you say it.
Yes, but I have it written down here if you can read my writing.
Hmm?
To Dr. Aeneas MacDonald, Chief Surgeon, to Woomera General Hospital, Queensland. 6 children here seriously ill. Do not recognize symptoms, but all have similar manifestations. Fever high, nausea, hands tremble, violent perspiration. In 2 cases, neck so stiff that patient cannot touch chin to chest. Please tell me what to do. Elizabeth Kenny.
Say, sister, that sounds bad.
Oh, Jerry, you should see those poor children. They're in terrible pain.
I'll tell the operator on the other end to hurry the reply, but you're waiting. Here's your answer coming through from Toowoomba, Sister Kenny.
Yes, what does he say?
Infantile paralysis.
Infantile paralysis.
No known cure.
No cure.
Do the best you can with the symptoms presenting themselves.
Best I can.
Signed, McDonald.
Oh, Jerry, that's not much help. But I'll have to do as he says. The best I can. Whoa, slow down, Thunderbolt. Oh, there, boy. Here we are.
Who is it?
It's Sister Kenny.
Oh, come in, sister. Oh, Judith, shut the door quickly so the wind won't strike Danny.
Yes, Mother.
Judith, child, you must stay out of this room all the time now.
All right. Thank God you're back.
Tell me what's happened.
Oh, it's getting worse, sister. Danny can't roll over at all now. I tried to help him, but he screams if I even touch him. What are we going to do, sister?
Did you try the hot salt application?
Yes, but he just couldn't stand the weight of it.
Or the linseed poultice either, I suppose.
No. But, sister, we must do something. You can't just let him lie there. If only a doctor were here.
I doubt if he'd know what to do either.
What do you mean? Did you get some word from the doctor?
Yes. He said we just have to do what we could. He wasn't able to advise.
Well, didn't he even know what the trouble was?
Yes, he knew, Mrs. Morgan. It's infantile paralysis.
Oh, no, sister. No. No.
Now, Mrs. Morgan, you must stand by me and help. We'll find a way. We must.
I'm sorry, sister.
Danny, I want to look at you. No, don't be afraid. I'll be very gentle. Let me just put my fingers along your arm here where it's all drawn up. Now the underside.
Oh, please don't. Oh, no.
I'm all through, Danny. There. Mrs. Morgan, I think the reason he can't move is because this inner muscle is drawn up so short. See there?
I do.
Tight like that, it prevents the opposite muscle out here from moving either.
Yes, but how do you relax them?
That's what I've got to find out. I'm still sure it's heat we need. But we must think of something lighter weight than salt or meal.
Well, would maybe a sheet do?
It might, but no, it wouldn't retain the heat long enough. But maybe wool. Have you some old soft wool blankets?
Yes, I'll get them.
Well, we'll cut them up in strips and then wring them out of boiling water and apply them. I think that may do the trick.
Here's the blanket, sister, and here's the hot water on the stove.
Good. Now, Danny, I want to lift you up. Yes, Ever so slowly. There. Pass me that piece, Mrs. Morgan.
You are?
Now we'll wrap this around your chest. So. Have you some safety pins?
Right here.
Thanks. Now one for your shoulder. That's it. Now for your arm. Am I hurting you this time, Danny?
Not so much, sister.
Fine. Now for the other arm. There. Any better?
I can't tell yet.
Now, Mrs. Morgan, we must find some more blankets, but we'll have to change these as soon as they begin to cool off.
Yes, sister.
How are you feeling, child?
I don't hurt so much.
That's the boy. Mrs. Morgan, I think this is it. Look how much easier he breathes already.
Oh, he does.
I must ride over to the Burley child now and see what I can do for her, and then I'll be back. Remember to keep Judith in the back room away from Danny.
I will, sister, and please come back soon.
I'll be back as soon as I can, and every day until we get this licked.
Oh, look. He's falling asleep. Seems like a miracle. God bless you, sister. Oh, come in, Sister Kenny. Oh, my goodness, you look tired, my dear.
It's been a long week and no sleep to mention. How's Danny?
Well, for 2 days now, he's had almost no pain at all.
Mrs. Morgan, I think we're out of the woods. The other children rest quietly, too.
But, sister...
Yes, what is it?
He can't move.
What?
He's not in pain, but he can't move.
Danny?
Yes, sister?
Let's see you try to lift your arm.
Sister, I can't.
You see?
Never mind then, Danny. Don't try. Mrs. Morgan, even in this short time, it looks as if his nerves have lost their control over his muscles.
You mean he'll never be able to move?
Not unless we can teach him how all over again. I wonder how. There must be a way. Danny, I'm going to try to move your arm a bit for you. Now, you must help me. But just by thinking. Don't try to do anything yourself, see? Just watch me and put your mind hard onto what I do. Now, up goes your elbow, out turns your wrist. Up goes your elbow, out turns your wrist. Up goes your...
You are listening to Madeline Carroll as Sister Kenny on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. After days and weeks of patient experimentation, all the children were up and running again. As our play continues, Sister Kenny has gone back to Toowoomba to see her old friend, Dr. McDonald.
Well, my girl, you've been through a lot these past few months.
Well,
For a nurse fresh to the job, to have to face a polio epidemic all alone is baptism by fire for certain.
I was pretty scared, I can tell you.
I wish I'd been able to come into the Outlands to help you. Now, tell me about the children. How many did you lose?
None.
None? That was great good luck.
A couple of them were very sick, but they're all well now. You told me to treat them as best as I could, and I did.
That's splendid. Tell me, how badly are they crippled?
Crippled? Why, they're not crippled at all.
Not crippled? What do you mean?
They're as well as can be.
Well?
That's right.
You mean they can move and walk as though they hadn't had polio?
Exactly.
But you said in your telegram that you led me to believe they were severe cases. Paralysis had already set in.
It had. They couldn't move.
But cases like that just don't recover.
These did.
But what did you do?
I applied heat. I wrung blankets out of boiling water. And then with my hands, I worked on the muscles until I got them back into functioning.
I can't believe it. We must have diagnosed it wrong. Come into the ward here and I'll show you what real infantile paralysis looks like. You see?
But that's just the way they were.
Like that? Exactly? Your children?
2 or 3 days after they became sick, my children appeared like those.
It's incredible. If I'd not known you since you were a baby, I'd think you were imagining things.
But, Doctor, what's happened to those children over there?
Those are the convalescent ones.
Yes, but they're all bound up.
Now, that's supposed to be the newest method and best idea on how to treat them. Splinting and immobilization as soon as paralysis shows itself.
Splinting?
Yes. That way we can support the parts of the body that have lost their power of movement. That's the prescribed method.
Oh, Doctor, what have I done? Just the opposite. Oh, I'm sorry. I never knew that.
You needn't worry, my girl. Your children got well, you say. Those you're looking at will never walk again. If what you say is so, and I have no reason to doubt you, you have done a great thing. But we must be sure. And when we are sure, then we must convince the men of medicine.
And that's the story, gentlemen. And all I can add is that all the children are well again.
Sister Kenny, let me question one point. You say the muscles in a spasm. What makes you think so?
Why, Doctor, I can see it right in front of me, can't you? Haven't you noticed involuntary contractions? Well, when the one muscle is shortened that way, the opposing muscle is prevented from contracting so that all movement stops.
Do you realize that you are challenging medical opinion by claiming that the muscles in your polio cases are taut rather than weak and flaccid?
I do, for that is what I have observed to happen. The muscle you've thought was affected is perfectly all right. It's the opposite muscle to which you've paid no attention that is paralyzed.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Miss Kenny, I must tell you that the Royal Commission believes that it would be particularly damaging to adopt your non-splinting method, owing to its failure to prevent injury due to muscle stretching and deformity due to muscular imbalance.
Gentlemen, let's simplify the talk. We're all striving for the same thing, to make human beings, especially children, suffer a little less. We all want that. Give me a chance to show you that I found out how, for I have. Please let me do it.
But the doctors held firm against her. No beds were placed at Sister Kenny's disposal in any hospital to allow her to prove her claims. But in 1937 and 8, there was a severe epidemic in the Australian state of Victoria, and the staunch-hearted healer, working as she always had without pay, was at last allowed to show what she could do. And she did. 2 years later, a grateful Australian government sent her to the United States to demonstrate her methods to American doctors.
Miss Kenny, I'm not surprised at this story of your reception here in America. You certainly have been passed like a hot brick from one medical hand to another.
That's an accurate description, all right.
But I am surprised at why you came over here at all. You'd had such a time at home. Didn't you know it would be the same story over again here?
I suppose I did, Dr. Cole. But I had to come anyhow. Don't forget, after all, I'm a nurse, not a doctor. Until I can get you medical men who have the scientific authority to say I'm right, the job won't be done.
I see your point.
Besides, you have so many more infantile paralysis cases here in the United States and Canada than we have at home or anywhere else in the world. You know that. So I guess I had to come where the fight looked thickest.
Well, Miss Kenny, you can't blame us for being skeptical. After all, you ask us to turn upside down everything that we've been taught and worked on. Doctors have a great responsibility to the people. Can't do such things lightly.
Now, Miss Kenny, your terminology is unique, if I may say so. Take your word incoordination, for example. I've never heard it in this connection. What do you mean by it?
Well, Dr. Knapp, I see it this way. A child with polio is like a man trying to lift a heavy weight by facial contortions alone. He is substituting useless and wrong muscles for the ones that he should be using to do what he has to do. And we've got to set him right again.
Seems fairly clear to me.
Dr. Cole, let's not waste more time in talk. Let me work here at your Minneapolis clinic, and I'll show you what I mean by all these things.
Well, Dr. Knapp, I'm inclined to give Miss Kenny a chance. What do you say?
All right.
And Dr. Pohl?
Oh, I'm agreeable. Why not give her that child that was brought in this morning?
Well, that's hardly fair. That child can survive the day.
She's the one I want, then. What's her condition, Dr. Paul?
Completely paralyzed on the left side. Her head hangs back at an angle so that she can't swallow. Needless to say, she can hardly breathe.
Please let me go to her.
Here's the patient, Doctor.
Come in, Miss Kenny.
That is all, Doctor.
Well, what do you think?
A bad case. The odds are 20 to 1 against us, I'd say. But if you'll let me, I'll go to work.
Well, she's in your hands. What do you want the nurse to do?
Get me boiling water on a laundry wringer. Then I need some old soft blankets, a pair of scissors, and some rubberized cloth. We'll have to change the packs every 15 minutes all day and night. Here, wait till I roll up my sleeves.
Sister Kenny, we're ready with the water and blankets again.
Good. How is her breathing?
Oh, it's still pretty difficult. What do you think?
The respirator? In a little while, if the next 2 packs don't help. Listen, sister. Her vocal cords are loosening. Look, her neck is relaxing. Good. I'd say the odds are dropping. Keep the water boiling. I'll sit with her through the night.
Good morning, Sister Kenny. You've had a strenuous night, they tell me.
Yes, Dr. Poe, but she's still alive. You know, I think I'll reduce the odds against her to 2 to 1.
Already you say that?
Give me 2 more days, and I hope I can say more.
Sister Kenny, I've just come from that polio case you're at work on. It's astonishing what's happened.
First, I'll bet you 20 to 1 that Rita will walk. Now, Rita, let's show the doctors what we can do.
Where shall we begin, sister?
How about pectoralis major? Move it all by yourself.
Pectoralis major.
That's it, child. Now again.
Amazing.
Sister, can I do the latissimus dorsi next?
All right, Rita. That's fine. Once more. Dr. Paul, I think next week we can let Rita walk around a bit.
Sister Kenny, you win your bet. And anything else you want.
Sister Kenny has one other thing since that first case in America, and against odds almost as great. She won round after round against the dread disease. She won, too, the interest and finally the support of the medical profession.
Don't misunderstand. This treatment of Sister Kenny's is not a cure. Much less, of course, is it a prevention. You can see that. But where the spinal cord cells are not themselves destroyed, this method minimizes the after effects and often makes possible a return to normal functioning.
Miss Kenny has found symptoms and visible findings in this disease of which we had no idea. She has demonstrated a disease we did not know existed.
All this scientific acclaim for work I've struggled so long to get accepted is naturally very welcome to me. But infantile paralysis is just as dreadful as ever. It still strikes whenever and wherever it will. The job is not yet over. It's barely begun. But now there is help. My 2 hands are rapidly being multiplied 1,000 times. And as surely as man has beaten back the other ravagers, this one will be forced to the wall. I'm glad to have played a part.
And now our star of the evening, Madeline Carroll.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know that you will join in my wish that the applause you have just given be transferred to the woman who rightfully deserves it. She is Sister Kenny, and it is my privilege to present her to you now, speaking to you from Minneapolis.
I am particularly glad that my life work has been pictured tonight on the DuPont Cavalcade. Wilmington, Delaware, you know, was one of the first places I visited in America with the objective of establishing a clinic.
Doctors, nurses, and physiotherapists from that city were taught in Minneapolis and are now carrying on the good work in the Doris Memorial Clinic of the Wilmington General Hospital. 3 years ago, by Australian medical men, it was announced publicly that for the first time in the history of medicine, a satisfactory treatment had been evolved for infantile paralysis. 4 months later, at the request of this same group of doctors, I came to America to present this great discovery to your medical men. My premier had written announcing my visit to Mr. Basil O'Connor, president of the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis. It was a foundation that supplied the financial aid, enabling Dr. Wallace Cole and his colleagues in Minneapolis to investigate the method thoroughly. To this combination, the country owes a debt of gratitude. To them and to all mothers and fathers everywhere, I dedicate this work for the children of America.
You have just heard Sister Elizabeth Kenny speaking to you from Minneapolis. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, on Monday, December 7th, Cavalcade will commemorate our first year of war with a special broadcast in which our star and narrator will be the poet of the American people, Carl Sandburg. Our program for that night, a panoramic picture of Americans at war, will be called Road to Victory. Be with us again next Monday when Cavalcade presents Road to Victory, a special broadcast to be narrated by Carl Sandburg. Cavalcade is pleased to advise its listeners that RKO will shortly produce a film based on the life and work of Sister Kenny. Tonight's dramatization was by Norris Houghton. The orchestra and musical score were under the direction of Don Voorhees. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Starring Edward Arnold in The Man Who Wouldn't Be President on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Tonight, Cavalcade brings you the story of Daniel Webster, the greatest speaker America has produced, one of the 6 greatest orators of all time, mighty champion of the Constitution in those years when the nation was threatening to split asunder. Edward Arnold appears tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, in whose production, The War Against Mrs. Hadley, he is now starring. Presenting Edward Arnold as Daniel Webster in The Man Who Wouldn't Be President on the Cavalcade of America. Dan Webster, they called him, and in the year 1839, widespread was his fame.
Like Dan Webster? Why, say, there's the greatest man in the USA. He's the one we want for president.
Why, Black Dan's so powerful that once he talked the very devil out of taking away a man's soul.
6 years at sea I've been, and I tell you they've heard of Dan Webster from Port's Head to Singapore. Why, they say he wears a blonde stone for a watch fob and is so rich he owned the mint of gold to get started with. Over here by the rail. Caroline.
I've been looking for you, dear. I thought it would be nice for us to watch the New York harbor appear. We dock in a little while.
Yes, I know.
Oh, Dan, it's wonderful to be coming home again. And with the next President of the United States.
Well, you're very hopeful, my dear.
And why not? Didn't the Whigs promise before we sailed last summer that you would be our next president?
Well, now that you mention
Oh, Dan, it's thrilling to think that my husband is going to be the next president.
Caroline, we've worked very hard to further presidential ambitions. And 4 years from now, we're going to have our reward.
I always said... 4 years from now?
Well, Caroline, I don't know how to tell you this. The pilot just brought the papers aboard. I'm not going to get the presidential nomination from the Whig Party this time.
Oh, Dan.
I know, it's a blow.
All your career, Dan, all of it has led only toward the day when you would be president. What can the party be thinking of? What reward is this?
Now, Caroline, my dear, Henry Clay has good reason. The party has laid its plans very carefully.
Henry Clay, but he told me...
Political expediency alters all things, my dear. We've got to have dramatic slogans, popular catchphrases, and a famous soldier to oppose the military reputation of Andrew Jackson's party.
You mean old Tippecanoe, General Harrison?
Harrison, plus a man who can carry this out.
You couldn't mean John Tyler.
Yes, but he's not important. Who remembers vice presidents?
But Tyler is no Whig. And for General Harrison, just because he won a battle is no reason...
Political expediency again, my dear. The slogan doesn't look bad in print, does it? Tippecanoe and Tyler, too.
Like something those old men at Faneuil Hall would contrive.
Tippecanoe and Tyler, too. Why, that'll sweep the country like wildfire. It's tremendous.
Is it? Oh, Dan, don't try to hide your feelings. Being president has been your dream and mine. Since you were a boy, you've worked for it, lived for it. There's not another man in the United States with your fitness for that office.
You say nothing I haven't told myself, but... Well, there's no use trying to deceive you, Caroline. I am sick about it. On the other hand, we've had some rather homely truths forced on us, which we can't overlook.
Homely truths?
Yes, you see, I'm looked upon as a moneyed man.
Oh, what?
Yes, really. One of the rich, a plutocrat, they call me in the West. Little do they know.
You could have been rich, you know. Your law practice was very lucrative.
Well, I can go back to it now.
Is that what you would like to do?
More to the point. Is that what you would like to have me do?
Oh, Dan, darling, no. No, you've got to stay in politics. You've got to show this country what a great man you really are.
Yes. I think you're right. It's all clear to me now, and the groundwork is laid, well laid. We'll engineer the Whig Party into power with Harrison and Tyler. The next convention, 4 years hence, will be a different story. Nally, over here. Bring the carriage over.
Yes, sir, Mr. Webster. Yes, sir.
How are you, Nally?
Oh, fine, sir. Fine. Howdy, Miss Webster.
How are you, Nally?
Very fine. Welcome home. Welcome home.
Look. Look, Dan, a torchlight parade.
Well, it started. You hear that, Caroline? Tippecanoe and Tyler, too. General Harrison, hero of the Battle of Tippecanoe. Already men march to it. A catchy phrase, a slogan, and the Whig Party will be in power. Dan Webster's party.
You will be president. The people want you, Dan. Even in England, they think of you as the most important leader in America. Yes, Dan, you'll be president. And what a wonderful president you'll make.
You know, my dear, I kind of think you're right.
Read all about it. Whig Convention nominates General Harrison, Tippecanoe, and John Tyler, too. Get your paper.
Election extra. Harrison and Tyler leading. Extra.
Final extra. General Harrison becomes president. Read all about the plans for the inauguration. Read all about it.
I, William Henry Harrison, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. Sit down, Dan.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh, just call me General. You know, I can't get used to Mr. President yet. I've been trying to get a minute with you for days. You have a cigar.
Thank you, General.
It's mighty nice of you to fix up my inaugural address for me, Dan. Never was so good at making speeches.
Well, I'm glad to do anything I can for our party.
Well, Dan, I suppose Clay has already told you what I have on my mind.
You mean about my becoming Secretary of State?
Yes, Dan. I want you. I need you in my cabinet.
General, I sincerely appreciate this honor, but I'm afraid I must return to my private law practice, at least for a while.
Dan, I'm a soldier. I'll come to my objective. Looks like there's another war on the border. The Aroostook affair is, well, it's serious. The Canadians have already fired the first shot. Oh, well, I needn't tell you about it. Congress has voted $10 million and 50,000 men.
You talk of the war was inevitable.
It is, Dan. We've always had war of some kind with England, always will. But right now we're at peace only because of a truce which might be broken at any minute.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. War with England can be avoided now and forever. Do you hear? Now and forever, if we will only work out a fair and lasting basis for peace.
Impossible.
Nothing's impossible. We have fought 2 wars and Lord knows how many skirmishes during the past 50 years. And over what? Over piddling questions that can be settled permanently over a conference.
What are your ideas on the subject?
Well, while I was in England, I met a friend who once had lived in New York and knows our point of view, Lord Ashburton. We talked then of something so simple yet so tremendous that we ourselves were awed by it. A treaty between ourselves and Great Britain, which would write an end to wars.
Sounds like a pipe dream, Dan. But a great thing if you can do it.
Would I have your fullest backing then?
Have it your way, Dan. You'll be running the State Department.
Then I will think it over, General Harrison.
Well, let me know soon. And remember, this all points to the next Whig convention 4 years away. You're working toward the presidency, Dan. I'll be at the convention, and they'll nominate anybody else than Dan Webster over my dead body. Why, every influence I've got,
Why, General.
Oh.
Mr. President, what's wrong?
Nothing. I'll be all right. Catches me sometimes right here.
Oh, can I get you a glass of water?
No. Thank you very much, Dan. I got to get some rest, I guess.
Why, of course.
Remember, Dan, my promise comes from the heart.
Listening to Edward Arnold as Daniel Webster in The Man Who Wouldn't Be President on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. As our play continues, Lord Ashburton has arrived to discuss the treaty with Daniel Webster.
I do have some more of the port, Lord Ashburton.
Don't mind if I do. Excellent port, Mr. Webster.
Thank you. Now about the treaty.
Well, I see you're as eager as I am to get on with our business. I believe we understand each other perfectly.
I believe we do. Keep it a simple treaty, I say. Let us distill a document of not more than 5 pages of writing.
Something at which any man may glance and almost immediately say, yes, this is for the peace of the world. This is for the understanding of nations. This is good.
Precisely. And let us work with our wording until it stands crystal clear and unmistakable. We must at all times remember we are working for the peace and goodwill of our nations who are really brothers. If our efforts are successful, then perhaps our ideals of peace may spread throughout the world.
I think your plan is beautiful, even sublime, my dear Webster. But after we've drawn such a treaty, can we get it passed? There's my Parliament to be considered and your Senate.
Well, it'll be a struggle, but there is a good chance for us, my lord. I am as free to act as any Secretary of State has been in our history. Your Queen has given you extraordinary powers of negotiation.
Dan.
Yes, Caroline, what's wrong?
Oh, Dan, I saw flares by the White House. Heard shouting. I sent Nally to see. Nally?
Yes.
Nally, come in here. Tell Mr. Webster what you heard.
Yes, I did just like Mr. Webster say. Went to see all about the excitement.
Yes. Well, what happened?
He's dead, Mr. Webster. General Harrison.
Dead? The president?
Yes, sir.
Good heavens. Why, he's only just been put in office.
Hardly a month.
Get the carriage ready at once, Nellie.
Yes, sir.
Webster, what might this mean to my mission?
I can't tell you at this moment. The vice president, John Tyler, automatically becomes president. He disagrees with our party generally and with me in particular. Heaven only knows if he will even retain me in the cabinet. I must go see our party leader at once, Henry Klain. Hurry, Nellie, don't stand there gaping. The carriage.
No, I won't know what to tell you, Dan, until Tyler gets here and we know if his real allegiance turns out to be toward his old party or ours.
You don't understand, Henry. I'm wondering about the treaty between us and England.
You don't understand me, Dan. I'm wondering if you may not have to resign from the cabinet.
Why should I have to resign? Unless Tyler wants to make a new appointment.
Oh, Tyler will retain you in the cabinet. Don't worry about that. Composed of the best men in the country. The question is not whether Tyler will retain the cabinet, but whether the cabinet might not have to abandon Tyler.
You shock me, Henry. If Tyler will only retain me, Why, how can I abandon this work? Perhaps the most important treaty this country ever negotiated. One that will forever settle our differences with Great Britain.
Dan, don't you understand that if you remain in Tyler's cabinet, it may cost you the presidency? Already we know he's not loyal to the Whigs. He'll give us lip service and secretly carry out policies of Andrew Jackson. You mark my words, Dan. You must get out of the Tyler cabinet. Otherwise, your political future's dead. The treaty with England can wait.
The treaty with England can wait. Wait while Dan Webster plays politics. Wait until Dan Webster pays his tailor. Wait. I say no. Not when we've seen men of the same mother country, the same language, the same heritage of honor killing each other in wars over what? Politics and taxes and all the mean little disputes between selfish men. No, Henry. I'm going on with it. England and these United States bound to each other by an everlasting treaty of peace and goodwill is a name far above my insignificant ambitions. I stay with Tyler.
Well then, sir, you and I have nothing further to discuss.
That's all, Nellie.
Yes, sir. Shall I poke up the fire some more?
No, Nellie, no. That's all. Run along.
Yes, sir. Is it true, sir, that they put President Tyler out in the Whig party today, sir?
Oh, yes. They read President Tyler out of the party today. Now run along, Nellie. I want to think and alone.
Yes, sir. I won't let nobody in the library know.
And now we have a president without a party. The cabinet has resigned, all but me. They ask my decision. All day they dinned at me, my friends and my colleagues.
Dan, you're making a mistake. You're through if you stick with Tyler. Dan, I load you $10,000. Do as your party wants, Dave.
Dan, I've always wanted my husband to become president.
Advice demands pleadings, dinning at me all day.
The country won't understand why you're staying in Tyler's cabinet, Dan.
They'll call you a traitor to your party, Mr. Webster.
You've got to get out. Resign with the rest of the cabinet or you'll never be president.
Stop it! Voices, I've heard them all day telling me what to do.
Mr. Webster.
Yes, Nellie, I thought I told you that...
Sir, I know, sir. Excuse me, sir, but he's in great dudgeon to Lord Ashburton, sir.
Ashburton will show him in. Come in, sir.
Yes.
Come in.
Forgive me for disturbing you, but I've just heard the amazing news that your entire cabinet has resigned. Naturally, I must communicate the status of things at once to the Prime Minister.
Tell me, Lord Ashburton, if I must resign, don't you feel you can carry on with my successor?
I was expecting that question, my dear friend. I can only say that the matter of a peace agreement could not be carried on.
But surely there
Let me be frank. My government considers yours very difficult to deal with. You are one of the few Americans in public life in whom my government has confidence. I don't believe I can offer the slightest hope of getting the treaty passed unless I can assure them that I deal with Daniel Webster.
I see. Thank you for being so frank, my lord. Thank you very much.
For the good of our two great countries, I hope your decision will be to let me inform the Prime Minister that you will remain in office.
Lord Ashburton, you may tell the Prime Minister that I have placed the treaty we have designed above the strife that now tears my party apart. I shall remain as Secretary of State.
I believe I can understand the sacrifice you'll be making. And I give you the humble thanks of generations to come. But What effect will your remaining in the cabinet have on the passage of the treaty through the Senate?
Henry Clay and the rest of the party will never forgive me. They will lead the entire party against us to the bitter end. And I can only say I shall do my best.
Mr. President, I rise to a point of order.
Mr. President, I demand the floor.
I demand the Senate proceed as usual. Secretary of State has been given the floor. Secretary of State.
Dan's going to talk the treaty.
What good it'll do him, I don't know.
Henry Clay will fix him.
Clay never forgave him for sticking to Tyler.
He's reached the speaker's stand.
Mr. President, and gentlemen of the august chamber where I so long sat as a member, I come before you on behalf of a treaty with Great Britain, for which my office now seeks your ratification according to the Constitution. Over what do Great Britain and ourselves disagree at this late date? The Canadian boundary, whose precise location has never been settled. The slave trade, which we all agree we can stop if our navies only cooperate. The British Navy's refusal to stop searching our ships at sea for sailors of British blood, which can be stopped by agreement. Now, gentlemen, these are simple questions. Ratify this treaty, I say, and you will give to the great nations of Canada and the United States the only boundary in the world not bristling with guns and not guarded by soldiers. Consider now Article 9, wherein Great Britain agrees jointly with us to suppress the trade in slaves. I say to you that if we do not pass this treaty, the despairing cries of men who to this day are being sold into bondage may haunt your dreams forever. Along the African coast where the forge still rings with hammer blows making manacles for human limbs, the hellish trade goes on. And so, gentlemen, I leave to your consideration this document which will, for all generations to come, make an ally of the nation which has been for the past 50 years at odds with us. I leave in your hands the fate of nations, their fate today and for generations to come. I thank you.
Senator from Kentucky, Mr. Henry Clay.
Mr. President, my remarks on the question of passing the treaty will be brief. I am for its passage without the change of a comma or a period.
Gentlemen of the Senate, the vote on the treaty with England, in favor, 39. Opposed, 9.
Henry, let me thank you for what you did today.
Congratulations, Dan. You know, when you first rose to speak, I was against you, as was every senator of our party. But when I heard you, when I sensed the urgency and sincerity behind what you said, I knew then that you'd indeed sacrificed your chances of ever becoming the President of the United States for something far greater.
Do you still think I was crazy to do it?
Dan, I think you're a great American. What more can I say than that?
Thank you, Henry. Good night.
Good night, Dan.
Dan, you're wonderful.
And may I say, my dear, that you are extraordinarily beautiful?
Oh, Dan, I do love you.
Then I've had 2 triumphs today.
And you know now that you can never step out of public life. Only Dan Webster has the power, when every other man has failed, to make men believe in what's right. You can never retire.
Yes, it looks as if it's the Senate for the rest of my life. And a lifetime of bills unpaid.
But, oh, Dan, what a wonderful president you would have made.
You know, my dear, I rather think so myself. Yes, I rather think so myself.
Thank you, Edward Arnold. Ladies and gentlemen, later in the broadcast, Mr. Arnold will return to the microphone. Before he does, Gain Whitman has exciting news of a new group of chemical compounds.
Newspapers recently carried a news item from an aircraft corporation stating that flexible plastic tubing is being used in many of the new warplanes. The item was given only a few lines of type, no headlines. But the fact behind the news is that this flexible tubing, made of a new group of vinyl resins, represents an important contribution to the war effort made by American industry. Moreover, this group of vinyl resins, as they are known to chemists, in itself represents a new contribution of chemistry that may do a great deal to make this world a better place in which to live when at last the war is won. For this flexible plastic tubing, which today is carrying gasoline to the roaring motors of America's fighter planes without risk of breakage from vibration or the action of gasoline and hot oil, is only one of the things already being made of these new materials. The polyvinyl alcohols and polyvinyl acetates, as chemists call some of these resins, are white powders that look in their initial form rather like cornstarch. Modified and compounded, they become threads or films or sheets, clear or opaque or colored. When they're molded or cast, they're like rubber. They're flexible, tough, resistant to abrasion, and light in weight. And the many things they can do are as remarkable as the properties of the materials themselves. For instance, vinyl resins in the form of adhesives are taking the place today of tons of latex, natural rubber. Vinyl resin adhesives are so firm in their grip that wood-bonded metal actually splits and tears apart before the adhesive itself will give. Electric wires can be given a coating of vinyl resin for insulation so thin that you can hardly see it on the wires. Gloves and aprons can be made that withstand virtually all of the solvents and oils used in industry. Their wartime uses only begin to indicate the possibilities open to such vinyl compounds after the war. There are machines in war plants today using vinyl resin valves where metal valves can't stand the gas. There are vinyl compounds that can be used to line oil and grease-proof containers that replace containers of metal. For example, ration kits for the Army. Polyvinyl alcohol has improved the weaving properties of some of the new textile materials. Other vinyl resins improve paper in tough paper containers that replace metal containers. There are vinyl resins that can be tinted in beautiful colors. There are resin-bonded papers that are of value because they have some of the properties and do some of the jobs not done by cork. There are laminated fabrics that are flexible and more resistant to shock and abrasion than many metals. In fact, one of the most valuable properties of polyvinyl alcohol is that even in thin films, it is unbelievably tough and strong. There are vinyl and other plastics available even today, which can be so treated that their tensile strength is equal to that of steel. They will stand a pull of 60,000 pounds to the square inch. They're being tested now in scores of ways to find out just those special fields for which their properties best suit them. This is only a brief glimpse of an exciting new contribution of the chemist. But, brief as it is, it gives you, beyond the wartime uses of these new vinyl resins, a forecast of what is to come, of a whole new group of future DuPont better things for better living through chemistry.
And now, the star of tonight's cavalcade, Edward Arnold.
Thank you.
Or should I have introduced you as Dan Webster?
Well, Dan Webster is one of my favorite heroes, John. It's fitting for Cavalcade to celebrate this year the 100th anniversary of a treaty that joined our country and England in a pact of friendship. That was a great service to his country.
Well said, Mr. Arnold.
And now, John and friends everywhere, here is a service you can render. Put 10% of your salary into war bonds. Join up tomorrow, won't you? If you can't make it 10%, make it all you can, because that way Uncle Sam can count on it's coming in every month. The money you invest does double duty. It buys safety for your country, and it buys your personal security in the years ahead when you will be getting back $4 for every $3 you've invested in freedom. Now, pass the word along, will you? A dime from every dollar, every payday.
Thank you, Edward Arnold. Next week, Cavalcade celebrates the Christmas season with a modern miracle play, A Child is Born, especially written by Stephen Vincent Benet, distinguished American poet. In this moving interpretation of the old story of the Nativity, to which Mr. Benet gives fresh significance for our war-torn world, Lynn Fontanne and Alfred Lunt will be Cavalcade's stars. Our story tonight was written by Hector Chevigny. Included in the cast were Agnes Moorehead as Caroline, William Farnham as President Harrison, Joseph Kearns as Henry Clay. Next week, Lynn Fontanne and Alfred Lunt co-starring in Stephen Vincent Benet's poetic nativity play, A Child is Born. Cavalcade is honored to announce that this will be the first co-starring appearance of Mr. Lunt and Miss Fontanne on any sponsored broadcast. The musical score in tonight's program was composed and directed by Robert Armbruster. This is John Heaston sending best wishes from DuPont. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. DuPont presents the Cavalcade of America. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, makers of better things for better living through chemistry. Tonight we are privileged to present the distinguished stars of the American theater, Alfred Lunt and Lynn Fontanne, in a new Christmas miracle play written for our times by Stephen Vincent Benet. It is called A Child is Born. I'm your narrator. It's my task to say just where and how things happen in our play. It's an old task, old as the human heart, old as those bygone players in their art who, in old days when faith was nearer earth, played out the mystery of Jesus' birth in hall or village green or market square for all who chose to come and see them there. So we tonight, who are your players too, ask to tell that selfsome tale to you. The time is time. The place is anywhere. The voices speak to you across the air to say that once again a child is born. A child is born. I pray you all give us your audience and hear this matter with reverence. There is a town where men and women live as people do in troubled times, times when the world is shaken. There is an inn. A woman sings there in the early morning.
There shall be born a child born of woman, and yet undefiled. King Herod, now what do you say?
Singing again. I told you not to sing.
I'm sorry, I forgot.
Forgot. That's fine. That's wonderful. That answers everything. The country's occupied. We have no country. You've heard of that, perhaps. You've seen their soldiers, haven't you? You know just what can happen to our sort of people once there's a little trouble. Answer me.
I've seen, I know, but...
But, oh, la, sometime I think your ways will drive me mad. Is it your business what King Herod does? Is it your place to sing against King Herod? Do you pretend to know the ins and outs of politics and why the great folk do the thing they do? And why else to bear them? Because it's we who have to bear them. First and last and always in every country and in every tongue. They grind us like dry wheat between the stones. Don't you know that?
I know that somehow kings should not be wicked and grind the people down. I know that kings like Herod should not be...
All right. I'm not denying that. I'm reasonable enough. I know the world. It's a bad world, but it must last our time. Herod is Herod, but my inn's my inn. I do the best I can. I pay my taxes here in this conquered and forsaken land. And as for all your fine rebellious souls who hide in the hills and stir up trouble, call themselves prophets too and prophesy that something new is coming to the world, the Lord knows what. Well, it's a long time coming. And meanwhile, we're the wheat between the stones.
Something must come.
Believe it if you choose, but meantime, if we're clever, we can live and even thrive a little. Clever wheat that slips between the grinding stones and grows into the good, the profitable grain. At least if you will not sing subversive songs to other people, but your poor old husband who loves you still in spite of all your fancies and always will. Come, wife, I've got some news. I didn't mean to be so angry with you. Give us a kiss. I couldn't help the child. I know you think of that this time of year. You're my son, too, and I think of him. I couldn't help his dying.
No, husband, no.
He stretched his little arms to me and died. And yet I had the priest, the high priest, too. I didn't spare the money.
No, my husband, I'm a barren bough. I think and sing, and I'm a barren bough.
Oh, come.
The fault is mine. I had my joyous season, my season of full ripening and fruit, and then the silent, the aching breast. I thought I would have children. I was wrong. But my flesh aches to think I do not have them. I did not mean to speak of this at all. I do not speak of it. I will forget, not sing at all. It was long past and gone. Tell me your news. Is it good news?
Yes, the prefect comes to dinner here tonight with all his officers. Oh, yes, I know. The enemy, of course, the enemy. But someone has to feed them.
And they'll pay.
Cash.
On the nail.
Yes.
Good.
I thought you'd say so. Oh, we'll make no great profit, not tonight. I've seen the bill of fare they after me. Quails in midwinter. Well, we'll give them quails and charge them for them, too. You know the trick.
Yes.
They must be well served. I'll care for that, the honest innkeeper, the thoughtful man. Oh, do not spoil my servants with largesse, your worship. And he won't. He pinches pennies. But once he's come here, he will come again, and we shall live, not die, and put some coin, some solid enemy and lovely coin under the hearth. Spoil the Egyptians. What's that? I'll go. The maids aren't up yet, lazy bones. A minute, just a minute. It's early yet. You needn't beat the door down. This is an honest inn. Oh, good morning.
Hail, Caesar. You keep with us in?
Yes, sir.
Orders from the prefect. No other guests shall be entertained at your inn tonight after sundown. The prefect wishes all the rooms to be at the disposal of his guests.
Sir, when the prefect first commanded me, there was a party of my countrymen engaged for a small room. You'll hear no noise at all.
This is the prefect's feast, the Saturnalia. You've heard your oath.
Yes, sir. Yes, indeed, sir.
Well, see that carried out. No other guests. Hail, Caesar.
Hail, Caesar. Oh, that's pleasant. All the rooms at the disposal of the prefect. No other guests. Remember, no other guests.
I will remember.
Do so. It's an order. Now, about the quail. You'll make the sauce. That's the important thing. A crow can taste like quail with a good sauce. You have your herbs.
Yeah.
Well, then, begin. It's morning and we haven't too much time. Sarah, Leah, where are those lazy servants? Leah and Sarah, come and help your mistress. I'll rouse the fools. There's work to do today.
And the day passed, and night fell on the town, silent and still and cold. The houses lay huddled and dark beneath the watching stars, and only the inn windows streamed with light.
What's the prefect saying up there?
Gentlemen, men of Rome, mindful of Rome's historic destiny and of our good friend King Herod, who has chosen alliance with Rome rather than a useless struggle, keep them under with a firm hand.
Oh, what was he saying up there?
I don't know. I don't know the big words. The soldier said...
You and your soldier.
Oh, he's not so bad. He brought me a trinket, see?
You and your Roman tricks.
I hate serving them. I'd like to spit in their cups each time I serve them.
Oh, you wouldn't dare.
Oh, wouldn't I, though?
Here. What's this? Why are you standing idle? They're calling for more wine.
Let Leah serve them. She likes their looks.
Sarah.
Yes, mistress.
Please, Sarah, we've talked like this so many times.
Very well, mistress, but let her go first. Get up the stairs, you little self-comfort. I hope he pinches you. Mistress, it's not my fault. Sarah has...
Oh, go, both of them.
You go first.
You ought to beat the girl. She's insolent and shows it.
You can't be too hard on her. Her father's dead, and her brother's in the hills. And yet she used to be a merry child. I can remember her when she was merry a long time since.
You always take their side, and yet you think a self-respecting inn could have some decent and well-mannered maids. But no such luck. Sullens and sluts. A lot of them. Give me a stool. I'm tired. Say 30 dinners, and double for the prefect, and the wine. Best, second best, and common. Not bad, but then... Why do you sit there staring at the fire, so silent, and so waiting, and so still?
I do not know. I'm waiting.
Waiting? For what?
I do not know. For something new and strange. Something I've dreamt about in some deep sleep, truer than any waking. Heard about long ago, so long ago, in sunshine and the summer grass of childhood, when the sky seemed so near. I do not know its shape, its will, its purpose. And yet all day its will has been upon me, and there is light in it, and fire, and peace, newness of heart, and strangeness like a sword, and all my body trembles under it, and yet I do not know.
You're tired, my dear. Well, we shall sleep soon.
No, I'm not tired. I'm expectant as a runner before a race, a child before a feast day, a woman at the gates of life and death, expectant for us all, for all of us who live and suffer on this little earth with such small brotherhood. Something begins. Something is full of change and sparkling stars. And yet I cannot read it. Yes, I wait and strive and cannot find it. Look! What's that?
They can't come in. I don't care who they are. We have no room.
Go to the door.
Well, is this the inn, sir? We're travelers and it's late and cold. May we enter?
Who is it?
Just a pair of country people, a woman and a man. I'm sorry for them.
My wife and I are weary. May we come in?
I'm sorry, my good men. We have no room tonight. The prefect's orders.
No room at all?
No, it's not my fault. You look like honest and well-meaning folk, and nobody likes turning trade away, but I'm not my own master. Not tonight. It may be in the morning.
Wait.
Must you mix in this?
Wait. Good sir, the enemy are in our house, and we... Oh, yes. I did not see your wife. I did not know.
Her name is Mary. She is near her time.
Yes. Go, get a lantern. Quickly.
What?
Quickly. I once had a child. You have no room. We have no room, that's true, and it would not be right, not here, not now, not with those men whose voices you can hear are voices of death and iron, King Herod's voices, better the friendly beast. What am I saying? We have a stable at the inn, safe from the cold at least, and if you choose, you shall be very welcome. We share it.
Gladly, and with great joy.
The lantern, hadn't.
Nay, I will take it. I can see the path. Come.
Well, I suppose that you must have your way, and any other night. They're decent people, or seem to be.
He has his arm about her, smoothing out the roughness of the past for her.
Although they are not even people of our town, as I suppose you know.
So rough a path to tread with weary feet.
Men, there's frost upon the air tonight. I'm cold, or... Yes, I must be cold. That's it. That's it now, to be sure. Come, shut the door.
Something begins. Starlit and sunlit. Something walks abroad in flesh and spirit and fire. Something is loose to change the shaken world.
The night deepens. The stars march in the sky. The prefect's men are gone. The inn is quiet. But in the street outside,
with a hope, a star shone over us so bright, we left our flocks to seek its light.
Sing so late. How can you sing so late? I'll go and see. Wait, I'll rub the window pane. It's blind and frost. But they're shepherds from the hills.
Shepherds?
Yes, mistress. They have crooks and staves. The tattered cloaks are rugged on their backs. Their hands are blue and steaming with the cold. Yes, they all seem drunken. Not with wine, but with good news. Their faces shine with it.
Cold and so late. Poor creatures. Call them in. The prefect men are gone.
But the master.
He's dozing. Do as I tell you.
Come in. Come in. Tarry a while and rest.
We cannot stay. We follow the bright star.
Where did they go? Would they not stay with us?
Mistress, they did not even look on me. They looked ahead. They had gone toward the stable of our inn.
The stable of our inn. And they are gone.
Aye, gone, but... Mistress, do you hear?
Hear what?
Hear what? The tread of steeds on the hard ground, iron-hooked and ringing clear. Come to me that comes from out the east. I've never seen such things. And these are great lords, great kings with strange and memorable beasts, and crowns upon their heads.
What's that? What's that? Lords, nobles, kings here in Bethlehem, in our poor town? What fortune, what fortune! Stand from the window there, you silly girl. I'll speak to them. My gracious noble lords, worthy and mighty kings, our humble inn is honored by your high nobility. Come in, come in. We've fire and beds and wine. Come in, tarry a while and rest.
We cannot stay. We follow the bright star.
I do not understand it. They're gone. They did not even look at me or pause, so there's no other inn. They follow the poor shepherds to the stable.
They would not tarry with us. No, not one.
And yet...
Peace, husband, you know well enough why none would tarry with us, and so do I. I lay a while in sleep, and a voice said to me, Gloria, Gloria in excelsis Deo. The child is born, the child is born. And yet I did not rise and go to him, though I had waited and expected long, for I was jealous that my child should die and her child live. And so I have my judgment, and it's just.
Dreams.
Were they dreams? The shepherds and the kings? Is it a dream, this glory that we feel streaming upon us, and yet not for us?
No, mistress. Mistress, 'tis my fault, not yours. You told me to seek the strangers in the stable and see they had all care, but I forgot. Mistress, the fault was mine. You told me also, but I did not go.
If there was any fault, wife, it was mine. I did not wish to turn them from my door, and yet I know I love the chink of money, love it too well, the good, sound, thumping coin. Love it, oh God, since I am speaking truth, better than wife or fire or chick or child, better than country, better than good fame. Would sell my people for it in the street, oh, for a price, but sell them. And there are many like me, and God pity us.
God pity us indeed, for we are human, and not always see the vision when it comes, the shining change, or if we see it, do not follow it because it's too hard, too strange, too new. And now I know that standing in this light will be half alive these many years, brooding on my own sorrow, my own pain. Life is not lost by dying. Life is lost minute by minute, day by dragging day, in all the thousand small, uncaring ways, the smooth, appeasing compromises of time which are King Herod and King Herod's men, always and always. Life can be lost without vision, but not lost by death, lost by not caring, willing, going on beyond the ragged edge of fortitude to something more, something no man has seen. You who love money, you who love yourself, you who love bitterness, and I who loved and lost and thought I could not love again, and all the people of this little town, rise up. The loves we had were not enough. Something is loose to change the shaken world, and with it we must change.
Now that's well said.
Who speaks there? Who are you?
Who? Oh, my name is Dismas. I'm a thief. You know, starved, flea-bitten sort of boy who haunts dark alleyways in any town, sleeps on a fruit sack, runs from the police, begs what he can, and borrows what he must. That's me.
How did you get in?
By the door, innkeeper, the cellar door. Lock upon old. I could pick locks like that with 5.
What have you taken?
Nothing. I tried the stable first. Then your cellar. I slipped in, crept up, rolled underneath the bench while all your honest backs were turned, and then...
And then?
Well, something happened. I don't know what. I didn't see your shepherds or your kings, but in the stable I did see the child, just through a crack in the boards, one moment's space. That's all that I can tell you. Is he for me as well? Is he for me?
For you as well.
Is he for all of us? There are so many of us, worthy mistress. Beggars who show their sores and ask for alms. Women cough their lungs out in the cold. Slaves. Oh, I've been one. Thieves and renegades who knife each other for a bit of bread, having no other way to get the bread. The vast sea of the wretched and the poor, whose murmur comes so faintly to your ears in this fine country. Has he come to all of us or just to you?
To every man alive.
I wish I could believe it.
And if you did, no doubt you'd give up thieving.
Gently, lady, gently. Thieving's my trade. It's the only trade I know. But if it were true, if he had really come to all of us, I say to all of us, then honest man or thief, I'd hang upon a cross for him. Would you? Well, I see I said something to right, something uncouth and bold and terrifying. Yet I'll tell you this. It won't be till each one of us is willing, not you, not me, but every one of us, to hang upon a cross for every man who suffers, starves, and dies. But there'll be no crosses and no tyrants, no Herods and no slaves. Well, it was pleasant thinking things might be so. So I'll say farewell. I've taken nothing. He was a fair child to look on.
Wait.
Why? What is it you see there by the window?
The dawn. The common dawn. The ordinary and poor and mortal day. The shepherds and the kings have gone away. The angelic visitors are gone. He is alone. He must not
be alone.
I do not understand you, wife.
Nor I.
Do you not see? Because I see at last. Business for thief is right. He comes to all of us, or comes to none. We are the earth. His word must sow like wheat. And if it finds no earth, it cannot grow. We are his earth. The mortal and the dying, led by no star, the sullen and the slut, the thief, the selfish man, the barren woman, and yet, unless we go, his message fails.
Will he bring peace? Will he bring brotherhood?
He would bring peace. He would bring brotherhood. And yet he will be mocked at in the street.
Will he slay King Herod and rule us all?
He will not slay King Herod. He will die. There will be other Herods, other tyrants, great wars and ceaseless struggles to be free, not always one.
These are sad tidings.
No. They're glad tidings of great joy, because he brings man's freedom in his hands, the thought, the wish, the dream of brotherhood, never and never wholly to be lost. The water and the bread of the oppressed, the stay and succor of the resolute, the hummus of the valiant and the brave, the new word that has changed the shaken world. And though he die, his word shall grow like wheat. And every time a child is born in pain and love and freedom, hardly won, born and gone forth to help and raise mankind, there will be women with a right to say, Gloria, Gloria in excelsis Deo, a child is born.
Gloria, Gloria.
Come, let us go. What can we bring him? What mortal gifts?
I have a ribbon. It's my prettiest. It's not much, but he might play with it. I have a little bell my father gave me. It used to make me merry. I've kept it. He may have it.
My pocket's empty, my rags are bare, but I can sing to him. That's what I'll do. And if he needs a thief to die for him.
Don't speak of dying. It's a nasty thing, nasty and cold. And I will give my gold. I say I'll give my gold. All of my gold, every round piece. Oh, do not look at me so judgingly with your child's candid eyes. I'm but a man. I will give all. Give all. Give all my heart.
And I my faith, through all the years and years, though I forget, though I am led astray, though after this I never see his face, I will give all my faith. Come, let us go. We, the poor earth, but we, the faithful earth. Not yet the joyful, not yet the triumphant, but faithful, faithful to the end of time. Come.
Come, all ye faithful.
Joyful and triumphant.
Come ye, oh, come ye to Bethlehem.
Alfred Lunt and Lynn Fontanne, and to Stephen Vincent Benet, who wrote A Child is Born, DuPont extends its warm thanks and deep appreciation for their contribution at this Christmas season on the Cavalcade of America. And to all our Cavalcade listeners, we extend our Christmas greeting, a greeting of peace on earth, goodwill toward men. Those words are as radiantly hopeful as ever in this bitter year of war, and as strong. So it is with hope and courage and abiding faith that the 200,000 men and women of DuPont join at this Christmas season with people of goodwill everywhere, in a wish for the greatest gifts of all, victory and peace. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, will present Paul Muni in Eagle's Nest, a play about Garibaldi, the liberator who brought freedom to the Italian people, a freedom which has since been snatched away from them by a ruthless dictator. Be with us again next week when the Cavalcade of America presents Paul Muni as Garibaldi. On tonight's program, the orchestra and original score by Arden Cornwell were under the direction of Don Bree. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont. This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
DuPont presents the Cavalcade of America. Ladies and gentlemen, the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents Eagle's Nest, a story of Garibaldi, the great Italian liberator, written by Conrad Bercovici and made into a radio play by Arthur Miller. Tonight, Paul Muni will portray two roles: Garibaldi, fighter for Italian freedom, and Alberto Liguri, who embodies the spirit of Garibaldi in modern Italy. DuPont presents Paul Muni on the Cavalcade of America.
Forward to battle, the trumpets are crying. Forward, our old flag is flying. The liberty calls us, we linger no longer. Rebels come on, though 1,000 to 1.
That is Garibaldi's song. It is not heard in Italy today. We hope it will be heard again soon. We wish these words could be heard there tonight, because I have a letter in my hand written by Garibaldi to an American. It has never been published. On November 13th, 1866, Garibaldi sat in Caprera and wrote this to Americans. These are his words. The sympathy which comes to me from free men, citizens of a great nation like yourselves, gives me courage for my task in the cause of liberty and progress. I regard the American people as the sole arbiter of questions of humanity amid the universal thraldom of the soul and the intellect. Please express these, my sentiments, to your countrymen, and believe me, yours for life, Giuseppe Garibaldi. So you see, America has a right to speak to Italy. Garibaldi bequeathed to us that privilege. Tonight, the voice of Garibaldi speaks to lovers of liberty everywhere. No Nazi government will tell this story, but we will tell it. Listen. Listen, for there are Italians speaking Garibaldi's words this very night.
Signor Marino! Marino!
What?
Wake up. I told you I was bringing the prisoner.
Oh, yes. I just fell asleep a moment ago. Is this the man?
This is the man. We caught him signaling with a flashlight to the American planes last night. The penalty for that is death. Sentence him. Stand up straight, you.
I cannot, Herr Colonel. At least it's very hard for me to sentence this man to death. I know him a long time. He's an old man.
I speak for the German army, Signor Marino. You are the mayor of this city. Sentence him.
Herr Colonel, leave me with him for an hour. I want to ask him something. In private, please.
The guards are outside the door. They carry good German guns.
Good guns, yes. They'll have him right away. Please. Good night.
Marino, the parrot spoke last night.
The parrot spoke? Liguri, don't lie.
20 years I've called Benito Mussolini a traitor to Italy. And I swore that only when the people realized it, only then would Giuseppe Garibaldi's parrot speak again.
You laughed at me. Old fool. Idiot. Last night, the parrot spoke. Not since the day Mussolini came to power has he uttered a sound. As Garibaldi told us, the old ones he told, when another tyrant comes to Italy, he said, even the birds will be silent. This was his parrot. 70 years ago, he gave it to my father. Last night, I took the cage to the window like this.
Ligori, please don't touch that cage.
And I took the cover off.
I don't want to hear the bird. Don't uncover it.
No Italian has to fear the words of Garibaldi. Or are you a German? Marino.
Old man, have you no flesh that can burn under a lighted cigar? No bones that can crack? How are you so brave? Let me understand.
I saw Giuseppe Garibaldi. Listen, Marino. Listen to a voice that reaches back 70 years. Here, I'll uncover the bird. Giuseppe's bird.
It never spoke. Nobody remembers it speaking.
Viva! Viva la tire! Down with the tyrant!
From the tomb a voice, Marino. Don't rush away. Let it cleanse your blood as it did your father's a lifetime ago. The invaders were on us then as they are now, riding our backs like horsemen. Italy was cut into parts like the carcass of some murdered saint. There was no Italy then, only Lombardy or Sicily or Savoy. But one man lived who called himself Italian, Giuseppe Garibaldi, calling a piece of the earth Italy, naming it again with its beautiful name, drawing the broken parts together like a fire draws the steel, breathing a nation into life. And they hounded him through the hills for that crime. And a night came in Piedmont nearly a century ago in a tavern there. The people sat huddled by the fire. Even in those days, the sudden opening of a door sometimes meant death. Silence? Go on with your talking, friend. I'm not a Hun from the north. Innkeeper, some wine for my wife and me.
I don't want any trouble, senor. I keep my place open only for local people.
Oh, I see. Tell me, do you serve the invaders?
Well, naturally, senor, but...
And do you serve the Imperial French?
Senor, they are hunting a bandit tonight, and I don't want any strangers hanging around.
Come, Giuseppe, leave him alone.
You don't want strangers. You only serve local people, and yet you pour wine for strangers. I'm an Italian, and you will serve me. Am I right, good people?
The innkeeper didn't mean it that way, senor. Don't get excited. They're hunting a bandit.
I know better than you that they're hunting a bandit.
Nobody has to tell us they're hunting, senor.
Say, who are you? What are you doing in this district?
Yes, what do you want here?
I want Italians here. Is there an Italian in this tavern? Is there an Italian here, or am I speaking to mice?
You're not speaking to mice, senor. Don't come around here calling people mice.
And answer when I ask for Italians.
I am answering. I am Italian. Now, what are you going to do about it?
That's better. You're angry. Now we have something in common. Listen to me, friend. I will tell you a strange dream of mine.
A dream?
Imagine a new country, from the Alps to Sicily, through all the ranges of mountains, over every river, bay. Imagine one flag flying. Think of it, friend. A country that builds schools instead of fortresses. A country with one name for all of it. Italy. And all around the world, that name means something tall and fine instead of something miserable and mean. There's a dream, Italian. What do you think of it?
Ah, it's a grand dream, senor. It's the grandest dream I ever heard.
It won't catch rabbits or turn into stew. Dreams cost nothing. You can't pass them across the bread counter.
By the time tomorrow's sun goes up, this dream will be as real as bread.
This is the time when a sane man keeps indoors and shuts his mouth. When the invaders go hunting.
When the invaders go hunting, all rabbits should crawl into their holes.
I am not a rabbit.
And no Italian, Signor Innkeeper. Tonight, an Italian goes out of his house with his life in his hand and his gun in his hand. Tonight, he roars back at the wind and makes the sky tremble. Tonight belongs to no man, but only to Italy.
Giuseppe, be careful now.
Open the door, Innkeeper. If it is a foreigner, say you have no room.
I will say what I want to say.
Senor, God bless you. It is so cold tonight. Let me stand a bit by the fire.
No beggars allowed.
I'm afraid of the road, senor. They're covered with invaders now that the fighting has broke out.
Fighting? What fighting?
They say the people are really going after them in Foggia. Regular revolution, they say.
Who told you? When did it start? Tell me, old man.
Well, it must have started just a little while ago. I was there only 10 o'clock. Holy man. It's Garibaldi. Garibaldi. He.
Yes. Yes, I'm Garibaldi, and this is my wife. And if you want to save your skin, deliver me to the conquerors.
Grab his arms. I'll share the reward with everyone here.
Yes, go ahead and share the reward. But the whole of it, mind you, the whole of it, share the unutterable curse your children will lay upon you. Each of you. Go to your daughters and say, I betrayed Italy. No one raises his hand. Why not? Because you know in your hearts that I'm your friend.
Where do we go?
We march on Rome when morning comes. And as we move, all the people will flow like a river behind us. Will you be there when the sun comes up?
Horseman. He's coming in here.
Garibaldi here.
Who wants Garibaldi?
My name is Sears. American, senor. I've come to fight with Garibaldi if I can find him before this revolution is over.
Italians, do you hear this? They're coming from America to help us. Dare you stand back now?
Are you coming, Pepe?
Yes, I'll come. Pepe and I will be there.
You do. Take me. Come to my house. I've got 2 guns.
Good. Good people. Turn your eyes toward Rome and march. How is she now? She's better, isn't she?
I couldn't get a doctor. Apparently scared them all out of Rome. Don't go near her. Let her sleep.
I told her not to go into battle with me this time. I begged her, Sears. For Rome, she said, I want to fight by your side.
Women fighting in an army means there's liberty involved. I believe that.
Look how hard her breath is coming. Try to get a doctor again. I've got to go back to the lines. We're surrounded in Rome.
Have you called in the 4th Battalion?
I have no more battalions to call.
Giuseppe.
Anita. You're awake. Good, my sweet. Stretch your arms out. Come, throw away this sickness.
You need troops.
Rise up strong, Anita. I'll be 1,000 men myself.
You need troops. You must not lose Rome.
I'll hold Rome. Anita. Your hands. Your hands are so cold.
You're losing Rome, Giuseppe. I can tell it from your voice.
The kings of Europe are throwing their armies at us. I never knew they hated liberty this much. They have us 1,000 to 1.
Giuseppe, look down the street. People, thousands of them, coming toward this building.
What could have happened? They're packing the streets like a flood.
Giuseppe.
Anita. Yes, what?
Go to the window. Talk to the people. Ask them to fight. It's their city. They must fight for it.
I wanted to speak to them, but they have no guns.
Let them pick up the guns of the soldiers who fall. Let the women go to the kitchens for knives. The people must be their own soldiers. Tell them you have no more troops.
What if they panic and run away?
Trust the people. Oh, Giuseppe.
Anita. Sears, come over here. Anita. Open your eyes. Anita.
She's dead, Giuseppe.
Dead. Anita dead.
Leave her. Don't look at her now.
How can I leave her? She was my conscience, my very eyes. Can you bury your eyes? Oh, Anita, my life.
Look to the north. They're shelling the cathedral. Speak before the people break for the hills.
The people, how can they know what they've lost? Trust the people, she said. Good. Then we'll address their hearts, Anita and I, and pray God, American, that they'll listen.
People of Rome, Italians, hear me. You're standing on the first piece of liberated earth in Italy. With the power of your arms, you have lifted Rome before the nations of the world and called her a free city. In blood, you have written that freedom is possible for Italians just as it was possible for the Americans. No defeat can wrench that from us. This is your Lexington. This is your Valley Forge. I ask you now to go to the gates. You, the women and their daughters. You, the old men and the young. Now you're all soldiers. Go let your anger ring out like the iron bells of Rome. To the gates now. Find the enemies of Italy. Find them. And with your strong right arm, strike them dead.
You are listening to Paul Muni as Garibaldi, the great Italian liberator, on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. Overwhelmed by superior numbers, Garibaldi loses Rome. His army broken, he escapes with the American seers to the back country where he seeks refuge from the pursuing enemy. Through the night, they seek food and shelter.
Here's another house. Come on, Sears. We'll try this one.
Well, this one's well hidden. You'll never find us here.
Good evening, friend. I'm Garibaldi.
Huh?
Have you a place for my friend and me just for a few hours?
I'm sorry. My house is full.
You know well enough your house is not full. They're scouring the countryside for me. Let me in. Yours is the last house on the road. The others have all refused.
I cannot let you in, senor. I cannot.
I fight for them. I offer my life for them. Why? Will they ever understand what liberty means? Are they any more than cattle that follows the first wind toward water, forgetting it utterly when for a moment it dies down?
Seppi, we've one chance. We'll make for the coast. There are ships leaving for America. Come on.
America, yes, America. See how far from Italy a free man must go before he'll find a place to lay his head. Take me there, Sears. We'll rest before we fight again in Italy.
Company! Halt! Break ranks. All right, my little American friends. You'd better go home now. Time for supper.
Say, Mr. Garibaldi, is there still a Rome in Italy?
A Rome in Italy? Of course there's still a Rome. Why?
Well, you said you lost it. Don't that mean it's gone?
Gone? No. St. Peter's is still there. And the Golden Domes. But the people are not free. The people are prisoners in Rome. And in their own cities, they are slaves. Oh, I frighten you.
No, I just wondered why somebody doesn't free them.
I tried, my little friend, I tried. They were not ready for freedom. They would not fight hard enough to be free men.
Well, why doesn't somebody tell them to fight hard and keep telling them?
I'm a little ashamed, Johnny. It's just that to change a man's mind is so hard.
But it can be done, Garibaldi.
Eh? I didn't see you standing there. Your face is familiar.
As a matter of fact, I hope it'll become as familiar to you as your own. I'm Walt Whitman.
That's it, of course. I'm very happy to meet you, sir.
I'm here with a message for you, Signor Garibaldi.
And what is the message you have?
War is coming to the States. Yes. We expect it soon?
Yes, I see it very clearly.
Your name on our side. The American people will know beyond any doubt that the side Garibaldi fights with is the side of liberty.
It is curious that you came just now, Walt Whitman. For many months, I've been wondering whether my whole life was a mistake. Whether people love liberty enough to win and keep it, and die to hold it for their children. Now, with this war of yours coming, I know that to destroy slavery, a people will actually risk death. I knew that once, and lost my faith. For a moment, I lost my faith in defeat. And now it is rekindled again. Now this fact burns in me. I see I must be a soldier again. And I must tell you frankly, I would rather fight the same fight in Italy. In my own home. That is where I'm going. It is in Italy I belong.
Italians, I offer you blood and pain and battle. But who follows me follows liberty. In this war, we are arm in arm with the best of the human race. Our hope is the hope of millions. And to Biela, we dare not lose.
Forward to battle, the trumpets are crying. Forward, our old flag is flying. When liberty calls us, we linger no longer.
That's what Garibaldi said, Marino, over 80 years ago, with the song of his battle cry. Garibaldi marched through Italy, the enemy fleeing before him through Castelletto, remember, and Gattanara, a glorious victory, and Borgo, Maniero. Do not forget that, Marino. On he went on the swelling tide to Palermo in the heart of Sicily. The Garibaldi legions swept across the channel to the province of Calabria on the Italian boot. The gates of Reggio crumbled before them. And there, on a day in November 1860, the Italian nation was born. The Garibaldi thousands swept into Naples on the Tyrrhenian Sea. Remember that, Marino? Remember what Garibaldi said that day? I do. What he says and said lives in every true Italian heart. Italians, he said, you have your freedom. In suffering it was conceived. In blood it was born. I call upon you and the generations that follow you. Do not betray this glorious hour. Keep Italy free. They're coming for me, Marino. Give me one more minute. Tell them to wait a minute.
Colonel wants the prisoner before the firing squad.
Yes, one more minute. I'll bring him right out.
1 minute. We come in and get him.
What do you want to tell me, Liguri?
Let me climb out of that window. I'll get away behind the house.
They'll hold me for it. They'll kill me.
Come with me, then. There's so much work to be done in Italy. In a few days, we blow the railroad bridge by the river. We could use you there.
No, I'm a coward. I have no strength for it. My blood is water. I'm afraid.
This is Garibaldi's battle I'm asking you to join. If you could have seen him even once, you'd lay down your life for him.
If I could have seen him, but I never did see him. Garibaldi is dead. I cannot fight with a man who's dead 70 years. Germans, they're alive. They can twist a man's arm off. They can shoot and kill. And no dead man can help me when they aim at my eyes.
And still he can. Garibaldi's not dead, Marino. Look through that window. Out there across the Mediterranean. Over there in Africa. 300,000 Garibaldis are riding toward us tonight. In iron horses they come this time. Walt Whitman sends them. Lincoln sends them. America sends them to tell us that Garibaldi is not dead.
We are Italians, Marino, not Germans. Rome will be under siege again. Garibaldi will walk the barricades again. With whom will you fight? The battle begins this minute. With whom will you fight, Marino?
I will shut my eyes.
Yes.
Close your fist, old man.
It's closed.
Try to do it with one blow. Here, I lock the door. Go ahead. Hit me. And run as fast as you can. In Garibaldi's name, don't let them catch you before you do your work. With one blow, now.
Good night, Signor Marino. Long live Italy!
Hurrah for the banner! Hurrah for the banner! The flag of the free!
Thank you, Paul Muni. Ladies and gentlemen, in years of peace, we took this time on the last cavalcade of the year to wish you a happy new year. But tonight we think the only greeting America wants from DuPont is the assurance that chemistry, as one part of American industry, is in their fighting. Out of 87 DuPont plants are pouring at this moment not hundreds but thousands, yes, thousands of materials in the thousands of tons for victory. These were the DuPont news headlines of 1942. Anthraquinone vat dye colors, production 5 times that of 2 years ago. DuPont supplying more than half of all such dyes used in service uniforms. Nitrogen in the form of ammonia flowing night and day to American industry. Nitrogen drawn by chemistry from the air. DuPont cellophane as a protective medium is saving thousands of tons of metal and is protecting many of the emergency rations for our armed forces. Nylon brush bristles for the Navy smash a bottleneck. Outwear Japanese blockaded natural bristles 3-to-1. Rayon tow, used as pump packing in war plants, lasts 2 months, where the best long-fibered flax lasted 2 weeks. 3-dimensional seeing speeds production in war plants and arsenals. Scientific use of paint gets 100% more usable light from same amount of electricity. Synthetic camphor, vitally needed for wartime plastics and films, breaks Japanese camphor monopoly for all time. DuPont degreasing solvent saves one manufacturer alone 20,000 gallons of naphtha, 650 drums spinning oil, 56,000 pounds sulfonated castor oil, 150,000 pounds of soda ash, 75,000 pounds of soaps, 250 drums of ammonia. Conservation by the ton. DuPont Cordura Rayon yarn for Army and Air Force tires gives proven greater strength running hot than any other material for tire cords. Nylon takes to the air in parachutes. These were some of the DuPont headlines of 1942. These stories of chemistry at work for victory have been presented in a special booklet which Cavalcade listeners may have free by writing to Radio Section, DuPont, Wilmington, Delaware. We feel no hesitancy in promising you that chemistry will contribute much in this new year that lies ahead to winning the war. We know that chemistry will make its contribution next year because it has made its contribution in this first and hardest year. The headlines of 1942 forecast the headlines of 1943. Chemistry continues its wartime achievements so that DuPont may bring you soon again better things for better living through chemistry. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, will present Nancy Kelly in Between Them Both, a play of America today, of the young women who fight for victory on the assembly line, and of one red-headed girl in particular. Be with us next week when the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, presents Nancy Kelly as Florrie in Between Them Both, a new radio play written especially for Cavalcade by the popular screenwriter Kay Van Riper. On tonight's program, the orchestra and original score were under the direction of Don Voorhees. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes for the new year from DuPont. This program has come to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. Tonight we are happy to present as our star a young lady of stage and screen, an old friend and former member of the Cavalcade Players, Nancy Kelly. Miss Kelly plays the role of Florrie in an original radio play of our time, Between Them Both, written by the popular screen dramatist Kay Van Riper. Nancy Kelly as Florrie on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. This is a fable of a girl named Florrie. It begins in the small stucco house of John Fraser and his family near one of our important airplane factories. It's 6:30 in the morning, and the Fraser kitchen is bright with electric lights challenging the cold dark outside. And at the breakfast table, 3 members of the family are very busy.
Ugh. Can't seem to get awake this morning. How's about another cup of Java, Mom?
You know we've got a 1-cup limit. Oh, well, here, take half of mine.
Oh, no.
Do as I say, buddy. You need it, working hard as you do welding or whatever it is.
I'm not a welder, Mama. I'm a drill press operator.
Well, I see by the paper the railroads will be hauling even more next month than this.
What's that do to you engineers, Dad?
I don't know yet. Longer hours, maybe.
I don't want you to work too hard, John.
Yeah, if one of our daughters is risking her neck as a nurse in the Solomon Islands, Mama, I guess Bud and me can work a little harder at home.
I don't forget Beth. Why, I think of her most of the day.
Well, it's too bad everybody in the family don't think of her a little more.
Woman makes an engine jump the track.
Morning, Pop. Florrie, you're going to be late to the job.
As usual. So crazy about herself, she even goes around singing a theme song. Only you're Carrot Top, not redheaded.
Little brothers should be seen and not heard. And in the necktie you got on, you're both.
Mind your own business.
Buddy, come finish.
I'm through, Mom. Where's my lunch?
Over there.
I got it. See you later.
Florrie.
Well, he started it. Well, can't I have my breakfast?
Hey, are you too lazy to get up the stove and back? When your sister was home, she waited on us. But you...
Now, that's right, Pop. But Beth was a blonde angel with braids wrapped around her head. Me, I got red hair with fire in it. And I pay board here, and I would like my breakfast.
Shh, it's here. Now, quiet down, both of you.
Now, a red-headed woman makes an engine jump the
Stop
track.
that silly slop. It's an insult to a decent, hard-working locomotive. Emmy, give me my lunch money.
I put it in your coin purse, dear. Your heavy coat's in the hall. Goodbye, Dad.
Bye. See you tonight, when my run's over.
Florrie, what makes you so contrary? I pray for you every night, but
Don't bother about me, Mama. Save your prayers for Beth. Say, there's no more coffee.
1 cup, dear.
Oh, what a way for a country to be run.
Here, take the rest of mine. But aren't you going to be terribly late to work?
Probably. But they can make airplanes without me. I'm hungry.
Just a minute, Miss Fraser.
Yes?
Now, this is the 3rd time in the past 2 weeks you've been late.
Well, I couldn't help it. I'm sorry.
That isn't the point. The point is, do you know how many work hours we lose? How many actual planes we don't build by workers being a few minutes late?
Well, I don't see how a couple of minutes
Well,
could...
just you listen. In this factory, in 1 month, we lost about 106,000 minutes of working time. Poland was conquered in 37,000 minutes. France was conquered in 44,000 minutes.
Okay, but if I'm no good, why don't you fire me?
Because you happen to be born with one of the finest mechanical talents we've found in a woman worker. And we're waiting for you to start using it.
Listen, I'll come to work on time. But spare me the lectures, will you?
Hey, Florrie.
Hi, Mildred. Wait till I punch my card. Boy, am I glad I'm on the way out instead of in. 4 in the afternoon's the prettiest time of day to me.
Say, Florrie, every department in the factory's got a white satin banner with a star on it, meaning 100% is buying war bonds. Everybody but us, that is. You ready now to sign up for your 10%?
Gee, I'd certainly like to, hon, but I'll have to wait just a little while longer. I'll let you know the minute I can spare it. Hello. You saved that big bottle of perfume for me? Sultry evening, remember?
I should say so.
Well, I'll take it.
That'll be $10 and $1.30 tax.
Here you are. I certainly grudge that tax, though. Oh, hey, wait a minute. Don't wrap it yet. I want to use some. I got a heavy date.
Afternoon, Miss Fraser.
Hello, Nick. My boyfriend here yet?
Sure. He's waiting for you. Over in your private booth. We're going to get a sign for that booth. Property of Mr. Dave Emerson and Miss Florrie Fraser.
Yeah. We sat there a lot, all right.
Did you see him test that new plane this afternoon?
No, I worked that shift. Good?
Good. Terrific. Flew right over the roof here. That boy's hot.
Yeah, he's some guy. Well, bring me whatever he's drinking.
You bet. You're coming right up, Miss Florrie.
Hi, Wonder Boy.
I'm not a wonder boy, and what's more, Florrie, you're 10 minutes late, so don't give me a lot of bright conversation. Sit down.
Why, thank you. I hear you were clipping Angel's wings. You were flying so high this afternoon.
Oh, she's great, Florrie. Best plane we've built, I think. Say, I never knew they grew flowers in these places.
Flowers? Where? In a juke joint?
They must. Roses, I guess, all around here. Big white ones, the kind that look swell in a red-headed gal's hair.
Oh, David, you're one ahead. Dumb me. Like it, huh?
Mighty sweet. Say, you must think a lot of me. That must have set you back plenty.
I perfume me, darling, for me. Not for anybody else.
Tough little Florrie, the kid with a chip on her shoulder and a big, soft, mushmelon heart, huh?
Playing with fire, and he lights more matches. Now, you just don't know me, honey.
I bet I know you better than anyone, even your family. Say, how are they?
Okay.
What do you hear from Beth?
Oh, Mom had a letter last week. She's swell.
She's certainly a sweet gal, Beth is.
Yeah. Everybody always says that.
Florrie, when are we going to get married?
I don't know.
I keep asking, but you don't answer. You know, that's a funny setup, because if ever a dame was crazy about a guy, it's you.
Look at who's talking.
And if ever a guy was... etc., huh? When, Florrie?
Oh, someday. Maybe pretty soon. I don't know. Let's dance, honey, huh?
Oh, Florrie. You silly, funny, foolish little kid.
You are listening to Nancy Kelly as Florrie on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. As our play continues, Florrie, played by Nancy Kelly, has returned home and is entering the family kitchen.
Well, family. Still up and in the kitchen, huh? And all of you. I didn't come back to dinner, Mom, because... Well, what's the matter?
Got a telegram from the War Department.
Oh, no. No, Papa, no.
Killed by shrapnel while nursing the wounded under fire.
They're going to give her a decoration for bravery. They're going to send it to Mom and Dad.
As fine a daughter as a man could have. Never a mean look or a mean word from her.
Papa, don't. Please, Papa.
Don't talk to me.
Well, why are you looking at me like that? Mama.
You think we didn't see? You think we didn't know? Beth was so in love with Dave Emerson she couldn't breathe. And what did you do? You walked right in and took him away from her. The big fool. Why do you suppose she signed up for overseas service so sudden? Because you broke her heart, that's why.
You hated your sister all your life. Now you must be satisfied.
No, that isn't true. That isn't so. Mama, tell him it isn't so.
You let Mama alone. She's half dead from crying. You never loved Beth. We did. Well, let us alone now.
Okay. Okay, I'm going up to bed. Oh, no, if I can only get to sleep. Oh.
Those Japs again. They're getting too close for comfort with that mortar. Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
No message yet about plane reinforcement?
No, sir.
Cut off in a lousy jungle foxhole and not a blankety-blank plane in sight. Why? Why?
What? Don't you know, sir?
What?
Well, Florrie Fraser's lost so much time in the factory that the plane Florrie Fraser didn't build is the one we don't get. It won't ever get here, sir.
You mean we're going to be wiped out?
Well, yes, sir. I thought you knew.
No. No.
Hurry up, man. Bring up that ammunition. We're all out of shells.
We can't. There isn't any. Florrie Fraser didn't buy us any. But look what we have got.
A perfume atomizer.
Sure. Florrie Fraser says we can spray the enemy with this. $11.30 per bottle, including tax.
No.
Sultry evening for the Japs and the Germans.
No, I didn't mean.
Nurse! Fraser! Beth Fraser!
Yes, Private.
Getting closer, huh? Well, how do they know the wounded's in this cave?
Oh, they probably don't. Just that wild shooting all over.
Yeah. Think they'll amputate my leg?
No, of course not.
You're a good kid, Fraser. Beth Fraser, huh? It's a pretty name. You related to the Frasers in my hometown?
Afraid not. We live in another part of the country. I've been thinking of home, too. Of the kitchen. We've got yellow oilcloth curtains up over the sink. Mama's old-fashioned. Always growing something in a tomato can she wraps in green paper. Puts it on the windowsill. I guess it's the most beautiful place in the world.
Gosh. You're sure homesick, aren't you, sister?
I love home. I love the family.
No, Beth. Beth! Look out, Beth! Oh, no. No. Oh, Beth, forgive me. Oh, forgive me, Beth.
Well, I'm not Beth. I'm your conscience, Florrie.
Well, Miss Fraser, what's happened to you? You're early this morning.
Yes, I wanted to ask you something, Mr. Andrews. You said if I ever wanted to, you'd recommend me for that school for special training after working hours.
Yes, that was when you first started here.
Well, I'd like to enroll.
They don't want anyone in that course who won't stick, Miss Fraser.
Oh, but I'll stick.
How do we know that? Certainly not from your record. And we're kind of skeptical of sudden changes of heart. Little dramatic, we think.
Yes, I can understand that. How do I prove it, then?
Okay, I'll tell you. I'll put you on the dirtiest job on the line and give you the graveyard shift. That's the beginning. You want it?
Sure. Hey, Mildred.
Oh, you.
Look, I got my debts paid off. Put me down for 15% of my salary toward war bonds, will you?
15%, huh?
Yes. Well, anything the matter with that?
Takes you to make the grandstand play, doesn't it? Spectacular or else?
Yeah, I guess you're right. I'm sorry. I'll do like the rest. 10% and I'll buy more stamps on my own. Thanks. Hi, Dave.
Well, I'm honored. After 2 weeks of the cold shoulder, the Duchess calls and says she'll meet me at the joint. Hiya, Duchess. You drinking champagne or Napoleon brandy this year?
Nothing for me, thanks. I'm going home from here. I'm pretty tired. I've been working kind of hard.
Oh, boy, Florrie, what's your diet been? You matched the tablecloth. You're skinny.
Yeah, I guess so. Dave, I wanted to see you because I've got something to tell you.
Yeah, I know, but skip the details. Just give me his name.
Whose name?
Look, when a dame who's crazy about me suddenly passes me up cold for a couple of weeks, usually it means somebody else has moved in, doesn't it?
Well, not this time. Beth is dead.
Oh, sugar.
Killed under fire. Decorated for bravery. I've got to tell you, Dave, I'm a liar and a cheat. After the first evening you spent at our house when Beth brought you home, I wanted you. So I fixed it the next day to meet you accidentally, you thought, and I told you kind of casually that Beth was practically engaged to Ben Herman. Well, it was a lie, and it worked. You never called her again. And being a decent guy, you let a couple of weeks pass, and then you started dating me.
Yeah, but Flora, you don't get the setup. Beth didn't give a darn.
Beth was in love with you. She said so the night you came home with her. The moment the door closed, she said she'd met the one man for her, and you were it.
Oh, no, she couldn't have.
Men are so dumb. They don't see half what goes on with women.
But, Flora, I've got to tell you, Beth
was a saint, see? And I'm no good. I sent her away to die just as plain as though I'd taken a gun and shot her. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Well, I'm in a spot, Flora. I don't know what
Just nothing, that's all. That's why I couldn't make up my mind to marry you. I felt so guilty. Well, now I'm not going to see you anymore. I'm just going to work.
This isn't any time to argue with you, Flora. I'll wait. When you're ready to see me, when you want me, give me a ring. I'll be there.
That'll be never.
Florrie, don't. I can stand women crying, but not one just sitting there with no expression and tears running down her face.
Goodbye now, Dave. Gee, I loved you.
There you are, Florrie. I got your dinner on the stove.
Evening, Flora.
Hi, Dad. I don't want any thanks, Mom.
Hello, sis.
Hello, Buddy. Finished with dinner?
Yes. We've just been sitting here talking.
Well, I'd like to say something to all of you. Just a second, soon as I take my hat and coat off. No, sit down, Buddy. I can do it alone.
Florrie.
I've got to say it. I don't want to sit down if you don't mind. I'll just stand here against the chair. Listen, I want to talk to you about Beth and me.
But we...
Let her go on.
Ever since I can remember, I've been jealous of Beth. I hated her. She was so pretty with real curls. She never fell down in the mud in her life or dirtied her good dress. And me? Well, I was a skinny kid with big freckles and stringy red hair with my knees scratched, and all I could do was climb trees and come home bloody and ragged and be the disgrace of the family. Why, when Buddy was born, he was Beth's little brother, not mine.
No, Florrie.
She was trusted to wheel him in the buggy. You were afraid I'd drop him. You know what that means to a kid, Mama? To feel nobody loves her. I was sick to my stomach most of the time, like a cold knot was in it. I was scared. And because I was scared, I was mean. All right, you didn't want me, but you were going to notice me. So I was ornery and nasty. It got to be a habit. I grew greediness on me and selfishness. And when Dave Emerson came along, I fell so in love with him, I just reached out and took him. And so I sent Beth away. I know it, Mama. It's my fault. I want you to know I know it. I've been wrong all my life. I can't take Beth's place. But give me another chance. All I want is a chance to try.
Florrie. Florrie, don't cry. Mama's got you. Mama's holding you. We've been wrong, too, Florrie.
We didn't know. Such funny things happen.
Gee, Florrie, I'm sure you wouldn't have dropped me.
Emmy, tell us.
We got a letter today. It was the last one Beth ever wrote. Here. I want you to sit down and read it.
Oh, I can't now. I couldn't bear it.
Go on. Read it now. Do as Dad tells you.
All right, Papa. Dearest family, what I have to tell you, I guess, will be the first really true thing I've ever said in my life. You see, my eyes have been opened. You can't watch the courage of our boys, the way they work and fight, the laughing way they die, or the screaming way they die, without something happening to you. You begin to see that the enemy they're fighting is fear and hate and greed. It makes you look into your own self to see if the enemy is in you, too. To face that enemy and conquer it so you can look the next dying boy in the eyes. So I'm writing you about Florrie. The truth is, like so many older kids, I guess I was jealous of a new baby. So I started out to push her away from you by a kind of nasty, phony goodness you thought was real. I did so many mean, little cruel things to Florrie. But the worst was about Dave Emerson. Florrie, he saw us together on the street and fell for you, and got introduced to me and just said right out how he felt about you. It hurt me so with jealousy that I told the whole family I was madly in love with him. Then I pretended he was giving me a brush off before picking up with my sister. I'd planned anyway on volunteering for foreign service. I was bored with home, you and myself. So now I used that, left you all thinking Florrie had broken my heart and driven me away. Please, dear young sister I never knew, forgive me if you can. Have to go dress wounds now. But oh, how I love each one of you. And I want you to know I'm at peace at last. God bless you and keep you. Beth.
I think God did bless Beth then.
Oh, poor Beth. Poor Beth. Oh, but the waste, Mama, the waste. What we could have had and lost.
I guess we should ask you to forgive us too, Florrie, for being so dumb. Parents sometimes ain't so hot.
Oh, Papa. Mama, don't.
Gee. Gosh. Oh, for Pete's sake, let's all quit bawling. Florrie, I'll make you the best offer I got.
What?
If you'll wash the dishes, I'll wipe.
Okay, darling. But you'll have to wait a minute. I gotta get a guy on the telephone first.
Thank you, Nancy Kelly. Recently, we announced that the DuPont Company has prepared an attractive booklet containing selected stories of chemistry at work in war, as told on Cavalcade. Many friends, old and new, wrote for copies, and some took occasion to tell us how they like these programs. Such comments are appreciated by all of us who plan and play these broadcasts. You may still obtain a copy of this booklet by writing to the radio section, DuPont, Wilmington, Delaware. Tonight, a special wartime award for distinguished service to safety was made to the DuPont Company by the National Safety Council. In presenting the award, Colonel John Stillwell, president of the council, honored the DuPont Company for one of the finest safety records ever achieved by any industrial organization in the history of the United States. He remarked that 38 DuPont plants have had absolutely no reportable accidents in the last 18 months, and spoke of the world's record established by one of those plants. A record of 11 million man-hours of work without a reportable accident. These achievements, said Colonel Stillwell, are typical results of the magnificent safety program DuPont has so painstakingly carried out for many years. They serve as a challenge and an inspiration to every industry working under the stress and strain of wartime production schedules. They prove that even in wartime, accidents can be stopped. He went on, "We who are conducting the campaign to save manpower for war power sincerely appreciate these safety achievements and the saving in human life they represent. It is a genuine pleasure, therefore, for me to present to Mr. Walter S. Carpenter, Jr., President of E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company, a special wartime award from the National Safety Council for distinguished service to safety." In accepting the award, Walter Carpenter, President of the DuPont Company, said, "I accept this award on behalf of DuPont men and women everywhere, and with deep personal satisfaction. Over many years, the DuPont Company has emphasized the prevention of accidents. Rules and practices have been formulated to this end by the management. But it is to our employees, to the day-by-day effort of each one of them, that credit for this award is due. Accident prevention is always important, but never so important as now. An injured American workman is a loss to the nation and a gain to the enemy, just as a wounded American soldier is. I believe DuPont men and women realize this. I assure the National Safety Council, through you, that there will be no let-up in DuPont's effort to save manpower for war power." Next week, ladies and gentlemen, the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, will present a dramatization of Diary of a Pig Boat, a story of 24 hours aboard a submarine in the Pacific War Zone. Our star will be the popular screen player, Ralph Bellamy. Be sure to hear Cavalcade again next week when its sponsors, the DuPont Company, present Ralph Bellamy in a thrilling dramatization of the Saturday Evening Post article, Diary of a Pig Boat. The orchestra and musical score tonight were under the direction of Don Voorhees. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from our sponsor, the DuPont Company. Program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. Tonight we bring you a story based on facts of our Navy in action, with Edwin Jerome of the Cavalcade Players in the role of the submarine commander in Diary on a Pig Boat, an original Saturday Evening Post story by Frederick C. Painton, made into a radio play for Cavalcade by Stuart Hawkins. Ralph Bellamy, who was to have been with us tonight, will be Cavalcade star January 25th. As a special guest tonight, we will present at the close of our play Lieutenant Commander Willard A. Saunders, who recently was awarded the Navy Cross for distinguished service.
In accordance with naval regulations, all names of ships, places, and individuals mentioned in this broadcast are fictitious. The technical references and operational details are authentic, but are so employed as not to give aid or comfort to the enemy.
Starring Edwin Jerome in Diary on a Pig Boat on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont.
0000 to 0400 hours. Sea calm. Slight ground swell. Wind force 0. Barometric pressure 3010. Air temperature 78.5. Water temperature 80. Course 165. Cruising on surface.
That's the terse,
Speed,
prosaic way the Navy describes a calm and beautiful night in the Western Pacific. And through the darkness, a long, low sliver of steel slides leisurely along, its narrow deck awash. Only its conning tower clear of the water. Night is a respite for this ship. From dawn to dusk, she must prowl below the surface, for she is on offensive patrol in enemy waters, and is the hunted as well as the hunter. On the conning tower bridge, young Ensign Waller is watch officer.
What time is it, Quartermaster?
4:47, sir.
Not long till dawn. The sky's beginning to lighten a bit in the east already. You better call the skipper.
Yes, sir. No need of that, Mr. Waller. I'm up already.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
Didn't get much sleep, did you?
Oh, enough. Sighted anything?
Nothing, sir. The ocean's been empty as a church on a Monday morning.
How's she heading, Franklin?
165 on the nose, sir.
Right. No trouble holding her on the mouth tonight, eh?
No, sir. Easy as steering a baby buggy this weather.
What do you know about baby buggies? You're not married, are you, Franklin?
No, sir. But my sister's got a set of twins. I helped her wheel them when I was home last time.
Oh, twins, eh? I thought I was the only man on board who'd wheeled a set of twins.
Well, yours are your own, sir. Franklin's only your twin's uncle.
Yes. I expect mine have about outgrown that double-barreled pram by now.
Well, kids can do a lot of growing in a year, I guess.
They sure can. You'll see when you get one of your own.
Oh, I won't worry about that till I found out who's going to be its mother. That's still unsettled.
Just as well for you and her, too, until this business is over. I'm going below to the control room. Keep her on the same course and speed until we submerge at sunrise, Mr. Waller.
Yes, sir. Same course and speed until we submerge.
Morning, Gallagher. What's that I smell? Coffee?
The cook was just through with a fresh pot, sir. Hey, Wash, come on back with that jamoke. The captain wants some.
Yeah, I'll be right there in a minute.
We'll be right here, sir.
No hurry.
3 enemy destroyers, 3 points forward on the starboard beam, 5,000 yards away, heading straight for us, sir.
Very well, Mr. Waller.
Steering transferred to control, sir.
Diesel stop. All ventilators closed, sir.
Bridge secure, sir.
Power hatch closed, sir.
All ballast vents open, sir. Pressure in the boat.
Take it to 60 feet, Mr. Meade.
Full dive on the bow diving plane.
Full dive on the bow plane. Aye, aye, sir.
10 degrees on the stern diving plane.
10 degrees on the stern plane. Aye, aye, sir.
Motors ahead, 2,000 aside.
Motors ahead. 2,000 aside, sir.
Submerged, sir.
There were just 3 destroyers, Mr. Waller?
Yes, sir. Headed right for us. But it was still too dark for them to have seen us. I think it was.
45 feet.
All ahead normal.
All ahead normal, sir.
Propeller sounds. Bearing 7-4, sir. They're coming fast.
50 feet. 55 feet.
Level off.
60 feet. 60 feet. 60 feet.
She's heavy forward. Pump from the forward to the aft trim tanks.
Aye, aye, sir.
That'll do. Final trim, sir. Level at 60.
Propeller sounds. Bearing 8-1 now, sir. Closing in fast, too.
I don't think they could have seen us.
Bearing 8-4 now, sir. Looks like they'll go right over us.
Maybe they've got better eyes than you think, Waller.
No need no detective to hear them now.
Whatever they had in their minds, it was us, Mr. Waller.
I didn't think they saw us.
Hey, Red. Red Franklin.
Yeah?
Didn't that note remind you of the Times Square subway station?
Honest, Gallagher, more things can remind you of Times Square.
Propeller sounds. Bearing 266. Receding.
Those destroyers are in an awful hurry, Captain.
Just what I was thinking. They're the advance guard for something. And something rather important, I should say.
Oh, whatever it is, we're inside their guard ring now.
Stop all motors.
Aye, aye, sir. All motors stopped, sir.
Listen all round, Tom.
Destroyer propellers. Still bearing 266. But much fainter, sir. No, nothing but those destroyers, sir.
Well, it's almost sunrise topside. A few minutes more, it'll be light enough up there to use the periscope, Mr. Meade.
Nothing on the sound detector, sir. Not even the destroyers now.
Very well. All ahead normal.
Aye, sir. All ahead normal, sir.
Take her up to periscope depth, Mr. Meade.
Full rise on the bow plane.
Full rise on the bow plane, sir.
Level at periscope depth, sir.
Up periscope.
Up periscope. Aye, aye.
Light enough to see anything yet, Captain?
Yeah. If there's anything to see.
Don't look like he's finding nothing.
Quiet, Gallagher.
Ah.
He spotted something.
Quiet.
Enemy cruiser bearing 075 relative. Looks like a big one. Down periscope. The silhouette book, Mr. Waller.
Here you are, sir.
No. Ah, this is it. Japanese heavy cruiser of the Hura Tiger class.
One of their newest.
And biggest.
Hot doggy.
Up periscope. That's her, all right. Angle on the bow, 15 starboard. 10,000 yards. Mark.
Mark. Bearing 232 true. Course 040 true. You are 2,600 from the track.
Enemy cruiser speed 20.
Enemy cruiser speed 20.
Down periscope.
Aye, sir.
What do you make it, Mr. Meade?
You've got 12 minutes to approach for a bow shot.
A bow shot? Oh, baby.
I shall fire within 1,000 yards, Mr. Meade.
Right, sir.
All ahead, 3,000 aside. 20 degrees right rudder. To course 310.
Aye, aye, sir. A bow shot for less than 1,000. Boy, this is going to be good.
You are listening to Diary on a Pig Boat, starring Edwin Jerome on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. As our play continues, 10 minutes have elapsed since Commander Haas has sighted a Japanese cruiser and has ordered his men to make ready for attack.
All tubes ready for firing, sir.
Very well, Waller.
Enemy propeller sounds. Bearing 08.
Up periscope.
Aye, aye, sir.
Come right to course 315. Down periscope.
Right to course 315, sir.
Hold her on it. Slow to 1,500 aside.
1,500 aside, sir.
Up periscope. Steady as she goes.
Steady as she goes, sir.
Stand by. Fire one.
One fired, sir.
Fire two.
Two fired, sir.
Fire three.
Three fired, sir.
Fire four.
Four fired, sir.
Down periscope. Full left rudder.
Full left rudder, sir.
Take her down to 100 feet, Mr. Meade.
Full dive on the bow plane. All ahead 3,000 aside.
Full dive on the bow plane, sir.
3,000 aside, sir. Watch out. Them pencils don't slide off the chart table, Lieutenant.
Yeah, I got 'em. How'd you look, Captain?
Big as a house. If I didn't miss completely, we were hearing something in 55 seconds. 50 seconds now.
50 feet. 55. 60 feet.
All ahead normal.
All ahead normal, sir.
80 feet. 85. 90.
Check her with the bow plane.
Aye, sir. 95. 98.
Level off.
Aye, aye, sir. 100. 100. 100.
Final trim at 100 feet, Captain.
Nice dive, Mr. Meade. Stop all motors.
All motors stop, sir.
Listen all round, Thompson.
Cruiser propeller sounds. Speed unchanged, sir.
Sure is warming up in here.
Quiet. Any second now.
Hot doggy.
2 explosions on the starboard beam, sir.
We heard him, you lug.
Quiet. Only 2, I guess.
2 out of 4 isn't so bad, Skipper.
Wow, what was that?
That wasn't no torpedo. That must have been our magazines blowing up.
Gallagher's right. You got her where it hurts, Skipper.
Enemy propeller sounds have ceased, sir.
Yippee! Honorable Chappie, don't feel happy.
Pipe down. Those destroyers will be back here looking for us in a hurry now. All ahead normal.
All ahead normal. Aye, aye, sir.
In the logbook, the entry reads,
2 explosions heard at 0544 hours. Another louder explosion, believed to be cruiser's magazines, heard at 0556. Believe enemy cruiser badly damaged or sunk, as enemy propeller sounds ceased with last explosion.
Propeller sounds approaching, sir. Bearing 276.
Stop all motors.
There's more than one ship. Coming in fast. About 35 knots.
The destroyer's all right. Rig for depth charge, Mr. Waller.
Rig for depth charge. Pass the word to all compartments.
Rig for depth charge.
Rig for depth charge.
Rig for depth charge.
Get them watertight doors closed. Lively there.
Franklin, pass out cotton for the men to put in their ears and see that they do it.
Aye, aye, sir.
All men not needed, lie down and brace yourselves. Get hold of something and hang on. We may be shaken up a bit.
All watertight doors closed and dogged securely, sir.
All right, Gallagher, stuff that cotton in your ears or you'll be minus your hearing.
Aye.
Franklin, Boyd, Gallagher at your stations.
Aye,
And
sir.
Thompson, of course.
Yes, sir.
Everybody else lie down. Rig for depth charge, sir.
Very well.
Enemy propellers within 1,000 yards, sir. Speed and bearing unchanged.
Hey, Red. See what I mean about Times Square subway station?
Right, hang on, boys. They started laying their eggs.
Don't remind me of Times Square at all, Gallagher. There go the lights.
Just made them flicker, that's all.
Hang on. She'll right herself.
Ride 'em, cowboy.
There go the lights again.
Gallagher, switch on the battle engine.
Aye, sir.
Boyd's hurt, sir. He was thrown against the regulator valve.
I ain't hurt. A little whack on the cog.
They're moving away. How about those main lights?
Main lighting circuit dead, sir. 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 Main lighting circuit dead, sir.
We're below test step, sir.
Blew us down a bit, didn't they? All ahead normal.
Aye, sir.
What's the matter, Gallagher?
No power on the starboard motor, sir. Only the port side's working.
No power on the steering motor, sir.
Shift to hand steering. Call the motor room, Gallagher.
Aye, sir.
Shifted to hand steering, sir.
Shifted to hand control of both diving planes, sir.
Main motor contactor panel on the starboard motor is broken, sir.
Pressure hull's beginning to crumble, sir. We're well below test.
We'll have to take a chance on their hearing us. Take us up a way, Mr. Meade.
Full rheostat on the port motor. Full rise on the bow planes.
Aye, sir.
Full rise in the bow plane, sir.
Cripes, is that depth needle stuck there?
Beginning to rise, sir.
Level off at 160 feet, Mr. Meade. A flashlight on chart table, Mr. Waller.
Right here, sir.
I thought so. Deep water here, with this bottom at 180 feet, about 12 miles west. If we can get over there, we got a chance. We'll level off at 160, Mr. Meade.
Enemy propeller sounds returning, sir.
What's our depth?
170, sir. 168.
Stop the motor. Listen all round.
Enemy propeller sounds approaching. Bearing 182 relative. Distance now about... Enemy propeller sounds stopped, sir.
I thought he'd stop to listen pretty soon. Well, we'll outweight him, that's all.
We won't be able to control our depth very long without headway, sir.
Long enough, I hope, Mr. Meade. How'd you cut your hand, Mr. Waller?
Oh, it's nothing at all, sir. I must have scraped it against the aft elevator chain when we were being bounced around.
You better have the pharmacist's mate look at it as soon as we're secure.
Yes, sir.
No propeller sounds, sir.
Depth 180, sir. 182.
Losing steerage way, sir.
No propeller sounds, sir.
Very well.
190. 193. Losing control of depth, sir.
Very well.
No propeller sounds, sir.
Ain't them guys going to start up their engines?
Below test step, sir. Settling fast.
So I see.
Propeller sounds, sir. Bearing 185 degrees and going away.
Full rheostat on the port motor. Take her up to 100 feet, Mr. Meade.
Depth bombs. Bearing 185. Going away, sir.
Those rats seem to be on the wrong scent now. Pass the word to secure from depth charge, Mr. Waller.
But in the logbook, it only says...
Attacked by 2 enemy destroyers at 0628 hours. 3 depth charges moderately close. No casualties. Lighting and electrical control systems damaged by shock. Main motor contactor panel on starboard motor out of order. Attack ended 0652 hours.
Well, we should be over the shallow bottom now. Take it down easy, Mr. Meade.
Stop the motor. Half dive on the bow plate.
Aye, sir. Half dive on the bow plate, sir.
We should find bottom at 180 feet.
Yes, sir.
Depth 175.
As soon as we're on bottom, see that the men are fed, Mr. Waller.
Yes, sir. 180. 184. 186.
Looks like the charts are wrong, Skipper.
Our dead reckoning may be out of it.
190.
Where the heck is that bottom?
193.
We're down. Flood the regulator.
Pass the word on the bottom. Mr. Meade, detail your repair crew. All others will lie down and stay quiet to conserve oxygen.
I wish they'd get that motor panel fixed. We've been here long enough for my money.
Hey, Boyd, got any gum?
Only what I'm chewing.
Beginning to feel sort of sick. So hot in the air. Thought some chewing gum might help my stomach.
What's the temperature reading now, Mr. Waller?
105.
That all it is. We used to get it 120 back in Kansas, but it never felt like this.
Light a match, please, Mr. Waller.
Yes, sir.
Look at that. Barely glowed for a second or two and went right out.
Spread the CO2 absorbent powder. Bleed all oxygen bottles for 30 seconds, Mr. Waller.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Boyd?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. That helps a little.
Four hours. 6 hours. 9 hours. Still on the bottom. The air is so thick you could cut it into chunks. The heat under the pressure at this depth is like an oven. Men lie inert, stirring only when one of them coughs the queer, straining cough. That's the prelude to nausea. And the hours drag on, and the repair crew works doggedly, speaking in hoarse whispers that are queerly audible through the 5 compartments of the silent, tortured ship. And the logbook merely says,
Still on bottom effecting repairs. Bled oxygen bottles at 1805 hours.
"1805 hours. That's 5 minutes past 6 p.m. And still they're there. 6:30. 7 o'clock. The sun has set up above. Down here there's only heat and silence and heads that ache from the closeness of the air.
It's taking them so long in that motor room anyhow.
Maybe Gallagher's daydreaming about Times Square. He's forgetting to work.
No. Fixing the panel's his only chance of getting back to Times Square. He's working all right.
Could be on the surface now if they'd snap out of it. With fresh air coming down that hatch. The stars winking.
Pipe down. Hey, lights. I got them fixed anyhow.
Lights, fellas.
All right, Skipper. Lighting, electrical control circuits repaired, and so is the main motor panel.
Very well. Stand by to surface.
Stand by to surface. All hands to stations. Snap into it, men.
Here we go, boys. Express to the roof, huh?
Depth 40 feet, sir.
Stop. All motors.
Aye, sir.
Listen all around.
What the heck? It's dark topside now. What's the delay about?
Yeah? Suppose we should pop up in the middle of a Jap convoy. You want to breathe fresh air, not shell fire, don't you?
No propeller sound, sir.
All ahead, normal. Hole number 1 tank.
On the surface.
Open the conning tower hatch, Franklin.
Yes, sir.
Hey, you can taste the air. It's so fresh and cool.
Transport to the bridge, Mr. Waller. Let the men off watch go topside by threes. Smoking lamps lit for 10 minutes below decks.
Captain Haas, sir.
Yes? What is it, Franklin?
Fleeing debris on the port side, sir. The Japanese seaman's capping a lot of junk that must be off that cruiser. The water's lousy with it.
Hey,
nice shooting, Skipper. It's midnight again. On the bridge, the skipper has the watch and is starting the new day's page of the logbook. He writes carefully, neatly.
Sea calm. Wind force 2. Barometric pressure 3015. Air temperature 76. Water temperature 78.
Another nice night tonight, eh, Gallagher?
Yes, sir. We've sure been lucky in the weather this trip. A real nice run, I call it.
Thank you, Edwin Jerome. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments, Mr. Jerome will return to the microphone to introduce our special guest of the evening, Lieutenant Commander Willard Saunders of the United States Navy. Before we hear from him, we have a story of chemistry in today's world. Army-Navy E for Excellence awards have now been announced for 17 DuPont plants in every part of the country for their performance in turning out many different kinds of war materials. The latest presentation, made a few days ago, is so extraordinary that we think you'd like to hear the story. The latest Army-Navy E went to the DuPont Company's Nylon Research Laboratory and Pilot Plant, one of very few awards made to a research group. These DuPont men and women aren't manufacturing tanks or planes on a production line. They're working with laboratory and research equipment, using their brains, their technical know-how, exploring the complicated process known as polymerization to increase constantly the military uses of nylon, now most widely used in parachutes. What the Army and Navy think of this kind of brain work as a contribution to winning the war is revealed by the words of Brigadier General Benjamin W. Chidlaw, who presented the award. Standing in the research laboratory where nylon was born, General Chidlaw said, "The production of new equipment must keep ahead of the needs of the armed forces. The weapons must be ready and waiting for the man, not the man for the weapons." Thus, in a very real sense, the research laboratory is the first line of defense, the first front, the point where victory begins. General Chidlaw went on, "In presenting to the men and women of this company the Army-Navy E, both services are bestowing on you an official citation for distinguished service on that first line." And in concluding, the General said, "Here you have created and developed nylon. Here and in other DuPont plants you manufacture it. The Army and the Navy need it. They need it quickly and in large quantities. It has been and will continue to be tremendously important to our air forces as a replacement for no longer available silk. The armed forces gratefully acknowledge this fact. Our millions of men in khaki and blue look to you for equipment to be used on the battlefronts, land, sea, and air, and they are thankful to you for your efforts." Unquote. With this nylon award, 17 Army-Navy pennants now fly over DuPont plants. These pennants are symbolic of the wartime performance records of the DuPont Company, peacetime maker of better things for better living through chemistry. And now our star of the evening, Edwin Jerome.
Ladies and gentlemen, we of the Cavalcade Players have great pleasure in welcoming tonight and now in presenting to you a young naval officer who has himself commanded a submarine. Lieutenant Commander Willard A. Saunders, United States Navy. Lieutenant Commander Saunders was awarded last November the coveted Navy Cross for distinguished service. Ladies and gentlemen, Lieutenant Commander Saunders.
Thank you. Our submarine service has long been known as the silent service. That is, we're not given to saying much about ourselves, and we don't have a great deal of publicity. Tonight you've heard that silent service speak through the actors in this dramatization. Of course, they cannot really convey to you all that takes place nor all that passes through our minds as we cruise beneath the surface. But this play has struck me as realistic and gripping. After hearing it, you will agree with me, I think, that too much credit cannot be given to the officers and enlisted men who are backing up the captain all the time. Their fighting spirit can't be beaten. Our submarines, and incidentally, because the public has clung to the name Pigboat, don't think they are not clean, powerful, large, and pretty comfortable, for they are. Our submarines are carrying the war right to the enemy. They are continually on the offensive and getting results. This story tonight has shown you that our subs are sinking the rising sun.
Ladies and gentlemen, before telling you of next week's program, I want to give a special message to young women between the ages of 18 and 35. Nursing is one of the critical woman power shortages of the war. 15,000 nurses have been taken from our hospitals into the Army and Navy Nurse Corps since Pearl Harbor. Thousands more are needed, both at home and in the field. If you are a citizen and have graduated from high school, won't you join the fight to help people keep well and get well? Next week, ladies and gentlemen, Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, presents Soldiers of the Tide, a story of the United States Marines on Guadalcanal. Our star will be the popular screen actor, Dennis Morgan. Don't forget next week, Dennis Morgan in Soldiers of the Tide, an exciting story of the fighting Marines on an island in the Pacific. The orchestra and original score on tonight's program were under the direction of Don Voorhees. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont.
The appearance on this program of Lieutenant Commander Saunders does not necessarily constitute an endorsement of the sponsor's product by the Navy Department. This program came from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. And tonight we present Dennis Morgan in a new radio play, Soldiers of the Tide, especially written by Peter Lyon for DuPont, in tribute to those fighting men on sea, on land, and in the air, the United States Marines. Our play is based on actual incidents from the archives of the United States Marine Corps, starring Dennis Morgan as Lieutenant Peters in Soldiers of the Tide on the Cavalcade of America.
Forgotten ages ago, volcanoes threw up out of the sea a handful of slender piles of mud and lava. The waves beat upon them and encrusted them with coral and barnacles. The tropic rains fell on them, and the sun shone down and covered them with lush vegetation, peopled them with chattering monkeys and with bright, shrill-voiced birds. This was a heaven, a Garden of Eden. These islands, called the Solomons, were to become, by the inexorable logic of military science, a key battlefield in the greatest war ever to engulf the world. And on one of these, Guadalcanal, the United States Marines were to come to grips with a savage enemy without conscience, a cruel and barbaric fighter who, by choice, mutilates before he kills. Here is a tent under the broiling sun that burns down on Henderson Field on the island of Guadalcanal in the Solomons. And here, just inside the tent, are two men, Lieutenant Peters and his commanding officer. leaning over a table on which is spread a map.
This along here is the first ridge, Lieutenant. It's quite a deep valley here. I should say about 60 degrees.
Yes, 60 anyway, Colonel.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was forgetting you've been over this bit of land here. Now, this here is the Little Ridge. Slopes down pretty gradually to the river. We'll be attacking in force all along here, okay?
Okay, sir. And the Jap position where I'm to...
Right here. It's right along here.
Mm-hmm.
They got caves in the riverbank, and I should think they probably meant most of the approaches. But it's this blockhouse we're most concerned with. That's here, this dot here.
Right on the bend of the river.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you'll remember that it was here we tried to force a crossing 3 weeks ago. Without enough men. We hope we have enough now. If you do your job right from the rear. Now, here, get this picture. Here's the blockhouse at the bend in the river.
It's right on the only decent crossing in the whole river, from the coast right way on back to here.
Naturally. Now then, when you're probably in back and ready to make a bid from the rear, we'll dent them with some heavy bombardment. Then you go in and clean them out. Then we storm from the front.
So if we don't clean them out...
We lose a lot of good men coming at them from across the river. The Japs need a bridgehead on the river if he's to take Henderson Field away from us. Now, if you can't get that blockhouse, our position will be untenable.
You got my pick of men?
Absolutely. But I shouldn't take more than 4. It'll be tricky enough slipping that much through their lines. On the other hand, if you're going to try and maintain any kind of radio liaison with headquarters back here, you need at least 4.
Yes, that's right. No chance of semaphoring out there, that's a cinch.
No, not in that jungle valley. Okay, Lieutenant. Pick your men. Only be sure to tell the lads what they're getting in for. Good hunting.
Thanks, sir. Same to you.
So, how many cards, FX? Give me 2. Rudy?
One's enough.
Blair?
I'm through. I'm way through. I'm remembering what my Sunday school teacher told me.
Dealer stands pat.
Ooh, how do you like that guy?
Yeah, what about that?
Check the strength.
It's up to you, Lon.
Can't I coax you boys to stick around? For maybe just 5 little pennies?
No, not me.
Let me see them openers. There they are. 5 little hearts. You know, I like this game. It's a good game. Sure helps to prove we got the brains and personality.
Yeah.
Not a very good fight, though.
Corporal?
Oh, yes, sir, Lieutenant. Excuse me, sir. I didn't see it.
Okay, at ease. Corporal, I hear you used to play a little baseball back in the States. They tell me you were a pretty fair country pitcher.
Oh, I used to chunk the ball in there a little, sir. Hadn't been for the war and a couple of bad breaks, I'd have been up there with them Cardinals.
I'm looking for somebody to chunk a few grenades at those little buzzards on the other side of the river.
Something going to pop, Lieutenant, sir? I'm your boy.
Good. And I need a good radio man.
Can anybody get in on the party, sir, or did you have somebody special in mind?
You'll do fine, Fanaroff, if you want to come.
Yes, sir.
You don't need a good shot, do you, Lieutenant? I left my medals back in my dugout, but I still got the Junior Rifle Corps marksman's badge I won with my BB gun.
Good enough. I'll take your word for it. What about it, Scanlon? You got any special recommendations?
Well, sir, the only one I got, I guess, is I just been waiting around a long time for a chance, Lieutenant.
Well, there's a lot worse recommendations. How about it? The 4 of you want to do some hunting with me tomorrow?
Right.
Sure do,
yes, sir.
Okay. You're ready at 1800. That's 3 hours. Better get some food first. We've got some hiking in front of us.
You want me to have my walkie-talkie, sir?
That's right. And listen, you guys, if any of you got any letters to write, you better write them. Padre tells me he'll hold a special mass for those who want it. That's all. See the 4 of you at 6.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Something special.
Whose deal?
Getting chilly. Sun's going down.
Think I'll go over my rifle. Deal me out. Yeah. Me too.
Any of you guys got a sharp pencil?
Well, let's go, you guys. We can't waste any time.
Yes, sir.
I want to make the camp on the high ridge this side of the river by midnight.
What's up, Lieutenant?
I'll give you the story when we make camp. Let's go. We'll hit the trail along the shore till I tell you.
grenades with you, pitcher? Yeah, I got 'em. St. Louis Cardinals. If it hadn't been for the war and a couple of bad breaks, sure.
How far'd you get toward them Cardinals, Corporal? About as far as the Southwestern Arkansas Semi-Pro League.
Say, listen. Them cards would have took me, only the day that scout come to look at me, just that day I had this touch of ptomaine poison. And that only give the owl 6 hits.
Yeah, you get it, you guys? Those owls can't only see the ball when it's dark.
The Cardinals. You better be pretty handy tossing those grenades.
Oh, yeah? Who's talking? One of them actors was never in a play. Sharpshooter, is it? Where'd you get all your practice? Knocking over ducks in a Broadway shooting gallery?
Can that chatter, you guys. Save your breath. You'll need it going up this ridge.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, guys, hold it up. We'll bunk down here for the night.
Praise be.
Gee. What's the pitch, Lieutenant?
Yeah, this is the big ridge. Down there's the valley, and the little ridge just this side of the river.
Yeah?
Dawn tomorrow, we cross the little ridge, get across the river, come down around the Jap from the rear. From here in, it's enemy territory all the way, so pick your spots on the military crest, a little down the side of the ridge. We don't want to be silhouetted at dawn. Okay, everybody? Ready?
Golly, I feel like I'm held together by adhesive tape.
Who do that fire? You, Blair?
Get out.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant.
You gotta excuse Blair, Lieutenant. He's still an actor. He just can't resist taking his bow to an audience.
Smells to me like that rain is stopping, Lieutenant.
Yeah, I think so, too. It's time we got started anyway. Be light any minute now. Let's go. Down the incline into the valley. Single file and eyes sharp for snipers. Keep 5 paces. Pass it back.
Keep 5 paces.
Keep 5 paces. Keep 5 paces.
Keep a sharp lookout to right and to left. Pass it back.
Keep sharp lookout to right and to left.
Keep sharp lookout to right and left. Keep sharp lookout to right and to left.
Check your rifles.
Check your rifles. Check your rifles.
Check your rifles.
Hold it up.
Hold it up. Hold it up.
Snipers ahead.
What next, Lieutenant?
Our main body's supposed to be attacking their positions downriver frontally. We're supposed to be taking advantage of their diversion.
What diversion? I don't hear no diversion.
Listen. Hey. What was that, a Jap signal?
No.
It's one of them birds, mating.
Yeah? They sure timed their mating well.
Well, Lieutenant?
That's where we're supposed to ford the river.
Does it smell like a trap?
Yeah. Looks like that's for Tojo to know. For us to find out. Come on, we're going ahead.
Funny.
What?
I was just thinking of corn on the cob. With lots of melted butter.
I was thinking of rhubarb. Don't ask me why.
Okay, guys, here we go. 5 paces like before.
Hey, Lieutenant, wait a second.
What's eating you, Scanlon?
You shouldn't ought to be going first. You go third. I'll lead.
No,
sir. It ain't right.
FX is right, Lieutenant.
Okay, you eat FX. Then you, Corporal. Then me. By the way...
Yes, sir?
If I go, you take over, Lon. After him, you, Rudy.
Right.
Then you, FX.
This is just like on Broadway. I never get the lead.
Listen, you guys. Stop calling me Lieutenant. My name's Dick Peters.
Right.
Okay, Dick.
Well, let's go.
You are listening to Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, starring Dennis Morgan as Lieutenant Peters of the United States Marine Corps in Soldiers of the Tide. As our play continues, Lieutenant Peters has led his men across the X River and down back toward the seacoast, back toward their objective. Like Indians, they are slipping through the jungle thickets of Guadalcanal and are now well within the enemy lines as they creep ever closer to the Japanese blockhouse, which is their goal.
Slow it up.
Slow it up. Slow it up. Slow it up.
Get down, everybody.
What's up, FX?
Sentry. He doesn't see us.
Yeah, I see him.
Do we risk a shot?
I could get him with a knife, sir. Dick.
Hey, what about my junior rifle corps silver marksman's badge?
Okay, Blair. Make it with one shot.
Easy money. Okay?
Okay. Let's shove off. Rudy.
Yeah?
Unsling your walkie-talkie.
Aye, aye, sir. Hey, guys, look.
Them are our babies.
Yeah, Douglas SPDs. Look.
Hey, there go the bombs. Boy, that's pretty. Look at them fall, huh?
All set, sir. I got the old man. Good. Gimme. Colonel? Come in. Go ahead, Colonel. I'm not exactly sure, sir. I would think almost right in back of them. Say, a couple of your shells landed too close to us for comfort. I have 1,200 plus 42, sir. Check with it. 42 and a half. Good. Yes, sir. Right, sir. We'll go in right away, then. Hold off your barrage, will you, sir? Good. Here. Right. Right. Here you are, Rudy. Hide this equipment somewhere. Right here in this bush is a good place. Mark the spot. Right, sir. Okay, kids. This is it.
I'm trying to get rid of this thing. For a while, at least.
Check your rifles, knives, grenades, man. Here we...
Look out, it's Tojo. Got the lieutenant.
Just a nick. Cover, you guys. Take cover.
Hey, Dick, are you hurt?
It's just a scratch, I tell you.
Well,
Take cover, you dumb leatherneck.
Okay.
We've been trapped.
We're surrounded.
Shut up. Get down. Get back here, will you? What do you got guts for? Down on your bellies.
Look out. There's the picture. And here goes the perfect strike. 1, 2, 3. Right over the plate. Who said I couldn't chunk them grenades, huh?
Good pitching, Lon.
Yeah.
Surrounded, were we? One nest of lousy Japs. One little bunch of poison. 3 of them. You talk about being surrounded.
I'm through talking. In fact, I'm never even going to think again.
Yes, you are, FX. We're going to start thinking now. Okay, guys, we'll take a little breather. And we've got to make our bid for that blockhouse. 300 yards, I figure.
Wish we could see it from here.
Blair,
Yeah?
if you had $50 and you were in New York now, where would you be?
Asleep.
Oh, me, I'd be in a nightclub. 3 6s at a Haymarket with my girl. Wish I was there now.
Boy, it's hot.
Stop grousing, you guys. You want to live forever?
You tell him, FX.
I'm not grousing. It's thinking is all.
Well, let's shove off, sir. We got our breath.
Okay, sharpshooter. We're off. Now, Dick, you staying here.
What do you mean I'm staying here?
You're wounded. You stay here.
You ought to mind. I'm in command here. You don't seem to realize how important it is we clean them out. Let the colonel know it's clean.
Yeah, we know, Dick.
Yeah, and that's why you staying here, Dick. Listen, Shaved Tail, we're in command now.
But, okay. When they get back here. One of you, anyway. One of you's got to get back here. We got to let the colonel know when it's all clear.
We'll be back, Dick. Take it easy. Okay, Rudy. Cover that back door.
Yeah.
FX, you got the automatic?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, look out. Look out. Duck.
2 of them coming out. Now that our barrage is let up.
They're going back in again. Down on your stomachs, guys. Little cretin seems to be in order. Blair, you and FX circle around to the sides. I want to cover those windows.
What are you going to do?
Me? I got some chunking to do. FX, you keep me covered. I'm just naturally going to walk up and toss these little eggs inside there. Let's go. Quick now. Lieutenant. Dick.
Over here, man. How'd you do?
We did okay. We got the whole bunch.
Yeah. You still hear a lot going on back there.
Yeah. That's our side. They're storming that little old blockhouse from across the river.
You never catch me doubting you pitch for them Cardinals again, Lonnie. What a arm. Look, here's FX carrying Blair. What's the matter? Go help one of you guys. What happened, FX?
Sniper got him.
It's my stomach. We get the blockhouse line?
Yeah, we got it, kid. Hear that? That's our boys. They're storming from across the river. We got that little old blockhouse, kid.
There's a snipe behind.
Help
In the tree.
me carry him back. Gonna be some more of them snipers around here in about 10 seconds.
No, never mind, FX.
Come on, Ron. Give FX a hand, Blair.
You're okay, kid. We get you back.
Sure is hot.
Hey, shouldn't we
Oh, let him be.
Yeah, I should think of a good exit line, guys. At least a good exit line.
Cigarette, Blair?
Exit with excursions and alarms. Yeah, that's it. That's the word that I was trying to think of. Alarms.
That's all.
Come on, we gotta get back to radio. I want to get through to the old man. Will you guys cover him with his poncho?
Give me a hand, will you, Lonnie?
It's going to be a beautiful sunset. Look, I'll write a letter to his mother. She'd like to know what a beautiful sunset there was today. Dear Madam, it is my thankless duty to write you of the death of your son, Blair Williams. He died gallantly in performance of his duty. I can give nothing better to say to you than what Lieutenant Colonel Evans Carlson said over the graves of the Marines in his unit who have fallen here at Guadalcanal. Colonel Carlson said, "It is not given us to know the process by which certain of us are chosen for sacrifices, while others remain. As I pondered the names of those we honor, it seems to me as if the most worthy among us are selected for separation in this way. These comrades of ours have given convincing proof of their determination, their courage, their sincerity. They also loved life. But when the time came to face the enemy, they didn't flinch or hold back. What of the future for those of us who remain? Our course is clear. It is for us at this moment, with the memory of the sacrifices of our brothers still fresh, to dedicate again our hearts, our minds, and our bodies to the great task that lies ahead. And beyond that lies the mission of making certain that the social order which we bequeath to our sons and daughters is truly based on the four freedoms for which these men died. Any resolution less than this would spell betrayal of the faith which these staunch comrades reposed in us."
Thank you, Dennis Morgan. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments, Mr. Morgan will return to the microphone to introduce our special guest of the evening, Private James Gorman of the United States Marine Corps. Before we hear from him, however, we have a story to tell you about chemistry at work in wartime. A few days ago, the 17th Army-Navy E for Excellence Award was received by a DuPont plant. This latest award went to a plant in West Virginia with Brigadier General Trelawney Marchant presenting the flag and Lieutenant Commander G.H. Crocker presenting the E-pins. The plant is one of the most complex producing mechanisms the brain of man has ever devised. So complex, so vast, that to keep it running, not only the skills of chemists and chemical engineers are required, but also the skills of all of the many branches of mechanical engineering and many electrical engineers as well. To give some idea of the intricate processes of the plant, Almost 50 men are needed just to look after the sensitive instruments used, recording meters and so on. Raw materials are air, water from the river, and coal from the nearby hills. The plant's tools, for they are tools, are heat, cold, and pressure of an intensity almost beyond comprehension. Cold of minus 365 degrees Fahrenheit. Heat of 1,152 degrees. Pressures of 10 and 15,000 pounds to the square inch. Miles of pipes, hundreds of tons of iron and steel bend and turn beside the river. Great jets of colored gases roar and boom. The men at the control panels constantly watch their quivering dials as hundreds of tons of vital chemicals pour from this great plant. The principal product is ammonia, a chemical important not only to agriculture and industry, but absolutely essential to the prosecution of the war. For ammonia is used in making nitric acid, without which it would be impossible to make smokeless powder, TNT, and other military explosives. In addition to ammonia, this plant makes scores of other products vital to the war effort. Methanol cooling agents for the motors of planes and tanks, for antifreeze and plastics. Hydraulic fluids for the brakes and controls of military vehicles. Chemicals used in adhesives for the plywood of planes, gliders, and boats. And those used in flame-proofing compounds for treating the clothing of workmen in plants, aircraft factories, and shipyards. Chemicals for oil refining, for water purification, for the hardening of steel, for food preservation, for air conditioning, for the recovery of strategic metals. In this plant also are made the intermediates for nylon, now used exclusively for many military applications such as parachute fabrics. In awarding an E to this unique DuPont plant, the Army and Navy have recognized not only the outstanding record of the men and women who work there, but the vast, almost unbelievable productivity of chemistry itself. The productivity that brings you in peacetime better things for better living through chemistry. And now, our star of the evening, Dennis Morgan.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. One of the privileges of this evening as guest of DuPont on the Cavalcade of America has been the opportunity of meeting a young man who has been in the spot we've talked about tonight. Private James Gorman of the United States Marine Corps. Private Gorman enlisted in the Marines about a year ago. He was one of the Leathernecks who first landed in the Solomons on August 7th of last year. Saw a few weeks of action, then a Jap bullet got him in the arm, and he was sent back to the United States. He is here tonight, and I take great pleasure in introducing to you Private James Gorman.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. There's a lot I'd like to be able to tell you tonight, for this show we've just listened to carries me back to the Solomons and to the fighting job that was and still is going on out there. If there were time, I have a few things I could add about life in foxholes, about hand-to-hand fights with knives, bayonets, and grenades. But we haven't time, so I'd rather concentrate on giving you some straight dope. There are a lot of rumors floating around this country. I know because I heard some of them before I joined the Marine Corps. But American equipment is a match for anything the Japs have. And not only that, our guns will outshoot them any day of the week. Just look at the Solomon scoreboard. I have a lot of friends out on Guadalcanal. Fellas I'd like to see again, either here or there. They're all slogging it right now. When your houses grow a little cold, and you have to put up the car, and there's not enough coffee for a second cup, I hope you'll remember them, as I do, and be glad for the chance to share a tiny bit of their discomfort for the sake of the victory we're all fighting for. Thank you.
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, will present the popular screen star Ralph Bellamy in a new radio play, Flying Tigers, the story of a group of American aviators who volunteered to fight with the Chinese against the Japs. Be with us again next week when Cavalcade presents Ralph Bellamy in Flying Tigers. The orchestra and original musical score tonight were under the direction of Don Voorhees. Dennis Morgan, whose latest film, The Hard Way, is currently being shown in theaters throughout the country, appeared tonight through the courtesy of Warner Brothers Pictures.
This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont, sponsor of the Cavalcade of America.
This program came from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.